Welcome one and all to Hearthstone Grandmasters here for the Asia Pacific region. Couldn't be more delighted to kick my Saturday morning with some premium Hearthstone action here. We had some very exciting matches yesterday. Some of the players moving up to untouchability, getting to the point where they are guaranteed playoffs, but a lot of other players moving closer and closer to that danger zone as everything comes down to this week, Gia.
That is right. The final week of round robin, we already have some who have played out all 7 of their series and can do nothing but sit and watch now to decide who is actually going to be ending up where with the seedings.
Yeah, we're going to have to take a look at the schedule first to see kind of what matches we have left to shake out what the standings will look like at the end of the day. But basically, with the way it's shaking out today, we've got mostly Division A matches, which, in terms of the immediate effect, are a bit less dramatic, because the majority of players in Division A are looking at playoffs rather than relegation. But there is still an awful lot to play for. First match of the day, Alutemu is looking to end up right at the top, with his current score being 4-1, I believe, to get that benefit of coming first or second in Division A, whereas Chonsu is trying to avoid the 7th and 8th place, where you potentially are looking at relegation.
That's right. He absolutely needs to win this next match in order to even have a shot at getting to 6th. And unfortunately for Kin, on the other hand, it's all but guaranteed that he will be in that relegation bracket. But of course, everybody else in the middle, something to play for, because as you said, the top 2 finishers in Division A get an additional benefit when it gets to playoffs, the bye in the first round.
Yeah, for Kin at this point, I've got to be honest here, I really just hope he can get a win on the table, because he is not a player who has been playing an 0-7 record. He's been playing at a very, very high level of Hearthstone, in my opinion. And then to end things out of the day, we're going to have Frosty's potentially final game in Grandmasters, unless he can turn things around. Because as you can see there, Frosty unable to take a win yesterday, down at 1-5 in Division B. He absolutely 100% has to get that win to stay in GM.
Yes, versus Tyler, the top of the Division B, because Frosty can possibly get the benefit from Tyler's wins if he defeats him, because of how Tiebreaker 2 works out. There's a lot of possible scenarios which we won't go too deep into until the time actually arrives, but no matter which way I look at it, there is high stakes Hearthstone every single match.
There really, really is. We're looking at other potential storylines. Possessi could move back up to the top or very close to it and solidify Japan as, again, the absolute kings of APAC for this season. But before we can get into that, this is how it all breaks down. As I said, Division A, top 6 players are going to the playoffs to be played out next week, which will decide who goes to the global finals. 7th and 8th enter a playoff elimination bracket where they have the potential to be eliminated, but are unlikely to do so.
That's right. They're alongside 5th and 6th of Division B. And speaking of Division B, the bottom is automatically relegated. They don't even have any more shots. That's it. It's goodbye. No coming back. But the top 4 get their own play-in bracket, which will be happening off-stream, where 1 plays 4 and 2 plays 3, and the 2 winners join the playoffs bracket.
And as you can see here, the relegation bracket that we play out, basically, if you win 1 game within here, you're safe. That's all you need to do to secure your spot for another season of Grandmasters to come later this year. And the players in Division A, 7th and 8th, because of the fact that they ended up in Division A after the Swiss portion performing very well, they get a couple more chances. They play off against each other. The winner is safe. The loser plays against Division B 5th, the winner of which is safe. The loser of which plays against Division B 6th, the winner of which is safe. But sadly, the player who loses that will be out of Grandmasters. So Division B 6th, for example, Frosty, even if he's able to take the win here, if he ends up in 6th place, he's still only a game away from relegation.
That's right. It's either 3 chances, 2 or 1, but ultimately they just need to get that 1 win in the bracket to avoid relegation. And oh my gosh, it's not just Frosty, it's Staz and Don and Samuel Tsao who are in a lot of trouble, particularly Don and Staz have finished all of their series, all 7 played out, and now they have to just watch how things will pan out with the tiebreakers.
Terrifying stuff, truly. I would not want to be in that position. But let's take a look now at the archetypes that our players have brought this week. Pretty big shift from last week, given that APAC last week was absolutely living and, well, more so dying, actually, by the Spell Druid, as it had an incredibly high bring rate. Only 1 player didn't bring it, but a very low win rate comparative to that high bring rate. Now it feels still high, but a little bit more in line with where it should be.
That's right. It's been pulled down a little bit, and the breakout star of this week is Quest Warlock, also at that 69% bring rate, which I think has been a very, very powerful deck, although maybe a side effect of Druid being also very highly represented in APAC makes the Quest Warlock a little bit less of a safe pick in APAC in particular. And Warrior, of course, don't be fooled, guys. It's still 100% bring rate for the class, but Pain Warrior only at 81% because now a few players are bringing Bomb Warriors also response to Quest Warlock.
Yeah, in response to Quest Warlock, obviously expecting having a huge uptick given its insane win percentage over the last week. I believe, not wanting to brag too much, but the first Quest Warlock in Grandmasters was actually here in APAC, even though for the most part it was pioneered by the European and Americas players. Rivius was 1 week ahead of the rest, where he just brought it, won a game, and then we didn't get to see it again. It just kind of vanished into the night. But then this week, a couple of weeks later, it's finally caught up as players are just saying, you know what, Quest Warlock, it doesn't have many especially dominant matchups. It's just all around pretty good.
Yeah, and it had that benefit last week of being a good counter against Priest.
True.
Which I expected would be rising in popularity and has all but fallen off now for this week because of Quest Warlock. The meta is so dynamic. In every different region, there's also preferences, and there's different types of Hearthstone to watch no matter what region you tune into.
There are indeed, and one of the decks that a lot of our players have been swearing by, Surrender in particular, but a couple of others for sure, is the Highlander Hunter. It's a deck that I think is pretty securely a 4th deck. It is not a top-tier Hearthstone deck at the moment, as you can see, with these fairly painful win rates. The Demon Hunter, it's a little bit too aggressive most of the time in order to secure board against. The Spell Druid, they go a little bit too wide. Pain Warrior, we were anticipating that might actually be a decent matchup for the Highlander Hunter, but it's almost the worst matchup.
Abysmal. Every time we say it, maybe looking at lists, we feel like Highlander decks have a better chance against Warrior because they just curve out. Same with Mage, same with Highlander Rogue. But in practice, it turns out they just get steamrolled oftentimes by the tempo that Warrior can put out there. And Highlander Hunter has been brought quite a few times now. This is a sample size which is pretty significant because it's including the 3 weeks of round robin already, and yet it's only got that one really good matchup. It's surprising to me though that it's around 50-50 with Tempo Demon Hunter, which could be a big deal for why people continue to bring it.
Yeah, also the non-Highlander Rogue includes both the stealth and secret version. It's just the best way we could think of kind of grouping those two archetypes together, which does make some amount of sense to me. You are seeing the big weakness of Rogue at the moment be that lack of healing, which Hunter, since the dawn of time, has been very, very powerful at preying upon, with obviously the Corrosive Breath now, hero-powered Dragonbane, and all that good stuff to get the job done. But with that all out of the way, we are more or less ready to head into our games for today. So make sure you've got whatever you need to do done, because you are not going to want to miss a single second of today's action as we are potentially saying goodbye to a couple of our Grandmasters. We'll be back after this.
Mm. これってハースストーンに乗りたいって意味でいいのか
Okay, let me think.
노자리요. 긴 비행 중에 체력이 딸려도 그 생명력 잘 채워줄 것 같아가지고.
我应该会选那个死亡之翼吧，因为我觉得它那个动画特效特别酷，因为它骑上来应该也蛮酷的。
I'll choose that. ハースストーンのカードに乗るとしたらデスウィングに乗りたいですね。
テスウィン買ったことありましたけど。
I want to ride Isra because I think his human form is really beautiful.
Cool.
알렉스트라자? 是红龙。为什么？因为我只有想到这一条龙啊。Rich Alexstrasza？ 两个吗 ？Really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Welcome back to our first match of the day. Alutemu versus Chonsu is going to be what we have coming up first. And Gia, just kind of jumping right in to the stories of these players. I feel like the conversation we've had about Chonsu here, and I really don't want to be coming across as too negative here. I'm trying to frame this as a positive, is that based on this season, I think you and I have actually just been a little bit disappointed in his performance. And I say that not to be rude to him, but I think because we know how good he can do. But based on what we've seen so far, it hasn't seemed to live up to the Chonsu that we saw of last season, who was looking so dominant.
That's right. We kind of had the standard set of already in our heads because he's been doing well since 2015, 2016, times of Hearthstone that he's been so consistent. But now we have seen perhaps sloppier play than we expect of him. Not to say that it's been the worst, but
Yeah.
I think there were definitely spots where he could have just thought a little bit deeply about the plays that he ended up going for and maybe missed a couple things, whereas somebody at his peak performance might not necessarily.
Yeah, exactly. And it does, I think, it is somewhat indicative of where his score is at the moment at those 2 wins, which means, as you pointed out, a crucial win for him here if he wants to end up in the top 6. But he did get the work done towards the start of the season. We definitely can't be too negative by ending up just about in the top 8, I think finishing 8th overall in terms of Swiss points. He has guaranteed himself, at the very least, not automatic relegation. And now going up against Alutemu here, one of the players tied for first place at the moment, at least in terms of overall match score, without looking at the tiebreakers too heavily. He's got himself a pretty tough matchup, I think it's fair to say. Alutemu has been playing some very solid, consistent Hearthstone. I think even compared to the other Japanese players, some of whom we've seen start to show some cracks in the armor of their strategy. Possessi, with a couple of uncharacteristic misplays, and Glory, when the tension gets high, has been known to make them as well. But Alutemu, I think, has been one of the most consistent players that we've had so far.
Yeah, he's very level-headed and perhaps the best player in the region, I would say, over just the lack of questionable plays that we've had for him. You could also give that title to Surrender and Rivius, but as for the scores to show for it, it's Rivius and Alutemu that really stick out to me right now. So Chonsu has got his work cut out for him, and on top of that, a whole mirror in terms of archetypes.
That's right. So take us through a little bit what we're seeing here. The Warrior ban is, I think, very much to be expected, but then a Quest Warlock potentially coming in with a mirror here later on as well.
Yes, the Quest Warlock, of course, the breakout star of this week because it's been hyped up so much on Twitter, on Ladder. There's been a top of players showing that they're reaching top legend with it, and for good reason. It originally gained popularity because it was a good queue against Priest last week, but people are also seeing you're just running a lot of anti-aggro packages, which can be decent against other decks in the meta. As far as the builds, though, the Alutemu have actually included Kartut Defender, where you would normally see Abyssal Summoner in those lists, which probably will hurt him in the mirror.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of the things we actually tried out in testing, where me and Raven played a couple of games where I gave myself the good deck and him the bad deck in the mirror, purely randomly, no bias there at all. And as it turns out, you're exactly right. In the few games that we tested, Abyssal Summoner just eats up so many resources from your opponent in the way that Card-Tip Defender simply doesn't. So I think that is a big advantage in favor of Chonsu. But outside of that, we are looking pretty much at just a straight-up mirror. The techs, I suppose, in the Demon Hunter could also help Chonsu, as he is running, as we see there, both the Blowtorch Saboteur as well as the Frozen Shadow Weaver. And we saw yesterday versus Possessi how powerful the Blowtorch Saboteur can be.
Yes, it's really cool how we've seen our players kind of shift around with different experiments on what can fill the void that Crimson Sigil Runner left if they're going to be replacing it at all. We saw Chonsu and Dawn try out the Worgen Infiltrator last week, and now they've landed on just a better statted card for its mana cost, a little bit more expensive, but can definitely mess with the Demon Hunter in the mirror. Of course, our first will any Demon Hunters. It's going to be Warlock versus Druid.
Yeah, this is one of those matchups. I feel like every time there's a new shift in the metagame, Gia, you and I have to have our pet matchup that we're potentially very wrong on, or at the very least, the sample size in GM does not reflect. Because in testing, in all the games that I was playing of Warlock versus Druid, it felt like the Druid just had a little bit too much stuff for the Warlock to remove, at least in the time that Warlock had to draw all their cards. Because an early Mount Seller, an early Ysera, an early Soul of the Forest, all of those are quite difficult for Druid to deal with at all. And while in the games we've seen, that hasn't necessarily been the case, where the Warlock has just kind of fatigued the Druid a lot of the time, I still think that Chonsu's got himself a pretty good matchup here to start things off.
That's right. And already right off the bat, an interesting decision as to whether you keep the Mount Seller without any ramp, because it is so pivotal to Druid's game plans. I feel like the matches where Warlock has been winning a lot was due to a Mount Seller discarded off Fungal Fortunes or a Ysera. And that is a huge chunk of their threats removed right off the bat. But I also get Chonsu's reasoning that if you keep the Mount Seller and don't get any of the card draw, that doesn't do well either, because you can sometimes just get steamrolled by pressure from Crazed Netherwings.
So, Gia, I know that in some of these matchups, you can kind of just brute force the fact that your minions are so powerful that you can keep them without any of the support. Like, for example, against Priest, you just keep Ysera because it's the best card in the deck. Against Warlock, Chonsu had the opportunity to keep the Mount Seller there. Was it right? Should he have done that? Or is it more important to look for the ramp and potentially Glowfly?
I'm hesitant to say right or wrong, but I'll say that I would definitely get behind that mulligan, especially on the play. There are very few chances if you keep one card, just 2 more slots in the mulligan, and less natural draw, of course, to actually get to his ramp and the card draw. It feels like for Druid, if you only hit one piece of the puzzle, you're not getting there. Even 2 out of 3, you're not getting there. You need to hit the card draw, the ramp, and the Mount Seller. Any one of those pieces lacking can be a recipe for disaster.
Well, at the moment, he's got the card draw, and he's got the threats with the early Glowfly Swarm, which the answer is there for Alutemu. Fear not, he has the Moarg into Rain of Fire. But whether or not he has the answer to the second one is a different question entirely.
It's true. We often say that the first Glowfly, if you're going to throw it out there, you better make sure you have the follow-up. And Chonsu has not just a second one, but eventually a Mount Seller turn. So I think he's very happy to throw this first set of flies into the ether. For Alutemu, it's a question of actually whether he wants to commit the Mortal Coil as well, just to get the cycle, have that extra mana. Coining out the Questing Adventurer instead.
If he's going to spend his mana on other stuff, I'm more okay with it. But even then, I find the coin questing play questionable, to be honest, because you want to have your hand kind of as juiced up as possible for a plot twist. And I think that was a case there of Alutemu kind of realizing, sunk cost. Just because I started going for this play, he realized it wasn't worth it, so he stopped halfway through. But I'm sure if he didn't plan that out from the start, the Mortal Coil probably would have come down.
Indeed, and it is very problematic that he's missed extra opportunities at card draw, though, either questing or the Mortal Coil, because he could have drawn into Dark Skies. I would say Crazed Netherwing, but he doesn't actually have any other dragon in hand. And now we're looking at a possibly unchallenged second Glowfly.
There's a couple of ways that Alitemu can start playing around this. I'm looking at Moarg first and then Plot Twist to look for exactly the second Rain of Fire. It's risky because it's a one outer that you're playing for there in order to clear this off. But I feel like given that Plot Twist into Netherwing isn't a possibility, this is the best chance he has.
It's true. There also wasn't a possibility to coin first and try to get Dark Skies mana off of that. So it is just going to be the prey for the second twist.
A lot of healing, but that's not it.
The best he's got is Immortal Coil. The coin back, best card in the deck. Chonsu doesn't have Savage Roar, but he's Power of the Wild.
So if he does hit Savage Roar,
he's not dead.
then what's he looking at? 4 times 6, so not quite lethal even with a Savage Roar.
At 26 with the hero attack. Also worth noting that the Wrath first cycle here would deal 2 onto the Moarg. And even though this is not lethal, it's a great position for Chonsu because Alutemu's got the same pickle he did last turn.
Yeah, he still has to find a way to clear.
And then Chonsu gets a follow-up with the Mount Seller.
Yeah, just too many threats, one after the other. The Warlock is famed for its incredibly high amount of very powerful removal cards, sorry. But this is just the problem with the matchup, in my opinion. Obviously, this is a very fortunate outcome for Chonsu, where he got all 3 threats, one after the other, very, very quickly. But this is not that much of an outlier. This is what the Druid deck does when it hits Fungal Fortunes.
It's really built to do that, and it ties back to Chonsu's more tossing away that Mount. So Alutemu with no drag is a chance to tap for 1 and coin out the Netherwing, but it's what 1 in 3 even.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the other Netherwing, there's Malagos, and the 2 Alexstrasza, so 4 out of 16 draws to get a dragon, or he could just bite the bullet and say, maybe the cartoon helps me survive.
I just don't know if that's a winning play, to be honest. Even if they don't have lethal on you, it's just not that strong of a play. They're so likely to be able to do a whole bunch of stuff to clear it off.
He does have a read on no Savage Roar as of last turn. Because otherwise, Chonsu would have played Power of the Wild and Savage Roar for the lethal there.
So he heals up to 22, which means 3 times 6. Even if all of these connect face, it's not lethal yet.
And it's that type of board where Chonsu doesn't want to overcommit with a Mount Seller on top of the threat he already has, because he could get punished by the coin twisting Nether.
Yeah.
So I like the continuing cycle. Just Bog Beam, Moonfire, and Hero Power away. It's a lot of spells expended, though.
Yeah,
cheap ones.
Is that better than just Iron Bark and trade? I guess the Iron Bark is pretty good, of course, to get your exotic Mount Seller out of range of any removal, pretty much. Apart from the hard removal of Twisting Nether.
I feel that all of these cheap spells are roughly equal because they're procs for Mount Seller, whereas all the other spells can't be fit within the same turn.
Okay, fair enough. And of course this does make room for overflow as well. There's strong reasoning behind all of Chonsu's plays here.
And putting Alutemu to 3 is crucial because he can't just Netherwing or he's dead.
So he would have to go...
We're seeing that right here!
tap into... He's got both Aranasis. I don't think there's an out anymore.
And just one Nether Breath wouldn't help. And that is finally some justification we've been saying how this matchup goes.
Yeah, a bit of a fortunate outcome there for the Druid, it's fair to say, off the starting hand. But as I said, we can only see so many games where the Druid just completely runs out of any threats, like poor old Kin in his game, where he ramped up into nothing and just had
Yeah.
absolutely no threats at all. This is a little bit more, I think, in line of what you should be expecting versus the Druid as the Warlock.
Yeah, just the card Fungal Fortunes makes all the difference, as it does for pretty much all of Druid's matchups. And yeah, it kind of makes me curious how often it is actually that a Crazed Netherwing is active, given that there aren't that many dragons in the deck outside of the first Nether. There's 4 others.
Yeah, it can be a difficult matchup. We've seen players keeping the Crazed Netherwing versus Druid a lot of the time because having the one answer to an early an early Glowfly Swarm is often enough to buy you the time to hit your mid-game power spike. But for Alutemu, the pressure was just too high. So Chonsu, against all the odds, takes a win in the first game, getting himself that little bit closer, creeping towards safety if he can take this win against Alutemu, because he gets a lot of points in his tiebreaker too for being such a strong player. But before we can head into the rest of the series, we're going to head to an ever so quick break, and then the continuation of Alutemu versus Chonsu comes after this.
You know, if you could give me something from the answers, that would really help me out, you know?
Oh,
Whenever you're ready.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Sotul, joined by Colento. I'm sure this is going to be an incredibly insightful interview. Got tons of just incredible questions here provided to me by the production team. I'm sure we're going to get a lot of information out of my friend here. So Colento, what is your happiest Hearthstone memory?
probably Y-Game House Cup, I guess.
Great, I'm presuming you won that?
Of course.
So just soldier on through. When did you start playing Hearthstone? Wonderful, really learning a lot right now. What's your favorite part about Hearthstone?
I like how I can be asked dumb questions when I'm being interviewed.
Yep, expected. Who is your favorite Hearthstone caster?
Probably not you.
Really, like, do you really want me to? All right, we're gonna get through this. Who is your best friend in Hearthstone? Any positivity? Can you pick one that you do like?
No.
You are watching Hearthstone Grandmasters here on the Hearthstone Esports YouTube channel, so make sure that you do subscribe because we start sending out those notifications to remind everyone when we go live here. And if you're with us now, you are of course watching Alutemu versus Chonsu, our first match of the day here in Asia Pacific. Pretty tense one. Again, Chonsu needs this win to avoid that 7th/8th potential relegation zone. Whereas Alutemu, despite being at the top, it's not like he's got nothing to play for. First and second place in Division A get a bye when we go into the playoffs phase next week. So both players desperate to get that win on the table now. And with the Druid starting off with the win for Chonsu, it's looking like he's in a good spot. And even though we have a mirror now, Gia, I think Chonsu may still be in a good spot.
Completely agreed. We talked about this at the beginning, and it is still sticking out like a sore thumb here that Alutemu and Glory both have Cartoot Defender in the slot where you would normally have 2 Abyssal Summoners. And perhaps that tech inclusion is really good for Demon Hunter matchups, for example, or even against Hunter, where you would like to have that extra bit of healing and a stickier taunt. But in the mirror, it just seems like that pressure that's difficult to remove often takes a Morg Artificer plus the Nether Breath to remove is much more advantageous.
Yeah, also going with the double Sense Demons package is Alutemu. That is something that, weirdly enough, I feel like might put him in a decent position because Sense Demons generally is considered, I think, an anti-aggro card because you want to keep it in the super aggressive matchups and it draws you your Aranasi Broodmothers to heal back up. But it's one of the things that I think I've kind of realized a lot over testing is just the power of drawing those Broodmothers later on in the game.
Yeah, that in those and the double Cartoot Defenders is something we're not necessarily seeing about the text, which is can you just out-heal your opponent? You can force them to Alexstrasza at a time where you still have healing left, and then after that, remove threat after threat. I wonder if there's a way that Alutemu could take this to fatigue, but before that happens, of course, he'll have to contend with the Abyssal Summoner, of which Chonsu's already got one in hand.
It's a very real possibility, because if your opponent with all the 0 mana taps misses out on Malagos primarily, well, Malagos and Alexstrasza is the big 2, but also if they miss out on the Soulfires and Nether Breaths, their burst damage is pretty limited actually, to be honest, and there's no chance of an OTK then. It's not a foolproof strategy by any stretch of the imagination, but fatigue is something you can consider in these matchups a lot of the time, I think. But before we get into that, it's plot twist time. Alutemu off to a great start.
Yes, indeed. In the matchup, you generally just want to get your quest done ASAP because you won't be under very much pressure at all. Even if you shuffle the coin back into the deck, it's all fine as long as you're the first to get to your 0 mana taps.
One of the other most important things about this deck, though, Gia, in the mirror, is knowing which cards you have the liberty to throw away to create hand space. And Chonsu chose Moarg Artificer there, which I've got to be honest, for me is a fairly important card to hold on to a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's jarring to see at first because you often hold on to this card for more burst healing in the matchup after an Alexstrasza comes down. But maybe he's thinking because Alutemu is not running Abyssal Summoners, that he has the liberty to throw this out because you don't have to go for the almost necessary combo of Moarg plus Nether Breath to remove an 8/8 or 9/9.
It's a great point. It's doubly interesting to me given that Chonsu didn't actually have to play a card there to avoid overdrawing. Obviously, he's spending his mana preemptively so that he can still continue to dump cards turn after turn while he keeps tapping. But he could have just passed and then gone Coin Abyssal Summoner next turn instead to try and apply the pressure versus Alutemu, who again does not have them.
Indeed. And we could still see him just go for the Coin Abyssal Summoner here for an 8/8, but the problem is his Moarg is on board, so Alutemu doesn't even need his own Moarg to go for another. See Chonsu continuing the dump. This does let him cycle, which is very important because Alutemu's quest is already done. That is the absolute nuts in the mirror. The game has hardly started, and Chonsu still has so many cards to draw before he can start tapping for the high rolls. It's worth noting, though, that Alutemu's already got Malagos in hand with both plot twists used, so he cannot discount that.
So does that mean that the burst plan is then over?
I would definitely not, because you can still high roll the discount on Alexstrasza, and on top of that, even if both of those dragons are full cost, accrue a lot of burst on its own, even if he's discounting a Nether Breath, say, or a Soulfire. If you've got those 0 cost spells, it doesn't matter if your Malagos costs 9. Here
So
again,
Alutemu,
with the Moarg dump.
right, exactly. It could be Moarg Dump, it could be Rain of Fire, it could be Dark Skies, actually. You could make the argument that Rain of Fire is more important to hold on to, because you, of course, that can go face along with Malagos. But given the Soulfire in hand, I can understand why you'd want to get rid of it, because the Dark Skies are very nice against Abyssal Summoners to clear them up.
Definitely. And also, you bring up a good point because Soulfire plus Rain of Fire are redundant with Malagos. If you already know none of those 3 cards are getting discounted, you can only play 2 of them together in the same turn.
It does get a little bit more funky than that because you would kind of ideally prefer to have Rain of Fire because then you're not running into Soulfire discarding Soulfire, potentially not winning the game through that nonsense. But I agree, we're getting very, very deep in the matchup there. For the most part, it's redundant.
Alutemu can start with more cycle with his Mortal Coils, but it's getting to the point where because his quest is active, do you actually want to be cycling as much as possible? Would you rather not give yourself the most chances to discount cards in the deck? But because there are so many cards in the deck, I think it's about equally likely whether you thin the deck to get your dragons first, press the hero power immediately.
This is one of those things where it's the 1 out of 7 or 1 out of 13.
Oh,
right? Like,
no!
I feel like that is wrong, but it's very counterintuitive for the most part. As wow, speaking of counterintuitive, Alutemu there deliberately burning away one of his demons there because he just doesn't want it in his hand. He, I think, is pretty sad about the order it came down in. You'd much rather have a Moarg in hand than you would an Aranasi Broodmother in hand. But it demonstrates perfectly one of the key aspects of this matchup, which is hand space.
And the second Dark Skies is available for Alutemu to sweep up most of this board and finish off with the Mortal Coil. And still even play the Crazed Netherwing instead, actually. Because this is guaranteed to get the 9/9 down to 1 health.
Yeah, if you're playing... Oh, no, yeah. No, yeah, that's perfect. Yeah.
Like this a lot. He keeps the train going.
Yeah, start applying the pressure. And all of a sudden, Gia, the one advantage that we were attributing to Chonsu in the double Abyssal Summoner have both been dealt with fairly easily. Now he's pretty much all on the plan of trying to go for the more classic Warlock strategy in the mirror, which is, of course, completing the quest and trying to get that burn together. But with no plot twist in sight, it's not looking good.
Yeah, very true. The plan A for Chonsu has evaporated and, weirdly enough, has given Alutemu good ways to dump his Dark Skies, which are normally
That's true.
Clogging hand cards in the matchup.
Oh man, this matchup is just so interesting. The ways that we're seeing different players approach it. Because, you know, we were in our practice groups saying, you know, you never play the Moarg Nether Breath. It's just too important to heal back up. Whereas Alutemu has now thrown down a Moarg onto an empty board and deliberately burned one of them off the top of his deck. That's how little respect he has for the card. Maybe he's right. Maybe he's wrong. This deck is still being figured out.
For sure. And Chonsu himself tossed a Moarg to make the argument that his deck is more aggressive. But it could also be that Alutemu is feeling so comfortable ahead. Chonsu's far away from completing his quest that Alutemu just wants to get his cycle on as soon as possible. We did say that there's that discrete thing with the statistics that, I mean, if the cards are in any order in your deck, it's the same odds that you... Yeah, I don't want to get into it. But the idea is, if the Alexstrasza, for example, is the 12th card in your deck, if you're going to Mortal Coil or tap towards it, it's the same odds because you don't know what exact place it is in your deck.
Sure. And it's a good point you bring up of Alexstrasza because that is the card that Alutemu wants to tap into. He, I believe, if he gets Alexstrasza for 0 mana, would have eventually a guaranteed OTK because he still has coin in the deck. Which would mean Malagos, Rain of Fire, Coin, Soulfire, along with a 0 mana Alex is exactly 15 damage, and no matter what health they start on, there's no armor in the matchup. So that would be an OTK at whatever point he finds Alex, as long as he doesn't die before that happens.
Very true. For Chonsu, I think it's just the 1 Moarg remaining for him now because both Aranasi are in hand. So rough, he's been far behind on completing the quest.
Yeah.
Fire everything and everyone! Job done.
And the other thing now to bear in mind is that I believe for Chonsu. That is the second Rain of Fire and 1 Nether Breath gone now, which means in terms of his actual burst damage, in terms of his birth, I don't care about that, he's starting to run a little bit low. You know, he's only got the second Nether Breath, 2 Soulfires left now, which is enough to get the job done, for sure. But if he has to use any more resources just on staying alive, things could get scary.
And Alutamu has active Dragon Queen now. The other argument for just wanting to cycle as much as possible is that that does statistically make it more likely that your Alexstrasza and Zephyrus are already with the glowing border. It's just scary that if he plays that this turn, there's no guaranteed way of removing the Moarg simultaneously.
Oh yeah, of course, 9 mana. I was going to say Mortal Coil. And, I mean, that seems like a decent reason to hold off. Just going for another tap on this turn is not bad at all, and he could clear up the rest of the board.
But if you go tap and Mortal Coil, then he runs into hand space issues. Oh, he could just play the other card too. Okay.
That's 0 mana, Alex!
Oh my gosh.
Whoa.
Not lethal this turn, but gotta be next turn. 100%.
He's played the Rain of Fire. And I think he tried to play the Alex there, but maybe didn't get it down in time. I could have misremembered, and he's already played the coin earlier on. But I definitely think that he had a full OTK there if he held on to the Rain of Fire that little bit longer. But either way, the point is now Chonsu has his quest completed and can start finally moving towards his own win condition.
This is not 100% lethal yet, right? For Alutamu. Especially since he'll be removing this Aranasi Broodmother.
No, he needs more mana discounted. Well, he needs the coin, really, yeah. And if he gets the coin, he still needs Soulfire as well.
True. But if Chonsu does just remove the board like this and not even play his Keladan, or just unooze, Alutamu can very comfortably go for Dragon Queen instead. Oh!
We've got to be very close now, right? Alex,
I mean,
and then down to 11.
He's got 8 damage with the and Soulfire. So as long as the Soulfire doesn't discard Zephyrus,
oh my god. Okay, so this is a crucial point of figuring out the matchup. Is your win percentage better than the 1 out of, what would it be, 1 out of 6 to discard the Zephyrus here? Can you just wait to get yourself an even better chance of winning the game?
Maybe the Zephyrus isn't even guaranteed here, right? Because Alex down to 15, 8 damage from hand. He's down to 7. And then to play the Zephyrus, that's 5 mana spent. So the best burst available at 5
right, you are.
Is just Fireball.
Fireball.
Not quite there. It's 1 short.
Okay.
So I think he does definitely go for development instead here.
So does that mean Alex? Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, I should say?
Liking the look of that. And we often say that in this matchup you hold on to the second generated dragon because of Twisting Nether.
Sure.
But you can also make the argument that if Chonsu's just going for Nether, that's a whole turn that he's given you to draw. Oh, I think he should have gone for the Mortal Coil to help cycle.
Yeah, I think he definitely wanted to as well.
Looking for Soulfire. Chonsu has got to Nether this from what I can see.
And all of a sudden, actually, Gia, Chonsu's hand is starting to look pretty juicy.
Yeah.
We are looking at, as long as the Soulfire doesn't discard the other Soulfire, 12 plus 15. That's 27 burst damage next turn.
Hold on. Another wing was drawn. So that's another 3 on top of the 8.
He doesn't have mana to go for all of it, right?
Wait, I think it was not guaranteed because, of course, Soulfire can discard something crucial. But if he had gone Alex, then Soulfire, Nether Breath, so that's down to 7.
Yeah.
Nether Wing down to 4. Then there's Zephyrus for another Soulfire.
I think he spent all his mana then, though, right? He'd have 0 mana left over.
That was before the tap.
Right, but Crazed Netherwing is 5, Zephyrus is 7, Nether Breath is 9,
Oh, right,
Soulfire
right,
is 10, so he would have been 1 mana off from playing the second Soulfire.
Oh man, this deck.
It's complicated. It's
Yeah.
really complicated. Even going for the Alex now could potentially be losing him the game. Look at all the heal that Chonsu can go for.
Yeah. Oh man, he's going in right now?
And Chonsu,
Terrible.
as long as he does not discard the second Soulfire, just has lethal, right? That's 12, plus the 15 from 5 plus 5 spell damage on each. 27 damage. And I think that's absolutely his best chance of winning.
But where's the healing you were talking about? How does he survive
He kills his opponent.
turn? Right.
This
You don't
turn.
even need to go for Alexstrasza. Oh my gosh.
Exactly. It's 27. As long as Soulfire
Yeah.
doesn't discard the other Soulfire.
Yep. So we're talking just 6 out of 7 times he wins the game. Sorry, 5 out of 6. Oh my gosh! Wait, it's not green! Oh no! Oh no! Disaster! Even Alutemu's
game.
expression.
Oh!
I think Alutemu feels bad himself.
He can't believe it. And, I mean, I've got to be honest here. This matchup is incredibly complicated, so I'm not going to stand
Yeah.
too firmly by this. But I feel like there were significant things that Alutemu could have done in the later stages of the game to maximize his chances. I think he got a bit flustered with the 0 mana Alex, whereas obviously he needs to be afraid of dying on the backswing. That is a big part of the matchup, is making sure that you're not just dying to a weird Malagos lethal from your opponent. That was quite unlikely to come down from Chonsu, I will say. The fact that his 2 taps hit exactly Soulfire and Nether Breath to allow him to go for the 27 damage OTK. For the most part, I think we could have seen Alutemu cycling through his deck a little bit quicker, getting the coil down, tapping a little bit more aggressively, trying to find that coin in order to go for the true OTK that he had available if he'd held the Rain of Fire, which he threw down fairly aggressively in the mid-game.
Yeah, I find it hard to say the Rain of Fire early play was objectively wrong because he was trying to free up hand space at that point.
Yeah.
But I definitely agree with you that coil that he wanted to get at the end of the turn could have been used. And I still think that the timing of his Alex was a little bit weird.
Yeah.
It turned out that Chonsu didn't have that much healing on the follow-up turn. And you could say that, well, he's seen both Moargs. But if Chonsu is able to stabilize, say, with a Zephyrus that turn, then Alutemu is running short of burst himself. And it was very unfortunate there at the very last hurdle that Chonsu missed the Soulfire. What?
Yeah, it was brutal, but I will say I think it was 100% the correct play to go for. The game was slipping away from him. Even if he went for the heal with Nether Breath or Alexstrasza, whatever, it doesn't matter. He was just dying over the next couple of turns. And so even though the risks did not pay off, I still believe, not being results-oriented, it was the best risk to take. So I am gutted for Chonsu there. I think that was overall a pretty well-played game from him, given that he got a very bad hand to start things off, no plot twist. He applied the pressure when he had to early on. The use of Moargs from both of the players very aggressively early on, the jury's out, for me at least, on whether or not that's the way to go on the matchup. But everything that Chonsu did, I think, had a very strong point behind it, which is good enough for me in this very new matchup.
Yeah, we keep learning every single time we watch this match. Obviously, getting a grip with how the damage points and the mana break points work out, and it's all thrown out the window because some of them can be discounted to 0, and you just need to be aware of every single combination to be an expert at the matchup. But before that, we are going to get into something a little bit more straightforward. Demon Hunter versus Warlock.
Yeah, straightforward, but not necessarily any more tempting or beneficial for the Warlock, given that while it does have a lot of tools, as I keep saying, to fight back against the Demon Hunter, removal, heal, but it's pressure of its own and a strong win condition to fight back. What we're seeing, Gia, is that the Warlock spends too much of its time and mana and cards in the early game removing all of Demon Hunter's threats that, weirdly enough, the Demon Hunter just kind of seems to outvalue the Warlock a lot of the time, at least in the mid game.
I completely agree. We see in the mirror, of course, Warlock has its choice of removal and healing. That's because they had the license to keep tapping in the early game. There's no pressure on the other side. But already, we're seeing this Battle Fiend grow bigger and bigger, been buffed up so that it's not dead, just Mortal Coil, for example. It's going to be combinations of cards here, or say Soulfire that discards something.
Very nicely done. Ooh, that is a tough choice. I was going to say Snap Chaos Strike just because it's damage and cycle, but Consume Magic to get through a taunt, be it Aranasi or Abyssal Summoner, is tempting.
It's tempting, but I think it's pretty far off that I would like to see Alutamu just go for Snap Pick that we were talking about.
Okay, fair enough. It's just good. It's just the best card out of these.
It's also worth noting that the Consume Magic, because it goes to the right side and then he draws another one, it's not guaranteed to help Alutamu cycle.
Demons.
I mean, I don't feel like this is mystery choice. I think Chaos Strike is kind of better than the average spell that you're going to get. It's just a random choice.
Agreed. Very much worth considering, though.
Well, Chonsu has most of a clear available right now.
Rain of Fire, Coin, Mortal Coil. We're already seeing the interplay of how the matchup works. He's expending so many resources. He misses a turn of tap. And now the plot twist in hand is significantly worse because it gets him less draws.
Sense Demons we do like, though. That is a fantastic pickup for Chonsu. Not only because of the healing from the Aranasi, but just to, again, juice up that hand, like you pointed out, so that plot twist isn't completely dead.
And could possibly draw him the other Morg as well. Very relevant to pair with Nether Breath later on.
I grow impatient.
Alutamu can make quick work of this with 6 damage. But you could only play 2 cards.
Yeah, this is how far Demon Hunter has fallen. They're now generating cards. Yeah, very easy play for Chonsu. Again, juice the hand, get the healing in, start setting up for more powerful plays in the mid-game. But it's got to be said, even though he has a decent plot twist coming up, this is a respectable hand at the moment. He doesn't really need to shuffle it back in quite yet, I don't think.
Yeah, I think the Netherwing is a very welcome sight going into turn 5. I guess from the most ideal curve plays for Demon Hunter, it doesn't line up so well against Glavebound and Orglaves of Azeroth. But if Alutamu goes for basically any other minion in the deck outside of Kayn, Netherwing can make quick work of that. Oh, not much minion development for Alutamu at all. He's basically playing Pirate Warrior Demon Hunter.
That is a deck that I would play. Oh. Can you imagine getting your upgrade on your Warglaves of Azeroth? Oh. I'm just sticking in green skin. To hell with it.
That sounds fun.
But seriously now, Alutamu has, at the baseline, a very powerful play to clear the board here, if he wants to, with Swing, Glavebound, and then Crimson Sigil Runner. But he's also got a very strong line of just going face here, Gia.
Yes, it is very tempting to just ship all of it to the face, but I don't think he can disrespect the healing potential from Warlock. The way that the Warlock wins this matchup, in my opinion, is not just remove from Demon Hunter. It's swinging back the tempo, like what Chonsu did with the Netherwing last turn, just to get something on board and make it complicated for Alutamu. I like the measured approach here, and because he's got the skull, I think he has the license to not be all in on face damage. Woo!
And there it is, the punish for if Alutamu had gone for the other line. Still devastating, don't get me wrong, the Nether Breath is the last thing that Alutamu wanted to see here. But it means he's not just completely behind on board, he can still pull things back.
Crucial also that this is the second Morg used, so after this one is out of the way, the healing potential is not 0, but definitely limited.
They will never catch me.
So the Satyr Overseer, Hero Power, get rid of the Moarg. It's not the most threatening board, but Altamu did just see a Crazed Netherwing used, so if Chonsu is going to go for Dark Skies, he's unlikely to develop a minion alongside it.
Yeah, and I think the important thing here is that it is enough to bait out a Dark Skies, because if you don't develop the board, you're just going to be hit with Aranasi or the Abyssal Summoner in the worst case scenario, and then you're miles behind. Whereas, you know, a 4-2 Satyr Overseer, I think that's too much to just be throwing down your Abyssal Summoners if Chonsu had one.
I think Alutamu was debating if he wanted to try saving the Overseer for a bigger board, but without a Warglaves in hand,
Yeah.
I think it's better to be going wider here.
Agree completely. I think that the main plan of Skull of Gul'dan at the moment is Gia, a big juicy Altruist.
Oh yes. So does that mean he's losing if he's on the Altruist game plan?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so this is the problem that we were talking about. If it's Dark Skies, the development alongside it is not very powerful at all.
I wonder.
Okay,
Another breath. I was thinking he would just go Dark Skies plot twist, but I think he wants to hold on to this Nether Breath. Just go Zephyrus after the Dark Skies.
I like going for this. I think that going into turn 8, it gives him a decent chance of drawing it back anyway. He's got a good chance of drawing the Aranasis to heal him up first as well anyway, as
true.
we see
That's
there.
a big one.
And also, going into turn 8, you really want to be able to go tap plus a big 6-drop, be it the Aranasi or ideally the Abyssal Summoner. This means he doesn't have to spend the mana on Plot Twist, and he can instead get the tap in and a big defensive maneuver.
Yeah. Good identification of when he can start to swing pressure in his own favor.
Because this is Scary Town now for the Demon Hunter.
Ooh.
Still a decent hand for Alutemu. He's not doing bad here at all. But the Warlock can start to do some absolutely broken stuff. Tap Malagos is just GG, for example.
Temu's hand is very curious to me as well, because the discounted skull means if he's a believer, he could go for the biggest Altruist turn. But it's gotten to the point where Alutamu's expensive cards are mostly at the bottom now. We haven't seen Bound, we've seen neither Warglaves, and we've not seen Metamorphosis. So I think it's very measured of him to start committing some of these threats, because of cards off the second skull that he'll be going for the Altruist turn with.
Another Plot Twist coming down here. Again, the healing off the Aranasi that you're likely to get is huge. But I don't think there's many board close he can be looking for here.
Active!
Apart from maybe just a Zephyrus. Holy Nova, sign me up.
Your wish is my suggestion.
Definitely looks good. And he's also got the ooze for an upcoming Warglaves. He's back up to full! What is this?
Disgusting.
Oh, it's gotta be an Altruist now.
Oh, it's so tempting.
Yeah. The chain is somewhat likely to break. Because he's gonna be spending the 3 on Skull, right?
Yeah, I mean, he can go for Altruist double... double Twin Slice, and then Skull of Gul'dan, and then start playing from the left of his hand with just the one...
Yeah.
Battle Mage.
It's a
Not that
significant
many
amount
procs,
of
though.
proc. Yeah. But the problem is, he really wants to get the Skull in the outcast position. So
Yeah.
it's between juicing up a bigger Altruist next time and essentially wasting this Twin Slice. Or...
Waste the Twin Slice.
Yeah. Okay. I think this is with deliberate knowledge of how expensive the remaining cards are left in his deck. This is potentially brilliant.
Or potentially disastrous, oh my god.
Yeah. Oh no!
That would have been the most insane Altruist we've ever seen. It's still going to be good. It's still going to be insane next turn, to be fair.
Yeah.
The Cane is huge to get through taunts as well.
Which is crazy. Both Warglaves, Metamorphosis, second Glaive Bound, all in bottom 7.
Yeah.
Chonsu is not feeling the pressure at all. Is that an Amber Drake as well? Not allowed to be anywhere but full health.
Only healing for half, but who cares at this point? This is reminiscent of a Muzzy versus Purple earlier on, where I counted it up for top 5, and Muzzy healed for, I think it was 56 points of damage over the course of the game.
I can't even count that high.
Me neither. I think that was wrong.
And this Chrono Breaker also makes it pretty
Oh!
It's gonna kill off Ultruis.
Yeah, well, I mean, thankfully for him, his Ultruis isn't even good enough in order to kill it.
Hey, I got you, friend.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think Alutamu can afford to ship damage anywhere but the face. Easiest board clear of my life.
Whoa!
Look at that. Oh my gosh!
Oh! Okay, probably not.
Yeah, you just take the death rattle, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Unless it's lethal? 8? Not quite, not quite. Pretty close, though.
Very close.
Ooh! 8 plus 8 is 16. Very close indeed, but not quite. And I think
Doesn't have to
Chonsu
waste
can know.
any time.
Yeah. He is 100% alive here with Kane down. There is absolutely no combination of 2 cards that can kill him. I think Alutemu is done.
Completely agree. At first glance, it was fishy to see Chonsu start with the tap. I was thinking, why not just spend the turn developing minions if you have the board clear? I was thinking you can play the Malagos here and get away with it. But that is 100% avenue to victory as well. Chonsu in a very good spot to take the series and possibly save himself from the relegation bracket.
You're absolutely right, Gia. Crucial games of Hearthstone going down here. And I want to say, I started by saying that, you know, based on what we've seen in the last couple of weeks, this has not been the Chonsu that we have grown to know and love over the past seasons of Grandmasters. In this series today, I've been loving what I've seen from him. The Quest Warlock in particular, I think, has shown a very strong understanding of how the deck functions.
Yes, especially versus the mirror. I think that was really great. That despite him not getting the plot twists early, I don't know how many times I've seen that matchup go in favor of the person who doesn't get the plot twist immediately. It ultimately didn't end up in his favor, but we know that 5 out of 6 times he was supposed to win that. And he's evened it up now by taking a win block. And now it is just his Demon Hunter that needs a win, and Alutamu still got Druid.
Yes, which is a pretty disastrous matchup. Even the mirror, if we look at it again, it looks like Chonsu has just kind of got his the better of his opponent, where he's teched most of his decks to be better in the mirror. I mean, I guess Warlock, he didn't really tech to be better in the mirror. It's more Alutemu teched for a different matchup, which made himself worse in the mirror. But for the Demon Hunter, at least, with the 1 Blowtorch Saboteur and the now obligatory 2 Frozen Shadow Weavers as well, he's able to, I think, quite consistently get himself in a great spot in that mirror.
Yes, Alutemu is on Team Volpera Scoundrel, at least 1 copy of it, whereas Chonsu would rather be running the Blowtorch Saboteur, and I'm on board with that. And its effect is guaranteed every single time.
Whoa, very nice, aggressive start there for Alutemu. I believe that was even a hold on the I-Beam, which, in the left-hand side, sure, it's a fantastic tempo swing in the mirror. Not that it's going to have any targets whatsoever versus Chonsu's pretty disastrous starting hand.
You say disastrous, but it's not all that bad. He's got the Chaos Strike, which lines up well against the Blazing Battle Mage, and from there he's got a curve.
Okay.
But I will agree that he'll be playing from behind from this point onward. The hero power disruption is going to have to come in clutch for him.
And to be fair, Alutemu's hand is not kind of capitalizing on this weak start especially well. He didn't have the beaming sidekick in order to buff up the health. The Umberwing is still fairly passive as well.
And if we're to be equating the Blowtorch Saboteur to a Frozen Shadow Weaver, I definitely prefer it here over the Umberwing plus Blazing Battle Mage, which technically lines up better to be trading on board. You don't want to be overcommitting damage, but the disruption is so powerful because if Alutemu wanted to go for, say, Satyr Overseer with a hero power here, it's not available. Sorry, he still got the Umberwing, but then he wouldn't have a free kill on the Blowtorch.
Exactly. The fact that it denies a little bit of extra damage means that it would have to be Twin Slice, really, in order to cleanly get it down whilst developing other powerful 3-drops. The I-Beam is good here, of course, in swinging back and forward to Alutemu, but he can't really capitalize that well off of it.
Oh. I was looking at the Coin Cane just to make sure that you spend all your mana this turn, but it made the rest of the turn want to save the coin for Warglaves. And he's just got all the cards that were at the bottom from last game.
Oh, gee, it's just perfect. Swing with the Umberwing, coin Warglaves, take out the rest.
Oh. Never to mention that again. Never.
Too soon. Too soon.
Alright, so
in all seriousness,
Warglaves makes
that's the play I'm looking at. Yeah.
I grow impatient.
Or if you're a real baller, just Ultuous Coin. Trade.
Okay. I mean, that's one way of putting it.
Yeah, I think the Warglaves is a foregone conclusion. It's just a matter of how many swings it will be committing. Alutemu definitely wants to get rid of the 2/2/2s. But is it worth to spend the 3rd charge into a 1/1? Given that he's got the 2nd Warglaves, I don't hate the full board here, actually.
Yeah, I mean, you got to factor in that your opponent... Wow, he's actually doing it!
He's a real baller, Derek! Oh, man.
Wow.
This walks so badly into a Glaive Bound. I don't like this.
Yeah, this is disastrous versus Glaive Bound. Warglaves on the backswing can't even kill it off, unless he wants to tank 12. And even now, he's going to take 9 from this cane before he can clear it off.
It just looks so strange to me, especially since he would eventually... Okay, I say eventually get Skull, but there is a chance it would get locked in the middle, to be fair.
Yeah. Very curious to hear Alutemu's thoughts on that one. I'm sure a very poorly translated tweet from Japanese afterwards might give us some enlightenment.
Alright, Chonsu with a skull on curve. Whoa!
Oh yes.
2 of those are pretty premium.
All I see is weakness.
Yep, just very premium turns. Chonsu, as long as he doesn't completely whiff on the rest of his cards, I think is looking at a very clear burn plan here to close out the game.
From his perspective, there was just the 1 charge of Warglaive, so his board feels relatively completely honest. Even there is a 2nd Warglaves. Alutemu tanks so much damage in the meantime. Chonsu has got no Ultuous to worry about. And he's at a very safe health total himself. Oh, he's got no choice but to tank it, right?
Behind your servants, I will still find you.
Or some measure of damage.
You can mitigate as much damage as possible by sinking the cane into the Overseer.
That. And then just be equipped for some board development.
Ah, he even gets the swing phase. That's how that works.
This order works.
Oh, but it's still just so clean for Chonsu. Taking it out, probably getting the rest of the damage face with the Glaive Bound.
As long as he plays the I-Beam before the Glaive Bound.
Nice.
Very clean. Love to see it.
And as Chonsu draws closer and closer to a win, it still just leaves a question mark in my mind from Alu Temu's play of the Altruist. It was just weird. And there were so many punishes to it as well.
His skulls have been locked in the middle this whole game.
Alas, poor warlock. I yield.
Hoping to get an I-beam in the outcast position, but it was not there. And Chonsu is now 3-4. I'm not 100% sure, but it seems like he's avoided. Wow!
Hey!
I love this! His Jerry shirt.
Everyone's got to do something for us here in APAC, and thankfully Chonsu's was a little bit more disciplined, I will say, and respectful than dabbing on your opponent.
I love it. APAC is the best. I will hear no arguments. I'll say it every single time. So Chonsu's score now is far and away from what Kin has, and obviously it's a foregone conclusion that Kin would be at the bottom of Division A, but depending on how the other matches shake out, Chonsu can still make it to 6th place and avoid the relegation bracket entirely. It depends on who else will be getting to that 3-4 match score at the end of the weekend.
Right. It, of course, depends on how Flurry does, because if Flurry loses his matches and stays down at the 2-win record, then he will take the 7th place spot. Flurry still has 2 matches to play, however, so he has a much higher chance of getting up to that 3-win record. Of course, Chonsu now has better tiebreakers because he beat a player who has won a lot of games in Alu Temu. We're not going to get into it too much, I think, here, because it gets a little bit too complicated. But basically, that was a crucial win for Chonsu, and he is now in with a decent spot of not ending up in the bottom.
Very much so, and it will depend partially on the other matches throughout the day. I think we've got some pretty exciting ones up next. Another top-of-the-table match.
Yes, that is correct. Just getting the matches up here. We have Kin versus Flurry, I believe, as our next match of the day. Of course, Kin locked down into 0-6 at the moment, guaranteed bottom of the table, and we can take a look at the schedule to see. He is 0-6 record, guaranteed bottom 2. But as I said, at this point, I think pride is very much on the line for him because he has not been playing the Hearthstone that an 0-6 record should reflect. I think he's just kind of similar to Purple in the Americas region, which there's been a bit of debate about on Twitter over the last few hours. I think he's just been getting kind of unlucky. It happens over a relatively small sample size of just 6 or 7 games, and I pray that this time he can turn things around.
Yeah, it is a small sample size when we enter just the round-robin phase, and they're playing far less Hearthstone in the span of a week than they did during the Swiss phase, and I'm very happy that those 3 weeks existed because those are the reason that Kin got to Division A in the first place. He was one of the newcomers, but consistently making top 8, and I would really hope that he stays within GM because outside of the awful feeling that you're a new guy and you immediately leave within the same season, I think Kin is one of the best players in the region.
I agree completely, and I think he's yet to show the world what he has. Obviously, a very strong run in Masters Tour Bucharest, taking 2nd place, which is what qualified him through to Grandmasters in the first place. He showed a very, very good understanding of these slow control matchups up against the king of those style of matchups in Eddie, very almost holding his own and taking the win. It's these slightly different metagames and different playstyles that look to be tripping Kin up. Again, I will say, though, most of the plays we have agreed with him from him along the way. It's mainly just been the lineup that's been a little bit of a question mark.
The lineups and the ban decisions is a key one. We saw Kin leaving up Warrior, being one of the first to bring Priest when it was not really in its refined list, and perhaps when it was not so well suited in the meta just yet. And now we see Kin defaulting to what looks to be one of the most standard lineups for this weekend, just lacking a quest slot, which would, even though you and I might call it a bit of an oversight, if we're looking at the other decks that are brought in the 3rd and 4th slot, which is Druid and Hunter, maybe Quest Warlock is not actually that good.
It's fair enough to say that, yeah. It depends on how you feel about those matchups. I don't think either is especially disastrous, but based on the play we've been seeing so far, maybe Quest Warlock hasn't hit its final iteration in terms of build or in terms of playstyle, but I agree. At the moment, the Highlander Hunter and the Druid do feel like they're in a pretty good spot. So the Quest Warlock could be a sticking point for Flurry unless he's able to get a nice early win. We're going to be starting things off, I believe, with the Tempo Demon Hunter Mirror once again, and taking a look at the lists for both of these players. I wonder if it will be anything similar to the previous matchup we saw, where Chonsu had a pretty clear advantage in terms of the tech cards. But I think we are seeing, for the most part, Volpira Scoundrel Gamers for both of these guys.
Yes, 2 of for Kin and 1 of for Flurry, but Flurry's also got the 1 of Sightless Watcher, which is a card that you're not really on board with. It is just 1 copy, though, to make room for also a Blowtorch Saboteur. So he's dipping his toes into all of the pools a little bit. Almost all the tech inclusions here. He's just not running Spectral Sight, which is a copy of.
Yeah, it's quite an impressive maneuver to stretch his toes that far apart to get them in 3 separate pools all at the same time. But I commend him for his effort. Again, I'm also generally a fan of having lists with more 2-ofs, because some of the cards are just better. But I guess I can understand with Blowtorch Saboteur being a little bit of a tech thrown in there, that if you didn't have that, you would have 2 of either of the other 2 cards. I'm not... don't hate Flurry's lists at all either. And for the most part, it's still doing the classic Demon Hunter thing. I think it very much more comes down to the playstyle for these players, which I think for Flurry and Kin has, even with these tempo decks, been very much on point.
Yeah, I have been on board with the lines that they've been going for. And it's quite funny that we have identified all of these 3 drops as tech cards, whereas Frozen Shadow Weaver is considered core now, because in the early iterations of the decks, that was the tech card for the mirror. But because our meta has settled to the point where it's always a warrior band most of the time, and then it's going to be Demon Hunter queued up at some point, you're very likely to run into the mirror. And at that point, Frozen Shadow Weaver just becomes core because of how disruptive it is against fellow Demon Hunters.
Yeah, I think there's just no discussion about it at this point, especially when, what cards would you be playing to replace it when you're already playing Volpira Scoundrel in your Demon Hunter list, which is, quite clearly not an especially good card in the list. It's just played to bulk out the numbers and give you some potential guesswork your opponent has to make, like when we saw yesterday with, what was it, Commander Illidari, or whatever the card was, that messed up a little bit with one of the players. But before that, we're jumping into the mirror, and already I'm thinking Flurry has got himself a premium hand without even looking at mulliganing anything.
Yeah, it's just a curve. He's got the Battle Fiend. He can coin either of the 3 drops. If we're drawing a parallel between the Saboteur and Frozen Shadow Weaver, we like to see that going into a turn where they really want to use their hero power. But depending on what Flurry sees from Kin, he could also just coin his own Overseer into the pressure rolling. But Kin's hand is no slouch either. The Battle Fiend on 1 also unlocks the I-Beam on the leftmost side.
Yeah, one of the swing cards that you're looking for, and I can understand why Flurry is going for the mulligan of the Blowtorch Saboteur. It's a good card in the matchup, but it's not such an extreme tech card or so powerful in the matchup as the Frozen Shadow Weaver is, so I can understand, well, looking for that as one of the cards, but also looking for Umberwing or maybe a Beaming Side as well.
Yes. And it's already a tough decision for Flurry. He could go for maximum tempo, play his own Battle Fiend, and just double slice away the Battle Fiend. In this matchup, I've seen Twin Slice used basically as a backstab pretty often, but I like this more measured approach of holding on to the second slice so that he could pair it with his Satyr Overseer.
And that is something for Kin to throw down at the very least. Makes the turn, again, a lot more difficult for Flurry, because if that hadn't come down, he was looking, I think, at a pretty clear coin Overseer plus second slice.
Right.
Now he does not have that same liberty.
Ooh. I mean, I was looking at the deviation for this turn before the I-Beam was drawn. It was to go Battle Fiend, Hero Power, second slice, swing the tempo back, and then he could have coin with the Overseer for next turn. But now, he can save the coin. He could just I-Beam this away, still develop his Battle Fiend, and then the Overseer with second slice could be used on the next turn. And if he draws one of the premium 5 drops, he could coin that out later on.
This, again, is interesting, though, because I think, we talk over and over again about the powerful turns to go for Frozen Shadow Weaver, and it feels like overall 3 is good, but mainly if they have an Umberwing already equipped to go for the Satyr Overseer. Now I wonder if Flurry is saving it for turn 5, after he goes for Satyr Overseer, coin Hero Power, and then Frozen Shadow either the turn after.
That definitely seems like what he's gearing up for me. It's a delicate balance between playing for your best tempo and playing for the best disruption of what your opponent has, right? Because in other instances, I think Flurry would just want to go Frozen Shadow Weaver and say coin I-Beam here, so he can preserve his Volpera Scoundrel. But because there's that other factor you need to think of disruption, then it's not so certain.
Well, I think now that he's got the second one, that actually is the play that I like the most, of going for the freeze coin I-Beam. But, whoa, this is yet another deviation, not freezing the face in the mirror. What?
I'm shocked.
Illegal.
You never do that, right?
You never do this. But what is the reasoning? What are the benefits of going for it this way around? It's not just a mistake.
I'm pressed to think of something. Especially since the I-Beam could very well be locked in the middle now. Follow up. So Flurry's essentially giving Kin a turn to respond.
Now, of course, heading into turn 5, we are seeing no questions about it. You have to go for the freeze face here.
Hey, I got you, friend.
Still, coin the I-Beam if he likes. It protects the beaming sidekick. And essentially passes Kin's turn.
Maybe that's why it's called beaming sidekick. Not because it's smiling, but because it blasts its opponents with an I-Beam.
I-Beaming sidekick! I want to play that card. Looking at... Kin is just pre-equipping here. It's pretty healthy. I don't mind it.
Yeah.
I'm just so shocked at what Flurry's holding this coin for. I don't...
Yeah. I was left a little bit perplexed by that play as well. I think that of all the 3 plays he had, they're the 3 major ones of freeze coin I-Beam with freezing the face, or the Satyr Overseer, or the play he made. That one was the weakest out of them.
I'd agree. I really like using I-Beam for maximum tempo in the early game, just as another efficient removal spell.
Yeah.
One of the few that doesn't interact with freeze. Ugh. Terrible in here.
You can still fill out most of his mana fairly well. Get the heal in, which is a huge deal here because his main threat at the moment is just dying to damage from Flurry's side of the board.
And it's another question of how many Warglaive charges you want to use, but given that he's got 6 damage on it, I really like that at least 1 charge goes to the face.
Skull of Gul'dan feels like a pretty premium option when you're this low on cards. Oh yes.
And again, Flurry might not even get an I-Beam target. Could end up I-Beaming his own minion to unlock the skull from the left side. I just feel like there were instances he could have used this on Volpera Scoundrel or even earlier.
Yeah, for sure. It's one mana, deal 3 damage. That's insane.
This Altruist looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, it does. I was wondering if you could ever go greedy with the Skull of Gul'dan to juice it up for the win, but you're taking too much damage. I am getting way too greedy for this match.
It's a full clear, and he does not have to face tank the Volpera.
Oh.
They're stuck, though.
Gonna have to get something very impressive indeed off the skull.
Job's done.
Another skull. Okay, that's pretty impressive.
Not bad.
Oh, too expensive. But King can just go 3+5, swing away.
Is that better than Umberwing? Probably. Yeah, he's so close to lethal. It's got to be better.
I grow impatient. I see his weakness.
It also frees up the ability for Umberwing Skull next turn.
True.
We're with you.
Oh. It's so expensive to free up the other skull.
So, I mean, he could just play it here.
Okay.
It's something to consider, at the very least.
So
but
if
that
you
doesn't
play it
sound great.
here, what are you looking to pick up? There's only one I-beam left. It's in hand.
Yeah.
Thinking he needs some Altruist magic.
Hey, I got you,
The
friend.
missing damage.
Okay, this is smart, going for it from the
Sure.
right-hand side.
Not there.
Time grows short.
Oh. For next turn. Yeah, I like this. I don't think he can bother spending any of the damage into the 2-2 because if Kin kills him next turn, that 2-2 is only dealing 2 in total anyway. Oh!
That, however, is the punish. That is the top deck to close out the game. Exact lethal for Kin. And I think it takes a well-deserved win in the first game of this series.
Really did. Would not have expected to see that pan out between a player that had both Frozen Shadow Weaver versus one who didn't.
Yeah. I think that there is a reason why you just always see Frozen Shadow Weaver go face in the Demon Hunter mirror. I get what he was going for. The thinking was turn 5 is where the actual threats come down in terms of when your hero wants to attack, because you're looking at Twin Slice plus the Glaive-bound Adept. You're looking at the War Glaives, of course, as well as the main 2 threats. Whereas on turn 4, they're more likely to go with something like Kane, I guess. But even then, there's still a lot of powerful plays they can make that all involve attacking with their hero.
Yeah. And I think Flurry might have had a bit too much patience with how he used his coin and particularly the I-beam. I get that you can tunnel on I-beam for the healing factor. It could be a surprise for your opponent, but I tend to think of the card more as just a Holy Smite with an upside rather than, say, a healing touch with an upside. I couldn't think of a just heal for 3, a renew that removes a minion. I think the removal part of it is way more important in the matchup, and the healing is just an out that you think of when you're already on the back foot late into the game.
Agree completely, and we'll have to see if Flurry can kind of regather himself heading into the next game to try and take a win. But I mean, not even want to expose my bias too much here. I'm kind of praying for Kin on this one. I feel like he deserves a break and deserves at least one win here in the round robin for GM. And so with a win on the table, it's looking very good for him to try and turn things around. But before we can find out if he's able to get that first win on the table in terms of series, we're going to go to a quick break before we come back with the conclusion. You're watching Hearthstone Grandmasters, and this is our second match of the day. Flurry versus Kin is the match that is currently going on. Mostly Division A matches today, and this one for Kin has no ramifications in terms of his place overall. At 0-6 at the moment, he is guaranteed bottom 1 actually at the moment, no matter what happens. So he is potentially facing relegation after he plays the relegation bracket next weekend. But for Flurry here, down in 6th place as it currently stands, he still has 2 more matches to play. And if he wins both of them, he is absolutely 100% guaranteed to be out of any danger. Even if he wins this one, it's looking very good for him. But it needs to start with a win here, because otherwise things are starting to look a little scary.
Because if he does drop both of those matches, suddenly there are people overtaking him. We saw from Chonsu just a while ago. That win put him up 3-4 score despite him having a very weak start. So there is a lot on the line still for Flurry here. And Kin, pride is always a thing. And, you know, I am going to get on board with you. And despite being a fan of Flurry, I got to root for Kin in this one because this guy deserves a win for the quality of play he's been putting out.
I honestly believe him to be one of the best GMs in APAC at the moment, and I don't think that his results reflect his level of play, as I have said many, many times. But going into this next game, it is going to be difficult for him to get the win, as those classes, I think, were ever so slightly wrong on the left-hand side with Warlock and Hunter. It is, of course, the Demon Hunter and the Druid. And even though Kin has got himself the Glowfly Swarm to get things rolling, which is the premium card in the matchup, I don't know if that's going to be enough on its own.
Yeah, he's not hit the card draw, and we often say it's got to be the cheese out Glowfly on turn 3 with that Fungal Ramp hand, or survive until Mount Seller. This hand is like, you can get the early Glowfly, but it's at the cost of half of the Glowflies because he's not gotten any of the card draw and already is putting out a Power of the Wild to try and stem the bleeding.
Exactly, and I mean, oh my god, worst of all here for Flurry. There are so many strong plays here for Flurry. Coin Satyr Overseer double Twin Slice was insane to just go all out on the board. But he's taking a slightly more measured approach, saving the coin for something a little bit more important.
Right. This approach, I'm not actually on board with. I tend to find that going ham against Druid is the best way to essentially kill them before they get anything going. If you're saving the coin for Warglaves of Azeroth, I think it's a little bit counterintuitive, because if you play the Overseer early, they have to answer it with a removal. The more removal they use, the less Glowflies they have.
I get your point, but I actually like this for a couple of reasons. One, as you mentioned, fantastic into a Glowfly. And second of all, you're now playing the Satyr Overseer into turn 4, which is a much, much more important turn for the Druid, be it Fate Glowfly or Overgrowth. This is the turn that is very unlikely to have removal, and then you end up in a situation like this, where Flurry is just running away with the game.
Yep, ends up covering all of his bases, and yeah, the timing of it, I forgot to think about. You make a very good point that it's the turn where, because Druid's only running 1 Wild Growth and double Overgrowth, they would more likely go for a Bog Beam or a Wrath to shore up that mana, but there is no turning back from this board. Kin is not running Starfall. 7 damage! Battlefiend! Hello?
This is a game appropriate of that very cool 1000-win portrait for Illidan there, because Kin just got absolutely orbital blasted out of existence in this game. This was not even anything. And,
okay, I thought Flurry himself was laughing, but he just had a bit of a cough there. Never mind. But I wouldn't forgive him for laughing there. I don't think that's BM. That is just knowing that you absolutely windmill slammed all the lights out of your opponent.
Yeah, nothing at all that Kin could have done in that game, whether he goes for the Overgrowth there or the Glowfly Swarm. Obviously, if your opponent has coin Warglaves, you're just losing, but I think you got to play to that out. Maybe you can win back the board in some way. And I don't know, even then, the argument that he could have held back the Power of the Wild for another Glowfly, I think, again, is just somewhat counterintuitive, because then you're just sacrificing an earlier minion, which is probably better anyway. Just a bad beat for Kin.
Indeed, but nothing that you can feel is unexpected in that particular matchup. And now that the Demon Hunters are out of the way, we get into the meat. That's really just how the cookie crumbles in this meta, right? Despite us having a very volatile meta in terms of the last two decks remaining, and we're already 7 weeks into GM. There's been rounds of nerfs, so it's never really static, except for Illidan's dominance.
Exactly. I believe that was a slight error on the graphic there with the Warlock, when it is, as Gia mentioned, both Demon Hunters having won, which means with the Druid having lost for Kin, we're jumping in to a mirror. It's been a bit too long for me, Gia, since I've been disgusted by the Druid mirrors.
I mean, weren't you a bit disgusted by that Demon Hunter draw as well?
Yeah, but it's a different kind of disgust.
Sure. Well, Kin has the premium opener, lacking only the Glowfly Swarm, but Flurry has this Mount Cellar. If he can find some pieces of ramp, there could be the beginnings of a powerful swing. Oh no.
Bad news, but not the end of the world.
Insane top deck for Flurry. Oh my gosh.
Okay, well, you know, we're kind of reaching an equilibrium here with, I have to say, what I just said was nonsense. Flurry's in a great position here.
Yeah. He's got the ramp. Oh, okay, never mind.
Okay, yeah, I take that back again. Now Kin is in a great position with the early Glowfly Swarm. That seems to trump the early exotic Mount Cellar most of the time.
It does. I mean, technically, Flurry could get the Mount Cellar online next turn, but it involves Coin Overgrowth now, then Innervate Mount Cellar, which will only be active with a Moonfire, because the Bog Beams won't be active unless you have 7 natural mana crystals.
I mean,
Flurry could be thinking, a 5/8 is just good?
Exactly, and in this situation, it's actually not that bad, because if Kin goes for...
Innervate!
Okay, yeah, it's pretty bad, because he's just going to lose the game before that happens.
Yeah, but I see what you're saying. If Kin had just gone for the Overgrowth there, then Flurry plays his Mount Cellar onto an empty board, and then Kin is disrupted from just going for Glowfly. He might have to default to a removal plan, and as we saw, there wasn't that much removal there for Kin, just the Wrath. So that Innervate was an insane top deck. Every top deck this game so far has been pretty insane, except this Rising Winds.
And I mean, it's not bad, because every other card in his hand can be played next turn. So he's very much on the pray there's no Savage Raw game plan here, and then he can swing things back. I don't think he should be using too many resources here.
Yeah. I can get behind using 1 resource, because that plays around 1 Savage Roar for lethal.
Fair. Yeah, okay, I'm on board. Be it Savage Raw or Crystal Power. Probably Savage Raw, actually. I don't think you need that to win the game afterwards. Oh no, wait, you still die if you do that right.
You go down to 28. You'd be plus hero power. You'd be alive at 1, but that's still pretty scary because you're not guaranteed to heal on the next turn.
Yeah.
Because he is using this crystal power. In any case, I fully expect Kin to start cycling. I was thinking he would look for payoff spells there, but the hand does have double overflow. This looks fine.
He only had 1 cycle effect he could go for with the mana available, so it's like pretty niche big benefits or just an overall stronger game plan, which I'm on board with.
Of course you play the one off the top.
Tilt the heck out of your opponent.
Goes off.
Yep.
So there's a consideration where you point the Bog Beams, because Diving Griffin changes things. If you got the Griffin, you'd rather have Moonfire the 3/5 and Bog Beam 2/2s. But in this case, I think removing several minions guaranteed versus removing the 1/3/5 is more powerful.
Agreed. Especially as he's got a few chances left to hit the Diving Griffin. I like that he's going this way as well, because it means if Zixor comes down, he can still go Bog Beam on the 3/5.
Right?
Giving
and
himself...
taunting up the Mukla. Yeah.
Yep, that's smart too.
Protects his Mount Cellar from dying to these 2/2. Oh, okay. Well, the Zixor showed up at the very last moment, so you can't fault Flurry for going about the removal the way he did. And this is still a terrible spot for Kin.
Order, lol.
Man. So now he does have to start cycling and searching for the Savage Roars. Otherwise, the Mount Seller gets left up.
Okay, probably looking to set up. Yeah, I mean, I was going to say he could go for a Soul of the Forest this turn, but I mean, that just quite clearly doesn't win the game, does it?
Not unless he gets an attack buff of his own.
Yeah.
It's worth noting that Kin only runs one Savage Roar to begin with. This is a list that I think Blitzchung was also running with the double Wraths, one Roar, which I've heard debate sides of, that people like cutting one Roar lately because the card gets clunky, but I think that having that consistency is what I would prefer in this matchup, whereas there's a ton of removal spells to begin with and a ton of cycle.
Blizz up as much as it will allow him to dump some cards to set up for an overflow, I guess, potentially on the following turn, but even just the Rising Winds alone is insane. Sorry.
Probably not over this turn, but it will definitely be a win for Flurry in the next turn.
The outs for Kin, I'm kind of struggling to even think of, like, Ysera plus Overgrowth. Oh, sorry. Ysera plus Ironbark, sorry, can't come down on the same turn. If he just goes for Ysera, he likely dies if it comes off the top.
It's just not there.
Yeah.
Flurry hits a buff, set up the 2-turn lethal. I think there is zero reason to trade into the one lowly Treant.
And while with caster vision and being a little bit more results oriented, the play you suggested, or when Kin went for the Overgrowth of instead trying to find Savage Roar, starts to become a little bit more tempting as the right play.
Yeah.
But of course, Kin did not know, and there's no way he could have predicted that Flurry can dump literally his with a Mount Seller on the following turn.
And at that point, I hadn't realized Kin only runs one Savage Roar, so it was very unlikely. But that just happens. Another orbital, what did you call it? Orbital smack out of the face of the planet.
Orbital.
Flurry versus Kin.
Yeah, like an orbital strike, like just being space blasted.
Just planet, and Kin is the Death Star.
Yeah, exactly. Kin is well and truly the older run of Hearthstone at the moment.
He did nothing wrong.
Exactly, yeah.
We'll of course have one last chance to get the win over Flurry in the series. Flurry has his Quest Warlock remaining, which I feel is a deck that you can get a very significant advantage with for knowing the deck more so than being rewarded for the draws, which, to be fair, that kind of happens with Druid.
And if it could get any worse for Kin, who is doing a stellar job of trying to stay alive, I will say the overflow off the top is just the absolute final nail on the coffin.
It's just so painful to watch that Flurry didn't have the Savage Roar immediately. Kin's like, just kill me already. It had to happen over 3 turns.
Die?
Not even a Mount Seller to beg for all the Griffins in the world.
Yeah, absolutamente nada. Kin throws it down, and Flurry one game away now from getting himself up to that much safer record of 3-3, potentially ending up at 4-3, depending on how his second match goes tomorrow. And for Kin, once again, it does not matter for him in terms of his overall position. He just wants to win one game in the round robin. Because I have not spoken to Kin personally. I do not know what his mindset is as a player. I hope that he believes in himself as he should, as a lot of the other very respected players in the Hearthstone community do. But you have to imagine that going 0-7, even if you believe in your plays, it's got to be a bit of a knock to your confidence.
For sure. It takes such a toll on your morale, and we've been seeing this from other GMs that have been more vocal on Twitter when they take these losses, even though they know they're putting in the prep work in and they're playing to their best of the ability. They begin to doubt and ask, was I doing that much worse than my actual opponent so far? And the toughest part about Hearthstone is that you can't always tell, right? The best reference you have is your practice partners and people you respect, and they can tell you perhaps this line is better, but in the most difficult situations, it's hard to find a line that is objectively the best to take. And when you start nitpicking those, you can wonder whether you have the good enough instinct to be in GM. But you know what? I'm going to say it. I believe in Kin.
I believe as well, Gia. And with a hand like this, I think he's in a good spot to keep the pressure high enough to take this win, because we are looking at a very powerful curve indeed. My goodness.
That is right. Starting off with the Fairy Dragon, acted with by the Nether Breath or Mortal Coil. Vulnerable later on to the Rain of Skies, etc., but that's going to have to be a combo with Moarg Artificer.
Already interesting though for Kin, just going with the tap at all, because Moarg Artificer on 2 is generally something you just don't do. Because you want to save it for the Nether Breath, the Dark Skies, the Rain of Fire for the clears. That was the best Moarg on 2 I've seen in a while.
Yeah, it lines up pretty well. I don't know if Kin had anything outside of Kill Command that deals with it without using the Fairy Dragon.
It's Corrosive Breath is like it. That's the only thing. Or Zephyrus Backstab.
Very niche. But I can't fault Flurry for thinking that this card is too crucial to hold on to for healing later on. And he probably expected to have drawn Dark Skies by now, but it's still not there.
Yeah, he has absolutely nothing. That is a garbage hand. Get it out of here. Let's redraw a new hand and see if he can find himself the Aranassis, hopefully for his sake to heal up. Because, to be perfectly honest, if he doesn't, he's dead in 2 turns.
Yeah! I mean, he had drawn one Aranasi at the beginning for heal, the other was in the opener and didn't get the heal off of it. They're now both back in the deck. And Kin knows that for a fact, because by observing the healing that came at the beginning and what didn't come off the plot twist, you can have a good read.
Okay, important. Very important. Full clear available should Flurry desire it.
Yeah, there's going to be a 2-1 left. He's just going to twist again, hoping that he can get back Nether Breath with Moarg and also additional Aranasis.
Oh, gee, this is an exciting game because both players kind of low-key hit the nuts with double plot twist for Flurry and getting a few Aranasis along the way.
I would argue that the double plot twist isn't so nutty in this matchup. It's insane in the mirror for sure, but I think Flurry would rather have hit his removal, maybe a tiny Nether Wing.
I mean, he kind of did though, right? Because it's only turn 5 now. He had Dark Skies when he needed it to clear off. He had a Nether Breath if he'd needed it earlier on.
What has been nutty is that he was able to get the Aranasis on top of that. So the healing shored up the 1-turn delayed removal, as I would call it.
Kin now, however, on the backswing, has lethal setup in his own right. Zephyrus Fireball, even if there's a complete board clear, will get the job done.
Flurry has Ooze and Nether Breath.
Yeah.
But no Moarg to pair with the Nether Breath. He was really hoping to hit it for the 0 mana. That would have been an insane swing.
Yeah, or just anything a bit more bigger. A bit more bigger.
Little bit or bigger.
Exactly. But it's still very, very close indeed for Kin. He just needs some decent plays. That looks good to me, just to throw down on this turn.
Seen Zephyrus held in this type of matchup for guaranteed burst that goes through taunt. So we could see just Abyssal Summoner and Soulfire.
Yeah. I think the tap is too risky.
Yeah. This defends against the Dino Tamer brand. And is just out of range of a clean Tiamat. Disaster! Well, okay, maybe not. Does Zephyrus turn?
Right, like Zephyrus Holy Nova? I mean, you want Consecrate here more than Holy Nova, which I guess it would probably offer you.
Yeah, because he's full health, right?
Yeah.
Consecrate strictly better.
There we go.
Or Doomhammer.
Oh.
No, that would shut off his mana for next turn.
Oh, yeah. Tempting, though, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I've seen Raven take that in this matchup.
Right, the lethal is set up for Kin. Flurry needs an answer, which already just in hand he has with a measly Aranasi Broodmother.
Out of Nether Breaths too, I think. Or
Yeah.
just the one remaining. Gonna have to taunt. Question is whether he commits a Soulfire as well.
And so close to the lethal for Kin. Next turn sets it up again. Even if the board is fully cleared, heal has to come down for Flurry.
Yeah, and it's crucial that he saved the Bran here, because that can go face past this twisting Nether. The Nether
Yeah.
for 0 could have been potentially huge for Flurry, but he's got no taunt to develop alongside it.
He could still get it. We're looking at tap into
Right.
a big taunt, and Alex Straza to heal back up to 15 as well.
Uh-huh. There are outs.
There are big outs.
Swing-worthy outs. That's a big one, so he can go Nether and play the Abyssal Summoner for a 6/6 taunt. Oh yeah, at that point, there's no point in going for the Nether because
Sure.
the most he could additionally develop is a Nether Wing with the mana saved, and he does not want to damage himself anymore.
Oh no.
Life and
Yep.
hope.
Just like, look at that. Whoa, you definitely don't want to play
No,
Mazari for the wrong person.
The worst dragon he could possibly get.
Uh-huh.
And he gets a
Gotta be-
2/3 with lifesteal. What is this paladin garbage?
Imagine.
Oh.
So
Flurry has a chance to win the game here. He could actually
Yeah.
pull this back.
I'm looking at a Malagos this turn.
If he taps into Alex
Oh,
Straza,
okay.
he has lethal.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's insane. Yeah, the Malagos doesn't quite work out. There's no way to get rid of the I don't know. Was the Malagos and the Mortal Coil on the Alex Straza with the trade of the 2/2 that bad? Oh, it was one card off.
It was definitely tempting. But what now for Flurry? Moog Soulfire?
Yeah,
Ugh.
terrible, but
I think it's the
all
only
the
play.
other plays that remove the Alex give up his board or his health total.
Yeah.
Oh! He wanted that for healing as well.
I mean, that's
Crazy.
not just unlucky, it's worth pointing out. There was big thinking to go for this play first for Flurry. Obviously, it gave him outs to hit like the Nether Breath for one of the extra cards by drawing with the Mortal Coil, so this is definitely not strictly wrong, but it's a potential downside of his play.
Kin has a 1-4 to win on the spot
Oh my god. I can't watch.
because the alternatives are so awkward,
Yeah.
right? The abrasive worm,
Yeah.
short of clearing the 6/6. I can't look!
Oh,
Oh, one of the worst targets! Chris has got to be approaching active now. That is healing. Gives Flurry a little bit of leeway.
that's
Ooh,
an
Zephyrus
active
is active.
Zephyrus. This isn't lethal. No, not Wind Fury. Yeah, no, nothing gets there.
I don't see it. Zephyrus doesn't read Moarg as well, so it won't
Yeah,
give
yeah.
buffed up AoE in this situation.
So what is the best play? He could hit Holy Fire.
That is not in standard.
Oh yeah, you're right. Of course.
This is my suggestion.
What does it even give here? I'm stumped. Okay, healing. You'll take that.
Soul. Yeah.
I think you just take the healing touch and trade. Oh, but it's not a good use
Can't
of
give
mana.
away your
huh?
taunt, though, right?
Okay, and then it's just the siphon. This has been so weird.
Zixor, Bran, still not lethal. Oh! Kill command even as well.
Does he just ship the Bran face then? But you don't even set up for a hero power lethal after that, and it leaves a Moarg on board. So...
Well, he could go Zixor trade and then Dinotamer Bran, and then he has hero power kill command lethal.
Right. Yeah, I like the sound of that.
Oh my god, this Nazari.
I'm seeing a weird world where Flurry stabilizes, tries to get his own lethal, and then gets smacked with the Nozari for defensive capability. That can't be right. There's no way. There's no way. I don't think that draws anything anymore.
I don't think it does either. Disaster. I mean, 2 1/1 imps if you want that, but...
Huh? So we're just looking at another Aranasi. A Tempo Morg?
I don't like the sound of any of those things, but I think that's it, right?
Incredibly tense. What's the healing left for Flurry now if the other Aranasi has been played? Zephyrus used, Nether Breath used.
I think there's one Nether Breath left.
Yeah. Okay, one Nether Breath with the Moarg is a big deal. But the Alex is gone as well.
Yeah.
How many blocks for this Dino have there been this game?
Unbelievable. So that is guaranteed Zixor Prime off of the draw now. Unplayable this turn, sadly, but still a huge deal.
This is a huge loss of tempo for Kin, but he has set it up so that all the taunts can be dealt with by Zixor next turn. If there's any left.
I don't think there's any left.
there are.
Yeah.
Okay. No, the only target is his own Morg?
Fine. Take it. You need the heal here. He knows he's dead to Dinotamer Bran. The thing is as well that
if winning him the game though.
If Flurry can survive just for another couple turns, he's got his own... Oh yeah, this is smart. This is much better. But he can hit his own Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, importantly.
Very true. And Kin's Zephyrus has been used.
I mean, he could just hit lethal in the next couple of turns. Rain of Fire, Soulfire, he's getting there.
And we know from Kin's Warrior play versus Warlock that he's very aware of how to play around the lethals. I'm so excited to see if this Nozari will actually be relevant for healing capability. It's pretty crazy, especially since there's an equal threat of Dragon Queen. But for now, we're gonna see the Zixor. Most likely.
Yep.
And then Flurry, if he hits the Dragon Queen, he just goes Nether Dragon Queen.
That's potentially just a game-winning swing on its own if he doesn't die on the following turn.
For sure. But Kin has Varanus and potential to unleash the Hound. This is crazy.
So that is now 12 burst damage. Got to keep that in the back of our mind.
Oh my gosh.
Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, final card.
And he cannot discount it.
He can... Oh, needs more mana. He's 1 mana off going Rain of Fire, Mortal Coil, and then going Twisting Nether Alexstrasza.
I think for now, he just goes Rain of Fire, Crazy Netherwing. Oh!
How much? I mean, he's dead
if
he does that. He just dies.
Yeah, he's dead to Bran kill command for 11 exactly. But if he nethers this turn, then he's not buying himself a swing. Oh wow, this is very smart from Flurry.
Smart, but
yeah,
not quite smart enough.
Yeah. that saved him versus Bran plus Corrosive Breath, I think. But it
Right,
doesn't
yeah.
get there against Bran with Kill Command. My god, what a exciting game.
That was brutal for Flurry at the end, Gia. I think he gave himself such a good chance of holding back the game. You can see at the end there, holding back the Twisting Nether for the entire game, even though there were multiple strong opportunities to use it. The big one being when he played the Dark Skies instead of it to clear one of the biggest boards from Kin, allowed him the out of the ultimate swing turn of 0 mana Twisting Nether, Alex Straza, to try and just go for a counter lethal. I think it was an excellently played game from Flurry, and I'm kind of sad it didn't work out.
Yeah. Honestly, I was happy from Kin as well. The patience from Dino Tamer Bran is not something you see very often, but he knows that's the only damage that he had left after having used Zephyrus and the Storm Hammer outside of Kill Command and Corrosive Breath. That's the only big one that Flurry could not interact with. After you get rid of the Dino Tamer Bran, if there's healing on the other side, suddenly Kin is threatening much less every turn, and Flurry doesn't have to be scared. So that was mind-blowing, both sides. I'm so happy it panned out the way it did. I just wish we saw the Nozari at some point.
I know. I'm sure Flurry will be having a chuckle when he sees that one come down, because, to be perfectly honest, I think he could have got a read that it was there. What dragons would you not play? It's like Nozari and Deathwing are the only two that have that big of a downside to go for at that point.
All gonna come down now to Druid versus Quest Warlock and Kin. I feel like we've been seeing him get pieces of the puzzle, the card draw, the ramp, but then the rest of it doesn't seem to come together.
Well, not the best start at all here for Flurry, whereas Kin on the other side, depending on what this Fungal Fortunes can pick up, is looking premium.
I feel like Kin's been discarding at least 1 minion off of every Fungal Fortunes we've seen him play on stream.
Oh,
That's
finally.
a good one.
Yeah, but Flurry, this hand is not it at all. Even Sense Demons, I think, is... You know, it's really not that much better than just tapping on turn 3, to be honest.
In this particular matchup, it's relevant to fish for your Moarg to help Rain of Fire deal with a Dark Skies board. Sorry, a Glowfly board.
Although, as it currently stands, Kin has got that hand he had last time where he hit the perfect start, got all the ramp, but then just did nothing. He had no benefit, no payoff for all his ramp. And unless the Rising Winds can find something, or of course the natural draws, we're looking for a repeat here.
I feel like Kin is cursed with Druid, but it's not all bad news yet. He's got several draws. There's the one that he had this turn because this was a definite overgrowth. Then he can go with the Rising Winds. And there's so much potential to draw good cards off the top. Both Mount Sellers, both Glowfly, Overflow, a bit awkward, but it gives him card draw guaranteed, and the other Fungal.
This turn for Flurry is so weird. To be honest, I think we're looking at Nether Breath Face, unless he wants to take the Overdraw, because the game plan, I think, is fairly clearly, unless you're being hit with a huge Mount Seller next turn, coin Abyssal into Abyssal to try and counter pressure for the win that way.
I agree.
In which case, playing a Moarg here is disastrous. All of a sudden, your opponent has the ability to clear off these big 8/8 taunts.
Completely agree. Don't want to be soul firing either, because that doubly reduces the size of the Abyssal Summoner. So I'm on board. Sign me up for the Nether Breath Face.
Almost out of time.
Assert dominance, Flurry. Let's go. I love it.
Yeah, I think this is absolutely the play. He's not winning if there's a huge Mount Seller turn anyway. And oh my god, Kin finally, 6 series into the round robin, gets a break. Oh my goodness.
But even then, what does he want to Bog Beam? Okay, of course this is still a lot of development, but it's not ideal. Bog Beam is just a reroll to get a better beast than either the Salhead or the Scarab.
Do you hit your Porcupine? Like, on average, you are not adding more health to the board, I don't think.
Okay.
In terms of Dark Skies.
And more minions is good.
Right.
Oh no! It's not all that bad though, because Flurry doesn't have a board clear.
Yeah, there's no real answer. Coin Keledan is actually quite good here, though.
Yeah.
Or Moarg into Soulfire, which is a very valid alternate line.
Allows him to tap at the end of the turn as well. But I like the Keledan. Saves the Moarg for Dark Skies if he draws it next turn.
Yeah.
How was this so disastrous for Kin, even though we thought it was finally him getting a break?
I don't know what to tell you, Gia. This is Hearthstone just taunting him now. It's like, yeah, look at this great hand I'm giving you. Aren't you lucky? Oh, okay. And he's actually going to have stuff to Bog Beam afterwards as well.
He could very well be facing down a huge taunt in the meantime. And that's it for the card draw for Kin. He's not hit his overflows, as far as we can see it. It's a weird spot where this doesn't look good enough to Dark Skies, and it's also not that threatening, so Flurry's going to take the time to develop instead. And Kin is given a second shot, but that's not a great spell to get here.
It's fine. He has the Power of the Wild, he has this huge development, the turn before Twisting Nether. This is the push that has to win him the game.
Give the man a Griffin, please! One time!
Somebody get this man a Griffin.
Yes! I've got powers, Daruk.
Redemption at long last.
Oh, I like this, taking the value trade that doesn't put the Porcupine in range of Crazed Netherwing, but still preserves the most minions possible for Savage Roar. So, more Dark Skies is 8 procs, that's just 16 damage. Likely clears off, I'd wager 4 minions?
Gotta be honest, it didn't really look like Flurry was counting it before he threw it down though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Still not lethal. That's Cycle.
It's close, but it's just not there.
More Cycle! It's so expensive! Where are his overflows? Both Mount Sellers used.
Overflow,
Ysera's a
Fungal
big
Fortunes. Ooh.
Let's not forget the Porcupine has a Death Rattle. The more that he buffs it.
The thing is, if he goes for Power of the World, then he can't use the hero power.
Yeah, I think it's
he can't
Roar
use the
here.
Savage Roar damage to take out the Moarg.
What to do?
I think he just goes Roar and use his hero attack to get rid of Moarg. Always threatening because of Nether Breath. And then you just take the 10 to face, hope it gets there.
Time waits for no one.
I mean, he can have a pretty good read on no Nether Breath, or it would have come down instead of the Soulfire.
Sure. It's so scary to when you're playing against a deck with plot twists and just the life tap. They can get it at any point. Such a weird pan out. So there's a guaranteed 5/5 taunt if he wants it.
Right.
Or 6/6 if he taps first.
How many quest procs is it? Is it ever Abyssal Plot Twist?
Many possibilities.
Or is that just not big enough?
The difference between 5 and 6 is relevant for the second Savage Roar, but Kin's only playing 1. So I think that's actually fine. Definitely can't play that or he's dead.
Yep.
So if he plot twists, he can get Dark Skies. That can still clear everything. Or Nether Breath. That's a big one.
He isn't playing the taunt though.
There's also a chance of drawing more Arenasis.
Whoa! Whoa! He's just going
He's
again!
searching for the Nether Breath, but there's no time! This animation duration is the longest one in Hearthstone.
He can tap as well, but does he have time?
There's no time. There's a coil though. Did he get it in?
Oh,
Okay. Oh, plus one card. No more Savage Roar for Kin available. The overflows, the Ysera are in the bottom 11.
Glowfly, buff it, go face. This is the final chance for Kin to get there.
But we're looking at the Moarg Nether Breath on the other
But no
side.
dragon!
No dragon! Still no dragon! He's dead!
If he plays Aranasi, he's alive
okay.
at 1 because the Death Rattle can't
Correct.
proc on the Porcupine.
Correct. And then for Kin, we could be looking at Crystal Power, your own minion for lethal.
Oh my god. That would be so sick.
Give this man a Crystal Power. He has to.
It's the
go for
only
taunt.
line.
How did it come to this? Iron Bark?
That's lethal!
It is! Yeah!
Kin's done it!
Woo! Wait, he's shaking his head. What he sees? Okay, of course. Very simple. Oh my gosh. Kin has won his first series in round robin. He's still 8th place in Division A, but what a game. What a series there.
And I gotta be honest, based on the post-game celebrations we've seen from the other players, if Kin doesn't do a triple backflip here, I'm gonna be angry. Alright, you know what? Good enough.
Close your
You
eyes
still
and
got
imagine
the
it. Wow. Kin's
You got it.
understanding of how to play against Quest Warlock is impeccable, but also Flurry. So many good lines there. I think he was particularly playing well against the Hunter.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, I loved a lot of what I saw. I think that was overall one of the higher level series of Hearthstone that we've seen in the last few days. Very impressed indeed. It was that last game and the last couple of turns with the plot twists for Flurry where things got really complicated. Honestly, too many things to try and analyze completely in the very short amount of time that we had when he started trying to do his turn, because there was the play of just going for the taunt to try and protect himself that way. He dug for the the Nether Breath to try and keep himself alive that way. If he'd had time, maybe he would have been able to go for tap to find the survival that way. So many different things to consider.
Yeah.
But I agree. Overall, apart from just a rope turn where you have to just do stuff, it was a very good series.
Yeah, and he did end up getting the Mortal Coil at the very end there. And as far as I am concerned, even though these players played some excellent Hearthstone, I think that I deserve to be in top 5 moments, Daruk. I said, give this man a Griffin, and the game gave him a Griffin.
All right, I'll consider that one, Gia. I might have to make top 5 Gia calls for Griffins each week because somehow it just keeps happening every single time. And with the end of that series, while we are very happy, of course, for Kin taking a win, it is bad news indeed for Flurry. He is looking that a little bit closer towards 7th place, joining Kin, the player he just beat, down in the bottom 2. But taking a look at the schedule for the rest of the matches today, that will definitely shape out how Division A is looking, because I believe with Surrender coming up later on today, that is going to have a big impact, along with Possessi, actually, who are both around a similar score to Flurry at the bottom of Division A.
So many implications, nearly infinite scenarios, because to me a couple hundred is infinite because my brain cannot count that high effects because of all the tiebreakers. So every single match today has a lot to play for. Frosty in particular at the end there, playing for his life in Grandmasters, and that one is a guarantee that if he loses, he is relegated. But up next, we have a top of the table match, a bit of a breather from all of this high stakes Hearthstone.
And there's still definitely something on the line, though, to be fair for these players. The top of Division A see players who finish 1st and 2nd, I believe, both get a bye heading into the playoffs that will happen next week when we find out who will be sending to the global finals. And even aside from that, aside from the implications, I think we are due or guaranteed here a very, very good series of Hearthstone. Glory has obviously been the standout player for us this year in APAC, at least for Season 1, of course, here, where he absolutely destroyed the Swiss portion, having won and come second, and just had overall a very, very strong performance. Whereas Rivius has consistently, for me at least, been one of the most exciting players to watch, and also one of the best. He plays these weird decks ahead of the curve, and he plays them very well.
Yeah, they're not all that weird. The more that I look at it, if Rivius is pioneering it, there's a high % chance that it's just going to be for the following week. We saw him bring Ysera and Druid before anybody did. We saw him bring Quest Warlock. And now it is going to be him playing that title of King in an 8, which, as you said, Glory dethroned Surrender for it. But Rivius, the original Quest Warlock player in APAC, can take that title from him.
Exactly, he's a big innovator. Quest Warlock, the first player to do that. Ysera in Spell Druid, first player to do that, right back in week 1, when he was able to take down the entire Swiss portion and become our winner for that first week. And so even though he's flown a little bit under the radar compared to Surrender and Glory, of course, who had very, very impressive runs towards the start, with obviously Surrender having a first and a second, and Glory having that as well. Rivius has shown strong consistency as well by following up with a great run through the round robin, and very potentially ending up in first place if he can take the win here.
That is correct. I think that Glory's only been to Azutemu, Countryman, and that is also another story that we have, just Japan being on top throughout this season, and can the South Korean players take back their mantle of the best country in APAC so far. It is going to be starting off with a Warlock Mirror, I believe, which I'm so excited for, because Rivius has been playing this deck presumably longer than most of the other players, at least considering it for GM level practice in that regard. So we might yet see another understanding of how this matchup is supposed to work.
That's right. It is an incredibly complicated matchup in the Mirror, and it's one of those things where even though we played it a fair bit, and I feel like we got pretty good at our way of playing the matchup, it's one of those decks where you can get tunnel vision on a certain way to approach it, that even though you're very good at playing it in that manner, there's many other different ways and different tricks that you can pull with the deck that you don't even consider that a lot of the other players have been going for. Tossing out different cards to clear hand space than we've been doing. Going for the plot twist before tapping on turn 4 in order to try and hit the second one. So many different ways that you can approach it, some of which I like, some of which I don't, some of which I'm confused on. Again, I just love getting to know the matchup a bit better.
Incredible news, but if there's one thing I'm sure of, plot twist is the key card to get that quest online as soon as possible. Rivius has it in hand already.
We do indeed, which is the premium way to start off the matchup, especially up against Glory, who again is running the Karthut Defenders instead of Abyssal Summoners. So Rivius doesn't even really need to be afraid of being tempoed out in the mid game, which is not a common occurrence at all, but at least something to consider in this matchup.
It is indeed a very big deal. Aside from that, it's worth noting Rivius only has one questing explorer in the list. He has an Ooze teched in for the other slot instead, which, if he loses this match, could be helping him in the Demon Hunter game later on. Alright, another thing worth considering is, when do you play Sense Demons? Glory says, on curve, when it draws me 2 and I don't overdraw.
Of course it's the right way.
Starting off with the questing, very, very nice indeed to just get that before you complete the quest with the plot twist.
Oh, Glory's body language, my gosh.
Honestly, looks like he's on his way to heaven, staring up at that bright white light staring down in his face.
Was it Casey that ascended during one of the EU games before? All right. When we were doing our practice, we quickly decided that Zephyrus was high up on the list of cards. Oh no! That you feel are disposable in the matchup more so than Soulfire, because there's a risk of discarding other things. The loss of Alexstrasza is huge.
Yeah, that can be a big blow to your OTK plan, because tapping into 0 mana Alex is often as good as 0 mana Mali. Maybe not quite, but it still massively boosts your chance of being able to OTK your opponent out of the game, especially when you still have a coin in the deck. But I do still like Glory's overall sorry, Glory's overall thinking here, because Soulfire obviously does two things at once. It's a card out of your hand that clears the board, and it also gets rid of another card, which is very important in the matchup to make sure that you can consistently be tapping without having to waste too much mana on just playing your other useless cards.
Very true. Ideally, to end every turn on 8 cards so you can get the natural draw and the tap in, but in practice, that hardly ever works out. As for Rivius, we saw him go for the full hand plot twist, but he he's still able to tap, but it's at the cost of throwing away a Rain of Fire, so he doesn't overdraw the next one.
Yep, Soulfire gone for Glory, and Rain of Fire for Rivius. Obviously, full combos still very much intact for both of these players, but quest completion needs to come first either way. And with a plot twist off the top for Glory, we got a game on our hands.
It really is getting spicy. On top of not having Abyssal Summoners, the loss of Alexstrasza really makes me believe that Rivius is in the lead here. Preemptive tossing of Mortal Coil. I like this.
Yeah, Glory is showing, if nothing else, excellent understanding of the importance of dumping cards in this matchup. Soulfire just going at the start to make room in hand, not drawing here, make room in hand. It's a crucial part of the matchup, which he's showing good understanding of.
Indeed. And while Rivius ideally would like to keep the tap train going, there's not really good ways to make space for it, and instead goes for the max tempo.
Yeah, we generally found, I think, in testing that there's little better than going for a Abyssal Summoner on curve instead, or in this matchup.
Glory had the answer though, and he will continue his cycle. He plays the double Sense Demons list, so it's a little bit less surprising to me that he played the first one on curve. Could still hold on to the second one for burst healing later on in the game, especially knowing that his Alexstrasza is gone.
So he's at 18 at the moment, I believe, right? So if he goes questing, you go up to 19 and then 20 on the following turn.
Right, that looked pretty simple to me.
And then he gets to draw off the questing, whereas now questing does not draw. The benefit of this line is if you don't want Sense Demons in your deck, so you get it out of the way so you don't have to shuffle it back in. But this way you still kind of have a dead card with Questing Explorer, which is just a 2/3 now.
And you say that as though he was definitely going to plot twist on the follow-up. It's a very big possibility now. Yeah.
Sure.
But my question is like, there's nothing good that he wants to do with this hand, but there's a potential if you plot twist now, you draw back the big dragons.
Because this hand is so bad, it's so premium. In a way.
Yeah. It's so strange. Well, he's going to start with the dump, get that first tap in there. And he's using the questing as another hand dump. Reasoning. Form to it later. You don't actually want the draw, given the density of his hand?
Possible. Honestly, it's not a bad way of thinking about it. Again, this is what I mean. There's so many things to consider in the matchup that even though we got a good understanding of, I hadn't considered of playing the matchup like this, like deliberately not drawing with the questing.
That is huge.
Yeah, one thing I do know is that is a big, big deal.
And even though you and I have been tempted many times to just slam down an Alexstrasza, it is far better to hold it for lethal when you have a possibility to just do a true OTK from 27, from 30, and not even give Glory the chance to heal.
It's just almost always wrong to throw down Alex early in the matchup when you have it for 0. We did see Alitemu go for it earlier, and to be honest, I still believe that was probably a mistake overall. It was just because he was afraid of dying on the following turn from his opponent, which he did.
He didn't. We hit the 1 in 6.
Oh, sorry. I take it back. He should have done. The play was still there. I forgot that Chonsu just got absolutely messed up.
See, a double dump turn from enough space to keep the train going.
Oh,
wow,
active Alex?
But there's not enough hand space to generate both the dragons?
Yeah, and 2 Moargs in play. This doesn't feel like an Alex turn quite yet.
Not quite.
I wonder.
I am looking at Dark Skies.
Yeah. Definitely tempting. Dark Skies, tap.
It doesn't fit, right? If he had
Yeah.
1 more mana, he could dump the Netherwing as well. And this again makes it so tempting to play the regular Alexstrasza, but I can assure you it's a bait. Okay, just playing the most expensive cards, foregoing a turn of tap to make sure that the next turn will be more efficient.
With another active Alex on the other side.
Oh
Glory
my.
could have gone all in on the tempo there, but he is, with a 0 mana Netherwing, massively prioritizing the tap still.
And look, he has 0 mana Nether into Alex. So his responding Alex is just insane.
It's what Flurry wanted all along, and Glory's got it already.
This still tapping here, looking to discount the big spells. He's not distracted by this board game plan. He knows there's another on the other side, so he's just looking to reach true OTK before Glory can. Right now, he can get Glory down to as low as 6 HP in 1 turn.
Right, but the weird thing is for Rivius now is if he just cycles through his deck, he is not guaranteed the OTK because he does not have coin, which means he has to tap one of the burst spells, be it Soulfire, Nether Breath, or the Rain of Fire, down to 0 in order to get a true OTK with Alex, Malagos, and then 2 spells.
He's going for it. Is this deliberate because he's seen Alexstrasza from Glory used? I don't know about that one.
So now for Glory, he can go
Moarg Nether Breath.
and then Keladan or Twisting Nether. He can fit in a tap still if he goes with the Keladan.
Oh, this is cute.
Okay, sure, a little bit more heal.
Yeah, the maximum amount of healing. And that is the punish that we were talking about. For playing an Alexstrasza before, it's not lethal.
Exactly. The benefit was he very potentially just wins the game on the following turn. The downside, of course, is that he loses potential for an OTK, but Rivius here is kind of disregarding the OTK portion entirely, or at least for the moment, and instead going with a Dragon Queen Alexstrasza tempo game plan.
And this, I think, is with regard to having seen the Twisting Nether used. It's a very big deal that maybe Rivius was thinking he can go for the Malagos. It would require a Twisting Nether on the other side, and if that's Glory's whole turn, then he just follows up with this board. I'm still undecided if that was on the... It's on the brink between genius and madness.
I mean, it's so hard to say, right? Because Glory could also have gone for an alternate game plan last turn. He could have healed for less with the... with the Kartuk Defender, and instead fitted in Keladan while it was guaranteed active, which essentially buys him another board clear.
As it stands, though, Glory's not got a great answer for this board unless he wants to just go for a full turn of answering.
Yeah. He could have tapped first and gone for Brawl, but I guess if, 50% of the time it's disastrous, can't really take that risk.
And now Rivius can just play another Giant alongside Ronstrake.
So interesting. Again, another way to approach the matchup where you just try and throw down threat after threat after threat versus your opponent and pray that it's too much.
It's been working out. I mean, you can only do this when you have a good understanding of how many pieces of removal are left on the other side. He's seen plenty from Glory. I'm still on the fence because you can never fully account for which pieces of removal are discounted and aren't, so you can't fully predict how well your opponent is able to answer, and there's a risk of having the tempo swung back against you.
Rivius doesn't look happy here. Obviously, this is gearing up for a Celadan play from Glory, which it was very likely to hit as well.
And I think we saw it.
Yeah. It goes to...
Top deck lull.
Whoa!
Oh! Oh my gosh! The ultimate swing! But there's another on the other side.
There's
They're
another
just
on the
hitting
other
parity.
side.
Oh, there's another Alex!
Whoa!
What? Wait. And it's a Caligos. So then free?
That's lethal next turn. No, he's just got Alexstrasza, Malagos, Rain
Yeah.
of Fire, Coin, Soulfire. That's
And Caligos
game.
another one if he wants. What? That is the single best outcome from a Dragon Queen Alexstrasza for this matchup.
Oh my god. Glory sees it instantly, clearly knows this matchup very well indeed, and Rivius throws his hands out. I mean, I think you can be annoyed at the end there. That is a incredibly infuriating way to end up losing. But Rivius' game plans had its risks, and they were delivered. Glory had all the heal and all the removal he needed to close out the game against the unconventional approach that Rivius took.
I find this so hard to call on whether Rivius's risks were warranted or not, because he had a very clear game plan of build this board, the next board, the next board. It was 3 in a row, and Rivius had to hit, Glory had to hit the Celadan to deal with that. And if he did hit it, then they're basically at parity, right? Most of the removal spells used and hit a fatigue period because Rivius was holding on to healing from himself. What Rivius was betting on was that there was no chance for a true OTK on the other side, and it was so fringe that Glory actually hit it.
Yeah, it was a very, very cool game. Again, cannot get enough of these Warlock mirrors. I think it's such an interesting dynamic. And even if that line isn't the way to go, I love that Rivius is exploring it. Definitely something to try out a little bit more for us in testing as to whether you can just go threat, and pray that that gets the job done against the Warlock. Didn't work out here, though, as Glory takes a win in the end. But with that mirror out of the way, we are going to head to a quick break before the conclusion of this match for the absolute dominance of APAC between Rivius and Glory continues. Our third match of the day continues now with Glory versus Rivias. The fight for King of APAC here. Despite Glory's incredible start, Rivias is potentially looking to turn things around and get that first seed spot to prove himself as the true #1. As I think you could definitely make the argument for. Very interesting Warlock mirror we had there, different approaches from all the players, but in the end, with a truly disgusting Dragon Queen Alexstrasza there for Glory, he was able to get the win.
Yeah, this disgusting Dragon Queen, disgusting regular Alexstrasza. It's like he got a net benefit for discarding the original Alexstrasza, but to discount how well he played the rest of the game. And from Rivias, we saw from the innovator of the deck in APAC at least, just another take on the matchup. And I just wish we could watch Warlock mirrors all day, but that is not quite the case. We are moving on to a different and much more familiar matchup, Demon Glory versus Druid.
Yeah, a matchup that again just does seem to be very, very favored for the Demon Hunter. Even when the Druid gets off to a fairly powerful start, there's just a lot of counterplay in the deck available to a big early Glowfly Swarm board. Of course, coming in the form of the Warglaives of Azzinoth and Altruist primarily. But before we even get into that, it's really just about the aggression early on that Demon Hunter can throw down.
Yes, indeed. I have spotted a Glowfly and an Innervate. I love that Rivias keeps the Innervate alongside it. I think that's something that every player presented with this has gone for. So Rivias, of course, looking to hit some ramp or ideally fungal fortunes, but the hand from Glory is terrible.
Yeah, absolutely disastrous for this matchup. You want the pressure to come down right now. And while I said Warglaives of Azzinoth can be useful, of course, in the matchup to clear up a Glowfly Swarm, Glory's expression says it all there as he just very saltily turns away from the camera. Because Warglaives of Azzinoth is a support card in the matchup. Use it to bolster your existing board, buff up the Battle Fiend, summon more Satyrs from the Satyr Overseer, and on its own, it is far from game winning.
Does he even have a play for this turn? Oh my gosh! Well, the Dragon Queen good luck must beget some karma for the next game.
Oh!
Had that come last turn, it would be insane, but I love that Rivias is going for the 5 on turn 3.
Fine. It does play around the Warglaives, of course. It would have to be exactly Altruist plus Second Slice in order to clear this off here, which is close.
Hide behind your servants.
I think the 5 flies turn 3 is almost strictly better. Well, 99% better than the 7 flies on turn 4.
Sure. He even hits the ramp. This is starting to look very, very good for Rivias. Power of the Wild here.
Yeah.
I like the look of that.
How do you feel about Wrath, knowing that the answer is Warglaives of Azzinoth, whether or not your minions are buffed or not?
So it deals the same amount of damage to them either way, whether it be 3 lots of 2 or 2 lots of 3. So I guess it's just whether you prefer the Power of the Wild or the Wrath later on. And to be honest, I think I'd rather have a Wrath. I don't think that Power of the Wild is super important, because obviously it's good with a wide board. But the thing is, if you have a wide board with Mount Seller, you're probably just winning the game anyway.
Well, if you're not trading, then certainly you're going for the Power of the Wild. My thinking was that the Wrath looks redundant with the double Bog Beams that will be active next turn, assuming Rivias goes for the Overgrowth. And Rivias could be thinking, well, if I go all face and the answer is Warglaives, then Glory is down to 10 HP. Not insignificant. Far less scary for the Demon Hunter than for a Druid in the opposite situation. Because all the damage comes from minions and Boonfire, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. It's still a turn away from anything really scary happening. But the major point is that Rivias doesn't need to be too afraid here quite yet. And can just go for a dominant turn next couple turns.
Small pause for considering whether you hold on to both Bog Beam for the exotic Mount Seller, but I like that he takes the removal right now.
And that draw of Beaming Sidekick here, I think could single-handedly keep Glory in the game here. Bog Beam plus Crystal Power to take it out would have just been a blowout victory, I feel, for Rivias. Now, with the Glavebound Adept sticking on board, we have an interesting matchup.
It is so close now. How does Rivius go about this? He can't taunt anything. And taunt is doubly relevant because he's seen Kayn. The Crystal Power probably gets used for healing. If he starts with that, he's looking to overflow now and swing back bigger next turn. The thinking is,
because then
with the 9 mana, you have Wrath and Bog available.
True.
Alongside Mount Seller. I wonder. But that's saying you're losing to the threat that Glory puts down.
There's even another line you can go for, just kind of like playing out the Rising Winds, going for Wrath or Beam, trying to develop with what you have and then overflow next turn.
Well, he's healed for 10, which compensates for what's on board +1 swing of the waves. There's still going to be hero power as well. Able to pair the Satyr.
Yeah, I think this is more than good enough though, just to keep the damage coming. And if there is a big development here with a another Glowfly, an exotic Mount Seller, Glory has what he needs to clear it up.
This is a huge swing for Rivius now. All of the taunts are safe because Kayn has been played.
That's
and
true.
The aggression that Rivius had in the beginning stages of the game means that Glory can't make all freely. He might die. Wow, Zixor as well. That is the biggest Warclaves I could possibly see.
It does mean that you can take out the Mount Seller in 2 slices.
And slice with the I-beam, right?
And the hero power. Whoa.
Right. That's huge.
I mean, you have to
One
do it,
swing,
I think. You're just
but 4
dying
slices.
otherwise.
Yeah. And then he builds a huge board.
Oh, yes. And
But
pushes
how much
a
is
huge amount of damage face.
Is he though? I think Glory pointed most of this to minions. He's playing around Savage Roar.
I guess so. He does just die to a single
I mean, a lot
Savage
of
Roar.
damage to face. Yeah, a fair amount because most of that came from twin slices.
Okay, fair enough.
Look at the respect! Wow.
Whoa!
What the heck? Ah!
Glory gave himself the absolute best possible chance of playing around double Savage Roar, but it still just wasn't enough. And all of a sudden, Gia, this is the kind of point I was talking about for Glory, where in the previous weeks, he's been sitting comfortably. He was at a undefeated record. There was no chance of him going down to relegation. But he wasn't really looking at any real stakes, to be honest, because he wasn't looking at the first seed spot yet. Now, there's actually something to play for, yet again, trying to hit the top seed spot. And we're seeing him get, to be honest, he looks quite salty when he's taking these bad beats in the matchup. And that is when I think Glory starts to show his signs of weakening, even though he's still been playing some very strong Hearthstone so far.
Yeah, you say he's been getting salty, but we've seen Glory that when he's in that kind of bad mental state, that he starts making careless plays, doesn't think about lethal on the other side. But we saw that particular game. He was very considerate of playing around a single Savage or sinking all that extra damage into minions and realizing that all he knew the game was the board he already have. It so happened that he couldn't play around the double roar out, but I think that was very well spotted from Glory. Very disciplined, and this series has been so amazing so far.
It has. I'm having a great time watching it. These players approach the matchups in very unconventional ways, for Rivius in particular. But now with the Demon Hunter having taken a loss to the Druid, we're now going to see the same matchup the other way around. Glory having lost with the Demon Hunter versus Druid has got himself the same matchup from the other side, which I doubt he's going to be able to take the win in this one either, because Demon Hunter should be favored, even though it got the upset last time.
Over between us, brother.
And I keep going back to Rivius' Power of the Wild ship it all face play.
Oh, yeah.
How often do you get to do that against Demon Hunter as Druid? So cool. But now Rivius is the one that is for sure the aggressor. The matchup has been flipped, and Rivius has a far better opener than Glory had.
This is a pretty disgusting opener, to be honest. Whether you go for Umberwing or Sightless Watcher on 2, both of those are applying a very large amount of pressure, and the threat of Coin Glavebound Adept is so devastating versus a Druid that doesn't hit the Glowfly Swarm.
But Glory's hand is pretty much the best it could be outside of a Glowfly Swarm. It's ramp, and overflow. Given that he hasn't hit additional card draw so far, the overflow looks primed to help get him to his Mount Seller turns, but we shall see if the pressure will be too much then.
Rivius absolutely praying for not a powerful turn from Glory and a decent turn in his own right. The Beaming Sidekick, I think, is absolutely the pick to make himself more resilient to the removal and still gear up for Coin Glavebound. He's in a decent spot here for sure.
Over. Seller.
Oh.
I still think it's gonna be an overflow turn on the follow-up, but
Agreed.
it will be so painful for Glory.
Yeah, he's already used one Moonfire, so Bogbeam Moonfire is looking unlikely to be able to clear off the Glavebound Adept on this turn. And, I mean, even if he could, he kind of needs to save it for the Mount Seller on the following turn.
Yeah. Jeez, even if he heals up with the overflow, staring back so much damage on the backswing. Could draw, you could get the other crystal power. Sorry, the first crystal power. Okay.
That is, I've got to be honest, a pretty underwhelming draw.
It looks to me like he cashes in the crystal power now, but not a Moonfire. Because at 9 mana next turn, he goes Mount Seller, 2/0 cost, and Power of the Wild.
Agreed. And praise that he finds a Bogbeam to go along with it as well.
Oh, the Cane! Bark won't save Glory now.
So he needs either removal off the top or like 2 Griffins here at least to stay alive. Actually, even if he hits double Griffin here, he's still dying.
So he could draw with Rising Winds, gives him Innervate possibility. One other beast products. I doubt the buff from Power of the Wild is very relevant right here.
Or Bogbeam as the ideal result. That's what he needs.
More shots at a Griffin.
Yeah, it still doesn't get there, we can see.
Yeah. But of course, from Glory's perspective, doesn't know the Cane is there, has to give himself the best chance of surviving another turn.
That's right. I mean, from his position, it's not necessarily game-losing quite yet. Although I will say there are quite a lot of outs actually available for Rivius.
And here we have the primary one. We're going to Game 4.
We are indeed. It was a double upset for Glory. He loses with the Demon Hunter against Druid and then gets the expected loss with his own Druid against Rivius' Demon Hunter. And so now the only deck that Rivius needs to get a win with is his own deck he pioneered 2 weeks ago, and he was the only player to do so in Quest Warlock. At the time, we were baffled. To be honest, we had no idea what he was doing with the deck at all. But look at us now. It is a 69% bring rate here in Asia Pacific this week. He is clearly setting the trend.
Rivius just has this eye for the meta that none of us can really catch up to. We're just following in his trails because a lot of the reason why Quest Warlock was even popular to begin with last week is because it was a counter for Priest. It took Priest rising up in the meta to have people even consider Quest Warlock as a possibility. And even though Priest has fallen off now, that's when people realize, hey, this deck is just pretty good as they've been practicing with it. And it's that realization that Rivius had before everybody else now. And now we're going to see if that additional time he may have spent on the deck could help him take these.
Well, we'll have to see. First of all, he's going to have to go up against the Druid from Glory. A matchup, again, that has gone fairly even on either side, given our games so far in APAC. But I will say, the matchup we saw earlier today, where, what was it, Alutemu versus Chonsu, the Warlock just got absolutely destroyed. Didn't even feel close, with just threat after threat after threat. And that is generally my experience in the matchup. And based on this hand, it looks like what Rivius may encounter as well.
Yeah, Rivius's hand is okay to begin with. Every time I see a Questing Explorer, I am happy.
Yeah.
And the Crazed Netherwing could be useful if there's an early Glowfly, but we are, of course, seeing that his game plan is the more resilient board later on. We're seeing a tap over Questing Explorer for Rivius there because the curve on the play is pretty easily outlined as tap into tap plus Questing.
Yep, found the dragon now for the Crazed Netherwing. Griffey needs to answer the big Glowfly Swarm board, so Rivius just feeling pretty happy, I think, now. Weirdly enough, Glory also going with his kind of tap into tap game plan with Rising Winds into Rising Winds.
Yes, indeed.
Of course it's the right way.
It works out perfectly for maximum draw for Rivius without opening, and he's got the mana leading into Crazed Netherwing for the follow-up, but he's pretty upset actually to not see a Glowfly here. Because now he's got to think about what to dump.
Yeah, what are you happy to get rid of? Ooze obviously is at the forefront of my mind, just that you're happy to throw down. Crazed Netherwing had some consideration just because it's kind of like the biggest body you can put in play, but it still can be pretty useful later on, so I like holding it.
I think if Rivius did not have a Mortal Coil to toss alongside the Ooze, I like the look of the Crazed Netherwing, because the big benefit of playing the Ooze over the Netherwing is to be able to fit another tap in. And Rivius is shaking his head. He knows what's coming.
Yeah, it's not likely to be that bad, because I think Glory will probably stop at 2 spells to save the coin for Ysera on the following turn.
Yeah. Wow. The bad beasts? This is just a Dark Skies turn.
You're right, that's a clear. You can even fit a plot twist as well, this is premium.
Yeah.
There's argument to hold on to the plot twist because he has the Abyssal to come down next turn, which is a very powerful play.
Yeah. Wow. And that's probably his best response to an early Ysera is his own development. Very disciplined from Rivius here.
Yeah, because I mean, to be perfectly honest, when Ysera comes down this early in the game, it's, what, turn 6 for the Druid now? You can't really outlast them because you do maybe technically have enough removal in your deck if you get activated Celadan, Zephyrus, Twisting Nether, Moarg, Dark Skies, and all that nonsense. You're not going to find it before you're dead.
Glory has just hit all of the good cards in his deck. So many options here. You could go for a Mount Stellar turn, you could go for a Glowfly Soul of the Forest, that's what I'm looking at mainly. And there's also just overflow to start getting the dragons on board. Alright. Option C. Looking like he will end up discarding an Innervate. Oh, never mind. Never mind.
Whoa.
That is so premium.
Yeah, it is very, very juicy. Especially as, you know, when you have a big board like this, you kind of want it to be when your opponent already has something in play, because then if they go for any kind of symmetrical removal, which is pretty much everything in Warlock's arsenal, they have to clear off their own biggest threat as well.
And Rivius can't be playing out the Nether too early because he knows there's still, what, another 2 waves of dragons most likely. Glowflies, the other Mount Seller. So I really like that he's going just for the target Celadan for now. Wow! These have been very high health dragons.
Yeah.
Just saying, anti-Dark Skies.
And that is exactly what you want in this deck. Low attack doesn't matter all too much, as long as they're sticky, so that you can get down the Power of the Wild and the Savage Roar, because Glory is already, in the next couple of turns, facing down a very, very possible lethal.
Yeah.
Just needs to make sure he doesn't overcommit too many of his resources into a Twisting Nether, which is why love holding back on the exotic Mount Seller here in order to set up for more powerful plays.
Covering all his bases here.
Very nice.
So are there outs to... It's like Netherwing into guys. Oh wait, there's Netherwing into Moarg Rain of Fire.
Yeah.
Deals with the Glowflies and the tree, but leaves up the 2 dragons.
He could potentially also go Soulfire on one of the 4/7s in order to clear up an extra minion, but of course that does go wrong some of the time.
Yeah. In that instance, you just pretend you never watched the Chonsu game. It never goes wrong. Did you catch what it discarded there?
Yeah, it was the Aranasi.
Okay. Not a huge deal. Twisting Nether and the Dark Sky still online. And Glory is just going threat after threat after threat. We're free. This will all but force the Twisting Nether out of Rivius's hand.
And he's done a very impressive job of even surviving up until this point, to be
Yeah.
honest. But it is not over, actually. I will say, Rivius does still have a chance. He can go for a quest completion next turn, and then very potentially just go tap Malagos lethal. Like, there are very much outs available now for Rivius.
Yeah.
But it's not looking amazing.
Even if it's not lethal, there's still perhaps a Zephyrus out for another
True.
Nether.
Yep.
Seeing the next wave of dragons. Glory will not let Rivius catch a breath here.
Oh!
Oh, there's the Nosdormu. That's why the rope was going. Please don't let this skip a turn. Please, no.
Plot twist animations?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I don't know, Gia.
Oh, you can kill it.
Can kill it. But I don't
Saw
think that's going to
Rivius.
be enough to save him.
Yeah. Yeah, we see a double roar here. Each roar is 8, 16, 27. With the Power of the Wild, it is definitely
Yeah,
lethal.
that's lethal. Glory double, triple checking his maths and finish things up at 2 games apiece in this series. We are just going all the way, every single series today, Gia. Not in an APAC fashion at all, but I'm still loving what I'm seeing.
That last turn from Rivius, I think that we saw a very good reflex from him. He started his turn before he even got all the draws through, which you have to do when you get Nosdarmud on the other side, and you know that some of your cards have animations. I think he played the Darks before he even knew he drew Moarg exactly. And had he had more time, it could have affected the order he went about his turn a little bit differently. Still think he would have lost because the dragons were too big, but that little optimization from Rivius to play around a mechanic which is really unique in the game, and I'm honestly not a fan of it. Still, I think Rivius's just knowledge of every little thing that he could work to improve.
Absolutely. And now with the final remaining matchup, Rivius, despite this being his pet deck in a way, being the first player to bring it on the Quest Warlock, 0-2 with it now this weekend, has one last final chance at redemption versus the Demon Hunter. And even though we've seen it go the way of the Warlock so far today, I believe with Chonsu taking the win over Alu Temu's Demon Hunter, it is not, I think, overall indicative of the way this matchup tends to go.
Yes, indeed. And if there's anybody that I could expect to take the unfavorable, it would be Rivius. And that's already a pretty good opener. Nether Breath, obviously you want to save it alongside Moarg, but as a guaranteed single target removal, I think it's pretty decent still.
Getting the pressure going nice and early. Absolutely what you want to be doing against Warlock. You want to get to the position where they are forced to go with just a taunt to protect them, and then you can usually finish them off with a cane or a metamorphosis over the top. And already, even with just a couple of 1-1s, Glory has got himself in very good hands.
He's got a runner hand.
Haha.
Which, to be honest, doesn't line up very well against the questing adventure. We could see Glory go for the Satyr Overseer already with the double twin slices.
Do you not like that? That looks pretty good to me, right?
Sure, yeah. Seems like a lot of resources expended, but this up, if you get that early board, give them as few chances to get their darkest or more combos as possible. And you don't even have to think about the late game.
I think this speaks a lot to what you're trying to do in the matchup, or in any matchup as Demon Hunter, is you have to rely on the top of your deck to deliver. You want to try and plan out your curve as much as possible, but when you're given the opportunity to go for a play as strong as this, you have to take it.
And even though it's been removed, I think that's a win for Glory. You've seen another breath used for no healing whatsoever.
Huge deal. And the follow-up is still very strong. Satyr Overseer can come down next turn. A little bit scary against the Netherwing, of which you know there is at least a dragon in hand.
Yep. Raptor.
Which one?
Zephyrus.
Yes.
The ooze will actually be an ooze when this Warglaives comes down, I'm pretty sure.
Is it cold in the shadows?
Ooh. Okay, this is a pretty spicy play. In a way, similarly vulnerable to the Crazed Netherwing, because it's going to clear off the same amount of stuff, but it does mean that he doesn't have to sink any damage into killing Zephyrus.
It's also cool how the freeze works with the Rain of Fire, for example, or Dark Skies, because you leave more health on board, because Rivius can't remove your health, and he has his minion on board.
And I think Glory here taking the read that there's no Crazed Netherwing, and actually, even if there is he has a pretty strong play against it. Unless, of course, there's the exact combo that Rivius does actually have available now of Rain of Fire Netherwing.
You know what? I take it back, Derek. This won't be an ooze. It's just a Bloodfen Raptor in hand, because the time the Warglaives gets played, Rivius is just dead, most likely.
Maybe.
Oh, right. Never mind. I thought the active this turn. It is a Warglaives turn. My bad.
I mean, he's still very much on the aggressive here. He frees up the Skull of Gul'dan, gets a lot of damage to face. Glory is in the driving seat. But if Rivius can find himself a Nether Breath to heal back up, find the other Aranasi Broodmother, there are chances here for Rivius, for sure.
Just the one remaining now. Oh, I could be right yet.
Oh!
That's GG, right?
Equip it. Kill it off.
What? Whoa, Glory!
Is it? He doesn't have enough weapon swings, right?
Oh! You're right. Just 2 left. A little bit short.
It's just a little short. Kane
that was 6
Sun
damage.
Fury, though,
Ah!
is huge in its own right. He could just save it all up for next turn.
Yeah, see that? You could just go for a freeze this turn.
Yeah.
He's scared of dying to some random soul fires.
This is still very, very, very likely lethal next turn for Glory, who would then solidify himself after an incredible season in Grandmasters as the undisputed king.
Rivius has 1 tap for the Nether Breath.
Just goes with the Taunt instead, praying that that will be enough to keep him alive in the face of the damage. But Glory has multiple ways to get around it and go for the win. GG's, Rivius. You gave it an absolutely great shot. But in the end, Glory shows us why we've been talking about him so much so far in GM.
And you can see how much that means to... Yes! APAC! APAC!
Just the best.
Alitemu-
Alitemu, he had him first. Glory with the aviators now, and just look at what it means to him as well. I think he was putting those on to cover a manly tear as well, I dare say.
Oh man, and Possessi with the dab. Japan, the dominance is not just from their scores, it is from the styling as well. Everybody, I think, have just realized that Tyler would have the game the whole time, and they're now following in his footsteps.
Absolutely love it. I couldn't be more excited to see this. We've had in APAC a lot of the players being very taciturn, very reserved. No longer. This is the true APAC that we are seeing now, where everyone is just BMing each other no end, and I love it. And with good reason. Glory has been playing some very strong Hearthstone throughout, in my opinion, and ends up at at least before his next game, a 5-1 record. Taking a look at the schedule, we can see that we have one more Division A match today. No one that will be able to dethrone Glory up at the top, of course. It is just going to be Surrender up against Possessi next, both of whom are in tied 4th place at the moment, given that they haven't played each other yet, obviously, because they're about to, so there's no first tiebreaker yet. And they have the same tiebreaker too, and the same score of 3 wins and 3 losses. So for both of these players, with it being their final match, this is their chance to absolutely solidify themselves in top 6.
Yes, it is kind of several people involved in that spot for the 7th place under Possessi and Flurry, who has another match to be played. It's not likely that they're in danger of relegation, but just to be absolutely sure that you can get that off your mind, not have to worry about your career in Grandmasters, and instead go to the other end of the spectrum and play for getting the chance to go to global finals is a huge deal. So Surrender is going to hope to be putting out some of the best Hearthstone he's played, which is pretty consistent from what we've seen, but it's Possessi, I think, that has some potential for cracking under the pressure.
Couldn't have put it better myself, but before we can get into that, we're going to go to our ever so slightly longer break, just under 10 minutes here after Game 3. So get yourself ready for the next couple of matches here, as it does come down right to this for these players. Surrender and Possessi up next, and then Frosty fighting for his life in Grandmasters at the end of the day. You do not want to miss it. We'll be back after this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 6 of Hot Takes, where we debate some hot takes from this last weekend of Hearthstone Grandmasters. My name is TJ, and I'm joined by my constant guest, and I guess we can call you a co-host. It's Sottle. Sottle, how you doing on this fine day?
I'm still annoyed about last week, TJ, if we're going to be honest, but you're not going to catch me again. You'll have to get out of bed real early in the morning to hit me with that one again. I'm going to be constant vigilance this week.
All right. Well, I definitely don't have anything planned for assuring that I win this week of Hot Takes. So, if you get the better of me, you're just going to win fair and square.
Okay.
We'll see how it plays out. Hot take number 1. Buy into the hype. Quest Warlock is the best deck in Standard.
Wow, what was that petty laugh all about? All right, I'll take this one, I guess.
Ah, jeez.
Yes, TJ, Quest Warlock is the best deck in Standard right now. It's absolutely crushing it on ladder for multiple players hanging out in top 20 Legend. Orange is tweeting about how it's the best deck in the game, and it's carried him to his last top 8 that he needed for Masters Tour qualification. It absolutely stomped in GM. The only Warlock that was losing in GM was Galakron Warlock. Quest Warlock was absolutely stomping. And the deck is new, the deck is unrefined, and the deck is incredibly hard to play, which means if anything, its stocks are only going to go up from here.
Oh, all right. This one's tough because I do think Quest Warlock is very good, but best deck in Standard, not yet. Because of the point you made, the fact that it's new, I just don't think players have had enough time to adjust to it and kind of find the counters. I have been playing with a very good counter myself, which is Bomb Warrior.
Yep.
And I think that Bomb Warrior right now currently holds the slot as the best deck in Standard, because if you look at the popular decks in the metagame right now, especially at high ranks, it does well against a lot of them. I think that it's better against Highlander Warrior because of the bombs than the normal Warrior. It still has the Risky Skipper Armorsmith package to be good against Demon Hunter. It's better against Spell Druid because they're drawing heavily through their deck, so they're going to be drawing bombs after you put on that early aggression with your weapon swings. And it beats Quest Warlock pretty handedly. So I disagree. I think that there's not enough time right now for Quest Warlock to be called the best deck in Standard, and I already have a counter, and many players already have a counter with Bomb Warrior that also has good matchups across the board. So.
Starting as we mean to go on, I see, TJ. The first 2-minute round from TJ Sanders of week number 6. Come on, dude. Play by the rules at least a little bit.
You took 32 seconds.
Sure. I will certainly give you one thing, TJ. You do concede to some Wrench Caliber as a Quest Warlock. I will admit that much.
Boom. Still good matches in the metagame. Point to TJ. Easy peasy. So that brings us to hot take number 2. From sarcastic claps to eye rolls, salt levels in GM have been too high.
Not even close, TJ. If anything, they're still not high enough. We want to see more salt. I want to see people raging because at least that means they care. You know what I don't want to see? Is players getting 0-3'd and having this look of, oh, well, I guess I just go back to streaming now. Like, players getting salty about losses shows that they're invested. It also shows emotion. It also portrays them as human beings, which is something that is sorely lacking in a lot of Hearthstone broadcasts. I would like them to go even further and just call out the player that they just lost to on Twitter immediately afterwards for playing badly, and then we can just resolve it all with a best of 11 show match afterwards.
I am not against showing emotion. In fact, when it's warranted, I love when players pop off, either positively or negatively. I do think that the salt levels are too high for situations that they shouldn't be high. I think players are sarcastically clapping and eye-rolling at just normal things that happen in a game of Hearthstone. And that is definitely not a place where it belongs and is too high. So while I do want to see some emotion, I think that players are just getting upset about things that they just shouldn't get upset about. A lot of players in Americas have just been making mediocre plays with mediocre decks, and then sarcastically clapping when their opponent has the answer. That's not okay. When you do get Ysera Unleashed from a randomly generated card in a deck that should have no business having Ysera Unleashed in the first place, sure, get salty all you want. But other than that, too high.
TJ, I've played Hearthstone with you. You are one of the most, oh, my opponent played a card Hearthstone players I've ever seen in my life, so you don't have a leg to stand on in this one.
Yeah, but I do it ironically.
Okay, alright, sure, yeah. That's an easy defense, right?
I don't know. I felt like no point should be awarded for that one. We both sucked. So, still 1-0 TJ.
I'm somehow sensing a trap.
All right. Hot take number 3. In first place yet again, Jarla deserves to be called the best player in Europe. And the supporting info for this hot take, Jarla's match win percentage through 3 seasons of Grandmasters is 40 and 25, which is a 62% win rate, which is the best win percentage in Europe.
For the sake of argument, sure, let's call Jarla the best player in Europe. I think if you've listened to us cast Europe, whether it was myself and Raven or myself and Admirable, we've generally said that Jarla is a top-tier player, but maybe fallen short of calling him the absolute best player. But the one thing he was maybe missing to get himself into that category was consistency at that level over a long period of time. He's shown it in Sparks, he's shown moments of inspiration, but he hasn't been able to put it together for the long periods of time that, say, a Hunter Ace or a Pavel did in their prime. But based on that statistic, if over 3 seasons, 62%, he's got that covered.
Wow. All right, give me a second. Pause the timer.
So what? It's such a flagrant cheat, TJ. I cannot stand for this anymore.
Well, you didn't know? One of the rules of the show is that you get 1 timer pause.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's just coming out now, is it?
Yeah.
Okay,
and actually, that offer expires at the end of this week, so since you didn't pause your timer today, I'm the only one that gets to take advantage of it. I need to find my own supporting info real quick. All right. Give me one moment. And you can unpause the timer. All right. So the hot take is that Jarl deserves to be called the best player in Europe, not the best player in Europe Grandmasters. So I'm going to throw in Blyes as my pick for the best player in Europe. If you look at his performances over the last 2 Masters tours, both of which he won, he went 8-1 in Swiss in both of those, and then went 3-0 obviously in the playoff stage to win the tournament. So he went 11-1 in both those Masters tours for a total score of 22-2 in high stakes matches, which is over a 90% win rate, which is 30% more than Jarla's win percentage. And it's not even that much smaller of a sample size, still high stakes matches. So Blyes is currently the best player in Europe. Win percentage proven. Boom!
If you'd have done that off the top, I would have been so impressed. I would have conceded this whole episode to you on the spot. That was everything that I love about this show. It was a semantic argument. It was genuinely clever. But you had to pause for 5 minutes to find all of that information. That's not how the show works.
I couldn't remember what his exact score was. I knew it was good because he won both of them. I wanted supporting info. All right, so I guess because even though I used my pause timer, I had to use outside resources. So, on a technicality, Sottle, you got the point there. So it's 1-1. Nice. But we are recording this show on Monday, the day after Week 6 of Grandmasters.
Deep breath, everybody.
Today is a national holiday in the good old US of A. It is Memorial Day. And so I get 10 honorary bonus points, which makes the final score of this week of Hot Takes 11-1.
No, TJC, I think you'll find... I know this is difficult to comprehend, but there are other countries outside of the US, and this is actually also a public holiday in the UK. It's our spring bank holiday. So actually, I think you'll find I get 11 bonus points, 10 for also myself having a national holiday, and 1 as an apology for your ignorance of other cultures. So I believe that makes the final score as...
Well, it appears as though Sottle's internet has went out, and he was disconnected and unable to continue with this week's Hot Takes. And in accordance with the Hot Takes rulebook, Section 36B, he is disqualified from this week's episode and will be awarded 0 points. Which means, and you know, I hate to say this, I hate to take the win this way, that I am the winner of Episode 6 of Hot Takes. But thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next week for more Hot Takes.
Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters for our 4th match of the day. Thanks again for sticking with us, and we have plenty more matches to come. Now, of course, we're going to be moving on to another Division A match, but one that is a little bit lower down the table than what we had last time, Gia, with Surrender versus Possess.
That is correct. Surrender with, I have to say, a mediocre performance compared to what we might expect of him in terms of results, although the play doesn't seem like it has been too questionable. I remember yesterday there were a couple lines that we weren't entirely sure of in the Quest Warlock deck in particular, but for Possessy, he had a very strong start and recently has hit a losing streak.
He has not been looking all too good for him. And like I explained it yesterday, that the misplays he's made, or at least the very obvious standout ones, which just been blunders, haven't been game losing, but they're indicative of where his mindset is at, where I think he's more likely to be making these mistakes that could end up being disastrous for him as he does enter these high-pressure situations. It's not disastrous for Possessi yet by any stretch of the imagination. He's still in Division A, and it's still a respectable win rate with a very good chance of moving up to the top 6. And if he takes the win here, I think he's pretty much guaranteed to be in the top 6 overall.
Very true. And we have to address the elephant in the room that there has been mutual warrior bans all throughout the weekend, but after Kin and Blitzchung abandoned that strategy altogether, we now have Surrender picking up the reins and being the one to leave up warrior.
Yeah, he's basically the only player I feel like we have left here in APAC who is not going for the ban warrior strategy. I think it has, a little bit to do with the fact that, at least at a guess, I would say he would rather face his hunter into the warrior than the demon hunter. Maybe I'm reading too much into it on that specific matchup, but at least the quest warlock up against the demon hunter has not been feeling like an especially good matchup at all. But based on Possessi's rest of his lineup, I think he's in a pretty good spot up against Surrender here.
It's true. I think that the mindset behind leaving up warrior is definitely something still worth exploring, because every series leading up to today when the warrior has been banned, we always just say, okay, then the Tempo Demon Hunter will get a win at some point. So you could easily flip it around and say, okay, I'm banning Tempo, and then the warrior will get a win at some point. So it really just depends on micro percentages as to which between the two you will end up leaving up. And I think it is because of that hunter, as you pointed out, that Surrender maybe feels leaving up warriors a bit more advantageous for himself. But the stats on our Highlander Hunter win rates seem to contradict that.
They do indeed. Relatively small sample sizes, and of course, not every Highlander Hunter player is Surrender, who is one of the best players that we have here in APAC and has been bringing this deck week in and week out. Before we get to see that, we're going to be going with the Warrior versus the Warlock, a matchup that we haven't really seen at all so far. I got to say, I feel like the Warrior should be in a pretty good spot in this matchup. I think the Warlock will struggle to get the OTK going later on in the game, given the sheer amount of armor that Warrior can gain. But before even all of that, I feel like Warrior has a good chance to just stick in board early game with the copies of the Warmall Challenger, and then after move on to a very strong mid-game plan.
Yeah, it is very true, but it's worth noting that this version of Warrior, the second one that we've seen this weekend, is different from with the eggs and the Terran Gorfian. And it turns out Terran is the best keep in the matchup because it is so sticky against the Warlock removal. This is just plain Tempo Warrior from Possessi not running the egg package, and it's also not got the bombs, which some of the players are running to make it better against this specific matchup.
Yeah, Surrender will be very, very happy that he doesn't have to run this Warlock into Bomb Warrior, because that feels like a truly disastrous matchup, I must say. But to start things off here with Possessi, I think I'm just looking at a full mull, risky skipper, while a decent card is just not kept in most of the matchups, because you want to find some of the juicier cards and then draw that off the Ankar later.
Job's done.
Despite not having the egg package, of course, Possessi has room for other tech inclusions, and we see the Captain Greenskin, which Sottle has been advocating to include if you're expecting a lot of Priest, and maybe that was what Possessi thought would be the meta for this week, because we saw it do relatively okay last week and seemed to have people converted onto the relatively strong power level of Priest. But for this particular matchup, I also can see it getting work done, just because more weapon swings to the face is more burst.
Exactly. It's one of the matchups as well where the big downside of running Captain Greenskin, of course, is that you are less likely to hit your risky skipper off of the Ankar when that comes down, because it's just another pirate in the pool to dilute it. In this matchup, I think that's not anywhere near so much of a concern. Even if Greenskin was in the deck and the Ankar was in hand, you don't really need the risky skipper desperately in this matchup most of the time.
I'm sorry, this is just so funny how Dark Skies lines up against this board.
How
Imagine.
So? Yeah. I mean, it's clear, I guess, technically,
with a
what there is presented. Yeah,
bunch of armor and the slowest animation you've ever seen. From Possessi, he is running 2 copies of Korkron Elite. Not to say that he should be just chucking one out right into Surrender's coin Netherwing turn, but it's worth noting that he has flexibility as to how he actually wants to portion out his threats. He doesn't have to go for all of the combo pieces saved for one.
Yeah, I love this game plan from Possessi. I think that Corcoran there, when you have green skin in hand for next turn, didn't feel quite right. And so it was really a case for me of Livewire or the Anchor. Love the Anchor, because I feel like drawing cards from your deck, thinning it out to find either the combo pieces or Battle Rage at this point feels much more important. And he's still able to fill out his curve perfectly with his Sky Raider half the time as well.
Completely agree. The Ankar seems much better to get online versus the slower matchups because thinning your deck towards the OTK, as you mentioned, is the main game plan. And the Livewire Lance, in contrast, is helpful for tempo matchups where the lackeys could really help you get back the board against Demon Hunter, for example, the Kobolds and the Rushes, and even the Taunts.
Okay, and we are already seeing a pretty key factor in the matchup, which is, again, in pretty much every other matchup, be it aggressive or control, the Warlock has the chance to just get very lucky with tapping into Malagos and getting a reverse lethal very quickly. It starts to become clear that's very difficult in this matchup.
Indeed, and that's why you see Surrender conceding the armor gain to Possessi just to make sure he gets rid of the minions. I think Surrender could be viewing this more from a control perspective, just outlast the burst from Possessi and the pressure until he can get Dragon Queen Alexstrasza and win through board rather than the burst.
And the worst part of all here for Surrender is not only is he facing a green skin on board, he doesn't actually have an answer to it in hand at the moment, which means
Twist?
Tap Plot Twist to hit Soulfire, or Plot Twist to hit the Twisting Nether. Or Nether Breath, sorry.
Right. Gives himself one extra slot in the draw by tapping first. No. Oh, there it is.
Okay, that is the card that I think Surrender kind of needed, to be honest, to stabilize here. And discarding Zephyrus, not the end of the world.
Not the end right now. Later on, I feel it could potentially have value for healing, but that's redundant when you would much rather just heal with the Moarg Nether Breath. And Surrender's already got the Ooze for the next weapon.
What now?
Possess, you could just build a pirate board.
What does that mean? How are you imagining that?
Start with Sky Raider.
Yeah.
What now?
There's a handful of pirates that could be played even with just 2 mana remaining. I'll see Deckhand, another Sky Raider, the 2/2 that gets summoned from hand when you play a pirate.
I must choose.
I just feel that he's got to play out a certain amount of threats that not just let Surrender tap and that's his turn. Possess, he really needs to get to his Battle Rage as well.
This is pretty vulnerable to the ooze that can come down from Surrender. Obviously, Possessi knows that going into turn 6 he would rather play the big taunt here, which is what has actually happened now for Surrender. Pretty awkward choice.
Being a question mark, probably tapping. I think I definitely prefer the taunt. And there is still the other Livewire that Surrender could potentially ooze later on.
It still is a weird play, though, from Possessi, I've got to say. I was definitely expecting the Sky Raider there instead, or just Corcoran and smack him in the head.
The thinking for Possessi might be that when he goes for an eventual Battle Rage turn, which looks very much like his win condition at this point, because the burst isn't quite coming together, if he plays the Sky Raider and gets an expensive pirate, or just plays all the cheap ones outside of the second skipper, then he's committing to playing both the skippers for the Battle Rage turn. All the other minions are pretty expensive. Might be a little bit too far down the line.
It's a nice draw, though, for Possessi, continuing to thin the deck and getting more damage to face whenever he needs it.
And he's just seen the ooze.
True.
Sign me up. We got the other Livewire lands from this. get some for his trouble. Lackeys can help fill out the gaps in his curve. I'm thinking the ones that generate value are what he really wants to see now.
The question for me is whether or not you even bother attacking into the ooze, or if
Sure.
you're just going all face here.
That's very valid.
You've seen a Soulfire. If there was a Nether Breath, it probably would have just come down last turn.
Someone's gotta lead the charge.
That is just
Whoa.
all he has in hand. Not all available
of
next
burst.
turn, but he could cash in the Lackey now. Measured response.
Yeah, I mean, if Netherwing comes down, then he's able to win anyway. So most clears should get him there with this.
So I'm still looking at just the big taunt for surrender. Got both Moargs, but no Nether Breath.
Many possibilities.
So the play could be Moarg, Mortal Coil to just try and dig for it.
Okay.
Or if you don't believe in that, then which is fairly unlikely, then the Abyssal Summoner is a little bit safer.
Oh! He's doing it! It's worth noting that Warrior has Generate that they can benefit off of the Moargs with, if you even want to call that a benefit, because then it instantly kills a Korkron, which you would rather buff by damaging it.
Almost out of time.
But if Surrender taps, he is dead.
Tap equals death here.
And even if he doesn't tap, if Possessy just removes these Moargs, Surrender's healing is so limited now.
He sees it. He lives to fight for another turn. Just.
1 damage off lethal is Possessy.
But he has to be thinking about these Moargs now, because even if it's not lethal right now, you really don't want to give your opponent the out of Nether Breath off the top. Especially when a quest is completed next turn, I believe, so just a free tap will come down.
But the thing is, if Possessy wants to get rid of the Moargs, he's sinking in some of his burst damage. You
Yeah.
can see the War Maul that kills... whoa. Still not lethal, but that is so much burst for next turn. I'm thinking Possessy can play the War Maul now, kill the 2/4.
Yeah.
And it's a debate between Hench Clan or just cash in a Korkron immediately, because he's only at 9 next turn. Wait a second.
The Daring Escape.
With the
Double
lackeys?
Korkron Daring Escape? Or even the lackeys. Yeah, that's insane.
That's crazy. Never
Okay,
give
this
Warrior
turn,
Rogue cards. Okay.
Look what I brought.
Surrender. Finally, putting something of substance on the board. How much damage is this? Whoa! He can...
Got 8 straight up.
Yeah. I don't see a lethal. But there's an option to go Blood Boil, trade copy.
Right.
Wow, this is...
So complicated.
Yeah. I think he's looking at something similar. So he goes Skipper plus Korkron. That makes the Blood Boil then cost 2.
Right.
And then you can still fit in a Bloodsworn Mercenary.
Drink your blood, eat your flesh. I must choose.
He's gonna Daring Escape this, isn't he? Another Lackey plus the Daring Escape.
Doesn't have enough space in hand. You'd have to trade in the 1/2 first, I guess, if you wanted to do that.
It's enough space, right?
Oh, no,
Goes
okay,
up
he's
to 9.
alright, yeah.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't swing. Wow. I don't know what Surrender said there, but he definitely it definitely looked like an expletive.
Oh!
Breath after
Nether
both
breath.
Moargs.
Yeah. So that is up to 16 if he needs it. Or it could just be Alex Straza on himself.
I wonder.
I mean...
I'm on board.
I think he would survive at 16, but not 15.
Yes, to several combinations, right? There's the Grom Inner Rage, which is 12,
Great
plus
point.
the weapon.
Yep.
And then there's also the combination we see of double damage lackeys in the Korkrons. But I think that the heal right here is not a winning play. Whereas, on the off chance, if the Alex lives, maybe Surrender can pull himself out of this. But that, as we can see, is just GG.
Very nice line there from Possessi. This is something that we see a lot in APAC, where there were potentially better lines there for Possessi. That last turn was super complicated, but he made a line that won him the game the vast majority of the time, which is more than good enough. He didn't rope out, didn't mess anything up, and he took a well-deserved win because of that.
That was very well. Indeed, there were so many lines, and I feel like the line I was suggesting with the risky skipper Korkron probably wouldn't have worked out in the end. If you're going to copy the Blood Boil, then the Korkron dies before it can even trade. And if you're trading with the Blood Boil first, then you're going to copy a low health minion. It's very complicated, but I love the line that Possessi did end up taking with the bounces. And he left an empty board, which is crucial because Surrender, even if he had a breath, there's no potential for a minion to target with it.
Yeah, well, with no Moargs left anyway, it's kind of the same thing as targeting phase. But yes, it's still good just to lock any outs of your opponent, like tapping into Malagos to lethal you on the following turn or anything like that. It's very clean play overall. But the Warrior taking the win, again, even when you're leaving it up, I think you're still kind of expecting your opponent to take a win with it. It's just you are hoping to maybe sneak one in against it first, whereas the Demon Hunter would have been even more likely to get that first win.
Yes, indeed. So we are moving on to next game. Not a single break, no rest for the players. We're going to see Surrender on the Highlander Hunter.
A matchup that has looked to be favored for the Highlander Hunter, I will say. Yeah, not with a hand like this, though. You want to go super aggressive right from the get-go.
And Possessi's got Dark Skies in the opener. That is absolutely key to make sure he can deal with the Fairy Dragons, the Primordial Explorers, and company. Surrender has a curve, but it's substandard.
Yeah, I think it's fair to call it that, given how good some of the 3-drops can be, like Animal Companion or the Felmore on 2, even a Stormhammer can be insane in this matchup. It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
He's spending all his mana every turn. Another Feywing.
Another Feywing.
Yeah.
Yep.
You can make the argument that the second one probably won't get played for quite a while because Surrender 4, 5, 6 kind of locked up with the first Feywing, Faceless Corruptor, and then Dragonbane Hero Power. At which point, I'm looking at the Onyxia. I think it's wrong, but
I think it's still Feywing,
yeah, I'm thinking about it.
I mean, it's worth talking about, right? Because those perfectly demonstrate two very different approaches to the game plan. The Feywing, of course, is aggressive, getting the damage in, minions that are hard to clear, and closing it out quickly. The Onyxia is a much more late-game value-oriented approach, because it's worth saying that with these aggro decks, even though Warlocks should be able to outvalue you, if they have to spend all their removal instead of tapping in the mid-game to kill off your minions, Onyxia could very well be a final threat that the Warlock just can't answer.
Very close, but I think that for the initial game plan, the Feywing makes most sense. And it's also worth noting that the Corruptor on 5 is not guaranteed. What if you don't have a minion to stick it on? Then you would rather just play a 5/4 onto the board.
Fire everything and everyone!
Ah, Zessie is getting the cycle in this way. Just accepting that the Moarg will die on board to the poisonous.
Mm-hmm.
Feywing is great here for Surrender because it's got a health total that survives against Coin Nether Wing.
It is, but is it better than Dragonbane? Because Dragonbane in this matchup has been pretty insane, I will say.
But then, if it dies immediately to Dark Skies, I think you'd rather have the Dragonbane in hand to immediately get the 5 damage with hero power.
Fair point. Yep. Very fair point. And the curve is still very powerful, you know, just going for Feywing on 4 is perfectly... Oh, on 5, sorry.
Zessie has had great answers in the mid game, and he's sitting on both of the Nether Wings, allows him to swing back tempo, potentially, if Surrender just goes for Feywing here.
Which... Okay, so because Possessie's at 29 health, was there ever any consideration for something like Scale Rider, Zephyr's Moonfire, just to try and clear the board and get as much stuff on board as possible?
Isn't
Or
that
am I going crazy?
worse against Netherwing?
Oh, I mean against Netherwing, sure.
And I feel Zephyrus gets way better in this matchup, and because Surrender has fallen behind, it's gonna have to put in way more work than that. So I'm looking at the Dragonbane now, and you actually want the damage to land on the Netherwing.
Yeah, Trader Wing. Or Tradebane, yeah.
Doesn't have the same ring as Dragon Trader, a Dino Trader brand. Both of them looking away, and Surrender hits the bullseye.
Yeah.
Oh!
I mean, based on the reactions, Surrender looked annoyed before it even happened. Zessie looked happy, but I guess they were wrong.
Well, that's a great top deck for Possessie, though.
Yes. I guess. There's still just some very powerful plays for Surrender here.
It's weird because Zephyrus will interact with your mana as if you have 5 remaining, and you wanna Zephyrus to get rid of the 6/6, I think, and then trade and then hero power, ideally. But because you need the mana for hero power, I think he's supposed to start with hero power here.
Or, alternatively, you could skip the hero power and go Scale Rider to take out the 2/2 and then Zephyrus Death.
Imagine skipping hero power with a Dragonbane on board. I don't know.
Right, but okay, so say you go hero power and it hits the 6/6, what do you do then?
Then you Scale Rider it.
Yeah, okay.
Isn't that great? I don't know. The
Yeah,
only
that's
bad
pretty good.
outcome to me is it hits the 2/2. That's the disaster. But 2 out of 3 times, get a damage going somewhere good. If the 6/6 is at full health, then you can go Zephyrus Death afterward. Right? It might still just give death here. Okay. If that's guaranteed, then I like this too. Debating the Scale Rider.
I actually would rather that it hits the minion there. Which, I mean, he got the result he wanted if he traded that way.
I'm not sure if he rather would, but maybe he was saying that the trade isn't worth giving him the guarantee over the 50-50 that he already had. It's really close.
Right, so he just wanted the potential for everything to go face.
Maybe.
So many possibilities.
I mean, he did just miss 2 damage to the face in this situation, which saved 2 health on his guy.
Yeah.
Just
pretty big
fairly
deal.
Similar.
Yeah, the Netherwing is now a lot more awkward for Possessie. You'd have to throw down a Soulfire as well.
Yeah. So maybe
Which
that
guts
was
his hand
intentional
size.
from
Yeah.
Surrender. But Possessie has to remove the Dragonbane, right?
Almost out of time.
He's sitting on the Sense Demons, which could, it guarantees gets him Moarg. And the other Aranasi.
Alright, it's down. The Dragonbane can finally start ruining Possessie's life because it is just one of the most disastrous cards in this matchup for the Hunter.
Ooh, Surrender with the Desert Spear pickup can now just chuck that face, transform the Locust into a Faceless Corruptor.
Yeah.
Get a strong board while continuing to push the damage. And next turn, he has the Dragon Queen available.
It's all looking very, very good for Surrender now, especially as the Desert Spear unlocks the kill command as well. So Dragon Queen is nice, don't get me wrong, but he's potentially just looking at lethal in the next couple of turns, even without that, especially with the Nagran Slam.
I don't think we've seen a Nagran Slam for lethal on Apex stream yet. I would like for that to happen.
As would I. I think Raven would actually just run over and force himself to start casting APAC again if that happened.
And let him replay, please, because I don't want to go on EU and cast a bunch of Beast Mirrors. Man,
Right.
did
Quest
not hit the other
completion.
Dark Skies.
Yeah, it's a very rough hand to be getting here, but I guess the saving grace is that Quest next turn could get him some pretty powerful outs, but he has to survive first.
He's staring down. 12 on the other side.
Yeah.
An active Dino Tamer Bran. I mean, possibility for it alongside Hero Power for lethal, so...
Exactly.
The Soulfire looks like it has to land on a minion, but it is so disastrous if it discards Possessi's own Alex Straza.
Makes you wonder about Possessi's play at all to go tap first and then the plot twist rather than just plot twist on its own, because that would have allowed for Keladon to be able to come down active as another potential board clear. And then if he missed that, he could have tapped afterwards, if you see what I mean. Yes, he's a little bit further away from quest completion, but I feel like clearing the board is a more pressing priority at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's worth reviewing for sure. We've seen some pretty crazy Alex Straza today, and yet another Malagos.
That is a good card to get here. Fireball I'm looking at as the premium option, but Malagos' Frostbolt is not bad at all.
You take those, and he's even got the Varanus in hand with an active Desert Spear.
Oh.
If Possessi does something crazy like his Alex Straza into a Deathwing.
You're correct, Gia. That is the best thing about Surrender's situation right now.
Just saying, even the crowd is not possible for Possessi now.
Exactly. No Malagos left after it was discarded, so we couldn't even tap into that. Tap Nether is nice. You definitely take that. But Varanus attack, Nagran Slam, it actually did matter for the lethal here, along with the Frostbolt.
I am so pleasantly surprised by this outcome.
This absolute bundle of nonsense to deliver lethal here against Possessi.
Ah, yes.
And of course, Surrender sees it instantly. He's just like, yeah, that's pretty easy lethal. I'm just going to sip my tea now.
I think Surrender has graduated from taking tiny sips during the game to medium-sized sips after the game. He's getting there, Derek, little by little.
Eventually, we'll get him with the bucket before the game, just ready to gulp down as much tea as he needs to power up.
Oh, man. Wow, Surrender on this deck, he's just stood by Highlander Hunter week after week. If you look on ladder stats, it's one of the best performing decks. I think recently overtaking Demon Hunter even, as the deck is relatively straightforward to pilot, but still very consistent despite being Highlander, because most of the cards just cap out at around 3 mana.
Yeah, it's a relatively easy deck to play overall, which is why I think it will have a very good win rate on ladder, where there's less room to mess up than with these decks like Warrior and Quest Warlock. But I will say that it's not just an absolutely easy deck to throw down. There's still a lot of nuances that you have to learn, which I think Surrender has definitely done a great job of doing. But now with that out of the way, we are looking at, of course, Warlock having lost on either side for both of these players, Gia, which can only mean one thing: pride on the line. It's a Warlock mirror.
Oh, yes, very exciting. And it's also very important to note that despite Possessi's practice partners Glory and Alutemu running the Kartut Defender in their Quest Warlock list, Possessi has the bread and butter Abyssal Summoners. So probably toe-to-toe in the favor in this matchup with Surrender. It's just a little difference in that Surrender has one Mortal Coil to have an Acidic Swamp Ooze in there.
Your nightmare.
Right, which is, I think, pretty minimal difference, to be perfectly honest. Like, having the extra cycle isn't even really that good a lot of the time in the mirror, because it's just a card you will dump. I would say the majority of the time, even, you want to play the Mortal Coil to deliberately not draw in this matchup, just because you want to dump cards out of your hand.
I would agree, for sure. As far as the openers, both players, okay, I was going to say have very slow hands, but Surrender with the plot twist could be running away with the quest completion.
Yeah, looking very favored for Surrender to get things rolling. Possessi could turn this around. And again, we got to point out, it's not like the first player to hit plot twist just wins the game. You have a fairly big window, I feel like, in order to go for the plot twist and start pulling things back. Because it's really just a sliding scale rather than a discrete you hit it or you don't. Because even if you hit it a few turns later, it's just 2 potential taps that you've missed out on.
That's right. This is very much different from the Glowfly Swarm in the Druid Mirror. It's a sliding scale and not a snowball. And we're already seeing potential for Possessi to start dumping cards if he likes. Even though he's at 9 cards, you have to think about next turn. You want to be tapping again, so are you going to be spending the mana right now?
But then by that metric, which cards do you get rid of? Is this a Soulfire Face on this turn? We saw that from Glory earlier on, just to dump as many cards as possible. Maybe it's Rain of Fire and then Soulfire Face. None of these cards are crucial to winning the game.
It's a lot of burst dumps. I'm still looking at the Zephyrus, but the more that we watch the matchup, the more we see players not just playing the Bloodfin Raptor, and that's something maybe we were doing wrong in testing. Wow! Both the twists. You obviously don't want them in the same hand.
Now he can go for both of them if he's quick enough, AG.
Go, Surrender. Wait, the other one was green, so that means he drew it back, right?
I think it was green.
Yeah. He was quick enough. He did it, Derek.
The absolute nuts here for Surrender. Going for quest completion next turn, start tapping away the dream.
But let's bear in mind, this is the situation that Alutemu had versus Chonsu. And Chonsu, 5 out of 6 times, still should have won that game at the end there. So not all hope is lost for Possessi.
Okay, since Demons is more card draw.
Yeah, can get him Moarg or Aranasi.
The thing is, you don't want to draw cards that aren't plot twist though, because like yes, it gets you closer to the plot twist, but it also means you have less cards in your deck overall by the time you find it. You know?
I still think it's the play here. It also helps towards quest completion at the very least, and he can dump. I'm still saying Zephyrus afterward, and maybe that's wrong.
Well, what about here just going for Zephyrus Soulfire tap? Like, I know I'm very aggressively going for the Soulfire face play, but I think for Possessi here, it's nice to hold on to combo pieces, absolutely. But the more pressing concern is he does not have the plot twist, which he has to find.
Right, so that the tap gives you a chance at getting plot twist, whereas the Sense Demons absolutely will not.
Right, and I mean, also, if he goes for this line, it just dumps more cards by going for the Soulfire.
Really
obviously, the benefit of doing it this way is going into turn 6, he actually has the Abyssal Summoner with more cards in hand. So I can understand his line for this exact turn.
Not a terrible one to discount for Surrender.
Yeah, I mean, overall for Surrender, it's a pretty great spot. He's got a hand of mostly cards that you don't care about if they're 0 or not.
He also wants to go for his Abyssal on the follow-up, so it's a question of whether he is going to clear the Moarg preemptively, because if that's left on board and you go Abyssal, it's pretty much like you didn't go Abyssal at all.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So how does he then clear that. Does he
Good Dark Skies?
hold the Nether Breath? Right, Dark Skies is tempting to throw down.
He's got the second one as well, so if we're to see the Abyssal on the backswing, then Surrender still has an answer.
Of course it's the right way.
Interesting.
Well, there it is. It's active.
Zessie assuming the position of a twistless Warlock player.
By the way, Gia, just in case you weren't aware, when Celadan is yellow, it means it will destroy all minions, not just the Questing Explorer on the other side.
I know. The important thing is that it happened during testing. And that's why you test. But he's faced with the same problem, right? Because the Morg is left on board, if Possessi plays Abyssal Summoner, it just takes one spell for Surrender to answer. If he's going Soulfire, I expect to see a tap afterward. Just get that cycle.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is what Possessi's been gearing towards for a long time. And I guess, actually, this is the kind of the hidden genius behind Surrender's play is, yes, the Moarg is bad for him on the following turn in terms of Abyssal Summoner. It's also really bad for Possessi, however, with his own Abyssal Summoner here.
Yeah. Possessi maintains the Moarg. And even though Surrender's seen the Celadan discarded, it's that same problem. The Abyssal Summoner is potentially answered immediately, but Surrender can go Abyssal plus Aranasi. That puts two D-struts on the board.
Yeah, at that point, you're looking like Rain of Fire and then Abyssal Summoner before you even... Sorry, and then Rain of Fire before you're clearing. But by the same metric, Surrender may want to go for, you know, an alternate plan again where he's tapping every turn and therefore could hold back on the summoners until turn 8.
Right? He taps this turn. It looks to me that he would be expending the Dark Skies, then tap and then end with an Aranasi.
Almost out of time.
He could just say, I'll play a summoner, force Possessi to have the answer, and then redevelop on the following turn.
Yeah. The other line I was looking at was like leaving up the Moarg deliberately again, and instead going like Ooze, tap, Aranasi, in order to make Possessi's turn more awkward, but overall this just kind of forces Possessi's hand a little bit more.
It's worth noting this is 21 health on the board. Very important breakpoint. It has one off just the Dark Skies.
Yeah.
Dealing with everything for 20. And Possessi's not got up to follow up. He has Rain of Fire, but it feels bad to use that just to deal with one minion. No dragon in hand either, so this Nether Breath is only dealing 2 times 2.
Yeah. Which is 4. Quick math.
So it looks like we're gonna see tap plus Rain of Fire here.
All of a sudden, though, we are looking at quite a lot of burn having gone for Possessi. That second Rain of Fire, a Soul Fire down as well.
Great spot from Surrender to build that little bit of an awkward board. Dodge the Mortal Coil.
Whoa, that is a low-key deceptively good outcome there, I think, actually, for Surrender. Just getting the discount from 1 to 0 on the Rain of Fire opens up, at the very least, a 15 damage Malagos combo.
And finally for Possessi, that is quest completion right now if he wants it.
Yeah.
Just a question of whether he wants to Dark Skies first. Guaranteed get rid of this Praise Netherwing, and yes he does.
Love it. Still getting quest completed, I believe, from this plot twist.
And he can end the turn with a tap. Very nice, getting back the Brood Mothers. get him out of that crucial, or above that crucial 18 health breakpoint.
Yeah, quite an expensive hand. However, this isn't like the ideal for one where you want to start tapping because you want to hit Alex or Mali as the absolute dream outcomes. But
So this
far
does
from
put him,
disastrous.
yeah, if he goes for the Nether Wing, get them back down to that scary 18, but this is just going into Surrender's 8 mana turn, not really Malagos available just yet.
Right. Exactly, there's only one 0 mana card in hand. Like, the odds of you dying to Malagos are extremely low.
Correct. Oh, Dark Skies on the other side.
Card draw rolling. Love it. I think this is just a not an especially funky way to approach the matchup, but for Surrender, just a very good demonstration of the standard approach.
Oh, and surprised he dumps this instead of the, or both. Okay, with the Ooze. I think understanding that with both Soulfire in hand, and no more chance to discount any of those spells because both the plot twists have been used, he can just expend one of those cards. Because at most he goes Malagos, 1 cost spell, 0 cost spell, and is there still a coin? Coin's still in his deck, right?
For Surrender, yes, there is, sorry.
So he both Soulfire makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, this is not the situation where you want to be using them to clear up hand space like it was for Possessi early on. He's got the quest completed. He's got inevitability on his side. He just needs to survive. Like, even for example here, I think Nether Breath is something you could very much throw down here. It is not crucial for the combo at all. And so, tap Moarg Nether Breath seems fine.
Yeah, I'm on board with that, especially since it's starting to get a bit scary for Surrender as well. Hold on.
Wait a second, he may just have lethal.
Yeah, if the Soulfires don't discard each other, right? He has 16, doesn't need to play the Rain of Fire. Oh my gosh.
And he got it. Didn't get Chonsu'd like we saw earlier on today. The Soulfire behaving this time. And while it was a risk, I think that Surrender could potentially have explored a line of taking it a little bit further. Now that Possessi had his quest active, at any point that he spikes and hits Malagos, Surrender, the game would be over. So overall, a perfectly reasonable way to approach the matchup, and he is rewarded for it.
Very clean as well. I think we saw a lot of interesting hand dump mindsets from Possessi there. I was saying you can dump the Zephrys, you can dump the Zephrys, but he's held onto it most of those turns, but still found ways to get the taps in. It is really that early Soulfire that frees up 2 spaces that I didn't expect would be Possessi's game plan, but it seemed pretty solid.
Yeah, I think both players had a pretty good approach to the matchup. It was, I mean, quite clearly the case where Surrender got the quest online active, and the only turn I think where he deviated away from tapping was his turn 6, when he had the very powerful Abyssal Summoner plus the Aranassi. And I think that shows exactly how important he believes the tapping as much as possible game plan to be. The only time he's deviating is when it is an incredibly powerful development onto the board. So overall for Surrender, just the correct way to approach the matchup, in my opinion.
Yeah, very cleanly played. That annoyingly sized Dark Skies board really hurt Possessi as well. We didn't get to see it pan out in the end there, but had Surrender not gotten the lethal immediately, we could have seen Possessi in a similar case where he was lacking 1 Dark Skies from lethal by the time he gets his Malagos. It's very small things, but in the grand scheme of things, I really like how both players approach the matchup.
I've liked a lot of the all players in terms of the Warlock mirror. Alutemu, I thought maybe was getting a little bit flustered towards the start, although his game plan did have some merit. Rivius going for a slightly more board-focused approach, one that I'm sure he has explored before, given that he's been playing this Quest Warlock deck for quite a while now, with a good amount of success beforehand, at least. But now, at least, it is going to be the slightly more unfortunate matchup with Demon Hunter versus Warlock. Or
yes. Surrender on match point could put himself on a pretty good score to end the round robin portion, despite him having that having that disappointing first few weeks. Has clawed himself out of it now, even at 3-3, and could very well just cement a good position into playoffs.
But the times that we have seen Warlock winning this, it has not been against hands like this, Gia. Very, very aggressive. Lots of damage to get things rolling for Surrender. But I will also say on the other side, Demon Hunter has not run into a hand that's quite so removal heavy as this one.
Yeah. I mean, the Moarg coin Rain of Fire could wreak havoc on Surrender's minions, but he does have that very important beaming sidekick, which could get 1 minion out of the 2 health range. Very crucial as to whether he wants to save it for, say, the Satyr Overseer, or cash it in immediately.
Hey, I got you, friend.
He's respecting it for Possessi, and the rewards are clear. His Battle Fiend, or his entire board, I should say, doesn't get instantly wiped.
It doesn't, but even if Possessi goes for the half wipe here, he ends up with a 2-2 versus a 1-2, which, if Surrender wants to develop the Satyr Overseer, then the Moarg stays on board, and if Surrender doesn't hit a weapon or Twin Slice along his hero power, then it'll have to be the Battle Fiend that trades into the Moarg. But we're gonna see Possessi be patient and go for Moarg double Rain of Fire?
It's a very possible line to consider. I mean, it depends on what he gets off the top. You know, if he finds himself with a Nether Breath, he might hold back on the Moarg completely. Or at least save it to go for one big combo. Or, for example, if he gets another Questing Explorer, maybe he just throws that down now and tries to win the board the old-fashioned way.
And the turn 3 for Surrender is very awkward because he's not hit a weapon. It actually makes me wonder if the Respect on turn 2 was 100% the way to go. Because if you expect the response to Battle Fiend to be... Or sorry, just Beaming Sidekick Hero Power without the second Battle Fiend to be Moarg, then you have the follow-up of the second Battle Fiend in Hero Power. But then that board would have been weak to a Soulfire. It's just different situations to play around, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. There's a million ways to clear this board, to be honest, for Possessi, depending on what he has. Like, even, for example, trade Dark Skies here also would clear up the board very nicely.
Wow, Nether Breath also. I mean, Possessi has a clear without using the coin. If he just trades into 2-4, you go Moarg, Rain of Skies.
Yeah.
Rain of Skies. I said it again. Rain Fire.
Possibilities.
I mean, we've already
And
had
then the
someone
Moarg still stays
make
on
a mock-up for the artwork of Eye Beaming Sidekick, so maybe we can get a Rain of Skies as well.
Just waiting for Seal of Fate. But of course, the problem with that line of going for Moarg, Rain of Fire is that if Surrender deals with it on the backswing, suddenly Possessi doesn't have that guaranteed combo with Nether Breath, has to wait to draw the other Moarg.
Like, honestly, my head at the moment is at going Questing Explorer here and trading, because if we see Satyr Overseer plus trade, then you still have Moarg plus Rain of Fire, possibly with a Nether Breath as well to get the heal in at the same time. This does mitigate a lot of damage immediately, so the need to go for Nether Breath with the Moarg is definitely mitigated.
It's also important to remember that Possessi had a decent read on no Umber Wing, no Chaos Strike on the previous turn, because Surrender floated 2 mana.
Yep.
So he could just be saying, this Moarg sticks too, despite it being at 2 health only.
And if he did make that, what a read it was, because now he's looking to be in a premium situation. Whoa.
Wow, the other one as well?
Okay, I think in this situation, you are looking much more likely to go Nether Breath here and then save the second Moarg to go with Rain of Fire, or if you need another AoE clear. Like, the Nether Breath is just good here.
Yeah, heals 8. He can trade away the other minion with the Moarg and still develop his questing. So start with the questing. Or the tap, because he feels like he's so far ahead that he can get that many draws in.
Wow, he's completely holding back here.
Okay.
Well, the dividends could be huge if he gets a Moog Nether Breath on a very good target later on. First of all, he does have to survive, though.
Yeah. I mean, this still...
Job's done.
I was gonna say, it looks like a Moarg Nether Breath turn to me, because the taunt doesn't look efficient in the face of a Warglaves. But Possessy might just be saying, I can still survive this turn, and then I'll go for the big heal.
Gia, this is like 2 damage off lethal with that top deck there. Double Twin Slice Hero Power can take out the taunt. The Glavebound can go face if Surrender wants it to.
It is really huge. And that is the target that Possessy wanted with his Moarg.
And he can get it, you know. He saved it to go for a situation exactly like this one.
However, he's definitely not safe, even if he heals for 8.
Oh no.
Alright, I am expecting a 90-degree look left from Surrender in 3, 2, 0.5.
Tap first. Oh, you madman, Possessy. I love it.
Oh, wow. The greed!
Agreed.
Well, that was just roughly 45 degrees.
Yeah, that was a much less severe tilt. Both figuratively and literally.
Aha. You're still fine. He's got an active skull. This I-beam one-shots the Moarg.
Yeah, you take that.
Alas, poor warlock.
I mean, Possessy has managed to fit in 2 extra draws than we thought he would. We're going for this line of tapping last turn, and the turn that he didn't go for Nether Breath, he went for a tap. We'll see. That's going to be enough because Surrender's got more juice.
Right, he can just keep going and going and going, especially as the skull very possibly can be outcasted from the right-hand side, given there is no card in the deck that Surrender couldn't play and the skull at the same time. Just depends on what the draw is. But the damage will not stop now at all.
I think it's more likely to be played from the left. That looks pretty good. But here we go. The big twist for Possessy, hoping to get back some Aaron Nassies. Oh, Other Breath is available now. But Surrender's nodding his head. He did not see any of the Brood Mothers drawn.
Yep. It hurts, but I think it's just too scary to not go for it here. Your mana might be spoken for on the next turn with Abyssal Summoner tap or something like that.
So much damage. Chaos Strike, double Twin Slice, Glavebound, and Hero Power is 9. Even it's not lethal, it unlocks the skull.
Yeah, I mean, the thinking is you could go for the freeze and then skull for if you get Altruist, and then you have a bigger hand to juice that up.
And even if you don't get it, you could still just Twin Slice Glavebound this turn.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
Whoa.
Mega development. It's just a full board.
Yeah, I mean, and card draw. Like, Demon Hunter is still just insane. You always forget it sometimes, and then you get a glimpse of its true power.
There's a reason he says, alas, poor war.
Because Possessy's about to get dumpstered.
Because this is a good matchup.
Yes, exactly. And it will mean, if Surrender can take the win here, that he will move up to 4 and 3, Possessy down to 3 and 4. Still looking good overall, but Chonsu could mess him up depending on how his game goes tomorrow.
We even see Surrender holding back on the Glavebound Adept. For a reason I'm not sure of, to be honest.
I guess it's damage that goes over the top of taunts, whereas Hero Power isn't, so he fits in 1 extra damage here. Yeah, I mean, either way, I don't think it matters all too much. Zephyrus inactive.
Dark Skies deals with this board. without having to use Rain of Fire?
I mean, to be honest, the only actual out, as we can see, is Plot Twist to draw both Aranassis, but then the board sticks around anyway, so I'm not even sure that was an out.
Zasi was just hoping there was no more burst, but Surrender is going for the top decked one. Of course. And that will mean Surrender goes up to 4-3 despite such a slow start, solidifies himself with a positive score in the round robin, and makes it to playoffs.
And at the very least, I think we can agree positive win rate is the minimum we should expect from Surrender, given how strong of a player he is and how well he's been playing. I think consistently he has been showing good understanding of the matchups and very strong technical play as well. The two real pillars of a good Hearthstone player that we expect from Surrender.
What did I tell you, Derek? Medium-sized sip after the game. What else can you expect of Surrender? Although, to be honest, I'm pretty curious what Possessi would have pulled out if he won that series. We saw a dab the other day.
Oh,
What's
yeah.
it going to be now? A dab with the shades?
I don't think we can handle it. I think the broadcast would just break. And sadly, we won't get to see that from Possessi on tomorrow, because that is him all done with his matches for the round robin. Surrender as well finishes with his 7th match there against Possessi. So 4-3 for 3 and 4 for Possessi. And now Possessi's fate is out of his hands. We're going to have to see how Chonsu will fare tomorrow in his remaining match. But that means, Gia, that we are all done with Division A for today. We now get to move on to the most tense match of the day.
It is true. This is, no doubts about it, a match for Frosty's career in Grandmasters. If he loses one, he has absolutely no chance of avoiding relegation, and he is up against the leader of the division in Tyler with a 5-1 score.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult match. Tyler has been, for the most part, I think, playing very well. The scary parts for him have come in the fact that he's brought some decks that he hasn't really tested in a tournament capacity. He's been relying more on his ladder stats, which don't necessarily translate over perfectly, as we well know, into a tournament setting. Of course, the infamous Dragon Aggro Hunter was almost his letdown in the past couple of weeks. But with a much more standard lineup here, Warrior, Quest Warlock, Demon Hunter, and Highlander Hunter there, I think have put him in good stead to take a win against Frosty if he can keep up this high level of play.
Very true. And thank you so much to Lorinda for confirming that if Frosty wins this series versus Tyler, his tiebreak actually puts him above Staz. And so he would be safe from the auto-relegation zone. He would still end up in the relegation bracket, but that could make all the difference to have one more shot at avoiding being relegated entirely. So we cannot stress enough just how important this is for Frosty and for Staz, because for Staz to avoid the auto-relegation, I think he needs Frosty to lose and Samuel Tsao to win. It's just a lot of scenarios because of how our tiebreakers break down. But no matter which way you slice it, it is going to be tough for Frosty up against Tyler.
Yeah, it's looking very bad for Staz, whose fate is entirely out of his hands. Whereas for Frosty, just putting everything else aside, for Staz, for Dawn, whoever it may be, just all comes down to this one match to try and stay in Grandmasters. And looking at the bans that we have here, very much expected with the double Warrior going down. And outside of that, we have, well, pretty much just a mirror straight up here with the Quest Warlock, Demon Hunter, and Hunter on both sides.
And in very classic fashion to how our meta has settled, we're going to be starting off with the Demon Hunter Mirror. This is a class that we always expect to get a win at some point, and we always got to take a look at what extra spice the players are including in the list. I'm already seeing a 1 of Mana Burn on Tyler's side.
And on the other side, I'm seeing a 2 of Blowtorch Saboteur from Frosty, which again, I'm sure he has been practicing a fair bit with. Yesterday, when we weren't quite 100% as to whether the Metamorphosis resets it to costing 1 or stays at 3, he sent me a cheeky DM just letting me know, yep, that is in fact how it works, which is why Possessi was in such a bad spot. So at the very least, he knows how the cards that he put in his deck works, which is a good sign for him heading up against Tyler here. But in the Demon Hunter Mirror, I do think that the Blowtorch Saboteur will play a pretty important role in shutting down some of the key power turns you're trying to make around turns 5 or more crucially turn 6.
Yeah, I think that these 3 tech cards that we've been talking about, the Blowtorch Saboteur, the Frozen Shadow Weaver, and the Mana Burn, in Tyler's case, are all about timing disruption.
Yes.
It's a very specific type of tech card where you're not just trying to buff up your health with the Beaming Sidekick or play a minion that draws you further in your deck. It is specifically aimed at making things annoying for your opponent, which is more important than ever in this mirror. So I think these tech cards will reward knowledge of the matchup more so than your run-of-the-mill beating sidekick.
I agree completely, and I think that it really perfectly exemplifies the biggest strength, and in a way the biggest weakness of Demon Hunter is, if you want to frame it positively, it's consistency, and negatively, it's predictability, because it does very powerful things very consistently every game, whereas if you know going into turn 5, the two best plays are Warglaves or Glavebound Adept, a freeze shuts both of those down perfectly with very little counterplay from your opponent. The best 3-drop by a country mile is Satyr Overseer and activating it straight away. A freeze, or very often a Blowtorch Saboteur, can shut that down. So like you said, knowing these key turns is crucial to get these tech cards to work.
Consistency or predictability. Now I know why Casey was dissing Bloody Face. He was just calling him unpredictable.
I guess that's one way of looking at it.
Yeah. With this particular matchup, I mean, we can't stress enough how much it means to Frosty. He was tweeting yesterday basically his goodbyes, as you pointed out, but there was one good Samaritan on Twitter that replied to him and said, "You actually still have a shot, dude. You just have to beat Tyler." And I say that as a just, but it's so incredible how one win, how big of it is, because Tyler's win streak means that the tiebreaker for Frosty will go all the way up to 7 from 2, just because Tyler has that many wins.
Exactly, which puts him ahead of Dawn and Staz, both of whom have finished their matches and are on 2 wins each. So it is not so bad of a situation for Frosty as you at all might expect, who has kind of low-key said goodbye to us twice now. Once when he went down to 0 and 4, I believe it was, or 0 and 5, where he just gave us a goodbye. Then he was able to take a win. Then he lost his next match and is now in with one final chance to turn things around. And it's not even that. Quite a lot of emphasis on that. It's not that bad of a situation here for Frosty, given how it could be at a 1 and 5 record.
I would argue things are looking much more grim for Staz, who needs 2 specific outcomes that he has no more control over. He needs Frosty to go down in this matchup, and he needs Samuel Tsao to win. And it is not looking very great for my teammate, but all eyes will be on Frosty for now, because I think among players in APAC, we've seen people like Kin, whose results don't necessarily reflect how well they've been playing. I think Frosty at his peak could definitely rise way above the score that he has right now. We have these from him that we questioned, lineup choices as well. But I think overall, when Frosty is putting the work in, he is a really, really good Hearthstone player. Consistency on ladder in the previous system, why he made it into GM in the first place.
I agree completely. I think that Frosty has fallen prey to some suboptimal deck lists along his time in Grandmasters, be it bringing the Paladin a lot in previous seasons, the kind of weird Murloc Paladin that I think wasn't quite in line with what the metagame was trying to do at that point. And even in recent weeks, like not bringing Demon Hunter last week, I think, while I could see the reasoning behind it, because we'd just seen nerfs, was not the way to go with the deck overall, or a couple of weeks ago, whenever it may have been. And so now I think he's got a much more standard and, for a reason, lineup here, with it being 4 of the best decks at the moment. And he's in with as good a chance as any to turn things around right now.
Yes, indeed. Sorry, I had a bit of a laugh there because I just saw somebody post an I-beaming sidekick artwork.
It's very good, isn't it? It's very good.
Make it happen. It's gotta happen. And then Rain of Skies. What is that even gonna look like?
I don't even want to imagine. I can try and make a mock-up in MS Paint that will surely burn your eyes when you look at it. But again, in terms of the actual differences that we have in tech cards for the archetypes for both of these players, with Warrior being banned out of the way, the only difference in the Warlock mirror, so far as I can tell, is a 1 Rain of Fire for a 1 Soulfire for either of these players. Honestly, shouldn't make that much of a difference in the matchup. They both fulfill a similar function, which is mainly to go face, along with Malagos, if you can save them for that. The real difference is really just the inclusion of a Org Merchant in the Hunter list for Frosty, which is not something we see all too often at all.
Yeah, that is something very new. And you know what? I think it could be very impactful in the mirror. Being able to give something Divine Shield so that you're trading up is a huge tempo swing, similar almost to the effect of Faceless Corruptor can have. And it makes it so that removing Frosty's minions is of utmost importance for Tyler. I do wonder if we're going to get to see a Highlander Hunter mirror later on. I do think we're starting with Demon Hunter, of course, but even if we see 3 mirrors throughout the series, it's going to be very fun to watch. I think that the Demon Hunter mirror is high level. I think that the Quest Warlock mirror is high level. I think the Highlander Hunter mirror, while seemingly straightforward, has a lot of tricks behind it as well.
I agree completely. I will apologize now for the slight delay that we have getting into the game. I think they're having some slight difficulties getting the test game running, but I've got word that it should be any moment now before we head into the game. And so looking forward to that Demon Hunter mirror that you pointed out we're going to be looking for at the start. I think we should be seeing some very high-level play. Tyler, in particular, is a player I think who has shown good understanding of these weird little tricksy matchups where there's a lot of fundamentals of Hearthstone that you need to know.
Always trips me up to see it's daytime for Tyler. He's not actually in APAC geographic. Pretty dark here these days. And Frosty started off with a double 1-drop hand on the play. Definitely what you want to see as Demon Hunter, but the rest of the cards be heavy.
Yeah, I will say that for Tyler, though, I like the look of this starting hand for him. The pickup of the nice 2-drop as well, I think just gives him 100% liberty to dump everything he can onto the board this turn, dominate things in his favor, and just rely on the top of his deck to get the job done thereafter.
That is insane. Beaming sidekick along with a blazing battle mage, and if he wants, he could just twin slice away this immediately.
Yeah, it's just insane. I think you absolutely go all in here.
Crazy.
Hey, I got you, friend.
And Tyler agrees. Not only is it like a regular amount of good to do this, because this is always a fairly powerful play in the matchup, he also has Chaos Strike for if a minion is developed, or Sightless Watcher for if one isn't on the follow-up, both of which likely fill out his curve very well.
Yeah. Clearing off the Battle Fiend there prevents Frosty from taking a value trade onto the Beaming Sidekick as well. And suddenly, the game... I don't want to say it, but I have to. It looks over before it's even started.
It looks awful for Frosty now. If he can find himself Frozen Shadow Weaver, I think that's probably his best bet at swinging things back, because there's a decent chance that Tyler goes for Chaos Strike here, which means there's no 3-attack minion on board, at which point Frozen Shadow Weaver might be able to swing Frosty back into the game.
And Tyler's presented with a not-so-straightforward choice of his own. He could have gone Chaos Strike to preserve on all of his minions.
Yeah.
This Sightless Watcher allows him to possibly curve into his own Shadow Weaver. That's the biggest upside. And he could still take a VT, so I'm not opposed to this, but not the greatest options for him to put at the top of his deck. These are all bad.
Yeah, you want to go for the Valkyria Scoundrel option of anything else, please, because he does not want any of these cards. But I think it's a good point that you bring up about it likely fills out his turn 3 for maybe a Frozen Shadow Weaver of his own. But it also does just very nicely play around the best play of Frozen Shadow Weaver from Frosty, even if he just missed an attack there. Okay, Tyler, let's slow it down a little bit. Let's take it back to basics now, because you're doing good.
Weld it down, lock it up.
Well, that is a welcome sight for Frosty in a 3-drop off the top that isn't immediately dead to the Sightless Watcher. Tyler is not missing any mana. However, the mana burn, we talked about how important timing is in this matchup. I feel like you don't necessarily want to lock up a turn 4 as opposed to turn 5.
I agree completely. Kayn is the scariest thing that you're likely to see here, but to be honest, I think you're quite likely to have mana spare on the following turn to just throw it down, as hero power plus mana burn does feel pretty powerful.
True. Hey, it works out perfectly for Frosty. Didn't float any mana anyway.
Fantastically for Frosty. That mana burn did nothing. Literally nothing.
And the Twin Slice is huge because he's got Glaive Bound.
Look at if the mana burn could have come down here, Gia. The difference is astronomical.
Completely agree. And we talk about how bad it feels to be the first to play Glaive Bound, but it's significantly worse when your opponent has a weapon equipped. Tyler does not. So if Frosty is expecting a Glaive Bound in response, it's going to have to come with a Twin Slice as well. You can take that. I don't think you can afford to be that safe as Frosty. I love that he's going in here.
100%. Even if there is a glaive bound on the following turn, he still has a respectable follow-up of Metamorphosis ping in order to take it out.
Tyler has equipped the War Glaives, not wasting any time here.
Woo! That is a spicy top deck.
That is insane. Never mind floating mana. This is a mana burn in and of itself. Tyler cannot play the active glaive bound. He can't swing. And the skull is locked for non-outcast value.
I love this play from Frosty. So much mana is floated, but that just pales in comparison to the power of getting this down, and he is rewarded. Look at what this means to him, man.
Frosty's feeling it, and you know what? Of course he is. This is just a game to help him stay in Grandmasters for another season. That is a great start to the series. Can't get too complacent yet because this is a class that generally tends to get the wins in, but great start.
And I will say, Frosty not presented that many options in the early game. I think played as close to a perfect game as you can there, given his, there weren't too many options in the early game, but his choices in the mid game, I think, were absolutely spot on. Tyler, on the other hand, the only really big question has to be the mana burn. But even though it is a very slight difference, it may seem, between playing it on turn 3 or turn 4, I think that would have won him the game if he just played it a turn later.
That too. And we also just saw a very uncharacteristic blunder of missing a damage, which of course is not very relevant compared to the missed timing, I think it's fair to say, on the mana burn. But still, want to see Tyler just chill out, settle down, and play some good Hearthstone.
Yeah, because to me at least, I think that didn't show the same level of understanding that we're looking from such a strong player as Tyler. But he has a chance to turn things around, of course. The Demon Hunter mirror is not the be-all and end-all in these matchups, because you're generally expecting the loser in Tyler here with this Demon Hunter to still be able to get a win. So whether or not he can turn it around and take the win against Frosty, Dawn will definitely be hoping he can do in terms of tiebreakers. But for now, we're going to go to a break before we come back with the thrilling conclusion of our final match of the day. Welcome back to the final series of the day here for Asia Pacific, at least. Of course, this is the first region of the day, so Europe with Raven and Sottle, and then Americas with Frodan, and special guest caster Doa will be coming up later on in the day. And as always, remember here on the Hearthstone Esports YouTube page, the heart of competitive Hearthstone gaming, you should subscribe to make sure that you never miss any of the action here, because if it's anything like this, you're definitely not going to want to miss it, Gia. Frosty is 1 game up now versus Tyler in potentially saving himself from being relegated out of Grandmasters.
It is so much on the line for Frosty here, and we did say at the beginning, or I said that I would really like to see a bunch of mirrors, even if it just goes 3 mirrors. I think these are 3 very interesting. So I can't say that for many metas past, the mirrors tended to be pretty straightforward, and you'd see the same strategies back and forth, but we are heading into the Highlander Hunter mirror now, and I'm excited to see whether that Guardian Alg Merchant tech for Frosty can come in clutch.
Could be a big old deal. Protecting some of your minions early on is absolutely huge, because this is, make no mistake, a tempo matchup in the early game for sure. You're trying to lock down that early board and then transition, as Hunter always does, quickly into delivering lethal damage.
Frosty has the Fairy Dragon, but he would really like to have another 2 out the curve entirely. Just coin 2 into 2 into 3. Oftentimes, missing 1 turn of development is death in the matchup, but for Tyler, turn 1 is just tracking, and turn 2 is not guaranteed to have development either.
Quickly.
You definitely don't keep the tracking in the mulligan, but if it's your only play on turn 1, you're gonna take it. And what are these options? So expensive.
Yeah, I'm thinking with Desert Spear in hand, Varanus looks like the most tempting one to me. Boom Pistol can be very powerful in the matchup for sure to shut down the option to go for any of the big powerful battle cries, be it Varanus or the Faceless Corruptor, which is why I can understand going for it here.
Like the whole deck. Oh, wow. Best top deck possible for Tyler.
Is it a play, though? Tyler has, like, arguably the best 3-drop in Desert Spear on the following turn.
It's the best 3-drop for certain situations. If Frosty's follow-up is Coin Animal Companion, the Spear doesn't feel very good. If it's just a Fairy Dragon, though, then the Spear does make a lot of sense. I think he absolutely goes for the development now. Just a question which one he takes. Oh, Wild Growth.
Okay,
gets you an earlier Boom Pistol.
Yeah, there's a lot of good options you can get in the mid to late stages of the game. Siamat, Dino Tamer, Brand, of course, primarily. I was almost wondering if it would offer him the powered shield there, but of course, on the turn 2, it just offers you the 3 drops, not being able to read your hand.
Job done.
Wow, this Boom Pistol could very well shut off a turn of development for Frosty. Just lucky that he's got the Bone Wraith. That is with no battle cry.
Yeah, he's got stuff he can do at the very least.
Worst companion for the situation, I would say.
I mean, technically, both of the outcomes off of Scavenger's Ingenuity, sorry, I take that back. I was going to say both Zixor and the Diving Griffin take it out. There's also the Escaped Mana Saber in the deck for Tyler, which is a huge whiff here. And therefore, it's probably too much of a risk.
So, it's not an entire whiff if he just goes for the draw and hits the Mana Saber. He could still develop a Dragon or the Stormhammer.
Yep.
It's not the end of the world. Primarily, I'm looking at having the Bully saved for a more impactful turn. Going into the 7-mana turn for Frosty, for example, is a huge...
Yeah, I love your point. Especially as if it's like turn 6 and they have the coin. Not only do you shut down Dino Tamer and Siamat, it's also a Varanus potentially if that was to come down on curve as well.
That's one of the good results. The Diving Griffin is at such an annoying health total for Frosty to deal with. Tyler well and truly ahead now. Could just go for his own Dragon and Stormhammer. Whoa, Rot Nest?
Yep, you're picking Rot Nest here. Insane.
The card is so powerful in this matchup and almost every other matchup that doesn't go too wide.
Frosty still with decent plays, though. You know, he's keeping up very well despite a Zephyrus Wild Growth opening from his opponent. Swampoo's plus kill command is fine on this turn. It still's allowed for coin Siamat next turn.
Yeah. You take those. Frosty just wants to stay toe to toe. As long as he has 1 minion on board and Tyler doesn't, then he can sort of compensate for the mana that he didn't get. So it's not the most spectacular Rot Nest in the world, so I'm looking at Boom Pistol plus the Felma, because this is going into a coin Siamat or a coin Dinotamer brand from Frosty.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at the same thing, but similar reasoning, but maybe Desert Spear plus Evasive Feywing, because that takes out the Ooze and still develops a big threat. And then you have the Desert Spear active for Rot Nest on the following turn. If he plays a smaller minion, you can deal with it and then take out the big minion.
That's, of course, worrisome for the Rot Nest on the other side, but it would be off for Frosty. The problem with Feywing this late, though, I feel, is that it's pretty easily answered by Faceless, by Diving Griffin, by the Rot Nest.
That's fair, yeah.
Nobody move!
I do think I like this timing.
I mean, as you said, it does play around both the Siamat and the Dinotamer, so if you're ever going to get the benefit, now is the time.
And Corruptor, as it turns out.
True.
Frosty can still spend his mana, but it feels bad to develop a 2/5 into a 5/5.
I wonder. Another soul to consume.
That is just the least of his problems. Look at Tyler's next turn. The value trade with the Desert Spear, and then he can go for Faceless on top of that, and then he's just curving into Alexstrasza.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's just looking absolutely premium here for Tyler.
Frosty probably gonna need a Zephyrus of his own to pull him out of the next board, but even then, he's not dealing with the Alex.
Yep. This makes a lot of sense. The Rot Nest break to get a significantly better target later on, I would imagine.
No Dragon to activate as well. That could have at least put him at board parity. You'd have gone Scale Rider.
Well, he's still got Orc Merchant to do kind of the same thing right this turn, yeah. The consideration was whether you just go for this play that trades evenly, or if you go for the Siamat alongside it to leave something on their board but still have a 6/6 in play. I guess the Siamat will kind of always be decent, whereas the Faceless Corruptor needs a little bit of help. Whoa!
Another Nazari! I mean, you just dumped them, right? The
I
health.
think you just play it, yeah.
Yeah, both.
Yeah.
The
It's as
heal
good as
is
it's going to be.
insignificant at the moment. And for Frosty to even deal with these, he needs Zephyrus into Brawl. Frosty's not had the best experience with Brawls in GM so far.
Decent outcome for sure there off of the Felmore, but now Frosty, I mean, he can just let rip with his own one. It's probably as good a chance as he has to pull things back.
Yeah, I mean, it always sucks to be the second person going for it, but he could hit Evasive Worm, could hit a Taunt. Whoa, Rotas! That's a big one!
Give me life.
Does Snipe arguably the worst one there. But
I mean,
that is
the fact
damage
that
off
kills
the board.
a minion.
Yeah.
Is huge. Twin Tyrant, interesting. You know where the damage goes, and if Tyler has an 8/4, very easy to trade into your 8/8. But I think it's worth doing that just to have the 4/10 on board.
I think I would rather have the option to go for like Siamat Rush Wind Fury on the following turn. And then you have, I think, a decent chance of making the trades a lot more impactful.
But this is so strong for Tyler as well. He has
oh my God,
another Rot Nest, also generated, by the way. Oh.
Yeah, this is a Zephyrus or bust at this point, I'm feeling for Frosty.
Wow, that's great.
Or
He can clear 3
Piranhas.
minions.
Oh,
Wow.
that's insane!
I don't know if there was an... Okay, wait. He had to go for that order, of course, because that was the dragon hand. Highest attack one left on board.
Oh!
And... What? 17 damage available. 2 off lethal. Are we looking at any Zephyrus outs for Frosty?
Yeah, does he have Zephyrus lethal? That's 14, 18, not quite.
No.
Nothing but a bunch of big bears.
Even with Bloodlust, doesn't get there.
Yeah.
That's gonna be GG. What a back and forth mirror.
Excellently done there by Frosty to even stand a chance against that onslaught from Tyler. But overall, I think you brought up great points along the way for Tyler's play. You know, prioritizing the boom pistol bully at the perfect moment, I think shut down any real chance for Frosty.
Yeah. Just goes to show how important disruption is in this meta. And it's
Yeah.
not the, like, play it and you go disruption of Dirty Rat back in the day. This is well thought out and considered timing for when to play these cards that deliberately make your opponent's best play unavailable. I love to see that in Hearthstone. As much as it hurts to see Frosty take a loss, because I do want to see him continue in GM, have to say hats off to Tyler as well for the timing of that boom pistol bully.
Yeah, and even talking about timing of disruption, I was just messaging him in the break, and he was saying that his play of going for the mana burn on turn 3, was it, instead of turn 4, of course, plays around his opponent going for Satyr Overseer hero power. So it's not like it was just wrong and he was throwing it down at all. It plays around some things, but is weak to other things, and it turns out Frosty had the hand that Tyler was weak to with his play. So again, like you say, there's always reasoning behind Tyler's plays, and I think he's showing still strong understanding aside from the one missed attack to face.
Yes, indeed. Wow. I can't believe that with how strong of a curve Tyler had that game, it did still come down to a top deck Dino Tamer brand.
Yeah.
Which goes to show that even person hits the Omega nuts, there's still outs from the other side, and that's what I really like about Highlander Hunter in any deck that plays Zephyrus.
That's right. I think, again, a slight mistake on the graphic there. Frosty has already won a game with his Demon Hunter, and now we've seen the Demon Hunter win, we've seen the Hunter win, and we're going to see one of those two decks win again, because it's the Hunter versus the Demon Hunter for this next matchup in the series. I think we can quite clearly see, based on the numbers, that this is favored for the Demon Hunter, but not devastatingly so, Gia.
Right. Based on our GM numbers, it actually just has Highlander Hunter at 48%. That is very close to a coin flip. And for a good reason, it tends to be that if you're just playing minions on curve, you fall behind against the Demon Hunter pressure. The weapons, Twin Slices, are far too efficient. But Hunter also has a fair amount of defensive seeing. An early Scavenger's Ingenuity could be very impactful. And Desert Spear is a huge one as well.
Scavenger's Ingenuity, I'm mumbling my words, already in hand. The, I suppose, low roll, again, would be... Oh, no, sorry, this is Frosty's list. I was going to say the Escaped Mana Saber, but Frosty is not playing that, so he only has 3 drops that he can hit, which sounds much more appealing to me.
The problem is this turn is... The curve says coin 2 into 2, but all of these 2 drops get better at some point, so Frosty is going to hold off. You could make the argument that you're going to go Scavenger's Ingenuity now and then just spend your next turn playing Corrosive Breath because Tyler is likely to develop something. But if he develops, say, Umberwing as opposed to Sightless Watcher, then the breath gets a lot less efficient.
The thing is as well, the Ooze here, you can argue that it gets better if your opponent plays Umberwing on 2, but it's really not actually that good here, to be honest. It just dies to the minions on board or another hero power. So much so that I actually wonder if this is a Scavenger's Ingenuity turn.
That was my first instinct, actually, to Ingenuity. Of course, it's pretty bad if you hit the Griffin over the Zixor, but I think that taking a bit of damage this turn for that payoff of the Zixor is well worth it, and the Ooze definitely wants to hit a Warglaves later on. It is a 50% failure rate, what I suggested, though.
Yeah, and, you know, this does... Even if it just trades with the 1/1s, that's fine, I suppose. And if it doesn't, then Unleash the Hounds can, of course, be used to try and mop up everything thereafter. But this does leave Frosty with a bit of ambiguity on his play for the next turn.
I grow impatient.
It turns out, though, Tyler's follow-up to remove the Ooze is just Umberwing, and this gives Frosty a nice Hounds play. And importantly, on the next turn, he can coin Scavengers into the 3-drop immediately.
That's a great point.
Ooh. Faceless Corruptor is one of the best tools to swing back the matchup instead of just responding turn after turn as Frosty has been doing. But you usually need it in combination with Desert Spear, which hasn't been available.
Wow. Yep, that's coming down for Tyler.
It's worth considering that this is going into Coin Rot Nest as a possibility, but the alternatives were very slow. It's just sightless, and you could make the argument for Mana Burn. I wonder when the best timing for that is. I'm thinking it's still going into the 7-mana turn. Similar idea for the Boom Pistol Bully a while ago.
Yeah, you could definitely make the argument for it. I think just that on average with this play, you smack them in the face, they probably can't remove it, and then you hit them with Warglaves again, and then they start to die.
Right. This is a good outcome for Frosty because the Zixor would not have one-shotted the Cane.
Yep.
And now we could see Tyler start swinging away. He's seen the Ooze, but gotta be wary of Zephyrus. Frosty's list is not running Frozen Shadow Weaver. We have seen that from Highlander Hunter, so one less thing for Tyler to worry about as well.
I will say that Frosty's just not looking that bad here, actually. I think this is a very winnable situation for Frosty.
Oh!
Yeah, that hurts.
Yep, it really, really does.
What is the best way to do this? Do you go double Twin Slice and then push the Glaive Bound into the 2/1?
Sure. Well, actually, you could just push it face and sink one charge into this because there will be one more charge of Warglaves that can go face. I just would like to see the Beaming Sidekick come down alongside the Glaive Bound.
Yes, for sure, for sure. It's just about whether or not you want to save a charge of Warglaves, because it's not like it's just a useless resource in this matchup. Being able to trade into a minion could be very good.
Yeah, I can see that as well. Okay, so Mana Burn going into 6 mana. This does still shut off Rotnest Drake, which is probably Frosty's best answer. But Frosty can hang in there.
Oh
wait, you can't. Never mind.
Clear, right?
Yeah.
The Mana Burn perfectly plays around it.
Oof.
It's actually insanely timed here for Tyler.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest that you want to do it going into turn 7, of course, to play around Siamat or Dinotamer Brand, but this just works out perfectly for Tyler. Whether or not he's thinking about the exact combination of Frosty's cards, it's perfect.
I mean, it's the thinking that just play a turn where you present the biggest threat, make it as hard as possible for Frosty to get rid of that, and Tyler is mega rewarded here.
All right, what's up on the top? Satyr Overseer is the biggest thing. Yep.
Yeah. I actually think that's a bit of a whiff for Tyler. He just wanted to get
time.
more card draw or more burst.
Yeah, it's a huge whiff.
But Frosty's still not got a good answer to this.
Yeah, he's just 1 mana short of doing all the really powerful things.
Even if we see a Desert Spear off the top, there is not enough mana to play it with the Faceless Corruptor.
I think Tyler's thinking about here the worst thing that, or like the most likely play that's bad is Siamat Rush Wind Fury, which would leave him without lethal as this currently stands. But the main point is that if Dinotamer Brand comes down, it doesn't matter that it can attack and kill in the 6 health Glavebound because Frosty's still dead.
Yes, indeed. The draw of Fairy Dragon now allows Frosty to transform something with his Faceless Corruptor,
True.
but it doesn't deal with enough damage. He's gonna throw it down, and Tyler's on match point. Frosty 1 loss away from his Grandmaster's position. So
Very
scary.
nice thinking there from Tyler overall. Okay, Tyler there was actually messaging me there, just letting us know that he's not going easy on Frosty, even though he missed the attack in the first game, just by absolutely dumpstering him there in that game.
Good to know.
Yeah, nicely done there by Tyler. And winning, I think, just about the expected matchup. It was just 1 or 2 cards that were short of turning things around for Frosty, and you brought it up a couple of times there in the course of the game. And I think you're exactly right. Desert Spear alone just feels so crucial in both locking down those early turns and also unlocking the potential of Varanus and Faceless Corruptor.
Yeah, Desert Spear is the #1 keep in the matchup, in my opinion. If you watch my Mulligan guide. Okay, I'm going to stop shilling myself because now we've got another Hunter matchup. Frosty up against Tyler's Questlock, the one remaining deck for Tyler. And this feels like it's pretty good for the Hunter, at least.
It does feel like it's pretty good. And I believe, based on what Lorinda is posting to us now, that Quest Warlock, as of today, has a 1-8 record, which is in very, very stark contrast to its insane win rate, where it only took like 1 loss over the past couple of days. Again, correct me, Lorinda, if I'm wrong, but basically the point is Quest Warlock is not looking anywhere near so good as it was in the past week.
1-8 for this weekend. All regions, you mean? Or like,
as of today, it's 1-8. I believe in today's games in APAC.
Today, but it won twice versus Druid. That can't be right.
Okay, I may be getting confused. Basically, it's nowhere near as much of a dream win rate as it was in the previous days.
That I can get behind. Okay, already a big decision point for Frosty, whether he wants to lock up a turn 3 rushing beast or develop his Fairy Dragon immediately. Given that he doesn't have a 3-drop in hand, I would first think of suggesting the Scavenger's Ingenuity, but kind of a whiff if you hit the Diving Griffin dead to just 1 Nether Breath, dead to just 1 Soulfire.
No, I agree. I much prefer getting the damage immediately, no matter what. Just got confirmation as well that today it is actually 1-8. The only deck it has beaten, if we look at the thing, is Chonsu taking the win over the Demon Hunter for Alutemu. It hasn't actually beaten Druid today. I think you might be thinking of games from previous days.
Oh, maybe.
But either way, it does not speak well to Tyler's chances here, as this is already ramping up to be a pretty disastrous situation for him. No Moarg Rain of Fire, no Dark Skies, no Netherwing, nothing to clear off this Fairy Dragon and stop it from doing 1 billion.
He does have Plot Twist, though. Desert Spear far less impactful in this matchup.
Right, and so is it therefore Bone Wraith for mana utilization?
I was looking at Scale Rider because that can go face, but sure. The next play on curve is, of course, the Bone Wraith. I think the tracking there, low-key pretty good to filter out the riffraff in the deck. You don't want Desert Spear. Get yourself closer.
Classic elitist Gia there, calling riffraff on Scale Rider. How dare you? I actually, I like the point you bring up about Scale Rider, though, because I'm kind of unconvinced here for Frosty that this was the way to go. Yes, this yields better mana utilization for sure, because he can play the Bone Wraith on this turn. But he could have gone Zigzaw on this turn, and then the Scale Rider plus Hero Power on 5, which is a lot more aggressive.
Worth considering, but the upside for holding Zigzaw is it can now just one-shot away this Moarg.
Very good point.
Oh man, Frosty's curve is shaping up to be powerful.
Varanus alone, who cares about the battle cry? It's a 7-6, which is almost impossible for Tyler to find a healthy way to deal with at the moment.
Still no Dark Skies available. He's got to draw for it with the questing. I wonder if it was desperate enough that he's going for Plot Twist, but he hits it!
Is it
10
too
health
much?
on board.
It's a clear.
Wait, no. It's only 9 cards he has in hand right now.
Which is still a clear, right? Oh no, you're right, no.
Yeah. So it almost certainly leaves up a 4-1 Zixor. So we're going to see Tyler probably Soulfire away the Zixor instead.
Could now go for Coin Nether Breath instead for more heal.
Okay. Yeah, the way the hand looks, I don't think he was particularly saving coin for anything.
Yeah. And either way, they both leave the same amount of cards discarded, or you know, same amount of cards in hand for a plot twist next turn.
Wow. That's tempo.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah, the thing is with this matchup, the best card you want to try and hit is the minion off of Abyssal Summoner, but then the 2/2 is left behind the taunt most of the time anyway, so you're left with a best of 50-50.
Dark Skies, which Tyler saved, gets a clean clear on the board. Frosty could just be developing the old Divine Shield Wind Fury.
Another plot twist though there for Tyler. At the very least, next turn we could be looking at plot twist hero power. A game that was looking incredibly good for Frosty is now all of a sudden turned on its head.
It really has, especially if he can't find a turn 8 to keep the pressure up.
Yeah.
Granted, Varanus and Ooze isn't terrible. No dragon available.
Yeah, the clear is still here, obviously, with
Yeah.
Rain of Fire, Moog, Soulfire. But that's a lot of resources.
Or Coil. Yeah.
Sure.
It's
Yeah.
a lot, but there is no way that you can leave 12 damage.
Yes.
He's absolutely got to go for it.
The only alternative being plot twist to try and find Dark Skies?
I don't like it. I think it's just whether or not Tyler wants to tap. No way! Okay, it's a large minion, and he does remove the Divine Shield. That's a big deal. Zero respect for Zephyrus, this is.
This is 14 damage that can connect face now. Unleash the Hounds, kill command, hero power.
Yeah.
Oh,
That is very
Disaster.
powerful. Yeah.
absolute disaster for Tyler.
And the clear is still there, but it is just as awkward. Now the Nether Wing probably doesn't want to come down. Tyler's health total is in danger. He drew back the Soulfire, but not the Moarg. At the very least, he can trade and Soulfire. Oh, Caledon? Sure.
That's a clear if nothing else. And oh, it's so close. Just imagine what Frosty's mindset must be. If he loses this game of Hearthstone, he is out of Grandmasters. 100% no way out.
Aranasi is a great outcome. Tyler can put a taunt in the way this turn. It's crucial though that he's already drawn the Caledon, so it can't be a possible top deck for what is gonna be a big Alexstrasza. Whoa!
Whoa!
Yes, Sarah! Malagos.
Are premium dragons, my goodness.
We've seen the kill command, but we've not seen Zephyrus.
Yeah.
Is there an argument to hold on to this? The argument is Twisting Nether.
Corrosive Breath
Yeah.
does work that way because it also deals damage, even though you're not targeting the opponent's face.
I think so.
Yeah, yeah.
But more importantly, Frosty's deck is just full of threats now. You don't bring Druid, you just generate the Druid cards. Oh!
Come close.
It's an 8-8 though, you'll take that.
Absolutely, just trying to pressure back, get a lethal with the Malagos in the next couple of turns.
Okay, I think Frosty thought it was active, and then realized it's not quite so bad. The Diving Griffin now definitely draws Zixar Prime.
Okay.
I think.
Yep. How good is that? Pretty good. Varanus plus Diving Griffin this turn is definitely a consideration.
Yeah. It means he can get rid of Alexstrasza with the Diving Griffin, and the Ysera goes into the Brood Mother. Not pushing any damage phase, but it's a very strong board. Gives him big potential for swinging.
I like it.
Oh, Frosty.
The alternative being Diving Griffin and Ooze and Faceless Corruptor, which does the same thing, but then you don't stick a Varanus.
See how much this means to him.
How about a new eye? How about a new eye?
I'm struggling to see what he's saving the Varanus for.
Yeah, I'm a little unconvinced on this line.
Yeah. Tyler's still in a sticky situation.
Yeah, I think Frosty might be reconsidering as well here. I mean,
For Tyler, he can tap first, he can trade and Mortal Coil. Oh, another Brood Mother.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Is there room for Tyler to be the aggressor here now? He could just go for another wing line, dump all the minions onto the board.
He has 9 burst damage from hand as it currently stands. You don't have to assume that Alex is going to die. You could just pray that that's your only win condition, but I think it's reasonable to assume that it will.
Of course it's the right way.
I like this though. Full aggression. He knows there's a Zixar on the other side, 100%. He's seen the Faceless. Here come the dragons now. Not a good one!
Life and hope are worth fighting for.
That's a good one.
It's funny, if he got a third one, he wouldn't have the board space for Zixar.
True.
The Zixar just doesn't line up well here.
It triple trades, right?
Yeah.
But having said that, unless Frosty then goes for a trade into the questing as well,
He has to kill everything
he just
but...
dies.
Yeah. Everything but the Nether Wing. It's just a full trade turn.
I wonder.
Oh my goodness. Is there... He can try to draw for Zephrys?
Whatever he's going to do, he has 15 seconds to save his Grandmaster's career.
Quickly.
Here we go. Okay, Alex is down. Questing is down. Alive. The Malagos hits the board for tempo. And Tyler has to find lethal or a removal, or he's just dead too. Zephrys is active!
Woo! How can he tell Zephrys that he has lethal, though? Because if he goes for Soulfire first, it might discard the Zephrys, right?
Yeah, but if it doesn't, that is just GG. That's a fireball. He can tap first to make it less likely. Cards. And this could just be it for Frosty. Zephrys is discarded!
Zephrys is gone!
Oh my god! Frosty just wins!
Frosty
There's no more
wins!
outs. The Soulfires today, Derek! We saw it for Chunsu discard the other Soulfire. We saw it for Tyler! And it discards lethal! Frosty has one more shot. Going to game 5.
Frosty's Guardian Angel has swooped down and given him one last shot at redemption.
That is wild. Frosty himself can hardly believe it. We're ending on a quest lock mirror, Derek.
Yeah, my heart is racing. I think they're for Tyler. Unless I'm mistaken, please let me know on Twitter if I am. I don't think there was any way he could go for Zephyrus first and guarantee himself the lethal, because again, Zephyrus could not read the cards in your hand. It does not know that the Soulfire was there to close out the game, so it's not going to offer the Fireball or probably the Wind Fury either there that you need.
Yeah, I think it was probably going to give Brawl or something around that spot.
Healing like
It
that,
sees
yeah.
the dragons. Yeah. And Tyler gave himself the best odds. He tapped first. He saw that the Malagos was not going to get there. He saw that the game was ending on this turn or Frosty's next turn, so he had to go for it immediately. But that is the way the cards were dealt. And Frosty has another chance to save himself from automatic relegation.
Oh, Gia, my arms feel weak. My heart is racing here. This is so tense for me. Just imagine how Frosty must be feeling here now as well.
And I have to think that he was not sure about his play when he didn't go for the Varanus. That seemed a lot safer to us. Probably regretting it. But now he's got to be on full focus for the mirror. The plot twist is in hand, Derek.
And that is a great way for Frosty to start things off. Tyler does have the kind of hand where you can build some kind of a mid-game damage tempo plan thingy with Abyssal and filling up your hand with Sense Demons, but it is definitely plan B, and quite a worse plan B.
So we've talked a lot about Sense Demons on curve. For Tyler, I definitely don't think it was a foregone conclusion. Just because if he had gone tap into Sense on the next turn, he wouldn't be overdrawing, and he leaves himself that flexibility to maybe Sense on a different turn. But that works out very well for him now. Mana expenditure, cards drawn, the bread and butter. But here we go, a plot twist for Frosty is available. Wow, perfect plot twist as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's some debate. We've seen players play it differently, where some players go for, I think, what is the more traditional route, which would be to go for questing first. Some players, I think, would have gone for the plot twist first to give them the chance to draw second plot twist, to then just start popping off straight away.
Well, there's the second one. This is the goods, Derek.
More than good enough for Frosty.
And Tyler's response is another wing or symmetrical clear, but max tempo. I think Frosty is fine with this.
Yeah, the important thing is he gets the draw down. I think at this point, you don't go for the questing first, because you just don't really want to draw more cards at this point that aren't off your hero power.
Yeah. I think you go for the Dark Skies and plot twist. Seems great.
Yeah, I love that.
I wonder if...
That is turn 5 action for Frosty.
It's. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but it's looking good for Frosty now to potentially pull himself back.
Is he thinking of a Dark Skies into hold the twist? No, it can't be right. Just getting the quest. Yeah.
You can consider it because, of course, he has the Abyssal Summoner, and he needs to be afraid of Abyssal Summoner from Tyler's side on the backswing. Like, if he just goes for Dark Skies plot twist here and doesn't hit a good removal spell, he could tank a lot of damage. Still just think it's right, though.
Yeah, it is so unlikely that he does answer right between Peladon, Second Skies, and Moarg for a removal spell. Not to mention, he can just start tapping for 0-cost cards next turn.
That's right.
And I'm getting so worried. Frosty's been roping these turns which seem relatively straightforward. I hope that he gives himself the time to make the best plays as well.
I think he will. He's just taking it nice and slow.
Yeah, this is a full clear. Dark Skies plus Mortal Coil.
Yes.
Very clean. He gets a dumpable card as well.
Yeah, you can't start with the Mortal Coil there. I was just about to try and suggest that to deliberately not draw a card. But yes, that would be the bad play. So good job, Frosty.
It's bad in terms of fundamentals, and it's bad in terms of the actual outcome.
All right.
I had to get back at you for your Caledon dig at me, Dark.
Oh, there we go. Plot twist, the card that Tyler needs. I think mousing over his quest there gives us a little bit of insight into his headspace, which is where here you kind of want to plot twist for fewer cards. But it doesn't really make enough of a difference, I feel.
But look at the contrast here. Frosty has all 3 of his dragons in hand, not discountable. Tyler, if he goes for plot twist, could shuffle all of them back and get another chance at discounting one of those game-ending dragons.
All right, Tyler finding an opportunity to go Moarg Breath for full 8 healing. That is a big deal in the matchup, because it means all of a sudden Alex Straza is likely to have to come down to get him to any kind of a reasonable damage range.
Also gonna see what's in the box. That means he can't go for his Abyssal Summoner this turn. But a discounted spell with the mouse in hand is always a big deal.
Yeah, we're now looking at 18 burst damage as it currently stands for Frosty when turn 10 rolls around.
So there's an option to sense and deliberately discard a demon and then play the ooze so he doesn't overdraw.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm not sure if both are the second Aranasi and Moarg are in the deck, but I think they are.
Smart. I've already seen this once today, I like it.
Yeah.
And even the good outcome, I would argue there.
Sure. Moarg's available needs to heal up suddenly. So Tyler could take this value trade and then kill off his Moarg just to prevent shenanigans on the backswing.
I mean, I think you could argue then that he'd go Mortal Coil first, like just to not draw as many cards.
Oh, but he's gonna twist, right? So that's -1 in the hand.
Right, but he still completes the quest anyway, right? With this many cards through his deck already.
Sure. Get the tap in. Yeah, it's worth noting that if he goes Coil and Twist, he doesn't have the mana to follow up with Abyssal Summoner, so that's less reason for trying to get your Moarg off the board.
Okay, that's not bad. Even just for the regular kill 1 minion on the following turns, that's a potentially very big tempo swing.
Throw mana, assassinate with a body. Very good.
Wow.
Oh! Coin? It's a lot of damage coming together for Frosty.
A lot. So if he finds Rain of Fire, then we are looking at 24 damage. With another Soulfire, that equals now, in the endgame, 27 damage. Assuming, of course, we don't see a Tyler-like incident where Soulfire discards the one wrong card you need for lethal.
We called it the Chonsu incident. We called it the Tyler incident. Let it not be the Frosty incident, please. Problem is he really wants to keep tapping, but if he goes Abyssal and then tap, the only dumpable cards on the mana remaining are whatever comes off the top, the coin, or the Nether Breath, all of which are potentially important.
Oh.
Do you just take the overdraw with this hand? Wow, that is a big resource he's giving up.
That's a huge resource he's giving up, Gia. I think I was taking the overdraw there, to be honest. I don't really care about the rest of my cards in my deck more than a 0 mana Nether.
Right. The argument is that you're making room for more spells, but all of those spells are inferior to the one just used. So I'm behind your mindset here. However, Frosty with the Twisting Nether can go for partially a Rivia-style game plan. Just the big turnaround.
And indeed. Twisting Nether, Alex Raza?
Like it. Early Alex is coming down. Healing for Tyler is not in hand at the moment. Zephyrus not active.
It's got nothing.
It's nothing, you're right. And the ways to clear the Alex all involve self-damaging.
Right. You could just start with the Zeph and go for a tap, I suppose. Or whatever less valuable card, I suppose, like just a Mortal Coil.
Yeah, okay. I like that. Coil the Alex, tap for... Oh man, what is it at this point?
Nether Breath? To go Nether Breath Soulfire or Nether Breath Crazed Netherwing?
Okay. Also worth noting that Frosty's max damage output in one turn is just 9. Based on the hand he has right now.
Yeah.
No discounts available.
Up to 15 with Rain of Fire, or 18 with another Soulfire.
Ooh, bold from Tyler. He says, I'm gonna make that bold of a play as well. Ooh! Still starts with a tap, I believe. Yes.
Yep. Okay.
This is just a Celadon chill turn. If he has a hard read on no healing, he could just cash in the Nether Breath now. But it's still not lethal, right? At 11, Malagos Soulfire is just 9. You would rely on the Celadon sticking, so I like that he holds back here.
Yeah, I mean, we're already seeing the ramifications, though, of throwing away the 0 mana Nether Breath, because Frosty would have just had lethal here if he'd held it in hand. Whether he went for the coin or just took the overdraw, either way, he is able to get the win on this turn. It's difficult to exactly see that far ahead, but it's a common pattern that you pick up.
For sure. Zephyrus is active. Does this give Tyrion or healing?
Yeah.
Instant Tyrion ripped. What's the damage for Frosty?
That's lethal!
Oh, it's GG for the exact 15. 6 from Rain of Fire. Coin Soulfire for 9. Frosty has a chance to stay in Grandmasters, and that means Staz is now automatically relegated.
Frosty is 100% safe from the guaranteed relegation zone. I can't even imagine how this man must be feeling right now. Balloons, party poppers, whatever you want. You've done it, man.
Wow, 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 wow. I mean, the way the tiebreakers shake out, despite him being at a 2-5 overall match score, the fact that he felled a giant in Tyler, it's like you beat the ultimate boss in the raid and got the more powerful loot. And Tyler is not affected whatsoever.
Yep.
But wow, it is all Frosty's moment right now.
Yeah, I mean, Frosty put it perfectly himself. Either he wins and he's safe from automatic relegation, but the downside of that is, of course, then we don't get to see a Tyler celebration. So it's just a lose-lose for Frosty here when you think about it that way. But even though I think in those last couple of games, it did honestly start to get a little bit messy. If we think about the plays that Frosty could have gone for, holding back the Malagos, not going with a Varanus, playing out the 0 mana twist Nether Breath there, which was more negotiable, I think, than the other ones. The upshot of it is, putting all of that aside, Frosty doesn't care right now. He is safe for this week. He is not overall safe from relegation from Grandmasters.
Yeah, I'll tell you who does care. It's Staz.
Yeah.
It's so rough to hear about this without him even being on the stream. That fate was out of his control, but I do believe that now, because Frosty's tiebreaker is better, Staz does not have a chance to avoid automatic relegation, and it is one other slot that will be determined. It's going to be between Samuel Tsao and Don.
Yeah, if that is the case, which I think you're right, it really does break my heart. I think Staz has been a really good cornerstone of the Asia-Pacific Grandmasters scene. He has shown a lot of improvement, I feel like, over the course of each metagame. And I think he's also brought his own signature twist that other players are often too afraid to do. You know, he was very much marching to the beat of his own drum with mixed results, but when it works, it's truly glorious.
That's right, and we can get a more concrete view of how things have shaken out now that we've got the standings. Of course, there is still one more day to be played out, but let's take a look at where we are out now.
And looking at what we got, Glory, of course, the undisputed king with his victory over Rivius earlier on today, guaranteed at least 5-1, potentially looking at 6-1, depending on how his next match goes tomorrow. But like you said, Staz right down there at the bottom, played out all his matches and is decidedly in 8th place.
That is true. Samuel Tsao has one more match to decide, and I think between him and Don, that will also decide how the tiebreakers work out, because we did end up at the very least a 3-way tie, which means that the tiebreaker 1 doesn't matter, which Staz had a pretty good shot with because he did manage to take a win over Don and Frosty, I believe. And so the tiebreaker 2 is what's ultimately deciding for everybody's fates right now. Tyler, way up there at the top with all of his matches played. We still could see Blitzchung go for a 6-1 match. Sorry, that would be.
It would indeed. As I was saying earlier, even though it's a slight solace for Kin that at the very least he can kind of high-five Blitzchung from the bottom of Division A down to the top of Division B. It's not much given going 1-6, but of course, we still need to find out who is going to be joining Kin in Division A down in the bottom slot, as Flurry still has a match to play, could end up at 3-4 to potentially save himself. We'll have a closer look at the tiebreakers tomorrow. But of course, if Flurry loses, guaranteed to be down in that 7th place spot to play out the elimination tiebreakers. And then, of course, Samuel Tsao's match will decide Frosty, or decide Dawn's fate tomorrow as well.
It is true. It's funny that you bring up the Kin and Blitzchung high-fiving situation again, because I could swear there was a week where Kin was 0-5 and Blitzchung was 3-1. Kin 0-5-3-1 Blitzchung.
Oh, yeah. The perfect meme.
They are truly meant to be the best of friends. But yes, we will still have 4 more matches played out tomorrow. It's the relatively short day for APAC, but it is the cap to a very tension-filled weekend. It's been a roller coaster, but it's all going to culminate in tomorrow's results.
And one thing I will say is, even with all of this going on, I am so glad to see the elation on the players who win, and still good spirits from these players with the sunglasses on, the dabs, whatever else it may be, when victories are being taken. We still realize that we're here to have fun at the end of the day. So I do want to say congratulations to Frosty, securing his spot for at least another week to be playing out in the relegation playoff bracket later on. But for now, we are all done here with Asia Pacific. We still have Europe with Raven and Sottle, and as I mentioned earlier, Americas with special guest caster Doa alongside Froda. And to find out their own heart-wrenching stories, plenty of very, very strong players looking at potential relegation. So make sure you do not miss it. Thank you so much for joining us today. We will see you tomorrow. But for now, enjoy Europe.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another day of Hearthstone Grandmasters. We've got play to kick off today and to continue on tomorrow, but I'm Raven and joining me is Sottle, and I can't wait. We had a great day yesterday. It was awesome. We had some crazy matches, had some crazy results as well, much needed results for some of the players, and that's just going to keep continuing throughout this weekend until we see who's going to be relegated and who's going to make it into those playoff spots. Sottle, are you looking forward to today as much as I am?
I absolutely am, yeah. I echo your sentiments, and I think even across all three regions, we've been seeing quintessentially must-watch Hearthstone throughout this these last couple of days of the final weekend of round robin. I think in no small part due to how sloppy some of the play is and how many mistakes we're seeing from various players, because that just goes to speak, to the level of stress and the level of tension that's on these players with playoff spots and relegation on the line for them. Because I think we are seeing a way above average level of just straight up misplays, of questionable decisions, of throwing away quests from your opening hand from a bunch of these players throughout all three regions, where normally I'd like to hold Europe up as the golden standard, but potentially we've had just as much slop as everyone else going into this. So I'm pretty interested, because honestly that can just make matches more interesting to watch when you can't have any security that someone's in a comfortable position, because at any moment the stress can get the best of them and they can just throw it away.
Exactly. A lot of pressure on these players throughout this weekend, and we're only going to see it mount as the time goes on. But let's check out the schedule and see what we've got coming up today for you guys. We are going to be on our 5 matches for the day, as well as tomorrow as well. So we only had 4 yesterday. We're going to pick up the pace a little bit. But there is a flurry of Division A matches today, with only that one Division A match is match number 2 between Viper and RDU. But the rest are Division A, so not all of them quite as high stakes as maybe we were looking at yesterday, and we'll definitely be looking at tomorrow, but still impactful going forward. Jarl and Bunny Hopper are going to kick off match number 1, though. Honestly, for me, I'm really looking at the last 3, the Felkine, Silvername, Hunter Ace matchups, as those are the 3 players currently mainly in the position to have to play in that relegation bracket.
Yeah, there is a lot on the line in most of these matches, I would say. At least small details. Jarl or Bunny Hopper, Jarl or Ball Control can secure a top 2 position with a win, which helps for seeding. RDU has his fate 100% in his own hands. He can guarantee himself safe from relegation if he wins that matchup against Viper. Whereas on the other side, a Viper win would have huge implications for Casey, which we'll get into later. And then, as you mentioned, the other 3 matches at the bottom there, Felkane, Silvername, and Hunter Ace. Silvername must win to avoid the relegation bracket in Division A, as this is his final match, and he only has 1 win on the board, with the goalposts currently standing at 2 wins to even have a shot at avoiding that relegation bracket. So that's a must-win for Silvername, whereas Hunter Ace and Felkane can look to extend their lead over Silvername just a little bit more by picking up wins as well.
Yep, let's take a look at the standings, just so you can see that in a bit more of a clear way, and basically look who's shown at the top and who's worried. And as we mentioned, it's Felkane, Silvername, Hunter Ace, looking pretty spicy overall. And then in Division B, honestly, we only have that 1 match today, Viper and RDU. You can kind of see the impact there, but really, we're going to get into Division B a lot more tomorrow, where there's a ton more matches. All but 1 of the matches tomorrow are going to be Division B, so mentally prepare yourself, because it's going to get nuts. But yeah, we've seen a lot of Division B very, very close, with singular match outcomes dramatically reshaping the way that division looks.
And just look at the current candidates for automatic relegation in Division B. Those bottom 2 slots in Division B, automatically relegated. No recourse, no bracket, you are just out. Sorry, back to the Masters Tours with you if you want to get back into GM. Look at the candidates. Kalento, Tyson, Pavel are the prime candidates right now for automatic relegation. Are you kidding me, Raven?
Yeah, and that's the problem with Grandmasters, isn't it? Is most of the time when you look at, these players are so good, we've got some of the best players within each region, battling it out. Well, with 3 relegations every season now, we're going to lose some good players, because they're all good players, right? Yep. It's going to happen. It is crazy to see some of the true titans of the game, Tyson, Kalento, and Pavel, of course, be in that spot, but that's what's going to happen. And honestly, there's a point where we look at the implications of those players being out. Obviously, these players have tons of fans, but also you said, get back to those Masters Tours, there's a chance, and that might not even be the case for some of them. Look at Tice, extremely, if not the most successful Hearthstone streaming career out of everyone. And then Kalento, again, a very successful streamer, and Pavel just an enigma of himself. He just does what he wants when he wants, right? So there's a chance that this might be the final few weeks of seeing a consistent competitive flurry from these players, from the likes of Price, from the likes of Plento. It's going to be a bit of a historic moment here. But let's check out the relegation bracket, as we do talk about that quite a lot, and maybe up until this week haven't really shown you what that looks like. That's what it looks like, and the main thing to think here is, as you imagine normal bracket going, you want to progress from left to right. The opposite. So the better outcomes here from Division A start in the match 1. If you win, you leave the bracket, you're gone, because you do not want to be in that end spot, which is on the far right, which is the last relegation spot, which will be the loser between Division B 6th seed and whoever they end up placing. And that could be Division B 5th seed, or it could be Division A 7th seed. So that all depends on those matches. But basically, if you win it, you can leave and be safe for the future.
Yeah, I feel like this graphic needs like some arrows coming out of the top with the winning player like riding a rocket into the horizon as they come out of the bracket, just to really like crystallize the idea that you want to like one win gets you out of that bracket. But yeah, it's essentially, you know, reverse elimination if you want to look at it that way. You eliminate yourself with a win, and that is your goal. So the earlier you start in the bracket, the more chances you have at picking up that win, so you don't end up at the end of the bracket and get relegated.
And let's take a look at the decks as well, and the bring rates that we have for this weekend. As honestly, you were talking, I didn't want to touch it earlier, but we'll get to it now. It's timing. But you were talking about, the players are having a lot of stress. We've seen more mistakes than normal and so on. I think a part of that is down to the fact that we're effectively getting a new meta every week, which means the players don't have a ton of time to not only prepare their lineup, work out what actual deck they want to play, and then practice it against potential opponents' lineups. Time just isn't there, which means a lot of it is going to rely on just being just good at the game in general, and having to do that against the same level or high level of play we see, that is going to affect play to a certain extent as well.
I think there's another factor even on top of that, whereas when you look at these bring rates, scrub Highlander Hunter from that, which is the easiest deck to play in the world, as we know. But apart from that, every other deck on this graphic, I think, is actually pretty tricky, or at least encounters some very difficult situations. Demon Hunter, nowhere near as simple as most people would think it would be. Warrior, very difficult deck to play. Rogue, very difficult deck to play. Spell Druid, you at least in the late game get into situations where you have, thousands of different options on any given turn and have to find the right way to navigate. And then Quest Warlock is just an absolute monster of a deck to be figuring out the lines a lot of the time. So I think, just the overall skill cap of the decks that we have in the metagame as well is also contributing to some of the mistakes that we see.
Yeah, it's interesting though, because, although you take a side dig at Highlander Hunter, I thought Quest Warlock plan is pretty straightforward based on this weekend. You queue it and then you take your loss.
Yeah.
Try and queue it again based on the results we've seen overall.
Yeah.
But again, it is exciting just to see how different this looked. Last week, for example, we saw a lot of priests knocking around. They're all just gone from at least Europe and Americas as well. So it's pretty crazy the differences we have overall. We could check out just the win rates for the which win rates are these actually?
Bring rates. It's the trends, Raven, up and down from the previous week. Yeah, you can't.
Yeah,
no.
I was trying to work out because I was ready to go on to deck win rates, and then was like, none of this makes sense. I just the graphics. I apologize. But yeah, we did see this yesterday as well. But the Spell Druid, I think, is, even with Quest Warlock this week, the Spell Druid is the craziest one in terms of just the discussion from the pro community, because everyone seems to think it's a horrible deck. But so many people keep bringing it. I don't know. Someone explain this to me. If everyone thinks it's bad, stop submitting it, or stop thinking it's bad if it's going to be played in Grandmasters. I don't really know, but it's pretty crazy overall.
Yeah, I think it's been in probably the best position this week than I could think of it being. I also don't have a ton of faith in the deck, like in a vacuum against a spread of matchups. But you don't have to play any deck you bring against a spread of matchups. You have to play it against your expected sample of matchups that you're expecting your opponents to bring. So I think in the current metagame where Quest Warlock has come into it, I think this is the best position perhaps that that Spell Druid has been in the multiple weeks where it has been being brought. So up until this point, I would have fought the corner of, what are you doing? Like, this is just a bad deck. But I think at this point, maybe we're seeing the merit of it.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see as the weekend continues. But now we can check out the win rates, I believe. As As if I was good, we would have had that a little bit smoother. So here we go. It's going to be the Demon Hunter rates. And this is, again, just a deck I'm very interested in overall because the bring rate went back up to 100% this week.
Yep.
There were a few players choosing to dip out last week due to the priest shenanigans, messing with the builds and everything. But overall, its win rate does surprise me, actually. I thought it would have been a lot better versus Quest Warlock, but maybe I'm just misremembering some of the matches I've seen. But that win rate against Spell Druid, wow. That's a deck I feel like you don't want to leave up if you're going to be playing Spell Druid right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, well, the alternative is just to leave up Warrior, right? And then you're in the position where you're just conceding to risky skip a Blood Boil Brew. Although a lot of people will tell you that Druid is favored in that matchup, as that seems to be an evolution that things have gone down, but we can potentially get onto that later. But yeah, I wanted to look at Demon Hunter today because it's just that total number at the end that seems most interesting to me. 52% might seem underwhelming, and you can kind of paint that as, maybe Demon Hunter isn't the powerhouse that it seems to be on ladder, particularly through the more casual ranks. But Demon Hunter is the one deck that everyone can continue to plan for week in, week out, because most players are banning Warrior. Most players are expecting 100% or close to bring rate of Demon Hunter. So just about every lineup that's ever been built in GM has had Demon Hunter in mind, and it's still rocking a 52% win rate.
Right.
That's actually pretty solid when you break it down. But also, that just shines more of a spotlight on the Warrior win rate, which is still rocking around 70, where everything I just said about Demon Hunter is exactly true of Warrior as well. It only gets to play in a series when the opponents are expecting for it and choosing not to ban it, and it's still rocking 70. So the two powerhouse decks of ladder, Demon Hunter and Warrior, are continuing to perform very, very well in Grandmasters, from my perspective at least.
Right, and that's the big deal, isn't it? Like, for me, even if just take account of the stats as well, but it's not often we see Demon Hunter get swept in a Conquest matchup, right? It might lose a game here and there, but it often gets a win in that series. And because this is Conquest, that's the important part. But we do see, the likes of Druid, sometimes Warlock, sometimes some of the other choices do get swept in 3-0 fashion. So Demon Hunter, although might not have the craziest win rate versus every single archetype possible, it's probably just going to win a game, which is all you really want in the series. But that's enough from us so far. We are getting ready to go into our first match of the day. But before we do, check this out.
You've been handcuffed to a Grandmaster for 1 month. If I would be handcuffed to one person for over a month, it would probably be tight because he's just way too positive. Even if it looks like something bad could happen, you look at Tyson and he just talks about his tea and everyone is good again. I think I'm actually gonna pick Bunny. I can learn a lot about chemistry.
Hands go with another Grandmaster. I will choose Firebat because we will still have fun. It won't matter.
That would be Zalei, because I think he would be able to break the chains.
I would probably pick Seiko, because Seiko is very calm, doesn't speak too much, so I wouldn't be annoyed.
I think I would say Seiko because, he's not speaking, so he would be quiet.
Yeah, Seiko. Yeah, Seiko is. I like to speak with him.
I'll just go with Seiko.
Okay.
We can all have him.
We are back and ready for our first match of the day, and it is going to be a good one. Bunny Hopper versus Yarla. I think just as we touched on a little bit yesterday, actually, with Yarla's Grandmaster's win rate being the best, I think arguably just two of the best players, at least two of the best players in Europe right now. Is going to be nice to see them clash. It's going to be a Division A match, so both these players are looking to be fairly safe and looking to be pretty confidently booking a spot in the playoffs. Bunny Hopper a little bit further down in the division than Yarla is right now, but still looking fairly good so far. We are going to see the good old-fashioned double Warrior bands off.
Raven, I got you, fam. They are both guaranteed for playoffs in their current positions. As I mentioned earlier, Yala can still play it out to guarantee one of those top 2 spots, which matters a little bit for seeding. With him, Swids and Ball Control kind of battling it out for those spots, as far as I understand it. But yeah, this is, as close to an exhibition while still being, far removed from it as we're going to get throughout the next couple of days, because the matches are all extremely important with varying degrees. And as I mentioned, there are still some things on the line, but they at least have that little security blanket of knowing that they are both locked in for playoffs at least.
Yep, and that's the difference as well, just from that cushion of getting in Division A, which was earned through 3 weeks of Swiss tournaments within each region. So it's not like these players just, let's randomly put these in Division A and B. They did get placed. If you just tune into Grandmasters maybe for the round robin or just late the last couple of weeks, there were full 3 weeks of 3 separate Swiss tournaments, and their performances basically got added up, and then they got split in half, Division A, Division B. Division B much scarier as it has auto-relegation spots. Division A, not so much. But zooming back in on this matchup, Bunny Hopper versus Yala. You know me, Sol, and again, you said Hunter was the easiest deck to play. It's also the one with the highest win rate as well. So for me, that just sounds like a deck you should bring to a tournament. So I actually really like the Hunter brings, whether you think it's laughably easy or not. Well, with the mistakes we've been seeing, Sol, maybe the players do need an easy deck or two. So Bunny Hopper there bringing that Highland Hunter and having, of course, Demon Hunter, and then this Rogue Sottle, which has been having some success not only in Grandmasters, but on ladder, as I've seen a few players hit rank 1 with this almost, I won't say a new innovation like it's never been done before, but recent recalling of the questing adventurer back in Rogue right now.
Yeah, that's right. I know Casey has been, tweeting and retweeting and linking just about every little nugget of success that any player has had with this Rogue deck up until this point, as he is wont to do. When Casey is on his Rogue grind, you're going to hear about it because he loves it when Rogue is successful. But yeah, no surprise to see Bunny Hopper rocking that version as well with the questing adventurers coming in. But from Yala's side, we do have that Quest Warlock, which is a big question mark. The deck that, yes, I called the best deck in Standard during Hot Takes, although I would like to add the disclaimer that Hot Takes is for entertainment purposes only, and the views expressed in that show do not necessarily represent the views of either myself or TJ Sanders.
Okay, well, if that's allowed, then I'm just going to say this whole show is an entertainment show, and anything I say doesn't necessarily mean I mean it. So all my opinions about the game that get called wrong might just be me being entertaining. Who knows? And if that's a rule, I'm going to use that one to my advantage as well. But overall, Quest Warlock has been struggling. I believe it's effectively 10-20 this weekend, so 10 wins, 20 losses overall. So it has been taking a beating. And again, this is the lineup from Bunny Hopper that I think is one of the lineups that will make Warlock struggle to get a victory. Demon Hunter, in my view, a rough matchup. Highlander Hunter, a rough matchup. Rogue, I think, with the questings, makes the matchup a lot harder because there are more big threats for Warlock to deal with. And this Warlock does not run Plague of Flames. They have to do it the old-fashioned way and hard remove your minions with actual damage spells. Just saying 1 mana, go away. Crazy.
And Yala is going to get right to it here. The Quest Warlock is going to run into that Rogue. And it's interesting the way that the dynamic has shifted just because of the inclusion of those questing adventurers, because this was honestly one of the matchups where I think most players were pretty happy to be queuing Warlock for large periods of last week. And then all of a sudden the Rogues went, just kidding. I'm just going to put these 2 extra threats in my deck. And now you're unfavored again. It's been feeling pretty miserable just having that extra power come down. We've seen it happen across both Europe and Americas so far.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, the players don't get a lot of time to prep, honestly, considering how important these matches are. So the players who have brought in this questing adventurer in Rogue seem to have had just the ultimate call/read on how useful they're going to be, because they've paid off, Sol, even just from what I've seen so far this weekend. Never mind talking about ladder or anything like that, but just in Grandmasters, I think I've seen Rogue and the questing specifically get some work done. We'll see if they pay off once again today. Bunny Hopper is going to be running that secret package along with the questings. But he is just running the 2 ambush, 2 dirty tricks. Unfortunately, it's the bamboozle that took the hit. The space has to be made somewhere to fit in this questing.
Yeah, I'm sure you are delighted to to see no Bamboozle.
I would have cut the Devoted Maniac before I cut the Bamboozle.
Actually,
hello, mate.
Maybe you've got a point there.
See, I knew I'd get you on board with that. I knew it. I was like, what's one card Subtle won't fight me on if I say I want to play Bamboozle?
Yeah. Freaking Devoted Maniac. The card sucks.
It's in hand for Bunny Hopper.
Interesting list from Yala. I believe this is the same list that Huntrace will be playing later on as well, which is no great surprise. They are teammates and long-standing practice partners. They've been in sync in bringing Galakron Warlock up until this point, so no great surprise. They're on the same stuff with the Questlock as well. Its difference is it's one Soulfire. There's generally one of being played in this deck from most players to make room for an additional Acidic Swampooze as a tech card. Some players have made it the Questing Explorer, some players have made it the Abyssal Summoner, whereas in this case with Yala and Huntrace, they've gone down to one Soulfire instead to make room for that extra card.
Yeah, and honestly, I still don't really know which one I like the best, or which card I like the best, because there's good merit for all of them. Like, the Abyssal Summoner sometimes just carries games, but it is a 6-drop that doesn't do any healing or anything, right? And against aggro, it's definitely not always a 9/9 or an 8/8, right? You look at sometimes 5/5s, or if you Tyler a 3/3 at certain points in the game. So I think that it's going to be difficult to work out what the final build of this list looks like, especially if we're going to see continual changes in the meta and into the builds. Like suddenly, if Quest Adventurer is just a problem, you then have to tech elsewhere to try and beat the Questings.
Yeah. Also, can we just be on Questing Explorer, Questing Adventurer watch for the entirety of this day? Because I'm pretty sure I've just already got it wrong at least once.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I've got it right, because I'm going to choose to only ever talk about one of them. How about that?
All right, fair
You
enough.
only talk about Quest Explorers, and I'll only talk about Quest Adventurers.
All right, deal.
Okay. Jeez. In the meantime, though, Yala, now, as I mentioned earlier, because Bunny Hopper's only running the 2 different secrets, Yala will know exactly what the 2 secrets are. Knows he doesn't have to worry about Bamboozle at all, unless there's, like, weird generation of secrets later in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Still got... Yala's going to get a heck of a plot twist off as well.
He is, yeah, and this is a pretty low-pressure start, honestly, from Bunny, but that's not really the worst thing in the world for this rogue deck. Their pressure just can come all at once in a way that is completely resistant to every removal that isn't Twisting Nether that the Warlock can play at them, and they can generally do that 2 or 3 times over the course of the game, so it does become a pretty big problem for the Warlock.
And it's also the nature of the beast, right? Because Bunny Hopper isn't playing the stealth version, so it's not running an aggressive 1-drop. It's not running a consistent 2-drop into even just the 3-mana 3/3 of the Sage, right? Like those become kind of aggressive cards because you just hit them in the early game. Those don't exist for Bunny Hopper. He has the Pharaoh Cat, he has Blackjack Stunner as 1-drops, Secrets and Hanar. And of course they have a Present Van Cleef, but that's it. There's no early minions that actually deal too much damage, really. So I think this was going to happen a lot of the time anyway.
Yeah, the nature of the beast would be huge in this matchup. Imagine just a 9/7 on curve. Whoa. It'd be nuts against Warlock.
Just drop it out. You're like, wait, why is he winning this? It's my tech against Quest Warlock.
Yeah.
Does now have, because those secrets got procced as well, he can Hanar and proc and go for a secret and even bounce the Blackjack Stunner.
So many
bounce with the Blackjack Stunner, sorry. That would cause Yala to overdraw as well. Am I too crazy thinking bouncing that card is good?
Probably. Your opponent plays like 9/9 taunts in their deck, 2 copies, right? Like that seems like a much better target to be jamming back into their hand because they don't get to pay 6 for it again. They have to pay the full cost +1 when the taunt goes back to their hands. It's such a premium target to be hitting in the matchup, I think.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I'm just thinking that for me, it's the only target that you would rather hit as opposed to like a tempo target, right? Because everything else, you don't really want to bounce. Like, you don't want to bounce a Moarg back to them. You don't want to bounce particularly a Netherwing back to them.
No, I mean, you can still get situations where, like, generally the Warlock will reach late game. In this matchup, it's not going to be something that you can end super quickly as the Rogue, especially when one plot twist has already happened. So even if you're not going to be hitting the giant Abyssal Taunts, you can still have that emergency for, like, play tap into zero-cost Alex and just jam Alex on your face. You can just smash that back into the hand with Blackjack Stunner. Like, I think it has quite a few relevant uses in the matchup.
Big deal though now. Post nerf stunner means that Alex is still playable after the bounce, right? Which is huge. Because look at this deck: Malygos, Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, normal Alexstrasza. Any of those that used to get stunned, they're just out of the game.
Right.
Whereas now, still playable. Big deal.
Dark Skies for Yala, very important. One of the sort of low-key tricky things about this matchup is that it's very hard, because you never have minions on board that are fighting. It's very hard to block lackeys from being in play every turn, because every time you want to do that, you have to play a removal spell, essentially. So there's actually a lot of situations you can get in where it's like, well, you know, I could cast Rain of Fire here, or I could cast Dark Skies here. But the only reason I'm doing it is to kill those lackeys so I don't get togwaggled on curve, which just seems really stupid, and you feel like you have to run the risk a lot of the time. And of course, they just have it, and you lose. So Yala there at least have the, let's call it a luxury, of being able to cast Dark Skies to clear up the lackey board, while actually hitting a relevant amount of other minions as well.
Also as well, I was considering there for Bunny Hopper whether he could just get down a very nice Kronk. Doesn't die to a plain Nether Breath. It's against an empty board. Challenges the Abyssal pretty well, but also there is just a stun for the Abyssal anyway. But I will say, one, Bunny Hopper, of course, setting up for that Togwaggle you mentioned. And also, if you can get Kronks post Galakron, then suddenly you've got some of that finisher damage that Rogue wants, right? Whether it's 5 just to face or an AoE buff that we've seen countless times. So I do think that keeping hold of it, because as you mentioned, the game's probably going to go on for a little bit longer, it's fairly safe.
And we've seen how powerful the pop-off turns can be with this deck when you have both Headwinds and Questings in your deck, so getting one down nice and early just does seem like the way to go.
Yeah, is anything going to top the ultimate wand from yesterday, though?
It's a tough one to beat, for sure. Yala just choosing to play removal on his turn, which I respect, doesn't feel like he needs to get too greedy with the healing. He's very, very comfortable in his position right now, and very soon, in fact next turn, he's going to have Quest activated, which means he doesn't even have to pay health for life taps at this point, which means 30 health here is probably just fine to be playing with, and he can just use the Moarg Nether Breath as removal for an annoying target on the board as he did.
Bunny Hopper going for the wand, not too much of a surprise at all. And kind of interesting as well that both players are about to going to go for their big turns kind of at the same time, actually. With the help of the plot twist earlier on, Yala's got his quest relatively early, which means he's going to be able to start tapping, obviously, for zeros. But also, it's going into the turn Bunny Hopper's going to wand as well, so the game's just about to explode from both sides of the board, although I think Yala would really like a plot twist again. Just because he's got just 2 of the big dragons in there. He doesn't particularly need the Caladan in hand right now.
Right.
Kind of awkward. And this is one of the... Sorry, go on.
It's also just an awkward turn right now, because it's very hard to fit in a life tap and play a relevant card here. Like, obviously, Netherwing clears up the board really nicely. You can't Netherwing tap where you go straight back to 10 cards again. Alright, fine. He's just going to do it. Just going to take the burn, then? Do you want to throw away a Rain of Fire? It does damage your 5/5, which I guess is actually a positive a lot of the time against Rogue.
Yeah, and he isn't going to... because he has a lot of the big cards in his hand, there's not a lot of absolutely back-breaking burns. Right. So there are ways he could just afford to burn that. I guess the worst one maybe would be a plot twist if he burns the second one.
Yeah, Alex Straza or the plot twist are probably the worst two in that situation. It's so difficult, right, though, because discounting burn to 0 is actually super valuable. Especially, so Fiala is on coin this game. I believe the coin is currently in his deck, which means he can burst down 20, which is the number he's probably going to need to do, because that's the 15 he can Alex his opponent to, plus the 5 armor from the Galacront. He can deal 20 with 1 0-cost card, because he has the coin for 2 other 1-cost cards to be played even alongside a 9-mana Malagos.
Are you ready, Sol? Hold on. This is going to be a turn. Again, Bunny Hopper playing this prep like we saw yesterday as well. Making use of it with these secrets. Getting a secret there for 0 mana. Emptying some of his hand to give room for this wand. But, oh, if he gets Van Cleef. We want an awfully large boy. But it's getting more and more likely there is just Caladan and is going to twist in Nether turn. So it's not exactly like Van Cleef's going to just win Bunny off in the game. He's not even going to go for the one. He's going to go for the full secret package along with the bounce.
Bounce and the burn, yeah.
Too many cards.
Nice.
I actually think that is a good burn, isn't it?
Good burn for Bunny? Yeah, it is.
Yes, yeah, for Bunny, Yeah.
Yep.
Because, like, again, the craziest things happen when you hit burn or the Malagos.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Alex Straza. With the live tap. And if that doesn't happen, then suddenly, like, Malagos, Rain of Fire, Coin, Soulfire with just natural versions is so much extra damage that you can't often really play around while that coin's knocking about. But having that coin just gone, it just really narrows down the potential damage outputs or the likelihood of Yala being able to burst high.
Yeah, it's exactly what I was saying on the previous turn, right? Where if Bunny goes to 20, which is where he's going to get to with getting Alex Straza and then plus a Galacron, that's just, you know, Malagos, Rain of Fire, 0-cost Rain of Fire, coin Soulfire at the end. That will deal that 21 that you need to be able to cover the 20s. But without that coin, things get a lot more difficult. With a 0-mana Alex Straza, things get a lot more simple.
I bring
Never Surrender is going to block this one, I believe. Yep, there it goes. Oh, and the pressure plate as well. I got some questions about that turn.
Rushed.
Yes.
Is the word I was thinking of. Yes. Not only was there the Never Surrender, but also Yala, I think, was certain that the ambush was going to come down as well.
Right.
And don't get me wrong, I think the Alex just to put him to 15 is good.
Yeah.
But I think there could have maybe been something else there to make that a little bit smoother.
Yeah, agreed. We've all done it. Hanar is a nightmare. I believe Abar has spectated a game where I've played a turn equally badly to that the other night against Hanar. It just happens. It's going to take time before we're all comfortable with the, you know, mysterious challenger plus an order of magnitude level of complexity that comes from these Hanar turns.
And even then, I think there are outcomes where you do just have to sort of stumble through it just to get them procced and out the way, even if it's kind of bad, because at least they're gone. Or at least that would be the plan. Hanar wasn't because of the Never Surrender.
choose soon.
Good thing as well for Bunny Hopper is if he bounces this Alex, it is not playable next turn. Yala's still only going to be on 9 mana. It'll cost 10.
Yeah, I think whether it costs 9 or 10, it's never going to get played back down into this board state, right? This needs to be answered.
Right. So what, 5, 7, 8 power, 8 health, sorry, on board.
One Abyssal Summoner away from that Zephyrus being activated, I believe. Currently there is a Netherwind Portal and a Redemption remaining for the secrets from Bunny Hopper.
I wonder if...
Which means Dark Skies Rain of Fire does good business here.
Ooh. See the outcomes. this could be quite annoying.
Nice. Yep, good ordering.
Okay, low health. Did have to check for that counter spell, of course, and Dark Skies does more work than the Rain of Fire.
Yeah, and even if it is Netherwind Portal, obviously he had the damage covered. It would need to be a very big 4-drop there to be pressuring him out of the Dark Skies position. There was also a chance that it was just never surrender again, in which case playing Dark Skies first is a disaster because you wasted a premium card for not a clear. So I think, after last turn, which was sketchy, that was a much better played secret turn from Yala.
And that plot twist just insane. Put the dragons back in the deck and didn't redraw any of them.
It's pretty good, for sure.
Gets the 2 abyssals out. I'm not sure if there's any doubles now left in the deck, but I think the abyssals probably were one of the few doubles left in the game, right? Oh.
I will act as your scale dragon.
Now, post Galacrond, Big Claw equipped, and a ton of stuff for Bunny Hop to do here. Also, does have Shadow Step, does have the Crunks. And we've seen, how many? I feel like it's just a given now that we see Crunk Shadow Step to win games with Road.
Don't let the door hit you.
Interesting play there. Going to bounce the Quest Explorer in a roundabout way. It gives Yala a better Abyssal Summoner. But I think at this point, if Yala plays the Abyssal Summoner and doesn't do much else, then Bunny Hop is probably okay with that because he'll win the game.
Sure.
So, not really too much of a punish.
This now will activate the Zephyrus, the Sense Demon's draw, because there are 2 Brood Mothers left remaining. I think that's now the only duplicate after the plot twist. And he's guaranteed to draw at least one of them. Does mean he then only has, 6 remaining for a Zephyrus spell after the fact. Can even ask the question about whether this is an appropriate board for Zephyrus to react to with the amount of threats that you still have left to come down.
Yeah. Could just be this into the Abyssal, honestly.
Yeah, gets the use down as well. Too smart.
That's just going to be game. Because you can Crunks, you can Shadow Step, you can Crunks. As we mentioned right early on, just holding this Crunks for this burst damage because a weakness of Quest Warlock is that they can't keep clearing boards, right? They do run out of clears relatively quickly, and as you mentioned, with a lot of lackeys and just like bits and bobs starting around on the board that Rogue does pretty consistently, means it at some point Yala and the Quest Warlock in general just has to say, okay, you can have this board for a turn because it's not representing a lot of damage. Obviously, Crunk, Shadow Step, Crunks changes how much damage is there, and you can't play around that every single turn of the game. So, pretty crazy one overall, but again, we just see Rogue do a pretty good job against Quest Warlock.
Yeah, I'm curious how important that decision with the zero-cost Rain of Fire that Yala chose to throw away could have ended up being. Because remember, he's playing a burst light version of the deck. He's cut 1 Soulfire, so his chances of redrawing Burn to be able to end the game with Mali after the zero-cost Alex came down were actually pretty slim. In the exact scenario that we saw, I don't think any difference would have been made apart from the Crazed Netherwing that got bounced would have died immediately as opposed to just being bounced back to hand because the hand was already full. And then the coin still would have got burned right off the top, which to my mind was kind of crucial to my game plan of hanging on to the zero-cost Rain of Fire, because then you could use that coin later to get some full burst combo in that would deal 20 plus to the rogue. So in this exact situation, I don't think it changed anything, but I'm wondering, as an overall average game of Hearthstone, whether having the zero-cost burn when you had 9-cost Mali in hand already would have been perhaps higher win rate in the scenario. I'm not sure.
And there was also the point where that Hanar turn just completely obliterated the Alex, right? Alex was 0 mana, but then the play just ended up, it just got farmed and caused, I think, honestly, caused Yala more problems than the Alex even solved at that point, even though it did, of course, get his battle cry off. But pretty crazy game number 1 here for the day. Quest Warlock struggling. Maybe that's going to continue for the rest of the day and the rest of the weekend. We'll have to find out. But for now, we are going to go to a break while we get game 2 set up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Hearthstone.
You know, if you could give me something from the answers, that would really help me out, you know?
Oh.
Whenever you're ready. Welcome, everybody. My name is Sotul, joined by Colento. I'm sure this is going to be an incredibly insightful interview. Got tons of just incredible questions here provided to me by the production team. I'm sure we're going to get a lot of information out of my friend here. So, Colento, what is your happiest Hearthstone memory?
Probably Y-Game House Cup, I guess.
Great, I'm presuming you won that?
Of course.
So just soldier on through. When did you start playing Hearthstone? Wonderful, really learning a lot right now. What's your favorite part about Hearthstone?
I like how I can be asked dumb questions when I'm being interviewed.
Yep, expected. Who is your favorite Hearthstone caster?
Probably not you.
Really? Like, do you really want me to... All right, we're gonna get through this. Who is your best friend in Hearthstone? Any positivity? Can you pick one that you do like?
No.
We are back to continue our match 1 of the day between Bunny Hopper and Yala. Yala taking a loss with that Quest Warlock to just join that crew of the people who are crying over that deck right now because it might have been overhyped, at least based on the results we've seen this weekend. But Bunny Hopper taking a win with that rogue with those questing adventurers in there as well, getting the work done. But that does mean we've got plenty more games, not only of this series, but of today left, as we're going to have our full 5 matches today. But yeah, checking this out now, Bunny Hopper has his Demon Hunter and Hunter left over to take down Yala, and I think he should be feeling quite confident.
He certainly should be, yeah. I think he's in a pretty comfortable position, even just against the Quest Warlock. I don't think the Demon Hunter matchup is bad by any stretch of the imagination. We saw at the top of the show going into this week, it had a positive win rate in that matchup, the Quest Warlock did. I think that has swung, certainly, because we've been seeing Demon Hunters win this week across all regions. So it's certainly swung back towards 50-50, if not now Demon Hunter favored overall. But I think the matchup is certainly winnable from the Quest Warlock side, but it's still a very competitive matchup. And then, of course, the Highlander Hunter is certainly at least a slight favorite against that Quest Warlock. So no great surprise, to me at least, to be seeing Yala going to the world with something just a little bit different for at least one game here.
Going to be looking in that Demon Hunter and going up against Bunny Hopper's Hunter list, which, again, just giving a quick checkaroo. No secret package, which is approved by myself, and one Grand Slam. So yeah, we're looking good here for Bunny Hopper's Highlander Hunter. But overall, honestly, just a fairly straightforward list. In Prison Felmore is a pretty nice addition that's becoming more and more just straight up standard right now. Even with the addition of some extra 2-drops to fill out, because Bunny Hopper is not only playing the Prison Felmore, but also playing the Bone Chewer Brawler, as well as a few other cards. So definitely a focus on this early game here with the Scale Rider too. So tons of early game, but still plenty late game to keep up with some of the slower deck. So looking pretty good here for Bunny Hopper, but he will have to prioritize clearing off any early aggression here from Yarla, because Demon Hunter is by no means a pushover matchup here for the...
Yeah, and by no means the worst start for Bunny. I picked up tracking to fill out the curve even more, but he at least has a hand that can just remove a thing on 2 and then start developing on 3. And we've seen these Primordial Explorers be very annoying against all the 1/1s and 2/2s that Demon Hunter wants to develop in the early game, especially if they're looking to land beaming sidekicks, which of course Primordial Explorer just does not care about at all.
Yeah, and looking now for this tracking, Scavengers is available, and to me looks like the pick, but there are merits for some of the other cards, right? The Boom Pistol going into turn 5, which is not Playbound potentially as well, which is a really nice swing. But for me, just having Scavengers draw next turn into a 3-drop, although there is already the Primordial Explorer, it either draws your Zigzaw or it will draw the Griffin that will then draw your Zigzaw. So for me, it's always hard to turn down that much card draw that basically comes from one card in Highlander Hunter. But Bunny Hopper did choose to go for that Boom Pistol to maybe bridge the gap more with having a 5-drop ability.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because to that point, Scavenger's Ingenuity is actually also a 5-drop when you really stop and think about it, because you just play it on turn 5 and play the 3-drop that you drew at the same time. So I can certainly see the curve working out the same way regardless. But as you said, Boom Pistol Bully actually can be surprisingly effective in this matchup against some pretty key Battlecry minions, primarily the Gladebound Adept you were talking about.
Demons. Yeah, and that's the difference, right? You either, with those choices, it's either you go for the Lockout card, i.e. Boom Pistol Bully, or you go for the Scavengers to draw more cards and have a few more flexible removal tools, which is effectively what the Griffin and the...
Time grows short. I grow
Yarla, a pretty tough decision here about whether this attack goes through or not with the second Umberwing in hand. He doesn't have any attack payoff card in his hand. No Satyr Overseer, no Gladebound Adept. But he does have a second Umberwing, and yet he's still choosing to hold on to his swing here, which I think just goes to show how much both of these players are just valuing board control right now over face damage.
That's it. I don't think you can race in this matchup, because the race is most of the time all about the minions anyway.
Right.
So I think prioritizing board control, at least for now, is important. Because also, Yarla has Skull of Gul'dan in hand, so he can draw cards. He can go into a bit more of a late game scenario, and maybe a lot more smoothly than the Highlander Hunter does regularly. So I think this is okay. Just hold it, see what's what for the next couple of turns.
It's certainly very smooth the way this has worked out. If you're expecting your opponent's play to be Primordial Explorer some of the time on turn 3, Chaos Strike just allows you to smoke that thing no problem. And then if you're playing Chaos Strike, you're then getting multiple draws towards Gladebound Adept, which you can then coin out on turn 4, as long as you have that second charge of the weapon still equipped. So the way Yarla chose to play it is certainly being rewarded here.
Demons. Demons.
Yeah, like the other way round to gain is if he swung last turn, then he can hero power swing again and then re-equip the Umberwing.
Sure.
To just go to stay in full control on board. Oh, and he's going to do it.
Yeah, I think, plans could have changed here because he's already drawn the Gladebound Adept. I think the reason I was talking about the Chaos Strike line is because it gives you those extra card draws towards one of your big 5-cost power plays, which you do want to be playing as early as possible. But since Yarla already has it, going as wide as possible on board is actually pretty smart here, because it shuts down the threat of a Rotnest Drake on the other side when your big minion does come down.
Yeah, and I think it's important as well that there is still that gap to be able to play Chaos Strike to get it out of the way for Skull of Gul'dan to be active a little bit later on. Because again, just with the way the hand's kind of happening, it means that the Yala will probably want to Skull almost on curve in this game. But because he can coin out Gladebound this turn, he can use the turn 5 to actually use the Chaos Strike.
Yeah, he'll have Chaos Strike, Satyr Overseer on that turn if he coins out Gladebound here. Into Skull then. Does seem pretty solid.
Probably wishing he had a Twin Slice, honestly, as well.
You always wish you have a Twin Slice.
Yeah, but
Just like
all
Rogue.
of these minions, right?
Yeah, it's just like Rogue though. Like just add a backstab to any hand and it immediately got better. Ooh, okay. It's not that big of a tempo swing with the Zeph though, which I think is generally what you're looking for in this matchup. The alternative is a very sad-looking Faceless Corruptor into the 6/4.
What if you play the Boom anyway? Tough.
How about a mirror?
I think Zephyrus and this were the only two plays, and yeah, this is sad, but I don't think Zephyrus is doing enough there if you just Shadow of Death or whatever the 6/4 in that position. It's a sad turn, but I think it was a necessary one from Bunny.
All I see is weakness.
One of the few matchups where actually you'd rather have the Desert Spear over the Stormhammer, as there's just always good targets for it. Whereas sometimes trading in with Stormhammer, you actually want to conserve a little bit more health.
Yeah, sure. This looks like a significantly better Zephyrus swing turn. Allows him to seize the board, at least temporarily, and then curve straight into that Dino Tamer Bran. Gets to pick his poison, 2 damage or 2 healing. Always nice that Zephyrus to give you the choice. He knows he doesn't know everything.
For me, I like the Holy Nova. I think you, with the follow-up that Bunny Hopper has, I don't think damage is ever going to be a problem. So why not be a little bit safer and take the heal? I know there's always ways, well, if you kill them faster, then you are safer. But does 2 damage to face kill him any faster than when he's playing like Brand, Stormhammer?
I was going to say exactly the opposite. I would take the sort of counter-argument that you presented yourself, where Bunny Hopper's hand's plan is damage, so take the card that deals damage. Especially when you're seizing board like this, because, you know, I've talked about it a lot, but if Yala wants to remove this minion, 90% of the time he's removing it via taking that 3 damage, which just starts to then add up very, very quickly.
That's true. I guess outside, I was more thinking outside of exactly I-beams. It's pretty much setting up for 2 turn anyway. See, because the Brand's such a nightmare.
Is that true?
We'll see how it plays out.
If he's at 21, I'm not sure that's true. You deal 8 one turn, and then realistic expectations, if your crush sticks, you're only dealing 10 on the following turn. I think this does help you set up 2-turn lethal and just prevents your opponent racing you with Metamorphosis, whereas healing doesn't do that. It gives them the whole extra turn, which can be way more extra damage than just the 2 that you've healed for.
Warglaves. You put that straight off the Zephyrus, so he's going to do some damage. Puts Yala down to 16. He does have the Skull of Gul'dan though, to maybe dig him out in the situation, get some of that healing that he does need. It's tough though, right? Like, it always does just look like Bran, but Bran does damage from hand next turn as well. So is this a turn where Bunny Hopper has to consider going for either Boom Pistol, maybe getting the hammer down, as well as playing the minions? I think it always ends up being Bran anyway, but you start to question it, because 19 with this Battle Fiend and a Warglaive active doesn't feel like tons of health. And like I said, if there is I-beams, then suddenly Bunny Hopper's going to be out of juice.
Yeah, I think to rationalize that play, you have to be able to make a board that you're expecting would stick in a world where your Dino Tamer brand wouldn't stick. Which I don't think makes any sense, right? I think you just need to have the 8-8 in play because it's the most likely thing to stick anyway.
Yeah. Like I said, I think the Bran always ends up getting played anyway, but I think the payoff of the other plays would be getting the Stormhammer equipped.
Sure.
Is the key. Like, yeah, the minions die to the weapon, but kind of okay.
Sure.
But the Stormhammer's equipped at that point, and then that's just 3 every turn till the end of the game, right? So, again, I do agree that I think it's just Bran anyway.
Yeah.
But there is some level of merit to just consider that that weapon is just alive for the rest of the game.
This is actually a pretty strong turn from Yarla. He can Sightless Watcher. He can Twin Slice. He can play his other Battle Fiend. He can then attack the Bran itself to take that off the board while buffing up that his Battle Fiend on board that can already attack to 5 with the 2 attacks, and then finish off the Crush with an I-Beam after the trade. That's pretty strong in terms of responses to a Dino Tamer Bran. Obviously, you can Hero Power, but it means you don't get the second Battle Fiend down, which is, I just think is a way big enough payoff to be justifying a Twin Slice usage here.
Yeah. Battle Fiend outside of Blade Bound, exactly. Battle Fiend is almost the next threat in the deck, right? Because its scaling damage is just uncontrollable.
Right.
Look at that, already a 3 to deal with. Down now on 9, he knows Zephyrus is gone, he knows Bran is gone. Ooh, 1 turn away. This is where it starts to get scary now on the backswing. I'm not sure what Yarla picked for his Observer there, Sightless Watcher, sorry. But Altruis was an option. And he does have some cheap cards right now, so maybe he went for the Altruis. Is damage to face as well, so never a bad idea.
Yeah, so he draws Altruis, he plays Altruis, he outcasts Second Slice from the right-hand side. He spent 4. It's 2 damage, Metamorphosis is 3, 8, Hero Power 9, and then Spectral Sight is still playable. So it's up to the gods as to what Spectral Sight draws from that point, having dealt 10 damage total.
And he also has the flexibility to just Spectral Sight before he even plays meta, because it's on the far left.
Right.
We can review the draws first and maybe, just to see, so he does have some flexibility.
Sure. And I'm not even counting the minions that are just in play right now,
Right, yeah. Alpine is going to get traded into, because if Bunny Hopper doesn't do that now, it's only going to get worse. Step up! Go for the Bone Chewer. There is no glaives equipped, so it's likely to tank this minion as it's ever going to be. Demon Hunter has so much removal.
There is that Altruis. So 2, 7, 8, 9, 10 minimum. And yeah, I think he just has guaranteed lethal just with the cards that he has already. I don't think he even needs Spectral Sight to do anything. 1, 2, 7, 8, 9 plus the 3 on board. Am I counting this wrong? I think he just has it, right?
So the Altruis does 3. Right.
No, I am. Yeah, no, I'm counting it wrong. I'm counting the 1 mana for the Hero Power, which he can't do because he has 8 locked up with the Spectral Sight.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
The Altruis kills the minion, so that's 3. But you don't get to clear. So he could. What if he goes face instead? It just has to be a lethal here. Cards look too good. So weird.
Demons.
I mean, you could Spectral Sight first, right? And then you could draw like second Twin Slice again.
What must be done?
Sure.
I think there are ways. Okay, he's going to forgo and use the double Hero Power.
Oh.
Life and hope.
Bunny needs help from DQA.
Oh, okay,
that's a 1 in 13 outcome if I've ever seen one, Raven.
Agreed. That is 100% right. That's not going to cut it. Just the Altruist alone is going to be good enough. Bunny Hopper taking a loss there. Demon Hunter beating down Hunter and evening up this series for Yala in a very, very close game. Really did come down to the wire there for these players. So looking kind of crazy overall. I think there was a lot to actually talk about in that matchup, honestly. There were a few different ways Yala could have gone about it. Maybe it would have made it closer. Maybe it would have lost harder. I don't know. But even Bunny Hopper as well of just potentially getting that weapon equipped instead of going for just the brand. Of course, there was the answer to the brand, which isn't super likely, but it does exist with the help of I-beams. And the fact that the minion alive was a battle fiend that can grow was always something to consider as well. So pretty crazy game.
It was, yeah, and even after that, there was the turn where the Stormhammer did come down and it didn't go face, even though that set up 2-turn lethal. Now, obviously, that was giving more outs to the opponent when they had the second Battle Fiend still remaining on board at that point to just be able to immediately counter lethal you with Metamorphosis, which I think actually just would have happened if he'd have left it up in that position. So I don't think the game state changes. But it was an interesting decision nonetheless because, you know, he just had Stormhammer face plus hero power plus Stormhammer face plus hero power for the 2-turn lethal, even from that position if he wanted to straight up race. But felt secure, I think, with Dragon Queen Alexstrasza in hand, that if he went back to trading, he was going to win over 2 turns with that anyway. But it was just the power of that Altruist turn with the discounted Metamorphosis that just made that completely impossible from Bunny Hopper's side. But yeah, for sure, really interesting game. Probably one, if we dug down into it, that was incredibly winnable from both sides, which is, you know, probably the best kind of Hearthstone to watch, right? Just seeing where different decisions lead to different paths and different win rates.
Just look at the turn 1 tracking, right? Scavengers wasn't picked. Boom Pistol was picked. Guess what? That card stayed in hand all game. Suddenly, if the turn is Scavengers into the Griffin, well, that kills the Gladebound that was there, right? And doesn't have to use Faceless, and then so, you know, that then unlocks the Zixor, which maybe has an impact. Also, of course, there's a lot of what ifs and whens, but still, just that impact of the tracking into a card that was a 5-drop that never got played. You do have to wind back and say, was Scavengers more playable? Would it have had a bigger impact? Almost certainly, at least knowing the outcome of the game now, because Boom Pistol just didn't get played at all. So pretty crazy overall. It's going to even up the series. It does mean Bunny Hopper, of course, has his Hunter left over, as well as his own Demon Hunter. But Yala, for me, and we've said it a lot already this weekend, but I feel like Demon Hunter feels so secure and it will get you a win at some point in the series. Then, yeah, he gets the win with the Demon Hunter now. It's still the Quest Warlock, it's still the Druid. Maybe 2 of the most debated decks in the game right now, and Yala has them both to get wins with against Demon Hunter. It's still going to be a pretty spicy few games coming up.
It is, yeah. And then the other deck, of course, remaining for Bunny is that Hunter that we just saw previously. I think the Demon Hunter versus Druid matchup is far more miserable than the Quest Warlock matchup from my perspective, but they are both still ones that Demon Hunters will be happy to queue into. Bunny Hopper will be happy to queue into just about everything if he keeps mulliganing like that. Whoa!
Yes. That is pretty good, I'll say, is my analysis there for that opening hand for Bunny Hopper. What you want versus Druid as Hunter is maximum aggression. You don't feel a great need for value unless you can't Bran, because it's 7 mana as a late game value card. Value to the face. But outside of that, you're just looking for max aggression and maximum untargetable minions. Fairy Dragon, tick that box, and then Evasive Fey Wing on turn 4 is just perfect. Also, what he wants is Yala to not get the Glowflies, as that's the real card that can prove some trouble for.
Yeah, and Fungal Fortunes being a big miss here is one of those checkboxes complete for Yala not having a powerful Glowfly Swarm on turn 5.
Yeah, and it looks to be even more of a problem, right? Because it's Mount Seller but no ramp as well, so it's all looking kind of... These are the games Hunter wins in this matchup.
Yep.
To the extent now where I'm honestly thinking...
How curious.
Does there have to be a tank and a lot of damage with hero power this time?
Sorry, you cut out slightly. Are you what? You just want to hero power the Fairy Dragon?
Oh, I think so.
Sure.
Because the biggest problem for now it's
So
you either hero power the Fairy Dragon
contradictions.
and kill it next turn, or that will just not die this game.
Right.
Because any minion he creates, if you look at, oh, he could play Power of the Wild, Rising Wind, make a minion challenge it. Not challenge because there's a 2/2 on the board.
Yeah.
And also, And we can see, of course, it as a weapon. So if Yala had the crystal power, though, it would be very good because he can ping off the 2/2 and then make the mid.
Right.
Now the damage just keeps on coming, and even Bunny Hopper can't rope this turn, right? Stormhammer, whack him in the face.
I was so
Done.
ready for the rope, Raven. I was just so ready. You underestimate this man. He can rope anything.
No, not on that turn. Not on literally the best turn. The unarguably best turn.
But what about Zephyrus Flame Imp, Raven? Was
No.
that not worth thinking about that turn?
No, don't think. That's your problem when you play Hunter. People overthink it. You hit him in the face. Yes. Right. Go. Done.
Got it.
I've done this play. I've been playing a lot of Druid the last day or so. I've done this play many times already. Of just going, well, Sarah draws deal 2 to this guy. Done.
Zephyrus
You
Fairy
see-
Dragon. Let's go.
You see the respect though, right? Because Yala could have made 2 minions. He could have made 1 minion and taunted it that turn. Pointless. Got to kill the Fairy Dragon, not only because it's hard to kill, but also because it's now powering the weapon for Bunny Hopper. I actually think Scavengers looks pretty fine here. There's always a chance that he could go tracking into exactly Coin Feywing, which would be insane, but relatively unlikely.
I wonder.
And if you're not doing that, I'm not sure what you're tracking into, or what you want to really track.
I moves quickly.
Interesting, yeah, because for me, Scavengers into Coin whatever is just more pressure, and that's what Bunny Hopper wants. So it was just hovering the track in there. I would have been quite surprised.
Yeah, it gives up his
This is just
coin,
better.
which is relevant for a couple of reasons, because coin is immediately more clearing power or more direct damage with Zephyrus to end the game. And if the game does reset somehow with overflows and whatever else, and this gets answered, and it has to go long, then you're in a position where you then still have your coin for your Dragon Queen Alexstrasza potentially. But I am with you. It did look better than tracking, but I was just trying to work out what can you hit off tracking that's playable, powerful, and doesn't cost you that your coin that turn.
Right.
It's not very many things.
Yeah. And also going into the turn that there could have been a Glowfly, you actually Bunny Hopper just set up lethal if it was just Glowfly.
This is lethal, isn't it? 5 to face, 3 to face with the corrosive
Oh,
breath.
yeah, Soulfire.
Zephyrus Soulfire.
Yep.
Right? 2, 5, 8, 12. Yeah, it's lethal.
You can corrosive breath your own minion, Bunny Hopper. I'm sure he knows. Although then again, if he knew that quickly, he would have just done it, right? You don't rope lethal.
I moves quickly.
Bunny Hopper might not be the connoisseur of Hunter, because the corrosive breath your own minion is something you don't do often, but it does come up a few times.
Rot-row!
Yeah. And the problem is, as well, Bunny Hopper's still looking good, don't get me wrong, but this is time, and Yala wants time. He has Mount Cellar, he has Ironbark. Now he has Bog Beam.
Yeah,
He could have Crystal Powers for all Bunny Hopper knows.
That's true.
It was... What I mean more is, it's actually a scary lethal to miss, even though it doesn't look like it. There are some lethals that get missed where you're winning by so much that it doesn't actually affect, or it's not extremely unlikely to affect the outcome of the game. But this one, the game could flip. He also can't... Well, okay, he can get it next turn in. Oh, wait, he can't get it next turn if he can't hit face, right?
If there's a taunt in the way, no.
Yeah, because he doesn't have the mana.
Sands of time run low.
He has 7. 3 from the breath, 4 from Eviscerate is now the top from Zephyrus, but that's just the same amount of damage you had from 1-cost Soulfire on the previous turn.
Tracking kill command was a little bit riskier.
Oh, he can get it with silence. He can get it with silence. Yeah, he still has it. It's fine.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Silence point after hero power. Yeah, that makes
Yep.
sense. Yep. Okay. We're dumb as well. It's fine. But yeah, the silence
Hey, I
is going to
saw
get
it.
there. But...
Leave me out of this.
Sorry, very late. But yeah, Bunny Hopper again does recover. But it was dicey though, because as I mentioned, like there are some lethals that you miss and you were always going to win the game almost no matter what you did.
Yeah.
There are some lethals you miss and you can be punished, and that was close. Because again, imagine a crystal power that turn, right? Like suddenly, it's not lethal, and then the game carries on. And if the game carries on and Druid has a lot of cards, we saw overflow there. All these things are going to cause problems, right? So it was very close and very much unlike Bunny Hopper, honestly, to miss a fairly straightforward lethal. But still, that means that he is going to go 2-1 up in this series and only have one more game to take a win with, and that is going to be with Demon Hunter. So he's going to be feeling pretty confident because, as you mentioned, Demon Hunter, depending on what you think about in the Warlock matchup, it's at least even. I think even if you think Demon Hunter's not that bad, if you take a good mind of it, it is at least even.
Yep.
And it's good versus Druid, so Bunny Hopper's now in a fantastic spot to actually take the series overall, only needing the one.
He is. This is not the juice, though, in the opening hand, whereas Yala does land on that Fungal Fortunes, so Bunny Hopper is going to need some pressure to be able to be hunting down this fast start from Yala. Because Yala could end up with an extremely explosive opener here based on that Fungal Fortunes opening. Okay, does find Altruis. It's not a extremely powerful early curve, but it is, at the very least, an answer to one of the big things that you will lose to, which is Glowfly Swarm in the early game.
Right. Yeah, the amount of times we've seen players keep Glowfly, and an odd amount of times I keep seeing exactly Glowfly innovate in mulligans against Demon Hunter. It's so weird. I feel like I've seen it like far more often than it should possibly come up.
Demons?
Yeah, definitely something you are scared of when you are playing Demon Hunter, and now Bunny Hopper has the choice. 1 mana 1/2 or not. He's going to forego it for the hero power.
Interesting. Do you think that 1/2 represents a lot of damage over the course of the game if he plays it down now? Very slow start from Bunny here.
It is, but he does have that backup, right? As we mentioned, like he has arguably like the one card that recovers the worst case on a turn 4 or 5. If he can get some cards that work.
Yeah, but you don't really want to use it as a recovery. Like you want to just be playing your cards on turn 1 and turn 2, and then when they try and respond to you with their Glowfly Swarm on, turn 3 or turn 4 or whatever they've ramped into it with, you're then just able to blow it out with like an Altruist Twin Slice afterwards. Like if you're going to be slower than that, it doesn't really do anything.
Oh yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not what you want to do, but if Bunny Hopper didn't have the Altruist in hand, this would look a lot worse, in my opinion, because yes, it would be a different card, but I'm just saying, like, if he still had another expensive card in hand, then he's in just as much, if not more, trouble, whereas at least this means he doesn't, a lot of the time, just die to a Glowfly, which can happen if you've got a bad enough opening hand. Also, just want to double check, actually, because I have... silly. Yeah, Yala is running the double Savage Raw version as well, with only one Rising Wind. So there's just that little bit more consistency in the Savage Raw draw, and also that small level of fear factor. Just sometimes you just die versus Druid, even if you look healthy, because they just have double Savage Raw.
And here's the problem now, because Yala has Coin Innovate available, he can just, race the Altruist, essentially. There's not going to be the answer available to it unless Twin Slice does come off the top.
And no minions in this hand is pretty good for Yala, honestly. Means he can... the Coin Innovate isn't detrimental to the Glowfly as it is with some hands.
He might feel just so not under pressure here that he just doesn't even want to go for it, though, having taken so little damage in the early game. The curve does look strong, though. Coin Innovate Glowfly into Overgrowth into Mount Seller.
Wait, you're a long way away from that, though. You've got a lot of turns to fill.
So many contradictions.
What? Coin
oh,
Innovate...
sure. Yeah. No, you're right. I was looking at it the other way. I was just going to say, though, I think actually going off what you said about not feeling under pressure, I actually think he could do the slower thing and just go for the overgrowth this turn.
Yeah.
So many contradictions.
You've got to ask yourself the question, though, like, what cards are in my opponent's hand if they've had this slow of a start, right? The cards that have been there since the beginning, the 3 on the right that have been there since the start, since turn 1 and turn 2, I think. Like, what cards are they?
Skull, Glaive-bound, Warglaves.
Right.
Sure, Altreus, but yeah, you know, Metamorphosis. You just look at it like those
Blade
right?
Bounds. Volpera Scoundrels.
Decision point here, and it looks like he's going to go for it.
Yeah, I like this. This is just what this hand communicates to me. This just seems to be the curve.
Or the Druid hand's whispering to you. Also, the fact that Yala has double crystal power is actually very powerful versus Demon Hunter. You
Yep.
can snap remove a lot of the threats because they're 2 health, or you can heal up from being burst down or pressured in the early game. So, pretty nice card, honestly, in this matchup.
I grow impatient.
Oh, it just doesn't add up, does it? It's like Chaos Strike looks nice because he can kill a minion, but the rest of his turn is nothing.
It's just another reason why I like doing it now. Like, not only are you playing around Altruist to an extent, although technically, like, 1 extra mana just doesn't really do anything, because either they can Twin Slice to clear your board or they can't. Like, being able to play 1/1-drop doesn't actually make a difference in this scenario. But, most importantly, you're racing the Warglaves of Azzinoth. Like, that card's just not playable this turn, whereas if you put the players in a situation where it is, and you've left that Battle Fiend up because you've just gone, like, point overgrowth on the previous turn, for example, well, then you're just getting absolutely spanked by this Battle Fiend the turn after, right? As it just keeps growing and growing and growing after Bunny clears the board.
Yeah. It was interesting as well there. I did wonder if I was looking at Shadow Weaver, and then this turn, and just to get an extra, get like a slightly more threatening minion on board. Obviously, the Volpera still kills 2/2s, but what if they get buff? I guess is more my point. But now still going for Volpera. There were some cards that would help out with that Altruist turn next turn. Or he did get the Immolation Aura, which means he can deal 2 to this board.
The Innovate draw as well for Yala is insane with the curve that he played.
Yeah.
The one downside of the curve I was talking about is that he only had Mount Seller Moonfire at the time I suggested it. But I was going to say he had multiple draws to find Bog Beams or things like that. But best case scenario is Innovate, because then that activates the crystal powers that are in his hand as well.
Yeah, and because the strength is next turn, I'd like Yala to ignore
the time run
this Volpera. Hit the damage. You know, in almost every outcome, Bunny Hopper's going to trade this Volpera into a 2/2 anyway. So, the fact that you have Moonfire to finish off the minion, with the Mount Seller, with the Innovate, with the Crystal Power, like you said, it's just the turn's so powerful. I was pretty much asking Bunny Hopper to do something incredible here.
I think if I was in Yala's position, I would expect there is 0% chance that 2/3 goes into a 2/2 from Bunny Hopper's side. I think if Bunny did not have a Warglaves in his hand from Yala's perspective right now, that would be shocking, based on the way this game has panned out. But for the same reason, I'm still totally fine with it, because you can still take care of that 2/3 next turn based on your planned turn.
Yeah, it can die anyway, right?
Yeah. Okay. Nice. I guess this does play around Bog Beam with Mount Seller, right? To take the value trade like that.
Right.
To an extent.
And also it means if you're expecting Mount Seller, you have an extra swing of the Glaives to kill the maybe more important minions you need to kill, as opposed to a 2/2, right? That Mount Seller is a bit pesky. They can summon some pretty scary stuff, especially when you look at, say, Cobra, for example.
Yeah, you're right. That is a very good point. Big reason to hold on to the Warglaves there. This makes perfect sense.
There's Chaos Strike with that Warglaves, there's Immolation Aura to help. Bunny Hopper actually has some powerful responsive plays here. But I don't think Yala should care. I think at this point in the game, it's as good as it's ever going to look versus Demon Hunter. I think you just go with the Mount Seller.
Stand the time run low.
Yeah, Bunny Hopper just pretty much playing control Demon Hunter right now.
And I think if Yala tries to do anything too fancy, it's just going to give Bunny Hopper more time. Because Overflow is going to overdraw him unless he dumps a load of cards. He's going to go for Overflow. This gives him a bigger Mount Seller turn, of course, but it's a bigger Mount Seller turn next. And it's not like he had like 2 Bog Beams in hand that he couldn't really utilize with the Mount Seller either.
Right.
This scares me.
Demons. Demons.
Bunny Hopper's hand still scares me as well. There's just nothing to do in it apart from like now he can decide to start pushing some damage if he really wants to, but like what does that really do for him in this spot where the Druid's at 30? Sure, you've just seen 1 Overflow, but you haven't seen any Crystal Powers yet. There's still the second one remaining. You know, there's still big Iron Barks to come down over the course of the game, and you don't have Kane in hand. Like, I don't really think the damage plan really gets there for Bunny Hopper right now. So, like, is this just a control hand? Is that what's happening?
Maybe. Yeah, and also he probably doesn't. A lot of the time in these situations, you want to go, oh well, why don't you get the Metamorphosis live, right? Because it's 5 mana, you don't want to do much. That's a lot of mana to spend. But the hero power is actually useful because he has Warplane.
Yeah.
Right? So it's kind of weird to consider that is that what you do. Bunny Hopper just didn't taking it. Just saying, yes, I do want to spend the mana this way. He could have gone for Shadow Weaver, but again, as I mentioned, that gives targets for Bog Beam. So we're having a weird matchup where both players don't want to play stuff.
But it's also quite telling that he chose to use the hero power for +1 damage, which he didn't end up using, and not shoot the watermelon that turn, because he didn't just want to shoot it at his opponent's face, right?
Yep.
I think this is coming into play as a board control tool.
Job's done. Also, a bit of a big deal as well is Yala burnt his Glowfly number 2.
Yep.
Which means Glowfly Soul in 1 turn just isn't a thing anymore.
So now Immolation Aura plus Hero Power can clear most of this up. He then has Chaos Strike alongside that to get the 5 attack Warglaives, which I believe is the remainder that he will need on the Mount Seller at that point. Is there an Altrice way to do it alternatively?
Not really, he doesn't have the mana, right? Everything's too expensive.
Yeah, it looks like Chaos Strike, Immolation, and Hero Power to me, just on the surface.
Looks good, and he only has to use 1 swing of his weapon to kill this 12 health Mount Seller.
Yeah.
That's a victory.
He will likely then keep swinging to clear up some other minions, but...
Just he doesn't have to take 7 each time.
Right.
What a strange game of Hearthstone.
It's a full clear as well with the Umberwing coming down at the end, I think, right? Because Chaos Strike is buffing him +2, Umberwing will buff him +1 again.
Annoyingly, the order though for the pesky porcupine killing off these 1/1s.
Yeah.
Okay, only killed 1.
All right, Control Demon Hunter achieved.
Yep. Yala's now on the burst plan to finish off Bunny Hopper's 10 health he has left suddenly.
Yep. Yeah, just minion, Soul of the Forest. Just the last things he has left in his hand.
I mean, he might get there.
Weird game.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't see that actually. Yala plays double Soul.
Yeah, he
more
plays double
frustrating
Soul.
not to have burnt that exact Glowfly Swarm number 2.
Right.
Shadow Weaver. Race now.
Yeah, Altrice doesn't quite work again. Because again, Bunny Hopper's just drawn like 0 cheap cards this game.
And the Shadow Weavers do just lock out lethal, right? Because it's not double Savage Aura isn't enough.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. Good chunk of damage too. Next turn.
Right.
Is it cold in the shadows?
How committed is Bunny to this control line? Okay, I was going to ask the question of whether he held on to the Battle Fiend because it was his only good Altruist card in his hand right now, but he's not that committed to this control life.
Right. And also, he still has skulls, he still has twin slices, right? There's just one good draw off the top, his Altruist is looking nice anyway.
Overgrowth is the draw.
4 mana draw a card.
Set that Bog Beam now.
Crystal Power, Bug, but he can play all of his cards. Have to.
I don't know how long this can keep working for Bunny Hopper, because Yala's deck is extremely threat dense. He still has the Ysera, he still has a Kael'thas in there, which we're not seeing that often. He still has a second Mount Seller that he can draw as well.
Oh right, he didn't burn one, did he?
Don't think so.
For some reason I thought he burnt one off Jungle, but he did. I think it's okay to pass here. That's all gonna get him two twos, treants if that bird is killed. Bunny Hopper also can't really ignore it. I guess he goes Shadow Weaver again. Maybe he gets the Warglaves equipped.
Well, he can also Hero Power it. No, it doesn't quite work. Can't get the 2 Outcasts to come down. No, he can, right? He can Hero Power it, Altruist, Battle Mage for Shadow Weaver the face instead. That's a full clear.
True.
I grow impatient.
I guess, like, is he likely to be able to do that next turn anyway, but he'll have Warglaves equipped?
Time grows short.
Is there likely to be a board he needs to do it to next turn? If he does it now? Just has the minions in play?
That's true. And you just see double Crystal Power, so even these minions are fairly safe now.
Yeah.
Especially with the Bug Beam.
Is it gold in the shadows?
Wow. How many cards remaining? 8 cards remaining. 1 is Kael'thas, 1 is Mount Seller. I believe it's the Ysera that went to the discard.
Oh, was it
possibly.
Ysera?
Maybe that's
that
what you
got
were thinking
burned?
of.
Okay,
yeah.
yeah. I felt like something got burned.
And now it's just go time. And suddenly, in what looks like one of the weirdest games of Demon Hunter versus Druid I've ever seen, Bunny is just miles ahead.
Well, at least he can play a big font. Game is gone. Oh, it would be big enough for that board, right? Wow, I kind of half forgot about the damage from the Clavebound. Insane. Bunny Hopper takes the win in the strangest fashion I've ever seen in that matchup. It does mean he's going to go 3-1 over Yarland. A pretty nice win there for him. Again, not the largest impactful matches we've got coming up for you today or tomorrow, but still a good match, and especially the way it ended there. That was just a weird game of Hearthstone. I don't really know how else to put it.
Yeah, that was really sweet. That, makes up for the potential miss lethal, because for Bunny to win that game of Hearthstone with that hand against Fungal into Coin, Innovate, Glowfly Swarm, into Overgrowth, into Mount Seller +3 spells. How do you win that game of Hearthstone without any pressure on turn 1 as Demon Hunter? Bunny Hopper just demonstrating that the cards, if you just readjust your thinking just a little bit, can actually just be very effective control cards as well. Metamorphosis and Warglaves can kill a lot of minions if you are so inclined.
Yeah, I mean, even if you just said, okay, well, Metamorphosis is 1 mana, deal 5 to a minion. Still 1 mana, deal 5 to a minion, right? That's still a very, very good card or ability. But we are going to be moving on into our next match, and it is going to be Viper versus RDU. And this is the one Division B match we have today, and this could have some implications for these players. It's mainly RDU here. Viper going to have his Demon Hunter band out, and RDU having his Druid band out here for Viper, who's going to be on Hunter, Mage, Rogue against Warrior, Rogue, Demon Hunter. What a strange clashing of lineups as we see no Warrior submitted to Viper.
Yeah, not really what we were expecting at all, but Viper, as always, is coming with the spice. That 3 chili spice, a grizzled wizard in his Highlander Hunter. Raven, thoughts as the Hunter connoisseur?
I hate it because it's not deal 2 to face, is it?
Yeah.
So, unless it's exactly the Demon Hunter hero power you can steal, which will be pretty funny if it's Metamorphosis, then yeah, okay, you got me. But he is playing just a strange list overall. He's running the Escaped Mana Saber as well in there, but yeah, just strange choices. Even this Dragonmaw Skystalker, which is a card, again, I think just gets so close to making the cut, but not quite there in a lot of builds. But if you are running that Escape Mana Saber, it's fair to say, well, I will give myself more 6 costs or more positives to ramp into on the gun. So that does make sense. Meanwhile, RDU going for the much more expected / standard lineup. Going to end up with Demon Hunter, Pain Warrior, and Rogue. So 3 powerhouses, and RDU yet again is going to be playing that questing adventure rogue list, which seems to be having a ton of success right now.
Yeah, for sure. This is much more like the standard stuff we were expecting to be seeing, not a mage and a grizzled wizard that we've got coming out from Viper, but Viper's certainly known for his unusual takes on what to bring to any given tournament. He was actually talking during the week about how he feels like Quest Warlock was the best deck, but he didn't want to bring it because he felt like it might be too highly targeted and it might be too expected, and he wanted to be a bit more unpredictable, which actually, that assessment, I think, is incredibly spot on to the reality that we have, because I do think Quest Warlock is an incredibly powerful deck, but I do think that people have targeted it with a lot of their lineups, which is why we're seeing the drop in win rate. You know, I called this out right at the start of day one. It's just like, yeah, you know, Quest Warlock will drop off. Just be prepared for that, because everyone's gunning for it this week, whereas last week it was a surprise. The people who had it last week were ahead of the curve, whereas the people this week are just following the curve, and one of those is always going to be more successful than the other in Hearthstone. So I think Viper potentially just got his assessment of the metagame spot on, at least in that regard. Whether or not this weird Hunter deck is the right assessment on top of that or not, I guess I will withhold judgment on for now.
It's definitely cool, and I think that's something we get from Viper week in, week out. We get something cool. He doesn't always, you know, or really ever bring, oh, here's a completely like random archetype you've never even seen before. But what he does is he tries out different cards, different styles within these archetypes that are proven to be good. We saw it in Rogue way back when, at the start of the season, when he was playing the scheme in there. We've seen him play, you know, cards like the Alexstrasza he has in his Rogue right now. So he has that in there as an interesting choice. He has, even in his Reno Mage, he's running the, although not too crazy, of course, but the Kobold Sticky Finger has some tech against some of the more aggressive cards, and especially looking at Demon Hunter. And considering he's leaving Demon Hunter, Rogue, and Warrior up in this matchup, the Kobold might get some work done. So Viper's a player who, I've said this before, but I not only think he's played very well this season consistently, I do think he's also just super fun to watch, because he is doing things a little bit different. He's not just bringing, oh, here's the best decks as everyone else has built them, let's go. And even going way back, you know, way back beforehand, right? The Archvillain Reform. Whether that ended up being good or bad, it was fun and it was very interesting to watch, right? As we, I think, know better than anyone. So one thing about Viper is he injects that spice into the game, and I'm glad he's doing well, because he's in Division B, but he's at the top of Division B. So we're going to be seeing him for a while yet.
Hierarchy of people that get to have opinions on Archvillain Reform. Me, you, everyone else, all the way down here. That's it. That's all it comes down to. We do need to talk implications for this matchup, though, because there are a lot of them. RDU, plain and simple, if he wins this match, he is safe. Full stop, 100% safe. No automatic relegation, no relegation bracket. He just locks himself up. He will go to 4 wins, and the only players who can catch him are Casey and Zim, and they play each other. So that means 2 players cannot overtake him to push him down into that relegation bracket zone. So this is a straight-up winning in for playoffs for RDU. Whereas Viper, on the other side, and I apologize because we now have to get into tiebreakers a little bit, because of the complexity of Division B, it's almost it's almost impossible for anything to be decided at the bottom based on tiebreaker 1, which is head-to-head record, because there's going to be 3-way ties, which means tiebreaker 2, the Neustadt Sonneborn Berger score, is going to come into effect. And essentially, the simple version of what's going on here is that Casey, who is one of the players who is relegation threatened, has a win over Viper, which means if Viper wins here, that puts Casey in a very, very strong position overall. So short version, if you didn't follow any of that, if you're an RDU fan, you want him to win. If you're a Casey fan, you want Viper to win.
Thanks for that breakdown, and I do like keeping things at least fairly simple for today. We might get a little bit wild tomorrow, so buckle in for that. But so far, we are going to be going into game number 1. The first few turns have ticked by. Nothing too crazy has happened. It's the Walmart Challenger. Now RDU on this Pain Warrior. It's Viper's Reno Mage, and arguably, the Reno Mage, probably the most standard deck we're going to see from Viper in this series, which is an odd thing to say. And we get to see Warrior Witch again. Regardless of my positive comments about Viper, we're just see how this pays off for him, because just leaving Warrior up just equates to a loss versus Warrior, as far as I'm concerned. But we'll see if that's just all part of the master plan or not.
Made to fit.
And you say this is the most standard deck he's bringing. There is just an Archmage Antonidas in his hand.
I mean, I didn't say it was a standard list. I just said it was the most standard.
Yeah. Viper's great. Skull of Gul'dan, bad card. Archmage Antonidas, good card. Viper 2020.
I mean, Archmage Antonidas has been a part of more decks than Skull, competitive-wise? Yes? No?
Sure, yeah. Yeah. Over time, you can certainly make that argument, yeah.
Are those Walmart challenges going to be stared down a little bit by this Twilight Drake? And there's not a lot RDU can do about it right now. But I wonder with this hand, did ever just a Bomb Wrangler go face?
It always feels bad just giving up your Bomb Wrangler straight up to just a trade that's on board. It's such a high potential card if you get a risky skipper off it or a buff and a duplicate off it. And this hand is pretty low value, high damage right now. So I think giving up potentially sources of damage here would be a pretty miserable proposition for RDU. But I mean,
but it protects his Walmart, right? So it
does,
it gives up damage, saves damage as well. So if he's just trading that Twilight Drake into a Bomb Wrangler, then the Walmart lives and he gets to hit again. So I think actually it's fine. Are you actually going to play the Bomb Wrangler and utilize an inner rage to make this threat a little bit scarier, do a little bit more damage, and guarantee 1 additional bomb? So I think they're going halfway between them both, right? Between playing it and not.
Yeah, I do like this. It's about the biggest push that you can make onto board right now, and RDU just doesn't really have time based on the hand that he has to continue hanging around. He doesn't have Battle Rage, he doesn't have a consistent route to Risky Skipper, by which I mean, having a Skipper in your hand already, or having a Corsair Cache in your hand already, or having an Ankar in your hand already. Well, never mind. At those points, you can sort of plan around things differently, because you're sort of very consistently going to pick up a Risky Skipper at that point. But RDU just had no promise of that happening anytime soon, so had to come up with alternate game plans.
Yeah, next turn Viper's got access to that coin into Power of Creation, and Power of Creation gets a reasonable chunk of Rush minions, but also a reasonable chunk of Taunt minions as well. So this could be a big turn here where Viper starts to just put his foot down a little bit in the aggression RDU is putting out, and this Kartuk defender doing a great job of negating some of this earlier damage that RDU managed to put.
Yeah. RDU just very quickly running out of steam here. Viper just absolutely chilling at 20 here. Possibly 24. I guess trades are legal in Hearthstone.
Yeah, and I can respect it, because again, if Viper pings the Wall Maul, then he's only on 5 mana, which Mage doesn't do much with 5 mana, and then you still have a Blood Boil left and an Armor Smith, so it's not the worst outcome.
Viper doesn't play, by the looks of things, a Rusteed Raider, which would actually be a pretty good turn here, right? Ping into Rusteed Raider.
Yeah, I can respect the trade, honestly. I'm normally all for going face, but I think that trade didn't really leave that many bad outcomes here. Maybe it's just Antonidas coin learn Draconic.
Right.
Double fireball pull. So how about that? We've not talked about Antonidas for a long time.
Wow, yeah, at least like 5 minutes. Whoa.
Okay, before this game, 5 years maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to bring that up when you're talking about like coin power of creation. The fact that Viper's sat here and he's picked the Learn Draconic, I think he's, potentially looking to get coin value out of that Archmage Antonidas, and particularly because he wants to ping the 4-1 this turn. I think that diverts him into doing something very different.
I think it's a good diversion for RDU, honestly, though, as well, right? I think that trade really did help out this turn in a roundabout way, which sounds weird because RDU lost a minion, but he kept a Bloodbow Brutus a 5/5. That's a pretty big win.
Yep. And RDU's deck has been very kind to him in the last 2 draws. Risky Skipper is giving in some plans for the future, and then the Corsair cache off the top is huge because this is now so many resources in one card for RDU.
So many choices.
Is this the easiest Deathwing of your life or the easiest Deathwing of your life, Raven? Okay, good.
Yeah. Well, you know me, I like Deathwing as much as the next guy, but I was considering Ysera purely because it's just playable sooner. But oh, there is now that Sticky Fingers. There's a little bit of a beefy turn here from Viper. The problem is the rest of the turn doesn't then look too great, and he really wants to just kill this Bloodbow Brute right now. You can attack, coin, Caligos, but the problem is the coin is the free spell you get from the Caligos that turn. It doesn't quite work out how you'd like it, or how Viper would like it.
No. Puzzle Box works exactly how you would like it to, though.
Get your seatbelt on, Sol. We're going for a ride.
Time runs out on me.
Value.
Oh, good slide.
Oh!
What shall we hunt?
Oh! How's it going?
Where did that go? On the lifesteal?
Lifesteal, lifesteal.
He just burned his dragon!
Yep. I think he's okay with it, Sol.
Oh,
I think he's okay with it.
Yeah, that's just funny, though. You have to take solace in the little things when you hate Puzzle Box as much as I do.
Well, it feels like the old Hunter if you ran the quest in some of the lists.
Yeah.
Where you would activate the rush quest with Locust. It just gets burned. Very frustrating. Just leave.
No.
Nope.
What?
I was wondering what RD was prepping for. That's sort of like what he was actually going for, but he's just going to go for the play.
Yeah, he's just skipping through.
I mean, I knew it wasn't with the barrier. I just mean from RDU's point. Look, I was staring at all the random cards in Viper's hand, okay? I didn't actually look to see what RDU was doing. I was like, right, what have we got? A Rapid Fire, a Live Wire Lads, a Grom.
It's one of the weirdest lethal calls I've ever heard, Raven. Well, he's got 6 damage. The opponent's at 13.
Oh, no, he had it in a rage, okay?
No. You are right, though. Like, what is this hand?
That's why I was just staring at it like, right, what have we got? How many classes can Mage play today?
My stick now.
Viper just going to start chewing through this 46. He'll get there eventually. Just give him time. He's got the Forest Aids Twin Spell in his hand as well from the initial cast. Yep. So he's never going to run out of boards. That's also just funny.
Okay, you can live wire Lance and get another evolve. It's fine.
Yeah, that's true. These Dryads are actually pretty important, just incrementally, turn by turn, pulling him out of range of, Corcoran #2 burst combo. Speak of the devil.
I mean, I'm just waiting for the ultimate refill. Caligos Forest Aid.
Caligos Forest Aid, yeah. Nice.
Just a turn, isn't it?
I think you'd probably rather cast Power of Creation. Did I hear you?
Way less funny. I think Viper would definitely play the Forest Aid.
Are you just going to play his cards and commit to the Deathwing? Sure, seems fine.
And that's the point, right? At this moment, there is Deathwing and there isn't Amazing Reno. So there isn't just an easy, straightforward answer to this.
The Deathwing does just come down into the Observer proc, though, which is a little bit annoying. If RDU chooses to just go next turn.
Yeah. It's a little bit frustrating.
Well, Viper, you know that this is a dragon in your opponent's hand.
Is this the sickest Conjurer's Calling?
It's up there. I'll give you that.
It's pretty good, right? 6 mana 2/2.
It's probably top 1% of all Conjurer's Callings that have ever happened. Yeah.
Life and hope of Will fighting.
I love it, honestly. Is that Ysera and Nozdormu?
Yeah.
I love it though. Look at Viper's hand. He decided he wanted more value. So he went for the Dragon Queen Alex. It's like, look, he's like, well, no, none of this is good enough. Let's play the Dragon Queen. It's like, what?
I know you're joking, and that is also just funny. But in this situation, so what that did is he got a similar amount of tempo to Conjurer's Calling his 6-drop by playing an 8/8 and a 4/12 this turn, but it allowed him to trade the 2/2 into the Corcoran.
Oh! Can I say it now, Sol? Lethal? Question mark.
1 in 13 lethal, Raven.
I'm sure it's 1 in 7.
It is.
Wait,
oh my
how many
goodness.
9 drops he could evolve in?
He actually had an out. So here's my point. Now we're past the moment. The point I was making is that Viper was allowed then to trade his 2/2 into the Corcoran and keep his Lifesteal Dryads on board, which is super important because otherwise he would have had to have been using those to trade and they wouldn't have been alive this turn. And they're so important because just turn by turn that he's just creeping his way out of range. King Crush?
Yeah, we can see.
King Crush? Oh!
And we can see how important life is, right? Like, if Viper just doesn't quite die yet, he has so much damage, so much value. He will win the game. He just has to hang on. We'll see him. That's a big deal, though. You can clean up this with... I guess he could clean up this another way and use CMAT for a taunt.
What to do?
What's he scared of? He's seen both Corcorans. He's seen all of the weapons apart from Ankar, and he knows his opponent's hand is single card dragon, single card randomly generated dragon. I don't think taunts are super necessary, right? It's not like you're going to get charged dragoned.
Yeah, I guess he beats even a Corsair Cash Ankar, right? Because of the lifesteal minion. So,
right.
Yeah, you are actually winning.
Time runs out on me.
I like this trade though. Just, it gives him some space to work with without throwing away these lives. Oh! Get out of the game.
Oh, disgusting! Disgusting.
The best outcome there from the Power of Creation. It not only heals him, but it leaves taunts behind that will, guess what, heal him again.
Yeah.
Huge outcome there for Viper.
Yeah.
If the game didn't look desperate enough for RDU, it is pretty much impossible at this point.
Next game, Radu. Grom, ping your Grom just to kill it. Tiamat's better, right? I think Viper just wanted to do the coolest play he could do that turn as opposed to the best one, but yeah, this one seems to make more sense.
There we go. That's going to be game number 1. Very, very close there. But honestly, the bots, look at the difference those Dryads make. And the Grave Ruin, because it was just one Dryad, and then it was the Grave Ruin on them that made them into 2 after the fact.
I'm going to call you out on this finally. It's been like 7 weeks of this. Why can't you say Rune?
Rune.
There you go.
Rune.
You keep saying you say Grave Ruin. Ruin every
Yeah,
time.
that's what I like to say. Anyway, the Dryads there were a huge deal. We saw how low RDU actually got Viper, even with some healing from the Dryad, so it was a pretty big deal there. But Viper taking the win in game number 1, and RDU probably being a little bit frustrated with the outcome of that one, and those Kartuk defenders just to finish it off there as well. Very frustrating in general, but we're going to give a few minutes to recover from that one, so we are going to go to a break while we set up game number 2. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with some more Grandmasters.
This is a serious question.
Who comes up with these questions?
TJ.
Of course.
I'd honestly probably die in a zombie apocalypse. I'm not a fast runner.
Who's the buffest GM? Oh man, I don't even know. I guess Delay is probably the buffest GM. Is he?
I don't take Bloody Face because his name doesn't inspire me in that situation.
Right off the bat, I want to take Kalento. He seems like he's like a really cool, calm, collected guy in a crisis. He's Ukrainian, so he's already kind of probably pretty badass and tough, just going off that. I'd want to take Zalay. He's a good friend of mine, so I love hanging out with him. He works out, so he'd probably beat up some zombies. I think I'll go with Purple. He's another really good friend of mine. He lives in Canada. We could maybe retreat somewhere in Canada, and maybe the zombies are nicer there, you know, because it's Canada. Everyone's nice there, even the zombies.
Monsanto, Gallon, and Firebat. Gallon's a smart, bright lad who can help me stay alive, and I need some bait, so Firebat Monsanto would help with that.
So I would take Monsanto because he always makes me laugh with his deadpan humor. I'd take Eddie because he's like always super positive. And I'll take Kalento because he'll probably scare the zombies away with his seriousness.
Bunny Hopper as a nurse, 100%. You don't want someone to break the humor, so I'm taking Casey. Probably Frozen, or actually, sorry, excuse me, Frodan. I guess he's not a Grandmaster, but he's in shape. You need a Chad in the group, and Frodan is definitely Hearthstone's version of the Chad.
We are back to continue the series between Viper and RDU. RDU just take a loss versus Viper's Reno Mage in quite spectacular fashion, honestly. So he's got some recovery to do, but I do still think he's in a good spot. He did take a loss with that Warrior, but he still has Warrior, Demon Hunter, Rogue. It looks like such a strong lineup. He's by no means out of it yet. While Viper Soul has some spice left still with his Hunter and Rogue tech choices.
Yeah, I already picked up a win with the Mage as well. It turns out it doesn't really matter how many weird cards you've got in your Mage deck as long as your puzzle box is good enough, as Vipers absolutely was there in that situation. Turned into a very clowny-looking game at the end, as Viper's entire hand was just a collection of random nonsense that the puzzle box had given him, but he did execute very well at the end. I think even against the Deathwing, you saw even right at the end, there was no real surprise from Viper when the Deathwing came down, because he had it planned out anyway. And yes, sure, he hit the Kartut defenders, which immediately gave him the defense, but he'd held back the Siamat that like you were talking about on the previous turn, right? Because it was then more important to be able to last chance emergency drop Siamat as Divine Shield Taunt if he had no other way of dealing with the Deathwing. But he just had Grom ping his own Grom as a response anyway if he really wanted to go for that. So I think he had all bases covered. I think he played it very nicely. And yeah, he got a little help from the Hearthstone gods, but sometimes it be like that.
Exactly, and now we are going to go into game number 2, and Viper is going to be on that Rogue, and the Rogue is not the secret package, it is stealth, so there are just more early game minions to actually play out for Viper, but also he's running not only the Alexstrasza that we did just see, but the Swampoos, perfect, in his deck as well as a tech choice, so again, if people are going to leave up Warrior, I do like there at least being a nod to the fact you are leaving up Warrior, right, and not just going, I think something else is more of a difficult matchup. So I am liking this from Viper so far. But how do you feel the stealth version of the Rogue does against Warrior?
I don't think it's a matchup where it particularly shines, because, you know, a lot of your stealth minions can be just interacted with by risky skipper turns from the Warrior anyway, so they end up not having a huge impact. But I think it does do one thing pretty well, which is get on board early enough to be able to deal with the Warrior threats early. And it's also nice because you can dictate Warmaul Challenger trades on your terms when you have stealth minions, which is not really something that you often have available to you, right? To have a minion in play and to then choose how it trades with a Warmaul Challenger, which is something that you do have an option for. But yeah, I don't think it's like a shining light matchup for the stealth list at all.
Yeah, and maybe a drawback, honestly. We've talked a lot about the Questing Entra. And this list is not Questings, and Questing's a card I think that could help Rogue a lot against Warrior, because if you get that to a decent health total, it can't just be risky skipper down. Suddenly they demand trades of the Blood Brutes, of the Warmaul Challengers that are maybe pushed at that point. So Viper not having those Questings might be a little bit rough for him here. So far, he is off to a pretty...
Viper pushes the 1 here, which some people might have question marks over since it's a Battle Rage deck that you're playing against. Like, does dealing that first point of damage actually do anything for you? Well, you can always do it in this scenario because RDU just cast Corsair Cache on the previous turn. So you know RDU has access to weapons. He has access to weapons. He can get himself damaged anytime he wants, so there's no real reason to be holding back damage.
Yep, it's inevitable that to be able to take the damage, and look at the follow-up. RDU does have access to one of those eggs as well, which is not impossible for Rogue to deal with, but just a little bit frustrating because it's definitely a card that RDU could just play out and say, okay, well, if you have exactly like Seal Fate, something else, clean it up, it could be a little bit frustrating. And with the Spy Mistress down, that's 4 attack, Viper does have the answer to the Serpent. It's just whether RDU's got the time to clear that off first.
Viper obviously does have the Ooze, but considering how impactful a live wire lance is here versus a Ankar coming down later in the game, which can often be the more crucial weapon since it actually thins your deck for more important draws as well as guaranteeing you most of the time that risky skipper.
Yeah, I think I like it. I'm actually thinking as to whether there's the Witchy Lackey coming to 4-1.
Choose soon.
I want a Witchy Lackey a 4-1 into a 2-drop?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm thinking about, or even potentially on the Ooze itself. Only because the 4-1, if it gets the damage in now, and it does just die to anything risky skipper, whereas a 2-drop might not die to literally just risky skipper plus a minion.
How much of that is you looking at a risky skipper hand, though, right? Because Viper hasn't been given any signals that there is a risky skipper on the other side of the board.
I always assume Warrior's got risky skipper.
Okay.
That's how I approach it. But yeah, it's just a consideration, but it would mean that the rest of his turn is not that good because Cat doesn't get to.
He also just completely bricks his hand if he does that, right? Because he wouldn't have a combo activator for Miscreant unless he can get backstab off, which isn't guaranteed, especially if your thinking is play around risky skipper, because then you've got almost no chance of hitting a backstab if a risky skipper is going to come down. And he'd also lose his stealth minion, so his Greyheart Sage doesn't even work on the following turn. So he'd just potentially just have nothing to do next turn.
This is where the questions start being asked here. Prior to you, how he wants to use this risky skipper. If he wants to use it, if he wants to wait, try and get some more value out of it, but
I gotta move.
let's just have risky skipper, bomb wrangler, even the lackey if he wants to go that way. It's kind of nice actually. Because in order to get the maximum life, still knocking around.
The nuts off the top. Viper might just have to go lackey fishing here, though, to find answers to the risky skipper. Leaving a 1-2 risky skipper up is dangerous. I guess he can just develop and just poke the risky skipper, so it's only a 1-1 at that point anyway. And the danger is reduced a little bit. You'd be getting in a situation where, yeah, I guess if you do poke it, then it's max 3 injured minions the next turn, which is still relevant.
But is there much choice, right? Like that's the issue.
Yeah, you can go like Witchy, Lackey, Evil Miscreant, or Backstab, Evil Miscreant, and then look for lackeys that solve the board state. Which I think is potentially just more responsible than just always leaving a risky skipper up. Yeah, that's the downside,
That's
though.
the issue, though, right?
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. I think for me, I would have preferred just the good turn, which is just the stealth into Greyheart. Because it also just gives you more draws immediately next turn to maybe answer the issues. But also it does... I just feel like the failure rate on the lackey is a little bit frustrating there.
It is. But leaving the skipper up is terrifying. Like, you're activating Rampage, you're activating Blood Boil Brute, you're activating Battle Rage. All of these cards suddenly become so much more powerful if Viper's allowed... if RDU's allowed to just have a second risky skipper turn. And yeah, they're all active here because Viper whiffed on the lackeys, but at least he gave himself a chance.
But now, as always, is the case with Warrior when you've got cards in hand and a decent amount of mana. There are a lot of choices here, actually. There is the Rampage. There's Rampage even into Bloodsworn Mercenary. What does that achieve? Because that's a little bit scary to consider too. It probably achieves too much self-damage, is the answer. But still, then there's Bomb Wrangler Rampage as well. Pretty scary.
So many choices.
Blood Boil Brute, obviously, to consider as well. I do think that I found myself avoiding playing Blood Boil Brute into turn 6 unless it's absolutely insane. Just because of the frustration of just split being such an easy answer to one of your most threatening minions.
Yeah.
But this was probably a little bit too good to not do here.
Viper just really wanting that draw immediately before committing the 3 to the Greyheart Sage. Miles behind in this scenario, and yeah, it's hard to see what Greyheart Sage would have picked him up if he'd have dropped it there on the Skyver 2.
Yeah. Not a lot, right? Even the general good draws in the deck aren't good versus this. Like, Viper isn't trying to do the general rogue plan right now, he's trying to just not die.
Yeah.
Go shield and then Titanic, I think. As big a wall in the way as possible. Best you can do.
Yeah, the best he can do is looking like it's not going to be good enough here, though, because there is Rampage Bloodsworn on the other side, and I think you just got a pretty clear signal from the opponent that they do not have a flick in their hand.
Yep, the biggest deal about this combo is that you can do that, use the rush to hit through the taunt, and then use your big Blood Bowl Brute to just smack him in the face.
Gotta be flick. Is not flick off the top here for Viper. RDU looking like he's going to take one big step towards guaranteed safety here.
Yeah, really, it's just a huge deal. But again, I think going into this series, leaving Warrior up, you just have to expect it's going to get a win. So even though it's obviously looking good for RDU to get that win, I don't think it means it's looking overly bad for Viper.
Okay, second rush minion. Something. Go again. Now the big taunt. Okay, that's a big taunt. He's still dead. All right, excellent. Good talk.
That's a big taunt. They're bigger Blood Bowl Brute, subtle. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter. But yeah, it was a good effort there from Viper, just really going for all the outs possible, but it wasn't enough. And RDU gets a win with Pain Warrior, as I was saying. Not too much of a surprise that if he was going to choose to just queue that deck until he won, he was going to win a game with that deck before the series was over. So to be expected as far as I'm concerned. But that does even up the series 1-1, and then just adds a little bit more into these matchups now because there's going to be Rogue on both sides. But RDU is running that questing version, which you could argue just, or at least I would think, gives RDU's Rogue the power over Vipers. But then there is just the Demon Hunter and the regular Hunter for Viper. So it'll be interesting to see. I know where you're going with that. I knew as soon as I said it. It's going to be interesting to see who has the power here. Do you think RDU just has the stronger base lineup here, the stronger two decks overall?
I would say so, yeah. If you're asking me the question, like in a vacuum, whose lineup would I rather have against the field right now, I would say RDU's. But I honestly don't know how the questing rogue matches up against the non-questing rogue, against the stealth version of the list, and how much of an impact that could potentially have. And I really don't know like what this Highlander Hunter is doing against various things, because I don't have a freaking clue what Grizzled Wizard does in various matchups. Like, I know how the card works, but I've never play tested it. Like, I don't have opinions on this card.
Well, at a base observation, there are two levels to the card, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's the one, maybe the most obvious one, where you steal a great hero power and get to use it for yourself.
Yeah.
To me, there aren't that many great hero powers that are better than deal 2 to face. Against Demon Hunter, obviously, there's one specific one. But there's also the idea of not letting your opponent hero power. So you look at Armor Up for Warrior, you look at the heal for Priest. The problem is, though, those are negated by Hunter. So really, I do wonder how much of this is for exactly Demon Hunter tech. I don't really know what else that you're really going to see it play a big role in. Meanwhile, though, RDU just played 2 Battlefields and got them cooking pretty early. Good response, though, from Viper. Coin Desert Spear. Oh, it's the weapon you want versus Demon Hunter. It's actually just better than the Stormhammer.
Quickly.
I do like that RDU just pushed the damage on the previous turn as well. There's 0 punish for doing that, so I think it's just free damage in this scenario.
Yep.
It's establishing himself as the aggressor.
Oh, it's going to go for Unleash. I guess this gives him... It's going to sound a little bit weird, but this gives him a chance to not have to take damage with the Desert Spear. Maybe the 1-1's get enough. I think you end up trading with Desert Spear so often. It's probably just better to just play Desert Spear, because Unleash gets better a lot of the time.
Yeah, it is curious.
Choice, honestly. I'm not on board with that.
Is it cold in the shadows?
Fastest game of Hearthstone that we have seen all day so far. RDU just slamming Frozen Shadow Weavers with reckless abandon.
I'll be honest, not much of an achievement when the only series we've had before this is a 1-20 offer in it, but still, doesn't mean you're wrong.
I mean, even the first 2 games of this series have been played at a pretty slow pace, right? RDU's definitely sped up in reaction to this Demon Hunter draw that he's got right now.
Even the follow-up of just having these 2 cards, or now this 1 card playable with Altruist, it might not look like a lot, but even just the 1 damage can make a big deal here when RDU's pushing this heavily. And look at the hound.
Rodness Drake, big money. Oh, he hits it.
It always gets there. It always gets there.
Gets the snipe.
Now, though, Warglaze of Azeroth looks like an equipped swing to me. Even just trade if he wants, use the 1-1 to do the extra damage onto the Rodness. Oh, okay, you can just use Twin Slice.
Yeah, he's spending the Twin Slice, who pushes 5, 7, 8 this turn. RDU's at... Sorry, Viper is at 5. So RDU needs a playable card off the top for 2 or less mana this turn to have lethal with an empty board. Doesn't matter. Viper just can't answer the board state anyway, so he's just going to give it up. But I was interested about like maybe leaving the 6-5 up to be able to race you back a little bit, just to still have that Twin Slice in hand for next turn when it was the 1 extra damage that you needed to guarantee the lethal coming through the other way. But I think it's minor details.
Yeah, those small things. Like, well, I originally thought of, okay, just trade the 1-1 in and save the Twin Slice because you might be able to get more damage from the Altruist afterwards anyway. But yeah, it does make sense for potentially leaving the Rodness up. I will say there, though, for me, although it was an extremely fast, extremely short game, I just don't know why it wasn't Desert Spear. Like, it confuses me because look at yes, that specific game, he happened to go very wide very quickly, but Satyr, Umberwing, these are cards that just play into Unleash the Hounds, and it's not like Unleash the Hounds would have necessarily won him that game, but it would have looked a lot better if he'd just gone the other way round, and he would have only taken 2 damage to save an Unleash the Hound in hand. And then he has Unleash plus the weapon swings in the future turns. I think that is such a powerful mechanic and combo against Demon Hunter. I was very surprised that Viper went for it in the order he did.
Yeah, in terms of justifications, I can think maybe he was trying to find other plays off the top that meant that he didn't have to lock himself into a weapon because Frozen Shadow Weaver would be such a beating in that scenario like we saw. Maybe he wanted to hold Desert Spear for later in the game when it can line up with Faceless Corruptor and all that kind of business that we can always see being incredibly effective. Maybe with the Varanus in hand, he felt that the Desert Spear was a better card than the Unleash the Hounds because you can play the Desert Spear the turn before the Varanus and then actually get a tempo swing over 2 turns. But sure, I think it was justifiable, but I also think it was very questionable, as you're pointing out.
Well, we're going to go again. You blinked, you missed the last game, but RDU only 1 game away. And just a reminder, if he wins this, he's safe. He's in.
Just RDU and his adorable little pet Pharaoh cat against the world. It's not true. Are you a dog person, as we've recently established?
It's weird, isn't it, that you don't hear many people say both.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like you know, with like Marmite or Vegemite or whatever your local yeast extract equivalent is, and everyone's just like, oh, you either love it or you hate it. No, there's millions of people that are just like, it's fine, you know? But you just never hear about those people.
I think there's a lot more, like, so a lot of people, I think the easy way is you either buy it or you don't, right?
Yeah,
you can't
sure.
do both.
Yeah.
Whereas you're allowed to have a dog and a cat, right?
Yeah.
Like,
it's
those
tricky.
people exist.
It's tricky, but you can pull it off, yeah.
It's just very funny the way like people just never give an answer of, oh, I kind of just like them both, honestly, or I have both. It's always, I feel like even people who have cats and dogs just go, yeah, I'm a dog person.
Yeah.
Like, wait, what?
My answer is I like other people's dogs and my cats. I don't want to own a dog, but I love dogs. But like having a cat is just so much better. Don't at me. Meanwhile, in Hearthstone...
Yeah, but we're close to just slipping into just a podcast where we just chat about life.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a good idea, actually. But anyway, got to look at RDU's hand. He does have a very good reborn minion off the Feral Cat, Temple Berserker, but also always got to keep an eye on Backstab and Van Cleef in a rogue hand, which is something that Hunter can be a little bit scared of. But now Viper has the Zephyrus as that emergency button if you need it. So, not.
Yeah. It is looking like a pretty good tempo opener for RDU, though, which is what he's going to want. He wants to get tempo early, and he wants to hold tempo for as long as possible. Because if you start falling behind, that's where Hunter Game Plan 101 comes into effect, which is play a new minion, press your hero power. That's what Rogue loses to. But if Hunter's behind on tempo, they can't afford to spend 2 every turn on just pressing their hero power. They have to just maximum develop every single turn to try and catch up again. So the longer RDU can stay in front here, the more he's able to preserve that life total.
Yep, and RDU again want on the same deck list we saw earlier. That is the 0 Bamboozle list. So again, Viper knows there is a Bamboozle punish for this trade. He knows that it could be ambush or it could be dirty trick. But still, I think of all cards, it's a little bit of shame that it's a buffed Zixor. But Zixor gets his job done a lot of the time with a trade, and then it shuffles into the deck. So not majorly upset about it being hit by the ambusher.
You make an 8/8 this turn, right?
So many.
I'm pretty sure.
I was thinking about making a 6/6 last turn.
Backstab your ambush token, backstab your temple thing. Praise Galacrond. Edwin?
I guess my question is, do you praise Galacron for the guaranteed 1 extra damage now, or do you do it after?
Wait, what? What's the alternative? This is the only praise that does anything. Oh, you mean on the reborn minion after the fact?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, that's worth considering.
It's small, but it's the thing. You take 1 extra damage guaranteed now, or you might get 4 damage if the minion lives, right? But it's just something, small thing to consider. Wait, there's no world in which he's not Van Cleef, right?
I mean, he's already backstabbed his own ambush. It was just a matter of 6/6 or 8/8 versus having the reborn in play. And I guess
it was
this
just
hedges...
a pause there, and I was worried.
I guess this does hedge a little bit more against the Zephyrus answer. If you just still have the better quality minion in play that can deal with the Zephyrus after the fact. Seems fine.
I wonder.
But yeah, I'd have some real thinking to do if that turn was backstab your own ambush token and then not play Edwin Van Cleef. Like that one would take me a while to work out a justification for.
And I think now it's tough to look at certain tech cards when you're facing down a Van Cleef, right? Obviously, Viper's in a rough spot. But it's one of the issues I have with Escape Mana Saber as a card in general in Highlander Hunter, is you play a card that doesn't have a huge impact the turn you play it, then you have to have a specific hand, or a specific card in hand, to have it pay off the turn that it gets to attack. And its damage isn't super high for a 4-cost either. So there's just a lot of things I feel has to go right for this Escape Mana Saber to really do a good job. And when there are a lot of other cards you can include in Highlander Hunter, I do feel it just edges towards the not that good side of things for me.
Why in any world would I want to do 2 damage to a reborn minion and 2 damage to a 6/6 that turn?
Zephyrus is having a day off. Oh, but Spellkin to me. Backstab, go faces like you go wide, it's like an aggressive. I like it.
Oh, he can wait and fish all day, Raven.
Do you remember when that was just the card? Like, it was one of the crafts that people had super early in the game because it was just that good. Gets farmed by Griffin though.
Unplayable card.
That's why people don't play it now. It's just not good in this meta because of Griffin.
Yeah, it just gets absolutely smoked.
Okay, so real talk, I think Desert Spear gets equipped 100% of the time. Mainly because of its power level next turn with Swing, Faceless Corruptor.
Yep.
I think it's just too good to just avoid. And he's not facing down tons of damage right now, so it's as safe as it's ever going to be. The question is there going to be Coin Unleash to remove a lot of this stuff? or even coin Griffin. Draw into what I believe is a guaranteed Zigsaw Prime now.
Griffin in hand, Mana Saber in hand.
Quickly.
Faceless
Well,
Corruptor in hand.
Faceless
Faceless
in
Corruptor,
hand,
yeah,
it
sorry,
doesn't-
wrong
wrong
card. Yeah.
Not scavengers. Either way, I think don't disappoint me on Desert Spear again, Viper. It's gonna do it, isn't it?
Yep.
Now I'm angry. I guess this is setting up for Mana Saber next turn into Zigsaw Prime the turn after. Adds up, right? Yeah, it does. Not the best cards versus Hunter, honestly.
No, I mean, Sap is pretty good against some of the big drops later, but the way the deck's evolved, you know, Siamat is okay, but it can still be punishing to come back down again. And then after that, the bombs are like Zigsaw Prime and Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, right?
That's it, right? Sap's just like, it's an okay card to just delay having to deal with a minion. But there are a lot of other cards that are a lot better than that right now.
Mm-hmm.
To a certain extent. If RDU knew the hand, I think there'd be half a point to even just sap this Griffin. Because we can see that Faceless is already in hand, but RDU doesn't know that.
Sure.
Got off with a dagger instead. Very slow turn from RDU.
It is, yeah. It's been a very slow hand, really, from RDU. He had that one turn where he just exploded with lackeys, and Viper took care of it pretty comfortably. But from here, that flick might end up being a much more important card than RDU was planning on it being.
A simple spell.
Gonna be very interesting though, because Plague. Because the problem is, if he can't kill the Mana Saber, because he has to flick the Zigsaw, then obviously Mana Saber continues to help out and get a little bit closer to that Nagran Slam. Not straight away, but still.
Right.
Sticks around.
The Hunter's Mark or the Plague of Madness can both be pretty clutch in that scenario, though.
It's true.
Just slowly but surely. As I said, RDU is just about keeping control of tempo here, which means he's the one pushing just little increments of chip damage every turn. That doesn't pay off as big for him as it does for RDU, but it is certainly relevant.
Galakrond only on one invoke, I think, so far.
Yep.
Was that earlier, the one we saw earlier on, the Praise Galakrond? Nothing else, though. At least now Viper has the backup of a Desert Spear into Faceless Corruptor.
Oh, and the Dragon Queen draw as well. Yeah, looks like Viper's taking over from here. He has his potential swing turn, as you said, with the Desert Spear and the Faceless Corruptor, and then he's curving Dragon Queen Alexstrasza into the Grand Slam.
The fires of vengeance burn
Just gonna kill command instead. Alright, sure. I'm on board.
Look, Viper, if you're never going to swing at this page, don't play any deck. It's interesting that, though, isn't it? So he wants to go for the Nagran Slam over the Alexstrasza.
He has the option to do either this way, I guess, is the biggest difference.
Yeah, I guess. There is nothing quite like the rush of just playing Nagran Slam when your opponent has no minions on board.
This is a pretty horrific looking Hearthstone turn from RDU in response, though.
Like, stop giving me Plague of Madness.
No good? Me too.
Okay, you can ping off the 2-2. Still taunt up his...
Choose soon.
I mean, there's just the Plague Dagger on the other side, right? Like, does the taunt really do anything?
But the problem there is, I don't know what else the taunt does later on, for now at least. And also, I think Mardu might be more bothered about the dagger going face for extra damage. So at least just using a charge into the Miscreant is probably just fine. He's going to hold it, though. Hey, all the cards. I do still think it's a... Okay, maybe it's different now. Maybe because of the Bran, it is attack, Nagran Slam, and then Bran to follow up with. Because normally, because Nagran Slam can go face, I think it's generally better to set up an aggressive board and then do the burst damage, I'll call it, the Nagran Slam kind of is. But now, obviously, because he can Nagran Slam, which does both, sets up a board and does some damage, and then there's Bran for the burst damage turn, I think this is fine. But without that Bran, I think it would have been more better to go Alexstrasza into Nagran Slam, even though you do get the mana from the
Dark in the skies.
We got Quantum Hope.
Yeah, this hand is look very concede from RDU's perspective. Nice. 0 mana Shadow Step. Just what he always wanted.
If that was almost just any minion, like Adu has the Rush Lackey, right? You know, he could like get something done. I guess Titanic Rush Lackey. Oh, he's not got enough. I thought he was thinking like Rush Lackey onto Titanic Lackey with Hunter's Mark.
Yeah, that pesky Hunter's Mark nerf, right?
Yeah. Well.
You'll find me wherever the action is.
Very much lethal damage, especially with the help of the Poison Dagger there to take down minion with the reasonably high health. That is going to even up this series 2-2. What a weird game, and almost it felt like a... After the Van Cleef was answered, it almost felt like a no game to me, Sol, because RDU just never really looked like he had anything to do. He only just really survived the Zigzor because he had exactly Flick, like the only answer in the deck for that. Outside of that, RDU was just playing the odd little card here and there and passing back to Viper, and Viper had more than enough stuff to get done. He'd never played the Desert Spear Faceless. He had Alexstrasza. He obviously finished that with the Brand, so tons of stuff to do. Very slow game there from RDU's Rogue.
Yeah, and that now means that we are 2-2, perhaps fittingly in what is probably our most far-reaching series of the day in terms of its implications. A win here in this final game in the Rogue Mirror will mean RDU is guaranteed safety, whereas a win for Viper actually has incredible implications for Casey in terms of his chances of at least guaranteeing himself to avoid guaranteed relegation. He might still find himself in the playoff bracket, but because Casey has a win over Viper, and that would be the only person to hold a win over Viper if Viper were to win this series, that has huge implications for Casey's tiebreakers as it comes into play tomorrow and Sunday. Tomorrow and Sunday? Today and Sunday.
This weekend is going to start feeling really long if you start talking like that, so...
Yeah.
RDU, though, did just throw a Prep and a Van Cleef and a Seal Fate. So very interesting there. He isn't on the coin. Makes it a little bit worse, of course. He did decide to throw everything in this mirror match, but not quite a mirror match. RDU is going to be on those secrets along with the questing adventurers, whereas Viper is going for the much more, say, maybe even streamlined stealth deck with the Alexstrasza in.
Right.
Who in their right mind hides loot?
You fell right into my trap.
No backstab here from Viper, meaning the ambush gets to stick around. It's a much more simple dynamic now against this list that RDU plays, though, since there's no bamboozle to consider, so you know about half the time you're going to get ambushed there.
Right.
Viper steps his cat. No miscreant in. Sorry, no Edwin in hand, but he does have the miscreant. This allows him to potentially activate that miscreant on a following turn without having to use his coin, which can then give him curve considerations later on.
Also, funnily enough, just dodges the Seal Fate turn as well. It's quite nicely.
Yep.
I like it. You can just Seal Fate face.
Job done.
Good ordering. Mad at you. Just slip there and just attack with the minion first, but still. Got the job done there. And it is probably going to just be this evil miss. Oh.
Yeah, I was going to say.
The evil miscreant anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say, now that you've mentioned the Seal Fate dynamic, we might even just see the Seal Fate and the Pharaoh Cat just come straight back down again. And Viper just dropping the got him. Seal Fate my face, will you? Yeah. I think that's honestly what it was about on reflection. Wanted to engineer that exact situation.
Job's done.
Pretty cool, actually.
Up to no good. Me too.
Oh, two pretty good lackeys there, the Kobold lackey and the Goblin lackey. I think a lot of the time we do see some of the old like Shield of Galakrond rush, the Tog Waggle rush if possible. More removal tools for real. Do you think RDU is just overall surface level favored in this matchup because of those questions, or do you think the stealth package gets the job done a little bit better?
Yeah, I genuinely don't know. I really don't have much experience in this meta with questing rogue. It's, you know, something that I've played in various metas in the past, but it's not really a matchup that I've had a chance to test, and I think it can, you know, vary in different metas about whether you really want to be having those extra, you know, big swingy cards in the rogue mirror, because a lot of the time the rogue mirror can be won by just a smooth curve of minions like this that you're seeing from Viper, which, you know, perhaps the stealth version of the deck is a little bit better at doing.
Yeah, and that is one thing about questing, isn't it? You can't really just play it out on curve unless your hand is very unique. There's like double backstab available or something crazy like that, but really, yeah, just play a little bit of a slower game. It still baffles me, and I know we've had this style for a long time. It still baffles me that a deck that ends up just having a hand like Vipers and RDUs, I guess, is a good deck. It's just a load of stuff, a load of one drops, you know, that like do a little bit of things here and there. It's just such a weird style that Rogue has right now.
Lackeys are just good cards.
Yeah, they just look like they shouldn't be, right?
Yeah.
You know, like that's the weird thing, right? It's like, my hand's just full of these 1-mana 1/1s. I'm winning. You're like, what? Doesn't make sense. That's not what I've been led to believe.
I will act as your scapegoat.
Double time and double pay.
It's going to be that Shield of Galakrond with the Rush Lackey to help some of these minions off. Even the backstab being used here for RDU to stop these trades being so easy into the Shield of Galakrond. Either Viper's going to have to use his dagger to take some base damage, or he's going to finally have to give up this Spy Mistress.
That is a draw that presents numerous options now for Viper. It looks like he's just going to slam it. He is on 3 invokes already, so getting access to his Galakrond could be potentially huge, especially if he can start pressuring with the 0-cost cards before his opponent does. But of course, the power of Kronks is so much higher if you're able to play it after drawing to your Galakrond naturally. But I think with, as you were saying, just a big sack of nothing in his hand in terms of just, sure, he can get a bit of value out of lackeys, but they're not really high tempo plays right now. I think that might have just been a responsible option for Viper.
Put it this way, not going to get flicked, is it? Right. So, seems pretty safe at least in that idea. But again, we see the value of a Rush Lackey here. As RDU, if he wants, can trade off this cross.
Yep, and he can do it without using the questing adventure as well, which is doubly huge. Really big deal there for RDU to hit the 2-attack, or at least minion off his 2-drop slot, so he was able to make that play.
Yeah, and here's the question now, right? With this question, it is only a 6/6, but whether this lives this turn is humongous for the outcome of the game. Because although RDU's hand isn't exactly full of cheap minions, questing only gets harder to kill. So Viper really could do with just getting this off the board right now.
And incredibly, with 4 lackeys in hand, none of them affect the board state.
Even like Draconic Lackey into the worm doesn't actually kill the question, even though it would be a good outcome.
Evasive Draconid is a pretty huge card in the matchup, but not playable right now.
Yeah, well, there's the answer. Can Viper kill the question? No. Now, do you cash in on this? Maybe. What if this is just a flick the Tog turn?
I'm thinking about it.
Praise Galakron, Titanic Lackey, the questing. Because Tog's not in hand, right? And RDU's Togwaggle might be bottom of his deck for all he knows. Who cares, right? You get a 4/4 on the board, you can build the health and attack on the questing, you get another Lackey to think about, and there's still Kronk's next turn to go. I think, yeah, it could be a good turn.
You are too late. His return is nigh.
Long game.
I would not have done this, Sottle. I'm very interested in this play. This questing now just looks so much more killable.
It does, but with the Titanic, he does get it back up to 6 health, which is very appealing to me because he's playing around most of the clean removal options that Viper would have. Securing his Galakron in hand as he just landed his 4th and 5th invokes means that RDU just probably feels more comfortable than we might think in playing for a longer game here.
I will be honest, I didn't actually realize the Galakron was fully invoked, so that does sway me. You know, that does convince me a little bit more. But he didn't hit face with the questing. Like, that's a lot of damage.
Viper absolutely on the struggle bus here against this questing. Wondrous Wand is going to have to bail him out. Greyheart Sage is nothing. Seal Fate is nothing. Oh boy.
A cruel fate awaits.
Go for lackeys?
Needs lackeys, yep.
That.
Oh, Kobold Lackey
deal
of
to
this! Huge!
So against the Seal Fate, and I'm pretty sure now Viper's Galakron is maxed, right?
Correct.
Which means as long as RDU doesn't put down an insane board, and maybe even if he does, Viper's going to have a very powerful Galakron, although he does have to empty some of his hand first, which, based on his hand, could be a little bit difficult.
I
actually quite likes it because the secret 0 mana, he can actually get an additional secret on there as well.
Right.
Yeah, Hunter or a Paladin one.
This is such a unique late game scenario where both players are just fighting for board with the Rogue Mirror and neither of them have the threat of Kronks to come down at any point to be ending the game with board buffs or direct damage.
Feels much more honest, doesn't it?
It does.
Like this though, getting the Krunks to go face. I approve. A ton of damage here, and now Viper, RDU, sorry, just going on the aggressive. Does still have hold of that flick, so if Viper puts a big pawn in the way, just get rid of it. Not have to worry too much.
For the taking.
Starscryer is actually not bad here. Death Rattle, draw a spell.
Yep.
Meaning that there's a lot of impactful things that Viper will be able to find off that in the coming turns. But right now, he's more concerned about reacting to this board state immediately. And oh my goodness, those 4 cards. Quest Warlock is not the only deck that's going to be scamming people with 0 mana Alex Strazas, Raven.
It's huge, right? Because he can also just flick this Kronks for 0. And there's no punish now because this Kronks is gone.
Right.
Now Extraza can it can ooze off the weapon. Second charge.
Yep. He also doesn't have to play any spells this turn to deal with the Dirty Trick secret. Looks like he's going to drop the Shadow Step anyway, just for better efficiency, sure. There goes the Dirty Tricks, gets the news it's not ambush. Does he have enough turn? Oh, Viper, no, 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 no! Uh-oh.
He's just dead, right?
One stab, many kill.
Oh boy.
Good Shadow Step.
Shadow Step the Kronks.
Yeah. Wow, and that is a very crazy way to end this close series between the two players. RDU gonna get the win there in the Rogue Mirror, but Viper just got beat by RDU and the Rope in this scenario because he had a lot of things to consider and how much minions he wanted to play because there was a lot of high-value minions there at 0 cost. You can see Viper there pretty upset with himself, and that is a rough way to end this match. But RDU got to be pleased now, getting the victory down and securing himself in the division.
Why is it always like this in Europe, Raven? Again, as you say, first off, huge congratulations to RDU. You are now safe and you find yourself in a position where you can just look forward to playoffs now because you have that spot locked up. But again, that is a result with RDU winning that could potentially relegate Casey based on implications of tiebreakers. And I'm just having Pheno flashbacks all over again where it's just, you know, the rope is costing people potentially their spots in Grandmasters in a bunch of positions, or at least, you know, high-stake tournaments at the eventual global finals or whatever it was for Pheno on multiple occasions. Like, it just always seems to happen in the most dramatic way possible when it comes down to it in Europe. And, oh boy, if Casey was watching on, you know, how hard is that, right? To watch someone else responsible for your fate? Is that harder to do than doing it than just playing the game yourself when you're having to watch someone else play for your life? Oh, it's tough to say.
It's really tough, and honestly, you know, I'm not in that scenario, so I don't know how it feels exactly. But one of the problems is, again, I think just to focus on, you've got to just say, I did what I could, and the outcome is the outcome. It feels bad, obviously, if it goes against you, but all these players can do is win as many matches of Hearthstone as they can possibly manage, right? And that's it. They can't influence the outcomes of other matches in any other way. It just doesn't work like that, right? And I think the focus is just keeping that in your mind. Is it completely sucks if things go against you, but you can't do anything about it. That's just the way it is. And you know, you've got to just focus on winning. The more you win, the less likely it does come out of your hands, right? And it's going to stay within your control. But anyway, we could talk about outcomes and everything, and we'll get into a lot more detail tomorrow. But we do have Falcane versus Psycho coming up.
Just one more point before we move on, and it is just crystallizing exactly what you're saying, because Casey, as you mentioned, drama aside in that series, does still have his fate in his own hands, because the reason why that locks in RDU into the playoff spot and into not being in the relegation bracket or the automatic relegation spots is that Casey plays Zim, who are the two people chasing to get out of the relegation bracket position and into the playoffs position. And obviously only one of them could win, which was great for RDU, but it's also great for Casey because only one of them can win and he can make it him. The same is true for Zim, but Casey has to forget about what happened in this series and that extra lifeline that he was given and just focus, because now he has a winning in himself tomorrow.
It's better than being the other way around, right? Of sitting on the last day and just having to just sit and watch. At least, like, look, play and win, and then if you win, you're rewarded. If you don't, unlucky. That's the way it is. So yeah, we'll get into those matches tomorrow though, because it's going to be nuts. I don't think I can stress this enough. We're going to be stressed. The players are going to be extremely stressed, and there's going to be a lot going on. So I'm looking forward to that. But let's go into this matchup. It's Falcane versus Psycho. Falcane going to have the Galakrond Stealth package, the Rogue, Tempo Demon Hunter, and his Spell Druid. Everyone's talking about going up against Psycho's lineup, and I'm just giving Psycho's lineup a quick glance over, as he has been known in the past to bring bit of spice himself along with Viper. He is going to be playing. He does have the Druid list, but he is running the Kel'Thas, similar to what we saw from Yala. I think the list might be exactly actually the list that Yala had as well. So interesting to see that out once again. He is going to have that Quest Warlock, so we get to deep dive into these matchups once again. So.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Psycho play some Quest Warlocks. He's a player that I do have a ton of respect for. He is also, as you mentioned, on that one Soulfire list with the Warlocks. So it does seem like he's come out with suspiciously similar lists to what Yala and Hunter Ace have come up with. So I'd be willing to stick my neck out here and say that they prepared together this week.
Yeah, or they are just genius level that they've come to the exact same outcome, which would be funny. But yeah, we do see the list Felkane is playing, and this is more of the list you would expect to see on ladder, and also just more of the Grandmasters playing, just the steady Ysera at the top, one of Savage Roar, one of Soul of the Forest, which again, Psycho's list runs 2 Soul of the Forests, but there's still those 2 Rising Winds in there as well. So this is much more the standard Spell Druid list you see across the board. So we get to see what the different builds do. Do they do? We'll find out.
We certainly are. And this could end up being a huge win for Felkane and also a huge win for Hunter Ace and Silvername for opposite reasons, because Felkane is currently in 6th position in Division A, which means he's sitting just outside of that relegation bracket position, with Hunter Ace and Silvername currently occupying spots 7 and 8. If Felkane wins here, he just goes clear. He goes to 3 wins, and that means Silvername would be completely unable to catch him. Hunter Ace can maybe catch him on Tiebreaker 2, but Hunter Ace's Tiebreaker 2 sucks right now. He has 1 win, and it is against the one player that has won 1 match, which is Silvername. So his Tiebreaker 2 is 1. It's the lowest it can possibly be, having won a match. So Felkane with a win here can really start to turn it into a 2-horse race between Hunter Ace and Silvername. And unfortunately, in that 2-horse race, they're both going into the relegation bracket.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a bit awkward of a 2-horse race when there are 2 losing spots and no winners. So it's going to be pretty crazy overall. And yeah, it is just close there with Felkane on 2 wins, Psycho on 3, means when they play each other, things can work out pretty even. We'll see how it goes out. The first matchup is going to be that Druid versus Demon Hunter, though. So again, we'll see if we either get the crazy game that we saw earlier on with Bunny Hopper, or we're going to see a much more regular expectation of Demon Hunter versus Druid. So we'll see as that comes up. I will just double check. Yep, the Demon Hunter list is running that 1 mana burn, which is pretty close, actually.
Nice. Respecting Psycho being a cardigan gamer here.
It's been a while since I saw Sottle in a cardigan.
Yeah. You think I'm wearing a cardigan in this room? In this heat? In this economy?
Wait, what? The old days when it used to be the cardigan boys, Sottle and Pavel.
Hell yeah.
The dream team. Already, though, there is that Fungal Fortunes in Felkane's hand, so whenever you have that card, you don't necessarily feel safe versus Demon Hunter, but you get in there, right? It gives you something good to do on turn 2, and it unlocks a lot of the potential going forward as well. I thought Psycho could have a good opening himself. Help with that Twin Slice. Going to be able to use the Umber Wing to actually clear off the threat and keep this Battle Mage alive. And that was it. What do you think about that, Sol? The Panther versus the Fungal Fortunes. Obviously, it was to contest the 2-2. But do you think that's something that pays off a lot of the time, or do you think it was more important for Felkane to draw some cards?
I mean, he needed to occupy turns between now and the turns he's popping off anyway, right? Like, he had these weird dead turns where even if he were to Fungal Fortunes on 2, he didn't necessarily have a plan on 3. And he looks like he's curving all the way through. skipping the overgrowth. Sorry, skipping the Fungal Fortunes for the overgrowth. But I think the answer is both to your question. I think it is something that rarely works, but it is also something that is worth going for on the odd occasion it does work, because it's going to save you 6, 8, 10 damage over the course of the game if you're able to kill that 2/2 on turn 1.
I gotta see, nice. The Crystal Power's drawn for Falcon is huge. I mentioned earlier today, Crystal Power against Demon Hunter just so often gets the job done. Whether it's killing the 2 health threats, mainly the Satyr, or just healing you up for a very, very cheap amount of health. Falcon is getting there, but he needs to almost like actually draw Mount Seller or exactly Overflow next to it.
Demons. Demons.
Oh, Twin Slice Coin Glade Bound. Oh.
It's just so much damage already.
Yeah.
Like, you can just legitimately be counting damage here, especially after you just saw a Crystal Power come down as well. Overflow just will not react to the board state, and I think playing the 4 health minion is pretty key here, because this is the turn where, Bog Beam becomes active. Yeah, this turn sucks. It's pretty rare when, you have 3-cost and 2-cost spells that have been discounted to 0 in your hand, and your hand is still just miserable.
Yeah. I don't even know what the answer here is, because the problem is if it's Bog Beam Crystal Power from Falcane, then it might like make him not die this turn, but it removes the power of some of his draws next turn and the draws that might win him the game. It's really tough. You gotta just go everything in. Make a Panther and then Ironbark, I guess.
I think he's gonna hold the Ironbark and try and pay it off with the bigger minion.
Rip exactly Innovate. Yeah, Innovate next turn.
Yeah, he can also draw Mount Seller, he can also draw Overflow. They'll help him get there.
Can just do this as well. Save the Twin Slice for next turn with the Altrius. Means that this is not looking too good for Falcane, and we might be off to a very quick start in this series. Oh!
Oh! He actually did!
My dream
He actually ripped exactly Innovate!
Wow.
Is he still
Look
dead?
at Falcane's face. That is literally the face everyone makes in this scenario.
He's still dead, Raven.
It's still funny, though.
Is he? Can you do 50?
Battle Fiend does help. You can do hero power and still get that extra damage with the Altrius. He does, right? Yeah, 10
6. Yeah, you're chilling. Absolutely chilling.
Still though, Falcane did get it, and you've got to respect it. It just doesn't matter whether it worked or not. He got it, and he did need Psycho to do a lot of work there, actually, to get that job done that turn. He might have won anyway in a turn or two's time, but you never know with Druid. One Overflow could have changed everything if Falcane had that one more turn. Psycho does take the victory with the Demon Hunter, even though it looked a little bit crazy towards the end there. But that's one of the problems, right? And that was my question as to whether Fungal was actually something, even though it feels bad, that you have to do on turn 2 to just give yourself the best draws and most draws possible earliest in the game. Because the problem with the 3-2 is I feel like it dies so often, or they just kill it with the 2-2 fight and then play another minion, play more threats. It doesn't really slow them down. I did wonder if Fungal into Crystal Powers earlier on, or maybe just to try and get closer to a Glowfly would have been a bit stronger. But I think, honestly, the way those draws went for Falcane, it was just one of those games you lose as Druid.
Yeah, and I think he played a logical curve, right? Because he
Yes.
tried to put something on board to slow down damage so that he could afford to play Overgrowth, and then tried to play Fungal Fortunes after that, where he'd have the mana available to perhaps immediately use some of the spells that he drew into. Whereas you can make the argument where if you Fungal Fortune's on 2, it's not really like you have the hand that you have the mana to be able to play any of those cards anyway. Even if you draw Glowfly Swarm, you're sat doing nothing for 3 turns waiting for it to happen. So I get the logic behind what he did, but I think, I just want to focus on how miserable that matchup seems to be, because it doesn't seem to matter how the Druid plays it or how the Demon Hunter plays it. You just seem to die either way. Like, we just saw Bunny Hopper play Control Demon Hunter and win that matchup against the same deck he's playing against. And that was just outright aggro with a completely different hand from Psycho as well. And that's still won. We've seen the Altruist just blowing up Glowfly Swarms, still winning. We've seen Glowfly Swarms come back down, but there's just an insane Battle Fiend start, and that still wins as well. Like, it just seems everything Demon Hunter does wins in that matchup.
Yeah, it's tough, and we've seen Druid win the matchup sometimes as well, because if it gets those the Glowflies off and Demon Hunter isn't either already incredibly ahead or doesn't have a good answer, you can build on that very well. It's just that almost exact. It's kind of like the Hunter matchup. I feel like that exact outcome has to happen, or you die. Anything else is just too slow and not quite good enough. So it's very interesting. I think it's very difficult for the Druid, and we're probably going to be seeing more of it over the course of this weekend. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break while we set up game number 2. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with some more Hearthstone Grandmasters.
Mm. これってハースストーンに乗りたいって意味でいいのか
Okay, let me think. 노자리요. 긴 비행 중에 체력이 딸려도 그 생명력 잘 채워줄 것 같아가지고.
我应该会选那个死亡之翼吧，因为我觉得他那个动画特效特别酷，因为他骑上来应该也蛮酷的。
I'll choose Death Wing。ハースストーンのカードに乗るとしたらデスウィングに乗りたいですね。
デスウィングのことありましたけど。
I want to ride Isra because I think his human form is really beautiful. Cool.
Alexstrasza 是红龙。为什么？因为我只有想到这一条龙啊。Richard Alexstrasza 2个吗？Really? I didn't know that.
We are back and ready to continue this series. And it's going to be an exciting one here as we go for Psycho versus Felkane. And Psycho just getting a very quick win there with the Demon Hunter. Felkane just didn't really have anything to do in that game. Did have the dramatic Ysera with the exact with the help of the Innovate and the Taunt. But it just wasn't enough as the Psycho managed to punch through. But we are going to get to some of the more, I would say, like the spicier matchups and the more questionable matchups, right? We can now have the West Warlock that has not been performing this weekend versus the Rogue from Felkane as out in number 2. A quick check just for the Rogue. It looks fairly straightforward stealth package. There's a Frozen Shadow Weaver in there. And he faces Corruptor, but outside of that, nothing too crazy. But Sottle, what are you making of this Quest Warlock?
Well, I mean, it's been getting destroyed all weekend. I don't know what you really want me to say. It's been getting absolutely dumpstered match after match after match. But I still believe in it, and I think, like I said in the previous series when we were watching it go up against the questing list of Rogue, I think this Rogue list in particular is a matchup where you feel a lot more secure playing the Quest Warlock, especially from Psycho seeing Dark Skies in the opening hand here, which is huge, and now a Questing Explorer joins the party as well. So maybe this is finally Quest Warlock's moment in the sun.
We'll have to find out. I will say, though, I think this is one of the matchups I generally do try and do the Quest Explorer on turn 4. Because playing into the Rogue turns can be a little bit tough, although Psycho is not on the play.
Right.
Just push it over. It's tough, right? Because with the coin, I don't know, it gets a little bit tricky at this point with the Questing Explorer, right?
I still think it can end up fine, though, because Psycho might be just dropping Dark Skies on turn 3 here, so he could still just life tap, and then Dark Skies away the board on 3, and then proceed as normal from there. Depends if Felkane wants to continue to develop into this or not. If he doesn't, it's going to be a very sad-looking plot twist. Very sad-looking Dark Skies from Psycho. But if Felkane does continue to develop, just drops Frozen Shadow Weaver on curve.
The frustrating part as well is for Psycho is not as if at the moment, never mind. I was going to say he could pass up not Dark Skysing because this Spy Mistress is just killing him right now. So he would have had to have dealt with it one way or the other, but tapping into the Mortal Coil makes next turn look maybe a little bit more straightforward.
Yeah, now he can go Coin Coil into Questing Tap, and just hope that there's not too much pressure coming down on the other side to allow him to just progress through that. Even if there is pressure, he does have that Dark Skies, as we were talking about. So yeah, it looks like he's bought himself a ton of time with that one Mortal Coil.
The Shadow Weaver, not to be sniffed at as a 4-3, it's going to deal even more damage, so Psycho just being a safe deck and everything else. Okay, just has a curve though, it's so weird to see Rogue do this.
Yeah.
It's just a hard curve out minions.
Just playing Highlander Hunter with Rogue right now, just biggest minion on curve, get going.
Of course it's the right way.
I'll go for the tap into the Questing Explorer, keep the hand size high, but not go for that plot twist quite yet.
Right. You'll hear debates over whether you questing first or tap first in that scenario. Various implications as to what you would rather draw. If you want to have like a double questing turn, for example, then you can questing first and try and hit the other questing. But yeah.
I think when hand size isn't as much of a deal, I think it becomes a little bit simpler as well.
Yeah.
Like there aren't that many things you would want to like specifically draw into with questing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just working out whether he wants to rush or not. Good done with his Goblin Line.
It's a pretty spicy looking Crazed Netherwing to clear up the Crazed Netherwing on the other side. And now Psycho can start curving himself if he wants to. He can give up on the quest game plan for just a couple of turns and start developing some big bombs in his own right. There is no, of course, Blackjack Stunner in Felkane's list because he's playing Stealth and not Secrets.
Yep.
Which is obviously the biggest answer to those huge Abyssal Summoner taunts.
Okay, and also now using up this Kobold Lackey with a Shadow Step. Kill off this Netherwing and leave this Shield of Galakron at least reasonably safe.
Yeah.
Just using up a Shadow Step though for that. It's a little bit scary.
Look what I brought!
Now Felkane does have the flick for this Abyssal, but Psycho is running the 2. And unfortunately for Felkane, you can't flick away a minion that doesn't exist yet. So if you flick this demon, it means the second one still spawn. Right.
One stab!
But still worthwhile. If this just reads 6 mana, kill that. Now we're getting to the point where Quest Warlock Psycho has to start considering being dead soon.
Start considering being dead. Okay, I've considered it, and I would like to not be dead.
There we go, see? And it goes from Psycho maybe heavily tapping, playing for a lot for this plot twist and quest activation, to having to just think about how he can heal. This plot twist means he's going to throw Moag back, but he has a lot of good draws here to help him out. Even just Nether Breath is pretty good right now. Dark Sky is good draw.
That is a pretty nice outcome, actually, because now he has Life Tap Dark Skies for the 9 that he needs for the clear. That's enormous.
And he's sitting on 20, which is more than enough right now.
Yep, and that's his 19th card being drawn off the Life Tap, which then means natural draw next turn is card number 20. Beautifully done.
Opens up your turn so much as well when you don't have to like tap to finish the quest, then tap again.
Yep.
So even though the card you draw is free, it's still spent 4 of your mana.
This is what peak Quest Warlock performance looks like, Raven.
A shame we only see it, once every 10 games or so.
Yep.
This Twilight Drake just to have a card you can play now. I guess you can set up for Alex.
Yeah, I like it. Alex Strauzer is just a surprisingly powerful card against Quest Warlock. The amount of times they just scam themselves back to full health. Once you see those cards, you can just drop them right back down again.
Place to hide.
That was actually really nice, the Wasteland Warden thing. That's the wrong card.
Wasteland Assassin.
That's it. Wasteland.
Zephyrus is active, by the way. 13 cards remaining, which means
it is.
that is also active.
Of course.
Oh my goodness.
Psycho having the rare struggle of having just too many good things to do.
Just play it all. Abyssal Summoner, Giant Taunt, make space in your hand. 2 dragons go in with Dragon Queen Alex Strauzer. Get 2 playables, win the game.
Good playables as well. They're not the crazy legendaries, but honestly, drawing more cards, putting another taunt in the way, yeah, more than good enough.
Yeah, it does just weirdly mean that he ends up with 10 cards in his hand at the end of the turn, though, which is the one thing he would have liked to avoid.
Oh no, such an unfortunate turn for Psycho.
Yeah.
How unlucky. What a shame.
Sorry, what's that? My opponent died? Yeah, but I burned a card this turn. Can we talk about how unlucky I am? Yeah.
You are too late. His return is
The double taunt means that this Alex suddenly looks a lot worse.
He can just Zephyrus Bloodlust this board next turn. This game was not okay, Raven.
Now Felkane has to seriously consider being dead.
Yep. And I've considered it, and yep, he's dead.
Still 15. The face tank as well. That is just going to be it, right?
Yep, he's dead.
Oh no, no Calidan though. Yeah, he still has the fact that he can Nether Breath as well, just an insane amount of damage. And honestly, this might make I can't even speak, it's so crazy. This might make Quest Warlock look like the best deck in the game. This never happens, okay? This is a unique experience. I hope you guys enjoyed it. You won't see it for a while, probably. But Psycho is going to rush to a 2-0 lead. And what a game. Not only having the plot twists, but also just having the Zephyrus and Alex active was insane. Obviously, life tapping into a 0-mana Alexstrasza is strong, but that's what the deck does post-quest, right? The deck taps into 0-mana powerful cards. But just the fact it was active, I think if it was just an 8/8 and that's all it did, it's still an insane turn. But the fact it was live was absurd. Just stole the game there for Psycho.
I mean, people saw it, but I posted a screenshot of my testing versus TJ where I Zephyrus Consecrate cleared his Demon Hunter board with 17 cards left remaining in my deck while testing that matchup. So I've got Psycho beat on that one, but I did not quite get the power play of the tap into the zero-cost Alexstrasza to round that off as well. But yeah, that was absolutely absurd from Psycho. And I will say that, yes, Quest Warlock has got absolutely destroyed. And I'm not defending it, and I said right at the beginning of our first day of the week that it was probably going to happen because it was being so hard targeted by a lot of the matchups. But we've also seen multiple occasions where players were 5 out of 6 to win the game and they've discarded the additional Soulfire. We've also seen multiple occasions where the exact opposite of that happened and they drew absolute trash throughout the entire game and nothing happened. So, you know, just factoring that one insane high roll into the stats, it's not like that's invalid. Like, that's what the stats cover. They cover all ends of the spectrum, whether people are getting lucky or unlucky.
Exactly, and that's why it's for me it gets exciting the more we see, right? Because it's just the more games get played by good players. So get to see that we'll get to see that continue over the course of the rest of the weekend. But for now, the guys have just got straight back into the next game. Psycho on this Druid, his only deck left to win with. Maybe the hardest one now that Quest Warlock's gone to grab a win with, whereas Falcane on this Demon Hunter. So we're going to see how bad a matchup used to be.
We're with you.
And if there's any hand that might just be able to get there, it's this one from Psycho. Double Overgrowth into Mount Seller plus a bunch of, at that point, incredibly cheap spells. But the problem is, Falcane's just put the problem minion in the way. And the problem minion is Satyr Overseer. Satyr Overseer is about the only must-kill minion in the early game. You can leave a Battle Fiend up to keep on trucking, but that thing, that represents too much damage over time to be leaving hanging around.
Yep, and the list just don't run Starfall anymore, so there's not a way of going, okay, I'll coin Overgrowth and maybe I'll draw Starfall to snap back here. It's just not going to happen. Again!
Disgusting.
We're with you.
At least to me, Sottle, yeah, and to Psycho as well, there isn't even a consideration for bog beaming that thing down. The ramp has to happen because now there is actually still Exotic Mount Seller, Coin, Bog Beam, and, you know, maybe the card off the top of Psycho, so there is still a way he can fight back.
Yeah, he would really like that card off the top to be an Innovate at this point, because then he has Bog Beam, Coin, Innovate, Fungal Fortunes into more stuff. And more stuff is going to be required because this board is way too big to be messing around with right now on Falcane's side of the board. Glowfly Swarm ain't it.
Oh! No, but can he just Fungal Glowfly now instead? And try and do the Mount Cell thing next turn. Maybe he actually fungals and uses a Bog Beam on the 4-2?
How curious.
Maybe that's just better. Feels bad because Mount Cell is so good versus Demon Hunter, but the Mount Seller turn right now is too weak, I think. I think he has to utilize this Fungal Glowfly turn. Still drop Moonfires, which would help a little bit.
So many contradictions.
Gets him closer to an Overflow, maybe. Gets him mainly closer to the Iron Barks.
But any cheap spells you draw, you have to end up using immediately to relieve the pressure anyway, right? So you don't even get yourself a good Mount Seller turn the next turn?
Right, but you might, by doing it this way, you might not need a good Mount Seller turn.
Okay. So in that case, he's just going to double Bog Beam here?
Yeah,
sure.
This board's just like, yes, might not be single minion by minion as strong, but it's just better, right, than a halfway Mount Seller turn.
Sure.
Gives him a chance. I mean, we can see that there's Warglaives there. Now there's the Skull of Gul'dan off the top if he really wants it to set up for the Altruis, but most importantly, there isn't an Altruis clear here.
No.
I think this might have just given Psycho the best chance he possibly has, which is weird, because don't get me wrong, Mount Seller is 100% the way you want to go against Demon Hunter, because of the high and variable life of the minions.
Yeah. There is just a Warglaives, though, before we get too carried away. So
Yeah, no, there is.
Felkane is not struggling too much here, but he would really love to not have this problem to solve right now and just be happily jamming all of his damage into Psycho's face and not having to think about Hearthstone. So right now, he's having to think real hard about Hearthstone, and no one wants to be doing that in his scenario.
I play Hunter. Warglaives.
Exactly.
It's not going to be used here. Not going to be used to clean up. Felkane, I think, just setting up for an potentially Uber Altruist turn next turn.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm just making noises now, but Twin Slice twice with an Altruist. With high health and any minions you can make.
Yep. I mean, you say that.
I supply only the finest creatures.
There is one significantly a minion that's significantly larger than most here.
Oh, we got a taunt.
Okay, it's fine with this though. 9 health on the Mount Seller, 4 Twin Slice procs at a minimum going off here with the Sightless Watcher. That's 5 procs total. It's also 5 damage on Felkane's face.
Yep, and also gets through the taunt cleanly. Was the scary part. He had to swing in with his weapon. Well, his attack, hero attack. It was to be a disaster.
Sightless Watcher for Chaos Strike, I imagine there.
So now, does he actually go face?
Never.
I just didn't know with Warglaive's Chaos Strike, do you just hit through the stuff anyway to get lethal?
Ah, that's a good point, actually. That is a good point.
And you've just seen double Bog Beam. You've seen Crystal Powers, you know.
Yep. Well, I mean, that's kind of why I was like, just kill the minion, because you've seen all that removal, so at that point, this board just sticks, because you've seen all the removal. But I guess you can also look at it the other way. The Cliff Notes version is that Felkane is miles ahead right now.
Yes. Oh, clutch.
Nutty.
Any time Moonfire is in Druid, I just love it. It's such a weird card, but it's seen so much play over the course of, like the years of Hearthstone. It's so funny. Love it. I think that's where my point was, though, with 4 swings of this Warglaives that hits for 6.
Right.
What would have to happen to make this Warglaive not just hit for lethal?
Right.
The fires of vengeance burn bright.
Well, you couldn't have hit a 5/15 4 times, because you're at 20. You wouldn't have needed to. You would have only needed to hit it 3 times. So, yeah. Yeah, maybe face was just the place after all.
And again, that's like, obviously you have to consider it, but that's like literally with only a few cards from Psycho, the exact outright to just put the big taunt in the way. There's an Iron Bark, but no minions to couple it with. Unless I'm missing something, it looks like we're going to be going to a game number 4. What, 15 next turn, just straight up?
Yeah. Psycho can't see it all, so he's just considering what his best play is on average. But yeah, Felkane has this covered by quite some distance here. He gives the big sigh of release. Because remember, Felkane is potentially fighting for survival here from his perspective. He knows a win can send him clear of that relegation bracket zone, which right now he is just outside of, looking down at Hunter Ace and Silvername below him. But he is by no means secure without a win in this series here. But I'm just going to say it, Raven. That matchup is impossible. You just can't win. You cannot win as Druid. It can't be done. If that hand lost, how do you win that matchup as Druid? Tell me.
Well, they don't draw double Satyr before turn 5 is one thing, I guess, that helps.
Okay.
But yeah, honestly, because I've been jamming some Druid the past couple of days, I'm running into a couple of Demon Hunters, as you can imagine, on ladder. And the way I've won it is I Glowfly, they don't clear the whole board, and then I just double Savage roll them. It's how I've got the job done on my end. And it's not happened often, I'll put that out there right now.
That sounds consistent. Yeah, let's just do that.
I'll tell you a secret, it's not. But, like I said, if you're asking me how the game can be won, it's that, or of course, just the insane Mount Seller turns. And I think there's a big deal. Although Crystal Power looks fantastic to kill off Satyrs, the games where you don't have to use Crystal Power, you can use a Wrath, you can use even just a Forced Bug Beam for 3 mana. If you have the Crystal Powers to heal, it allows you to play the game for a little bit longer as well.
Psycho here did not keep Glowfly Swarm in the Druid Mirror while going first, which is an interesting talking point because I think anyone that's watched any APAC will understand how this mirror works. Generally, if one player just gets big Glowfly Swarm down first, the other player is completely unable to react to it because their deck isn't equipped to do so, and then you just win from there. But key point is Psycho was going first and had no other ramp in his hand. So if you're going first and you have no ramp in your hand, you are just going to naturally play a Glowfly Swarm on turn 5. Your opponent, who has at the very least the coin in their hand, is going to, on average, do that quicker than you. So I think without ramp, you should just be mulliganing for the Fungal Fortunes and the ramp.
Yeah, a couple of big differences as well in the list. Mainly, I want to point out that Psycho is running 2 Soul of the Forest and 2 Savage Rolls, which just means that if you do land, especially a Soul of the Forest, that it does just become unclearable a lot of the time on top of that Glowfly, so makes that a little bit more likely. Not really as much of the early stuff, the one of Rising Winds, for example, but so far Psycho's doing a great job of ramping, and Mount Seller, Overflow, Ironbark, it's all there.
Oh, Falcane is just so fun to watch. Maggle. You won't understand that reference at all, don't worry about it.
I was going to say, like, look, I know there are a lot of references I don't understand. I'm not even close to that one. I don't even know what you just said.
That's such a deep cut. Like, if anyone watching understood that reference, oof.
I supply only the
They get one
finest
high five from Sol.
They do indeed, yeah.
Now, here we go. Crystal Power, why not a Griffin? Ironbark as well.
It does only have 1 health. Is there ever a consideration? Right, I'm just saying, is there ever a consideration to recycle this Griffin into a different minion with the Bog Beam, since it only has 1 health?
I think this is okay.
Sure.
If your opponent doesn't play anything that you can Bog Beam next turn, you're probably feeling pretty good up alive, honestly. So I think you're going to get the beast no matter what.
Innovate Coin just to make space and then Fungal Fortunes? Yeah. This is how much of a skip this matchup is when your opponent gets onto the board first.
And in this fashion as well. With that Mount Seller be almost immortal, honestly, with 11 health against Druid. The Wrath can be used to clean up this Griffin and draw more cards, though. Well, it's just more damage that isn't going into a Mount Seller.
Just gotta throw everything at the Mount Seller, right? That's the problem. But then Overflow, if you half kill it and try and set up for a 2-turn clear, like what does that achieve against Overflow?
Yeah, and honestly,
I was gonna say, I think the answer to that question is if your opponent has Overflow, like GG, buddy, next game.
Right.
You know, like
I was going to say, without sounding too pessimistic, without Falcane actually building a big board, so Glowfly, or somehow, obviously, couldn't that turn, but somehow fighting back with his own Mount Seller, you're just not going to win. It sounds a bit harsh, maybe a bit boring, but that's just the outcome.
Pop-off, though! The rarely seen double Mount Seller?
Cross that off your Hearthstone bingo, because I've had that one on my card for a while.
He doesn't even have room for all these beasts!
I don't think I've ever seen a double Mount Seller. I'm being serious. I think this is the first time I've seen them both on the board at the same time.
I concede.
Like I said, there's nothing Falcane can do. Psycho takes the victory and goes up for 4-3 score in Division A there, but there's just nothing he can do because you need a turn to build a board, need to hope your opponent doesn't just use his turn to clear the board, and then you can start doing things with Savage Roar, with AoE buffs, with removal tools. And that, unfortunately, is just how almost black and white the Druid mirror match is. If you have a board and they don't, then you're doing fantastic. And even if they can scramble together a plan, it's at minimum a 2-turn plan, assuming you do not have removal yourself, which is unlikely at that point in the game. So congratulations to Psycho getting the win. It was a pain to watch for Felkane, and just imagine the world we can live in, where Felkane's been in Grandmaster Season 3 only as one of the newer players, and then he can go out through Division A relegation.
I refuse to accept it. He's way too fun to watch to be getting relegated in one series. I want Felkane to stick around. But that does bring him one step closer, as you mentioned, because that series has two major implications now. Firstly, Psycho is now giga-locked for playoffs. He pretty much was beforehand as well, but he's now absolutely 100% nailed in. No way that Psycho will be down in that relegation bracket come the end of proceedings. But now, secondly, Felkane has now become the standing target because that was his 7th match that he's now played. And his standing total now sits at 2 wins, which means that is all that Hunter Ace and Silvername are chasing down. Silvername himself only has 1 match left. So if Felkane could have got to 3, Silvername would not be able to catch him on 3. Hunter Ace still has 2 matches left to play. And both of those players, Silvername and Hunter Ace respectively, both have 1 win to their name, which means because Felkane lost there with his fate in his own hands, he is now much, much easier to chase down for both of those players.
Yeah, it's going to get intense tomorrow is all I'm going to keep telling you, because it's true. We are going to see Hunter Ace play later today, one of his matches. Obviously, with 2 matches left, it means they have to play today and tomorrow. So we'll see him a little bit later on. But for now, as we are just past halfway through the day here in the European Grandmasters, we're going to go for a break and set up our match number 4. So we'll be back shortly with that match. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 6 of Hot Takes, where we debate some hot takes from this last weekend of Hearthstone Grandmasters. My name is TJ, and I'm joined by my constant guest, and I guess we can call you a co-host. It's Sottle. Sottle, how you doing on this fine day?
I'm still annoyed about last week, TJ, if we're going to be honest, but you're not going to catch me again. You'll have to get out of bed real early in the morning to hit me with that one again. I'm going to be constant vigilance this week.
All right. Well, I definitely don't have anything planned for assuring that I win this week of Hot Takes. So, if you get the better of me, you're just going to win fair and square.
Okay.
We'll see how it plays out. Hot take number 1. Buy into the hype. Quest Warlock is the best deck in Standard.
Wow, what was that petty laugh all about? All right, I'll take this one, I guess.
Ah, jeez.
Yes, TJ, Quest Warlock is the best deck in Standard right now. It's absolutely crushing it on ladder for multiple players hanging out in top 20 Legend. Orange is tweeting about how it's the best deck in the game and it's carried him to his last top 8 that he needed for Masters Tour qualification. It absolutely stomped in GM. The only Warlock that was losing in GM was Galakron Warlock. Quest Warlock was absolutely stomping. And the deck is new, the deck is unrefined, and the deck is incredibly hard to play, which means if anything, its stocks are only going to go up from here.
Oh, all right. This one's tough because I do think Quest Warlock is very good, but best deck in Standard, not yet. Because of the point you made, the fact that it's new, I just don't think players have had enough time to adjust to it and kind of find the counters. I have been playing with a very good counter myself, which is Bomb Warrior.
Yep.
And I think that Bomb Warrior right now currently holds the slot as the best deck in Standard, because if you look at the popular decks in the metagame right now, especially at high ranks, it does well against a lot of them. I think that it's better against Highlander Warrior because of the bombs than the normal Warrior. It still has the Risky Skipper Armorsmith package to be good against Demon Hunter. It's better against Spell Druid because they're drawing heavily through their deck, so they're going to be drawing bombs after you put on that early aggression with your weapon swings. And it beats Quest Warlock pretty handedly. So I disagree. I think that there's not enough time right now for Quest Warlock to be called the best deck in Standard, and I already have a counter, and many players already have a counter with Bomb Warrior that also has good matchups across the board. So
Starting as we mean to go on, I see, TJ. The first 2-minute round from TJ Sanders of week number 6. Come on, dude. Play by the rules at least a little bit.
You took 32 seconds.
Sure. I will certainly give you one thing, TJ. You do concede to some Wrench Caliber as a Quest Warlock. I will admit that much.
Boom. Still good matches in the metagame. Point to TJ. Easy peasy. So that brings us to hot take number 2. From sarcastic claps to eye rolls, salt levels in GM have been too high.
Not even close, TJ. If anything, they're still not high enough. We want to see more soul. I want to see people raging because at least that means they care. You know what I don't want to see? Is players getting 0-3'd and having this look of, oh, well, I guess I just go back to streaming now. Like, players getting salty about losses shows that they're invested. It also shows emotion. It also portrays them as human beings, which is something that is sorely lacking in a lot of Hearthstone broadcasts. I would like them to go even further and just call out the player that they just lost to on Twitter immediately afterwards for playing badly, and then we can just resolve it all with a best of 11 show match afterwards.
I am not against showing emotion. In fact, when it's warranted, I love when players pop off, either positively or negatively. I do think that the salt levels are too high for situations that they shouldn't be high. I think players are sarcastically clapping and eye rolling at just normal things that happen in a game of Hearthstone. And that is definitely not a place where it belongs and is too high. So while I do want to see some emotion, I think that players are just getting upset about things that they just shouldn't get upset about. A lot of players in Americas have just been making mediocre plays with mediocre decks, and then sarcastically clapping when their opponent has the answer. That's not okay. When you do get Ysera Unleashed from a randomly generated card in a deck that should have no business having Ysera Unleashed in the first place, sure, get salty all you want. But other than that, too high.
TJ, I've played Hearthstone with you. You are one of the most, oh, my opponent played a card Hearthstone players I've ever seen in my life, so you don't have a leg to stand on in this one.
Yeah, but I do it ironically.
Okay, all right, sure, yeah. That's an easy defense, right?
I don't know. I felt like no point should be awarded for that one. We both sucked, so still 1-0 TJ.
I'm somehow sensing a trap.
All right. Hot take number 3. In first place yet again, Jarla deserves to be called the best player in Europe. And the supporting info for this hot take, Jarla's match win percentage through 3 seasons of Grandmasters is 40-25, which is a 62% win rate, which is the best win percentage in Europe.
For the sake of argument, sure, let's call Jarla the best player in Europe. I think if you've listened to us cast Europe, whether it was myself and Raven or myself and Admirable, we've generally said that Jarla is a top-tier player, but maybe fallen short of calling him the absolute best player. But the one thing he was maybe missing to get himself into that category was consistency at that level over a long period of time. He's shown it in Sparks, he's shown moments of inspiration, but he hasn't been able to put it together for the long periods of time that, say, a Hunter Ace or a Pavel did in their prime. But based on that statistic, if over 3 seasons, 62%, he's got that covered.
Wow. All right, give me a second. Pause the timer.
So what? It's such a flagrant cheat, TJ. I cannot stand for this anymore.
Well, you didn't know? One of the rules of the show is that you get 1 timer pause.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's just coming out now, is it?
Yeah.
Okay,
and actually, that offer expires at the end of this week, so since you didn't pause your timer today, I'm the only one that gets to take advantage of it. I need to find my own supporting info real quick. All right. Give me 1 moment, and you can unpause the timer. All right. So the hot take is that Jarl deserves to be called the best player in Europe, not the best player in Europe Grandmasters. So I'm going to throw in Blyze as my pick for the best player in Europe. If you look at his performances over the last 2 Masters tours, both of which he won, he went 8-1 in Swiss in both of those, and then went 3-0 obviously in the playoff stage to win the tournament. So he went 11-1 in both those Masters tours for a total score of 22-2 in high stakes matches, which is over a 90% win rate, which is 30% more than Yarla's win percentage, and it's not even that much smaller of a sample size. Still high stakes matches. So Blythe is currently the best player in Europe. Win percentage proven. Boom.
If you'd have done that off the top, I would have been so impressed. I would have conceded this whole episode to you on the spot. That was everything that I love about this show. It was a semantic argument. It was genuinely clever. But you had to pause for 5 minutes to find all of that information. That's not how the show works.
I couldn't remember what his exact score was. I knew it was good because he won both of them. I wanted supporting info. All right, so I guess because even though I used my pause timer, I had to use outside resources. So, on a technicality, Sottle, you got the point there. So it's 1-1. Nice. But we are recording this show on Monday, the day after Week 6 of Grandmasters.
Deep breath, everybody.
Today is a national holiday in the good old US of A. It is Memorial Day. And so I get 10 honorary bonus points, which makes the final score of this week of Hot Takes 11-1.
No, TJC, I think you'll find... I know this is difficult to comprehend, but there are other countries outside of the US, and this is actually also a public holiday in the UK. It's our spring bank holiday. So actually, I think you'll find I get 11 bonus points, 10 for also myself having a national holiday, and 1 as an apology for your ignorance of other cultures. So I believe that makes the final score as...
Well, it appears as though Sottle's internet has went out and he was disconnected and unable to continue with this week's Hot Takes. And in accordance with the Hot Takes rulebook, section 36B, he is disqualified from this week's episode and will be awarded 0 points. Which means, and you know, I hate to say this, I hate to take the win this way, that I am the winner of episode 6 of Hot Takes. But thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next week for more Hot Takes.
We are back and ready to continue our day here over in the Hearthstone Grandmasters European region. We've had 3 matches done so far, 2 more left to go. And the next one we've got coming up is going to be Swids versus Silvername. Sotto, and a lot on the line here for Silvername.
Yeah, there is, for sure. You know, I was just talking about the implications of Felkane's series as we saw the conclusion of that previously, but now that creates that standing target for Silvername to shoot towards, as I was saying. And Silvername, having played 6 matches, currently sits at 1 win, but with a solid tiebreaker 2, in fact, because he has picked up his 1 win over a mid-table opponent. So his current tiebreaker 2 sits at 3, which is actually higher than both Hunter Aces and Felkane's around him currently, which means with a win here, he would immediately leapfrog Felkane and push Felkane down into that relegation bracket zone, right, with, of course, Felkane obviously also having completed his week, but there are still other matches to be played, which means other players' tiebreakers can still improve even without them playing themselves, since they're based on the results of other players.
Yeah, a lot still to impact as these games continue to be played out and the results continue to come in. And we will keep you up to date as best we can as time goes on. But as you can imagine, towards the middle and end of tomorrow, we're going to get a much more concrete idea of what the matchups mean, especially because tomorrow will mostly group our Division B matches themselves. But here we do have Swids versus Silvername, kicking it off straight away. Silvername on his Highland Mage, and Swids is going to be in his road to kick off. Silvername being one of the players who is seemingly just a fan of Highlander Mage, bringing it fairly consistently over the past few weeks. But now against this stealth version of the rogue from Swids, we'll see. Have to see how it fares. It's just a bit more of a minion-focused, aggressive style opening potential from the stealth rogue. It means that Silvername could be facing down some threats a little bit earlier than maybe he's used to.
Pretty smooth curve of the stealth package, though, from Swids. He has all of the Greyheart Sage options in the world. choice to attack this turn is not obvious, I don't think, because Mage does actually play relevant 3-drops that they want to play on 3 now. It's not just Arcane Intellect, it's also now that Imprisoned Observer that has found its way into the deck. So forcing your opponent to ping can just choke up their turn just a little bit.
Yeah, there are a ton of options here, aren't they? I think on the base level, I'd probably just go Skybit here, save the coin and attack. You still have your other stealth minion and proc the Greyheart Sage. So it's going to go for the double Pharaoh Cat, getting the Winged Guardian. It is always a nice outcome. At least always nice outcome in the non-aggro matchups, I guess is maybe a little bit fairer to say.
Sure. And yeah, the double Pharaoh Cat play means almost certainly the Spy Mistress was going to get held, because this then curves into the Greyheart Sage. It is a little bit unfortunate because Silvername did have actually both of those 3-drop options, it turned out, in hand that would have really disincentivized him to use the coin. Potentially Swids could have got a lot of free damage through early here.
Silvername just playing out his turn, and although the Mana Saber
There must be a way.
looks like the auto go-to play, there's nothing that great for him to ramp into. I mean, he can go into the card end, of course, but that's not really the power plays you're looking for against Rogue, right?
It's not,
So,
no.
There's some consideration for Arcane Intellect, but he can still just leave his Mana Saber stealth if he wants, right? If he doesn't have to attack with it next turn. He doesn't have to ramp into something, especially because he has that Rusted Raider in hand. But just use that, pass, and then wait for something stronger for Mana Saber, because it's not like Mage's only powerful things are 6 mana, right? They pretty much go all the way up 6 onwards.
Right. And now this locks down so many options for Swids. The combination of the Observer plus the Mana Saber in play means that Swids just doesn't really have strong development options this turn, because even as we can see, Silvername has even more options for removal breakpoints with Rusted Raider and so on in hand that can come down on the following turn. But just for example, Coin Shield a Galakron here, well, that just gets shut down immediately by the Observer going off, and then the Mana Saber attack just going in and remaining at 1 health afterwards. There's just all these minions in hand are just very ugly into this board state.
Yeah, to the extent where I was honestly looking at just either Seal Fate, one of his own minions, for the attack obviously, or just play Devoted Maniac and say, unlucky Maniac. get more health. You know what I mean? Like, because at least then, it's invoking, right? Like, you're getting an invoke done this turn, even though it may not be pretty. It is getting the job done to a certain extent. Utilising some levels of mana, but it actually just went for the...
Yeah, he does at least play 2 minions that survive the AoE from the Imprisoned Observer. Like, the problem with just, passing that turn is that, it's not like Imprisoned Observer is just like an AoE spell that goes off when it becomes live, right? Like, it sticks around as a 4/5. So if you don't play anything there, Silvername could legitimately just ping past this turn and still just be miles ahead.
Right. I think Silvername can hold off with this attack, from the Mana Saber.
There must
Does look like it currently, yeah.
Or actually, what about if he attacks face with the Mana Saber, uses Rusted Raider and Arcane Breath then? That actually might look better. Arcane Breath the 3/1, Rusted Raider the 1/1.
Yeah, he can also Arcane Breath and ping and take it slower and hold on to the Mana Saber, like you were saying.
True. Yeah. Definitely the Arcane Breath opens up the options this turn though, right?
Alright. Missiles can potentially give him the opportunity to drop Intellect this turn. Yeah, he does get the hit.
Worked out pretty well.
Oh, and now we're definitely going to greed that Mana Saber, having picked up the 2 powerful 8-cost spells to tempo into in a turn's time.
Swids, on the other hand, doesn't have anything too mind-blowing at this moment in time. He could go for a Van Cleef. The problem is, it's almost just already dead, right? Unless he went... go that crazy on it? Not really either, actually. Maybe, yeah, maybe he just has the Shield of Galakron and say, okay, you got me, fair enough.
It's not looking pretty, is it?
No, he can go for the coin into Winged Guardian next turn. Get something that's got a little bit of a better chance of sticking. But playing Van Cleef into a board that basically just farms it is never feels like the play.
So that is going to be the play, though. If he's dropping all these lackeys and the coin, I think he does need to pay it off with the Edwin Van Cleef at the end.
The Brotherhood shall prevail.
Okay. Sure.
That'll work. What would it actually offer? And is there any benefit to attacking with mana? There's not, right? Just went straight up there.
Yep. Straight up death seems like the option. Wait.
Well?
Interesting.
I like it, actually.
I don't think it's worth.
Oh, I guess this gets pinged, right? I didn't know if I thought he could ping with the attack of the Mana Saber, but he can't.
Yeah, he kind of just leaves an extra 1/1 up either way.
Yeah.
You have to have an additional attack to even take care of the 2/2.
No, you're right. You're right. I thought he could ping. No, this is
way
nice,
he just
with
gets
the Mana
to
Saber.
he just gets to deal with the problem this way and keep his Mana Saber in stealth while, you know, clearing as much of the board as he possibly can. It was an interesting option though. It's very rare to see Master Spell in situations like that from Zephyrus. He does tend to undervalue that card on like a stat by stat basis. There's certain triggers that can pull him into giving it to you, but it's one of the rarely seen cards.
I wonder.
Switz just doesn't look like he's having a good time this game,
No.
does he?
No. Really tough, isn't it? And I think one of the issues here is we're going to see, you know, these get some work done now, but with Kronks in hand, it's hard just watching how long the Devoted Maniac can seal fate stuff around Swift in his hand. There's an option there to just say, you know what, whatever, I'll play Kronks now, potentially have a strong Galakron next turn. But it wouldn't be a strong Galakron next turn if he did that, so it's a little bit unfortunate that he just couldn't get rid of these invokes a little bit earlier.
So I would say Mana Saber goes face here, and the trade happens with the Observer, if at all. Alright, Silvername disagrees.
Oh!
12 to the dome!
I mean, that's just good, right?
It's probably just Safeguard, right? You get kind of blown out by Flick, is the problem. Whenever you cast Power of Creation, and Safeguard at least gives you a little bit of protection against that. Argent Commander is the streamer play here, though.
I think the protection, though, is kind of sad in itself, though, right? I don't know. I feel like at this point, like Silvername doesn't need defensive options. I understand your point about Flick.
It does. It's absolutely huge because it protects his Mana Saber behind a wall of taunts, so he just gets to continue using it turn after turn after turn.
I guess maybe I'm at the point where Mana Saber doesn't matter anymore because the deep free is. It's still a nice bonus to have him.
Yeah,
I
if
struggle
it's
to get over the hurdle of not just jamming the damage phase.
I know, but you know you've
So
got to
much
imagine.
damage.
But you're so far ahead right now, right? You've got to think about how you're going to get punished, and like Flick plus Rush Lackey or something in that situation. Like,
I guess
you can start to get a little bit sad about your situation.
I will act as your scapegoat.
Straight going to be able to clean up that Mana Saber. Although it's done, I think, more than its fair share of work.
For sure, yeah.
There was something for Mana Saber to ramp into.
There always is, Raven.
Rusted Raider, though, is going to be a great response to the Shield of Galakron, and the fact that this Spy Mistress is still in stealth. Yes, it's got taunt, but it also hasn't.
It just hasn't attacked.
Yeah.
It just hasn't attacked the entire game.
What a day!
There's no reason to ever Frost Nova here, right?
Not that I
It's
can
not
see.
worth it, is it? No. Okay.
One to face just honestly seems far more important there.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I was just considering it because, it fit the mana curve so well, and Silvername's basically just setting up to win the game next turn. I just wondered if Frost Nova avoids any strange things happening.
Yeah.
But almost certainly not. And he has Frost Nova Doomsayer. Yes, Frost Nova more time for maybe an extra swing if he needs it for whatever reason.
FKA Succubus coming out of the Faceless Lackey there. Might be relevant if there was a Rush Lackey to come down with it, but honestly it just didn't really matter which 2-drop was going to come out.
So where does the magic come from?
Okay, that one could have a bit of an impact over time if there's more backstabs and seal fates drawn.
That's the reason to Nova. You have your Rusted Raider to deal the 1 damage to the Winged Guardian that you definitely don't know your opponent's got.
Excellent point. So what can Siamat do here? Can Wind Fury it through the Spy Mistress and half of the, at least, like, deal 6 to the Wingardian, but then you're still kind of struggling to deal with the rest of the Wingardian, right?
It might just be trade, Alex Straza, honestly.
And reflect.
Continue the powerful things, because now the Safeguard taunts defend the dragons, right?
Yeah, that's also true.
And why not? Then Siamat can open up the board next turn if needed.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like Deep Freeze does the same thing Alex Straza does, but worse most of the time as well, so... Oh. Eyeball, let's go. Yeah, GG.
Yeah, sure.
Seems good. It's not lethal this turn. If he'd picked the Frostball, I meant.
No.
Quick, someone tell Swids.
Yeah, it's one of those where you really want to just have the show my opponent my hand button. Yeah. Like in this case, it might be relevant because, Swids might have Galakron in hand or something right now.
Oh, yeah.
He might not play it, but he certainly would if you showed your hand. But there are certainly situations where you're kind of playing on ladder, like, okay, I really wish my opponent knew he was dead right now so he'd stop roping this turn.
Power.
So he's going to go through the motions as best as possible, but Silvername doing what he can right now. He's playing the mage. It has been his pet deck up until this point.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're that comfortable with it, and it's not a completely rubbish deck, then sounds good to me. Eyeball, gonna finish it up. So I'm gonna get a win on the board. Much needed win so far as well, and he's gonna run off with celebrate.
And he's gone!
Yeah. He's just left. 1-0. Done. Finished. But now he does have his Demon Hunter and his Hunter left over with and Swids. Again, we didn't really talk about it too much. We kind of got into the game pretty quick. But Silvername choosing to leave at Warrior 2 matches in a row now. He did the same yesterday. So at least he's consistent with that output. But it does mean Swids has Warrior to play as well. He has Warrior, Druid, and Rogue, of course. Taking a loss with that Rogue means he has to win with it. But Silvername looking pretty good now. Like Mage out the way, arguably my most questionable deck in his lineup. And now he has Hunter, Demon Hunter to play. I think he's looking pretty comfortable, especially if we look at how Demon Hunter's been doing against Druid specifically this weekend.
Okay, this is amazing. I just took a look at Swids' warrior list because obviously he gets to play it this series. Swids consistently, week after, has been playing Bomb Warrior. He's been playing Wrench Caliber in just really the standard Pain Warrior archetype, but just fitting Wrench Caliber and Dr. Boom in there. The week where Quest Warlock appears, where suddenly it seems like he might have been a genius all along and he just has the hard counter to all of these Quest Warlocks that are going to come along 6 weeks down the line. He's just gone back to regular Warrior. What's happening?
It is actually pretty funny, isn't it? Because also, in case you don't know, obviously the Bomb Warrior does so well versus the Warlock. If you look at even the stats up on the sites, it's like it's such a low percentage win rate for the Warlock. It's actually insane. It's actually a lot worse than I honestly thought it was. From just talking about it. 'Cause it's like, yeah, bombs are annoying, yeah, you draw cards, but you still heal a lot. Like, is it that bad? Yes. Yes, it is. Is the answer. So, yeah, it's quite funny. But let's stride straight on into game number 2.
It's not just drawing cards, though. Like, yeah, you draw a lot of cards, so a lot of bombs go off. But also, you life tap into 0-cost cards. If that's a bomb, then the bomb costs 0, and then the bomb draws a new card that then costs full cost. So that messes with your game plan. It's also shuffling multiples of bombs into your deck, so Dragon Queen, Alexstrasza, and Zephyrus just never end up being light. Like, everything that Wrench Caliber does is just specifically designed to be powerful against Quest Warlock, I'm sure.
Gotta lead the charge.
He's going up against one as he does play Hunter Ace tomorrow. So he is going to be going up against Quest Warlock, but for now we are going to see Hunter versus Warrior. Honestly, pretty miserable matchup on the Hunter side of it. Warrior has so many different ways to play the game, and I feel like all of them beat Hunter. Outside of the Warrior draws very badly, and you draw the God Curve.
This is a pretty god-looking curve so far from Silvername, though. Has a clean 1-2-3 if he can find a second dragon for an activator. If not, he might just have to divert and coin out the dragon coin out the Scale Rider first. Diving Griffin does now give him potential for 3-3 plays, but Diving Griffin is a pretty underwhelming card in this matchup overall, I'd say.
I think it's okay. It kills most of the minions, right? I did wonder if, yeah, I was kind of with you there on the Scale Rider into the 1-2, then sometimes the Scale Rider pops the egg, the Griffin kills the Serpent. Didn't seem too bad. But again, with Ran, Dragonbane, maybe just hold on to that coin is going to be worthwhile.
Yeah, agreed. And the curve works just fine this way anyway, right? You do the same thing, but you're just using the Fairy Dragon to pop open the egg, and then Diving Griffin can still come down, and you are still preserving your coin. Imprisoned Felmore is an exciting draw, though. You always have to think about whenever you draw that card about whether you need to invest into that tempo now, invest into that damage now.
I have weird opinions on that card now, by the way. I don't think I've told you. I was never a fan of it.
I can't wait.
Well, I was never a fan of it, honestly. So I didn't really play it in any of the side plays, unless I was tested.
Okay.
But then we tested that this past week, and I just Felmored you on 2 like every single game, and I'm like, wow, this card's pretty good. But maybe I'm just warped by the fact I Felmored you on turn 1 or turn 2 every single game we played. Like, if you can do that every game, then yes, the card's the nuts. But the fact that you can't is what really turned me off it in the first place. So now I'm torn. I really like Dragonmaw this turn, though. Again, getting Felmaw down early as possible is normally the key, but what even kills the Dragonmaw here? Yeah, Dragonbane, sorry, Dragonbane. Ugh, I'm merging the cards.
It'd be like Skipper 1-drop Blood Boil Brute. I think that's the only way it's happening.
I think I'm okay with that.
Or some extremely lucky Bomb Wrangler shenanigans.
Okay. This just feels like so low tempo versus Warrior. I feel like as a Hunter, if you get the board and they don't have a weapon equipped, like go. You're like go all out. Like, try and win the game quick before they draw more cards and beat you up.
Quickly.
Silvername considering playing around Battle Rage here. Raven, on a scale of 1 to 10, how filled with rage does this make you?
I don't know whether it's rage or I just want to be sick at this point. I don't know. Because that fairy dragon just always goes face. Okay. I'm okay again.
That's a big draw.
It is.
One more challenger actually gives him a way to interact with some of these minions that are beating him up. Also leaves a damage minion in play that he can battle rage with.
Pretty terrifying though, because on the surface, I think you'd want to challenge it with Rampage, but you just lose to Rot Nest. Like, you just get beaten up pretty hard, dude. But I think that maybe you just have to take that risk, right? Because it doesn't really lose to much else.
I think you can just battle rage instead. Yeah, I mean, this looks somewhat suspect because you do have the risky skipper turn just kind of locked and loaded, ready to go with a Blood Boil Brew on deck, battle rage as well. But when you start factoring in all of those cards that are powerful with your risky skipper turn, that's a lot of mana, and Swids is only on turn 5 right now.
So I have to imagine Silvername wants to use this coin with Bran next turn. So then you work backwards and say, okay, what's a good 5 mana play? This is why I just really wanted to see the Dragonbane last turn. Because it opened it up for either Zixor or Imprison Felmor hero power. Would have been insane. I guess Freezing Trap Felmor seems good now, though. Freezing Trap to lock out this challenger.
It doesn't really lock it out, though. There is still Punishes available. It would end up being a slow turn because of the Freezing Trap. It would mean that the Bloodsworn Mercenary wouldn't affect the board immediately. Sorry, the Warmore Challenger wouldn't affect the board immediately. The Bloodsworn Mercenary certainly does affect the board immediately. Looks like Swids is going to go digging here instead. Try and juice up his risky skipper turns.
Well, it's getting to the point where it's going to have to be one heck of a risky skipper turn. I don't see an Armor Smith yet, so it might just be that Silvername gets too much damage done, and this King Crush is going to be very difficult to kill.
It is.
And this is one of the few games where Hunters managed to just get hold of it. No weapons is a big deal in the early game here.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely understand the fear of the Rampage Bloodsworn turn because of how, disgusting it is against Freezing Trap, because Silvername can just quite happily deal with your Bloodsworn Mercenary, and then great, you've got, 2 4/11s or whatever they are that, only one of them gets to attack on the following turn.
Right.
It's super slow. There's just 2 whole reps of you getting smashed in the face before you're able to do anything with your minions.
I was even half looking at just attack with the Challenger to test, and then just drop the Blood Boil Brew to just start hitting through this Bone Wraith. Super scary, but I think Swids is running out of time. Oh, now the cheekiest of Varanus, if he really wants it. Just play it and ignore them.
I wonder.
So the consideration here is if Silvername goes with the player Bran, what does he do about Bomb Wrangler? Because Bomb Wrangler with Risky Skipper is the response that can actually beat the Bran turn. So I respect this play from Silvername if he's going to follow with Bran. Yeah, this makes sense, right? Because the bombs with Risky Skipper, maybe even a Bloodsworn Mercenary, generate so many waves of damage that it might actually just play the board.
Yeah, and certainly simplifying the board when you're ahead against Warrior is huge, because if he plays out this full board and keeps his Fairy Dragon in play as well, well, suddenly all the Blood Boil Brutes in the world are going to cost 0 at that point. They still very much are here, but Swids does at least have to play a couple of minions to make it happen.
Someone's got to lead the charge.
Now Blood Boil Brute comes down.
Unfortunate for Swids, he just damaged 1 extra move. And he could have gone Rampage as well.
Sure.
Just because even though this turn is looking impossible, is this not what you wanted to do?
No, it's just as you say that, I'm trying to work out if that was possible, because obviously the Sky Raider doesn't have to die when it dies. It dies the second proc after you play it, so you can play it later. But the only other way he could have gone was second Risky Skipper, which would have just made a complete mess of everything anyway. So
Yeah, the unfortunate thing about the Rampage is, although Swids is having a strong turn, he's still nearly dead. So he does need to either hit back very hard or draw an Armor Smith. Oh, I don't think I like this Skipper. Ugh.
he just needs to not take
wants-
5 in the face from the Awakening, right? Like, he just needs this at all costs to hit a minion.
Yeah, and also if it doesn't hit Skipper, he has an activated Grom. Might be the plan as well.
Yep. Suddenly, step by step, piece by piece, brick by brick, Swids is just starting to climb back into this game. Still a lot of heat to keep coming from Silvername. But the board has been won, as innocuous as it might look.
I actually think double 3-drop here on the Risky Skipper might actually be the best thing to do. Oh wait, I'm so stupid. That's his third Skipper, isn't it? I just missed that he generated one.
Quickly.
Yeah.
That's the generated one that we played, though, right?
Yes, the one in hand right now is natural, so it must
Right,
be,
so
yeah.
Silvername knows, right? Right, okay. Yeah, maybe this is still fine. The idea being that Risky Skipper's going to open up the craziest things happening against Silvername. So just get rid of it and play 2 dudes. And trying to have some minions that can maybe leverage this Dragonbane so that it's pretty consistent next turn.
Yeah, I was also curious about the shoot the 2-1 and then just bump the Risky Skipper so it's a 1-1, because obviously if you can't kill a Risky Skipper, the next best thing you can do is put it down to 1 HP. You are scared of Rampage at that point, I guess, which is still a very distinct possibility from Swids' hand.
Yeah, and also to a certain extent, without the Skipper, neither of these minions died to the Blood Swan anyway.
Yep.
So they're fairly safe.
Yeah, it's very fair.
I must choose.
What a weird turn. Quite sure what the plan is, honestly.
To win the board again. What do you want?
I challenge you to Mascara!
So Silvername with his face
Dragonbane and
stalker.
Hero Power. Yeah.
Yep, he's going to be able to get the snake attack. It's the only one snake can freeze. Just to know what that is as well. Let's see where the bolt goes. Okay.
Oh, smoked.
Not bad. Although now, little does Silvername know, this Terran is going to make this challenger get max value from a 1-1.
Yeah, that's true. There is still the Varanus coming back the other way, though, that potentially Silvername can bail out with, especially if you get some snake value, but the Risky Skipper might have something to say about that.
He doesn't have the mana. I was looking at some really stupid things.
Okay.
Like, yeah, he can't do it. I wanted to, like, Terran and then copy it with Bloodsworn somehow, but it doesn't quite work out. Have to cheap minions to do it with.
I'll show you who's boss.
He's gonna go Grommin. Look at the respect for the Dragonbane because of the damage Silvername's pushed.
Yeah.
Just put 10 damage into the Dragonbane.
Yep.
And with Grom, okay, if Grom dies this turn, that is so much burst damage just out of the window that Silvername doesn't have to worry about. No pig, but he didn't need one. He does have Varanus as a guaranteed kill on the Grom. And sets the Risky Skipper to a 1-1 as well, which nullifies the threat and also removes the outcome of the Rampage.
Yeah, it's just not a damaged 1-1, which is significantly better for you than leaving it as a damaged 1-1.
Next question. I know the answer, but could Silvername have pushed some damage to face there?
Just left the 4-1 against the 4-4.
Imagine it getting terrible.
Yeah, that's true actually, yeah.
Well, for me, that is the big difference so far in this game. I made out that Hunter was a terrible matchup. Well, Warrior was a terrible matchup for the Hunter, but Swids just didn't really have a weapon this game, did he? Not early enough, anyway. And that is such a big deal in the early turns. Because if the Fairy Dragon gets played, you just weapon it down. It's the world of difference between killing it and not.
What is this line from Swids? See how he's playing to? Oh, he's playing to Titanic Lackey, I guess? Okay.
Not going to be enough.
Whap whap.
Big win there for Silvername. That is a matchup that is incredibly difficult. Getting a win with the Hunter is huge. That's just going to leave Silvername with his Demon Hunter, right? Which is going to be pretty good for a last deck to have alive to get a win with when you've got 3 goes at it as well against Swids' lineup, especially when Swids' lineup includes Druid, which has just had a nightmare versus Demon Hunter this weekend.
Series is over. I'm telling you, that matchup is impossible. You cannot win it as Druid. But yeah, from Swids' side, of course, he does still have his Warrior. It's got a very strong matchup against the Demon Hunter. The Rogue, you can argue back and forwards about where you fall, but it's, some side either not too far away from 50-50, depending on which side of the argument that you're on. But it's going to be a extreme uphill struggle for Swids. But honestly, that's probably the wrong way to look at it, because the correct way to look at it is probably that Silvername is coasting right now, because Swids really isn't in a great deal of peril himself. It's Silvername that really has all the stakes on his shoulders in this matchup. So from his perspective, he is absolutely cruising with just his Demon Hunter left to win with.
Yeah, and also, in case you want any tips for how to define Rogue matchups, just say what Sol did about that one, because it is very much like, not great, not terrible. It's like, Rogue's just whatever you think about it. It's just funny because it is an archetype that's very much like the 50-50 archetype at the moment, isn't it?
Ends now!
Or
wow,
not.
Swids! Swids just not messing around here whatsoever. Sorry, totally no-sell your conversation. I was waiting to see what the matchup was going to be, and Swids not messing around whatsoever, just goes straight into the Druid here.
I like it, honestly. You got to win with it, and it's the hardest matchup. Why not queue it first?
Yeah.
Silvername having that mana burn as well. Again, just it's less turns that are typical, but more mana cost you have to talk about with Druid because of ramp, obviously. But having mana burn against Druid could be pretty clutch because you just lock out those pretty obvious turns that are the Druid spikes.
Right. Swids does have, Wild Growth into Glowfly. Minion in his hand is a little bit annoying. No big deal. Gives up the coin though, which means his Glowfly just got smaller. Ooh.
This gives him... So I'm not sure I would have done this from Swids, but it does give him a turn to play a Bog Beam to remove a Satyr, I guess, and then Glowfly, but it does use up a lot of resources. And that makes the Glowfly worse, right? So, kind of tough. Now with the mana burn. Oof.
Yeah, Silvername just hit him with the mana burn to deny, presumably, the overgrowth on curve, which is, I guess, a signal of what coin wild growth means in the matchup, but Swids just doesn't have it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where that looked kind of silly from Silvername, but it actually made sense. I think it was more weird what Swids did than what Silvername did. Maybe that is how I win games. Do I just play so strangely that people play around what they think I should be doing instead of what I'm actually doing?
Oh, by Jove, I think he solved it.
That's just the way to play, clearly. But we do see the Glowfly come down, and Silvername is not exactly going crazy on the board right now. But Warglaves can nullify this if he so chooses.
This 2-2 has done 100% of the damage this game.
In a way.
It's just trucking away, exactly. What if Silvername just drops a Twin Slice here, just to be able to protect his 2-2?
Magic just solos the game. No!
No! Come back,
You
little
will be
buddy!
remembered.
Oh, they were doing so well.
But it's why we talk about a lot, isn't it? Especially, I think, Crystal Power being used to kill even just a 1-drop. Because, yes, Crystal Power heals for 5 and can summon a minion maybe later on. But what if the minion you could kill deals 8 or 9 or 10? You know, like, was it just worth using the Crystal Power straight away?
Oh!
Mana Burn, double Twin Slice into Gravetown.
Mana burn to 6 as well, which means that the overflow still is not castable.
Oh, he's not going to double slice.
He's going to hit the minion instead.
He can afford to play a slightly slower game. He does have 2 Skull of Gul'dan in hand.
Oh, Bogbeam Moonfire here is very nice though on the other side.
He's probably happy at seeing that though this turn. Does this just say Swids doesn't have Mount Seller?
Yes.
Because
I would
you'd
say
never
so,
do that
yes.
if you had Mount Seller next turn, right? Not in a minute. You take 6.
Agreed, yeah.
Oh, good news for Silver.
Especially seeing that's the nail in the coffin.
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
had
yeah, sure.
that as well, there is no way on earth you have a Mount Seller in your hand.
Meta. Frozen Shadow Weaver for 3. Kane, nice and cheap too. Wow.
Hide behind yourself.
Pretty good.
Is it cold in the shadows?
He's just seen Bogbeam. He's just seen Crystal Power. Fitz needs to go for the Ysera this turn, but this feels much less safe. The Iron Box.
Yep.
Oh, I forgot to mention actually. Apologies, I missed it in the Druid list. Swids, ever the unique player and unique deck builder. He is playing 1 Starfall in his list. That is something in this matchup.
Silvername, I think, would have really loved to have seen second Warglaves this turn. Because it's all well and good saying that, well, that thing doesn't have Taunt. It will next turn. Like, that Kane is going down next turn if you don't kill the Taunt now, and then you have to deal with that problem.
You could draw into, oh well, you could have drawn into the second Shadow Weaver. Would have helped you.
That's fair.
Big thing to note, though, that again we haven't touched on, is no sidekicks for Silvername. He's running 2 Crimson Sigil runners, 2 mana burns. By no means standard, but those mana burns have put in some work this game.
never catch me. Time grows short.
Oof, double ivy. And the meta. A lot of damage. Can kill the Ysera this turn, right?
He can. I think he probably should.
Yeah, it protects his Kane. He's just gonna say, I've got enough.
You just don't, though. You simply don't.
Especially with this overflow. It's not as if this is gonna give, bring Ysera's health down a little bit to a more manageable amount. Oh, like, was that really worth just using two I-beams? I-beams can't go face.
Right.
Was it just worth killing the Ysera then?
I think so. I think Silvername's plan is like, forget about Overflow. Overflow doesn't exist, and then with these 2 I-beams, I have enough damage to punch through the Ysera on the next turn, and then just deal all this damage to face, end the game with Metamorphosis. I think that plan was ambitious, but I think because the dragons are already in the deck, perhaps if your opponent has Overflow, you're not winning that game anyway, even if you try and play long for value. Because obviously we saw what Bunny Hopper did earlier, right, where he out-controlled the deck from was it Yala? But that's not going to be the same thing when your opponent has the Ysera unleashed on the board, because Yala discarded his Ysera in that game. That's what even made that whole strategy possible.
Now suddenly Swid's up at 18. We might be seeing the miracle. It might be being Demon Hunter.
It's looking like it's finally happened.
2 5-15 taunts on the board and no Kane. No big Altruist turn. Could still get to an Altruist turn, though.
He could.
Oh. Nope. Oh. Okay. Does he just not play anything now?
His hand costs what? 2, 3, 6, 7.
Gives him still time to draw a 3 cost or less next turn. I mean, may as well, right?
I grow impatient.
He has like 1,000,000 health to punch through. I guess he needs 1 mana for hero power as well.
Time grows short.
Well, he's going to use it this turn, right? Pretty sure you just shoot like the 515 or the face, and just ship your minions into the taunts to soften them up to whatever breakpoint you end up needing. Which appears to be 10. Let's actually work this out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Again, this is only a second slice. So yeah, he's not quite getting there.
The I-beam helps though with 1, at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm curious why they were left so symmetrical when you are going to I-beam one of them and not the other. It feels like more damage should have gone into one. Probably plays to more outs off the top from the Ashras.
So many contradictions.
Most importantly, Swids just knows what's up here. Like that turn was very, very face up from Silver.
Well, game's gonna be over pretty quick one way or the other.
Yep. Let's see what you got. That's
Playable.
not it.
Yeah, he's got no draw either, has he?
He's got no draw. That's only an individual second slice he has in his hand. The I-beam only gets to shoot 1 minion.
Look at Swids. Right.
Is it cold in the shadows?
Yeah, but we can see obviously Silvername also cannot face tank one of these dragons. Well, he can. He'll pay for it with his life. Not quite enough, but very close. Very, very close indeed. But Druid is going to get a victory over Demon Hunter. But still, Silvername looking okay, I think. Although that was the matchup you would almost guarantee him to win. Just based on the stats at least. But Switz is going to start fighting back now. Silvername is still going to have his Demon Hunter left over. And Demon Hunter versus Warrior isn't exactly the most straightforward matchup either. I think that, although I think Warrior favored, can go both ways.
Yeah, now, suddenly, from where I was putting Silvername before that game, of just being on cruise control in the series, with 2 matchups to shoot at, plus the really strong matchup against the Druid, suddenly he's going to be quaking in his boots just a little bit, because he has a bad matchup now against the Warrior, and then, you know, an arguable 50-50 against the Rogue coming out on the other side, so he's suddenly just in nowhere near a comfortable position as he was previously. And again, to remind you, if he does not win this series, he plays in the relegation bracket 100% of the time.
It's going to be pretty crazy overall, and he got close there. I do just wonder whether he should have just dealt with the Ysera, because it made his Kayn so much safer. We can see that Kayn would have probably got Starfall, but then that would have been most of the turn, and the other minions live anyway, so that would have been a big deal regardless. So, see how it pans out, as I believe the players are getting straight into their next game. Game number 4 with Silvername and Swids. See Silvername, that Demon Hunter. Swids going on to his Rogue.
Much smoother looking start, just by nature of having the Battle Fiend here for Silvername. Because again, it needs to be pointed out just how miserable the opening was for Silvername in that last series, where it was just, you know, he got his opponent down to 18 or so, but it was entirely with a Blazing Battle Mage soloing the damage. He just did not pick up any other minion for multiple turns. So this at least has a smooth curve here with the Battle Fiend and the Umberwing going to town, getting through some of this early chip damage. And there was no Spy Mistress on one, and there's no backstab. to be contesting this board either.
Yeah, a little bit tough here. Silvername's just starting to be quite aggressive, and still, I feel like so many players just seem to have that skull today, just sat there ready and waiting.
Yeah, it has been caught in a couple of hands up until this point, right?
Is it ever the cleave just for it to be traded into? Follow-up's pretty bad, though. Maybe it has to be the miscreant. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it just has to be miscreant. You're just giving up combo activators left, right, and center otherwise. The other option is dagger, and then have the dagger equipped, sort of that investment into tempo over the coming turns, and then you still have like coin, miscreant into lackey on the following turn.
Okay, yeah. Get behind this. Pay the mana now to have at least some value going forward.
Fiend, swing, re-equip Umberwing.
It's so crazy the difference now that wide board of 1/1s is actually a bit of a nightmare for a rogue. As back in the day, just Fan of Knives just blows this out completely.
Yeah.
Just funny how the cards has just not disappeared. It's playable, but it's never played now.
Okay.
Ooh, Rush Lackey though. Ooh.
Rush Lackey, very big deal, yeah. But the problem is the board's just already getting picked apart by the remainder of this Umberwing. The Silvername loaded up on the previous turn. Silvername's list is a little card draw heavy, threat light, I would say, with all the extra sigil runners and spectral sights and things that he has in his list, where, you know, other players would have Vulpera Scoundrels at that point, which is, believe it or not, a more threatening card than anything I just described. Because A, it's a bigger body, and B, it just gives you more consistent, like, threatening damage-based cards than drawing a card from your deck does a lot of the time.
Demons.
You can't get an inner demon from your deck.
Yeah, it does allow Silvername to just go a little bit more smoothly throughout his turns, though, which is something I do like. I've been messing with some Sigil Runners myself. I've never gone double Sigil Runner, double Mana Burn. It's definitely an interesting play.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know whether I'd describe him as being able to go much more smoothly. Like, if anything, he's had the opposite. Both this game and the last against Druid, he spent the first 5 turns just kind of scrapping for plays. This game he had double Battle Fiend, so everything seemed a lot better. But again, that turn was just awkward, right? Like, he just had to draw cards, play a Sigil Runner as a 1/1 to not draw any more cards. It's kind of ugly.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, I'm talking more to the flexibility of it being a 1-drop that can cycle itself, means that you can squeeze it into more turns, as opposed to Vulpera, which is, at least in the mid to late game, just a little bit of a low impact board and expensive. But still, this freeze is huge. That demon, although looking pretty fantastic, is not going to do the job right now. And I don't know about you, Sol, but I don't see any Titanic Lackey in sight.
I do not either. And yeah, that Frozen Shadow Weaver was a huge bailout for Silvername, who was going to have yet another awkward turn there with the freeze to face, potentially locking out the Gladebound Adept. And Swid's just not finding any solutions. Headcrack definitely does not get there in this situation.
I don't know why you love talking about Headcrack so much, Sol.
I know there's going to be people watching that like haven't heard that entire interaction. It's like, why did you even mention Headcrack there? Like, what are you doing? Of course you don't take Headcrack.
Be better fans of us, guys, and watch more so you get the in-jokes.
Yeah. Exactly.
And that looks like 8, 9, 10, 11 just available face up on board. But we can see, of course, Twin Slice, Gladebound at depth. Just like that. More than enough damage to finish this game. Swid's got locked out pretty hard due to that Shadow Weaver. And that means Silvername is going to take the victory. Swid's did the impossible and got to win with the Druid. But he must have used up all the power there because that game was over. And Silvername takes it 3-1. Put an extra win on that guy's tally.
Yes, indeed. He's been waiting a long time to get those extra wins on the board, but it doesn't matter whether they come in week number 1 or week number 7. As long as you get onto the board and you're able to pick up the number of wins that you need, it just doesn't matter. So this is the last hurdle now for Silvername, and Silvername pushes himself up to 2 wins, which I believe makes the situation fairly simple now for Division A, where I think Hunter Ace needs to win both of his matches to make it out of the relegation bracket. Silvername wants Hunter Ace to win exactly one of his remaining matches, and Felkane wants Hunter Ace to lose both of his remaining matchups, with the result being weighted positive for the player who I'm mentioning in terms of surviving out of the relegation bracket. But it is just between those three players now.
Yeah, and at least for Division A, that keeps it fairly simple, right? Which is what we like. We're not even going to talk about Division B till tomorrow, honestly, at this point, because it's going to get a little bit mind-bending, maybe even a little bit frustrating for us trying to work it out, but we'll do our best. And what I can promise you is, at worst, after the end of the show, it's going to be confirmed by Blizzard anyway. So it'll be great. We don't have to overly commit to anything. But no, congratulations to Silvername getting the win there. I do think throughout this season of Grandmasters, he is... especially with me not casting Europe last year, he's actually impressed me with a lot of his play and some of his cool deck ideas. He brought Spell Mage to Grandmasters, for example. That was pretty fun to watch. Bringing some unique lists as well. The Druid lists, which were all the token-style wave of Druids when people were playing Kel'Thas. So it's definitely been cool watching Silvername. I'm glad he got the win there and has kept things spicy for the last few matches with Hunter Ace and some of the other players. So it's going to be pretty cool. But we are going to go to a break while we set up our final match of the day. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with some more Hearthstone Grandmasters.
Be handcuffed to a Grandmaster for 1 month.
If I would be handcuffed to one person for over a month, it would probably be Tice, because he's just way too positive. Even if it looks like something bad could happen, you look at Tyson and he just talks about his tea and everyone is good again.
I think I'm actually gonna pick Bunny. I can learn a lot about chemistry.
Can't go with another Grandmaster. I will choose Firebat because we will still have fun. It won't matter.
That would be Zalei, because I think he would be able to break the chains.
I would probably pick Seiko, because Seiko is very calm, doesn't speak too much, so I wouldn't be annoyed.
I think I would say Seiko because, like, he's not speaking, so he would be quiet.
Yeah, Seiko. Yeah, Seiko is... I like to speak with him.
I'll just go with Seiko.
Okay.
We can all have him.
We are back and ready to get to our last match of the day, which is going to be against Ball Control versus Hunter Ace. And I'm excited for this one. Two very, very strong players in the European region. Hunter Ace needs almost no introduction, whereas Ball Control, always close to our hearts, sort of a UK player doing extremely well. It took us a while to get a UK player to do super well in like world Hearthstone level pro scene, but we got there. I'm glad it's Ball Control. They're a very, very impressive player, and he's only getting better with time, I think, as well. So we're going to see both warriors getting banned out, which means we're going to have Quest Warlock Zottel on both sides of the table this time.
Green Sheep just hanging around like Raven. Am I nothing to you? Come on,
Okay,
wow.
we had a big gap, is what I mean.
Okay. The shade being thrown around here are fine UK players such as Green Sheep, Lewis Blackout Spencer. Yeah, okay, good point.
Okay, we'll take a look at the lineups there. It's going to be, as I mentioned, Quest Warlock on both sides. Have we actually even cast a Quest Warlock Mirror yet this weekend? We haven't, right?
We have not, no. APAC have had them, we have not. I assume Americas must have done as well with the quantity of Warlocks that they have, but don't actually remember seeing one over there either, now that I come to think of it.
Crazy overall, but most importantly, it sounds like the players are just getting right into it with a Demon Hunter Mirror, kicking it off. I'm going to quickly go over the list here. Ball Control bringing the 1 Vulpera Scoundrel, 1 Mana Burn, 1 Crimson Sigil Runner list, whereas Hunter Ace is bringing 2 Mana Burns, 1 Crimson Sigil Runner, 1 I-Beam, 1 Spectral Sight. So a bit of a mixed bag, and I think over the course of this weekend, we are seeing that with the latest Demon Hunters nerfs, no one's by any means really set in an actual 30-card deck list at the moment.
Right. And again, Hunter Ace is the player here that is in that trifecta of players that are threatened with the relegation bracket in Division A, alongside Silvername and Felkane. And part of that breakdown that I gave before the break of what I believe needs to happen in each scenario, some of that is based on Hunter Ace's results himself. So, for example, Hunter Ace lost to Felkane. So what that means, because of Tiebreaker 2, is that every time Hunter Ace wins, Felkane's Tiebreaker also improves, which is a good thing for him, because Hunter Ace is, the player that he has under his belt. So it can lead to these very weird, complex scenarios where you're looking for other players to do you a favor, because you already have, their conquered body underneath the sole of your boot, just picking up extra points for you as they continue to pick up wins.
Yeah, it's like he has unlocked the Hunter Ace badge, which only grows with time. But for now, in this matchup, both players not really having a crazy opening. Obviously, Twin Slice is very good cards, Battle Fiend very good cards, but no chain of cards that really gets there to create some sort of curve, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And honestly, it did only require 1 and not the whole Twin Slice card, but I think I'm willing to trade a Battle Fiend.
Yeah, I mean, you'd obviously rather just be sticking minions and enforcing tempo and pushing damage, but yeah, Twin Slice is an incredibly valuable card. It just so happens that Hunter Ace has an enormous excess of them right now that he can be throwing around on this board.
I do feel like Twin Slice just does all the broken things in the deck, right? Whether it's with Altruist, whether it's with an early glaive bound, whether it's just making you war glaives that bit bigger to then chain removal with, trades on turns that shouldn't be allowed with your face, now coin Satyr, Twin Slice, Second Slice is a huge swing turn, and I think something that, although might sound a bit over the top, I think it's something Hunter Ace is considering.
Yeah, I think he's also got to think about that Altruist on the far left of his hand, though, and what that means for being able to swing the board back in the mid-game with all of these Twin Slice cards. But I agree. I think a swing turn now is better than a swing turn later.
Also, I think as well, there was the thought of, if you do this a turn later, you can actually sidekick the Satyr. But the problem is, the board might have more minions on it later, which means the extra health on the Satyr is negated by Ball Control having time to play more. But again, look at it, right? Ball Control, if we really wanted to, can answer this 4-2 and play the Vulpera Scoundrel because of Twin Slice. But it does have that glaive bound in hand now, which means leave at least one of the slices for that glaive bound on turn.
Yeah, and in that case, it would be a Chaos Strike turn. just to be able to make sure the Satyr Overseer is not running amok.
Demons.
And that's the problem. If this was a 4-2 that did almost anything else,
yeah,
you could arguably play Vulpera Scoundrel and just pass and just take the slight tempo loss. But it gets significantly worse every single turn you leave Satyr up. Oh yeah, it has to be respected.
Yeah, it's also extra awkward because you'd really love to play Vulpera Scoundrel, see if you get an extra Twin Slice or not, and then if you do, you just use one of your Twin Slices to take care of the 4-2 and have the Vulpera on board. But that was a huge rip off the top with the Battle Fiend off the Chaos Strike. Multiple 1-drops Boar could have found in that scenario, but Battle Fiend, pretty stellar.
Yeah, and you might think, well, is it that good? It just dies to the 2-2. Great, they trade. You know, like, that's what Ball Control wants right now, because he is definitely falling behind. One, and now again, the power of Sidekick there, allowing the value trade. Huntrace is just going ever wider. I-Beam, pretty good pickup.
Yeah, seems solid. Always nice of Vulpera Scoundrel that these cards go straight into outcast position in your hand.
And also as well, look at the next turn, right? It's got Twin Slice, Bladebound Adept, or Warglaves who has enough Bladebound Adept. So next couple of turns are used up already for ball control. I think he will want to be played something now.
Is there a weird world where taking Blur actually heals you for more because you can just blur Warglaves on the next turn and board clear that way?
Yeah, you are right. It locks you into the Warglaves turn though, right?
I'm pretty locked into the Warglaves here regardless, I think.
But not if Huntrace plays Warglaves though.
Huntrace has 4 mana.
Oh.
You're right. If Huntrace played Warglaves, I would not play Warglaves. I would call an admin.
Vulpera Scoundrels discover. Take the mystery option. An admin appears.
Yeah.
Completely right, me being silly. Trace looking at whether he wants to use his second slice or not to observe an extra minion. Or just maybe not trade, but I think just letting the Vulpera farm the Battle Fiend is a relatively bad idea.
Time grows short.
All right, first real big swing turn of the game coming up here for ball control.
Look at the follow-up as well. A 6/6 Glaive Bound is going to be huge because it doesn't get answered by your opponent's Glaive Bound, which is normally the little back and forth fight that happens at this point in the mirror, right?
Demons. Demons.
How far do you go? Do you just trade the 2 and then use the Vulpera on the 1/1?
I think so, yeah, because you're expecting your opponent to want to do similar to you. You know they have second slice, so both Warglaves and the Gladebound are possible options for them. So I think getting a value trade out of your minion and preserving some of your health is pretty solid here.
Is there ever a reason to just go into the 1/2 with the Vulpera and just let the 1/1 stick around?
I'm okay with that too. Yeah, I'm okay with that too.
Then you just have more durability on your weapon to fight back even better in the following turn.
Yeah. Agreed.
And it's not like ball control's sitting on the skull or anything, you know, so he doesn't have to make what he's got count.
Clearing the 1/1 does play around the non-5 drop turns though, where your opponent just wants to hero power into your 2/2.
It's close.
Yeah. I think Board just really wanted to get Glaive Bounded there more than anything he's ever wanted in his life before. Huntrace's hand running pretty dry from this point, though. You can considering just shipping damage to the face with this Altruist in hand.
Yeah, and it's why I think we're seeing a difference and a lot of tinkering with the deck building here in Demon Hunter. Because although Crimson Sigil Runners have a pretty big nerf, and as you mentioned, it feel a lot worse a lot of the time to have in hand, I think Demon Hunter's powerful enough to, as long as you don't run out of cards, even if you're playing on average maybe with slightly worse cards, as long as you just don't run out, you're probably winning. I feel like with Demon Hunter right now. So that's why at least I was messing around with Crimson Sigil Runners, because it's just cheap extra card draw. And when you look at card draw that's available in the game right now for Demon Hunter, there's not a lot of neutral card draw knocking about at the moment. So you really are just looking at the Demon Hunter cards. It's really just looking at Spectral Sight. Or Crimson Sigil Runner can help out with that a little bit extra boost of card draw. It's just going to be
not happy.
Standoff between glaive bounds here. I know Huntress doesn't have one, but does ball control ever just pass to get a glaive bound swing turn and just wait for it?
Yeah, I think that's probably nonsense. Like I said, there was a couple of turns ago where this turn actually from Huntress, on the previous turn, where he just really wanted the glaive bound to come down instead of the Warglaives.
Do you see what must be done?
Saltius is a great response. Could ball control have actually just not played chicken there?
Burn away to ash.
Wow, indeed. Oh, okay.
Hey.
All right, yeah, take that all back. All right, yeah, it's time to stop being salty.
Again.
Literal best draw in the deck.
Yeah, especially because Skull's not playable because of the mana burn, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Now, Huntress, draw glaive bound. No.
Oh! This is Hunter Ace's game. You just get to play it every now and again. Ugh. Yeah, take it back again. Maybe it isn't.
I mean, he didn't have much mana to use this turn anyway. It's just more swings of Warglaives next turn.
Yeah, I guess so.
The question is, does he trade? So he can go. He can put 5 to face, put his opponent 7. He can also, sorry, he can go 6 to face. Apologies, put him to 6. He can then Umberwing and still have Warglaive's hero power next turn. That'll only push 4, but it would mean it would set up lethal if Ball Control doesn't trade with a minion or clear the minions off without using its face. Looks good to me.
Yeah.
You're not getting 17 next turn with Ball Control on 2 cards.
You're not, but you have multiple turns if you clear the minion. If you say, like, Ball Control's going to draw I-Beam here, which is the one card you're scared of, clearing the minion means that you have multiple turns to find your additional outs that you need to end the game.
Burn away to ash.
Oh, that's a pretty good response as well.
Because now, with this board state, having not killed the 6-4, the 6-4 is connected with him once. It can't connect with him again. Huntress just doesn't really have the option to remove this now. So he's basically just on a 1 outer from his deck, and he doesn't find it. So now Huntress doesn't have the time to stabilize.
Yep, and also the mana burn reduce this down as well, right? Reduce down the potential outs he could have even got.
Yeah.
He almost all the time has to use the Warglaives.
Demons.
Glaive bounds are just kings in this matchup. Not really much else to say unless Huntress is just going to ultimate mode his way through this somehow. As far as I can see, Ball Control is going to take the victory there. Very, very close game. Came down to the wire. But really, that second glaive bound helped enormously for Ball Control.
Yeah, that was insane. The turn from Hunter Ace looked like it had locked out the game, but literally with the mana burn in play, I think that second Gladebound was the only card good enough in that scenario, and it was a one-outer for Boar in that scenario to just keep control of proceedings, which is pretty nuts in that spot. Boar went from extremely salty to extremely happy in the blink of an eye in that moment, and you can absolutely see why.
Yeah, Boar Control, definitely one of the players you can almost get the feel of the game just by watching the camera and his response. Very much up and down there. Although I do feel like, not this is a bad thing, but he looks like he's expecting his opponent to just play the best card possible against him every single turn. It's not always reactionary. It's always just like, oh, he's just got the best card. Like, no matter what happens. It's very, very funny to watch. But Boar Control is leading the way there with the win on the Demon Hunter. Still, though, we do have these Quest Warlocks and Druids in both players' lineups, and these are the two huge question marks for me. And I guess the good outcome for one of these players is someone's got to win. Someone's going to get away with this Druid and the Quest Warlock in this matchup. So it's going to be very interesting going forward. But we are going to see Druid versus the Demon Hunter for.
Yeah, and we finally saw the impossible happen in the previous series where the Druid was actually able to pick up a win. Boar Control will be hoping for his sake he can continue that, but again, it is Hunter with everything on the line here with the relegation bracket looming over his shoulder based on the way results have gone around him. He really does need to pick up wins in both of his remaining series to give himself the best possible chance.
Yeah, and it's just going to be that uphill climb because outside of now, obviously, Demon Hunter being still left over for Hunter Ace, it is just pretty much a mirrored lineup, isn't it? So they're always the tough ones to go up against when you really need those wins because the mirror matches can be so unpredictable and so hard to actually accomplish a win. So probably, honestly, Hunter Ace looking not now those mirror matches first. So first off, though, it's going to be the Demon Hunter versus Druid and Boar Control. Has Mount Seller and has a Wild Growth. Probably going to be a throw. Throwing the Wild Growth, though, do you think it's too slow to keep this Demon Hunter?
Yeah, most likely. Again, I think Wild Growth is a card you can kind of keep with the right supporting hand around it, but it's not necessarily a solo keep if you don't have the other stuff already.
Hey, I got you, friend.
This. We see it a lot. Beaming sidekick on one versus Druid, or not, as we've seen some players do it.
Yeah, was it Bunny who didn't play this? I was sort of saying, yeah, a 1-2 on turn 1 will just get a lot of damage in this matchup if you just drop it down.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, I think yesterday as well, well, if Boar Control Crystal powers this, cool. Like, is that not just great for you anyway? Oh, though, there is overgrowth, there is innovate, there is overflow, there is glowflies. Cards are there. Boar Control just.
We're with you.
We've seen this curve before, Raven. It's just whether Boar wants to deal with this 4-2 and whether that's enough to divert him off the plan.
If
he doesn't deal with it now... Yeah, exactly. If he doesn't deal with it now, his curve dictates that he's not dealing with it next turn either, because that's what's kind of earmarked as his overgrowth turn instead.
Yeah. You could plan to maybe make an eagle and power the wild to keep the board.
I mean, mostly he's just planning to use one of his 2/2s to take care of the problem. I'm struggling to think of a scenario where that's not realistic.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying that if Hunter Ace doesn't trade these off, which is a weird thing because Demon Hunter normally likes to just be the aggressor, then this Power of the Wild is going to be pretty clutch.
It is, that's true.
I actually like this a lot. You can trade all these minions away, he only actually loses one, and he gets an extra 4/3.
Yeah, you're right. You are absolutely right.
Because the problem as well is, with this play, he can also, it's not that bad. The overflow is delayed, because the hard casting an overflow is so tough anyway, without, already having some kind of strong board presence.
It has to be the play. Like, you do just... You do just kind of walk into Warglaives, but it's also just so much damage to be taking with the Warglaives in this position. Like, you're going to end up with no board, but Huntrace is going to end up with no health, and then you can just continue along with your game plan quite happily. It's the whole turn down the drain if Huntrace wants to Warglaives all this stuff.
Yep, and you trade that turn for your overgrowth now, except now your opponent doesn't have a Warglaives, and then you just carry on with your game, and the one Warglaives down, right? And as you said, a ton of damage done to them too. Just too powerful
and then
to just steal the board control.
And then sometimes they just don't have a Warglaives, and then
and they're dead.
This just ends the game, yeah.
Yeah, you do have to look for those spots versus Demon Hunter where you can steal the board, even if it's not a natural way that the matchup will play out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just gonna do it. It hurts to watch. But they probably ran. You just have to clear this one.
Huntrace just really wants a weapon charge at the end of this turn. Was that a Mount Seller coming into the hand?
No.
It was.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay.
And just use Second Slice. Why not?
Yep.
Oh, it's funny that turned out when it did. I was literally about to say, and ball control draws the Innovate. It just goes Innovate your Sarah Overflow GG. Oh, with the mana burn, obviously, that's not going to happen.
Job's done.
Yeah, there's Ball's reaction to it. The Vate's still huge off the top, though. If he can find it, at least allows him to do something this turn. That is a fat load of nothing.
And maybe it's because we've been watching a lot of Demon Hunter versus Druid for some reason this weekend. But
yeah.
I think when we've been seeing Mana Burn played, it's been
was I
some
thinking
work
of
done.
again?
Yeah.
Every time I see it in a list in GM, I always just sit and go, wow, yeah, should we just be playing that card? Because it's by no means standard on ladder.
Nope.
I don't think ball control's really considering face tanking this guy. One, deals way too much damage, and two, even if he gets the bog beam, he has the moonfire anyway to make it different. So it's not like he's in desperate mode where he has to set it up perfectly.
Now this Metamorphosis deals 16 over 2 turns.
Ball control, the good news.
The 1 immediate damage seems more important than the extra 2/2 in play as well. It can actually change some pretty significant breakpoints.
Complete.
And it means that your Sarah taunt is not good enough.
Right.
Which is a big deal too. Anything but heal is not good enough here. It has to be overflow into bog beam, right?
Yeah, there's no way to have a Ysera turn here. There's no way to have a Mount Seller turn here.
Yeah, all rat.
Just has to rip the overflow. Find the answer.
I can't hold all these.
Oh! Wait, should he have Moonfired first?
Maybe.
Didn't you just always need a bog beam or a rat?
Mm-hmm.
So you should have Moonfired, right?
Yes. You know.
Because that always happens in the worlds in which he survived.
Right.
Go again. I'm guessing he didn't draw it. As he went for the concede there. But yeah, a slight error, you'd have to say there from ball control.
Well, no, hang on. You're talking about moon firing before you overflow. That's nonsense.
Oh, I am being nonsense. Yeah, okay. I was forgetting it was overflow. I thought it was fungal. Never mind. Wait, did you overflowed into that? Right, yeah, okay. I'm completely losing it. Guys, I am losing it.
You're talking nonsense. Just trust me, it's nonsense. You're talking nonsense. Just trust me.
What am I on about? But yeah, unfortunately there, as the one card he did burn was that bog beam. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. It's been a long day so far, so I am losing it towards this last series. The bug beam there burn was huge, though. Obviously, if he'd drawn it, or if he got hold of a wrath as well, it wasn't just bug beam. He could have dealt with the glaive bound, and maybe even survived actually. With then the backup of saying, well, if you can survive the meta and there's no Kane for a little while, suddenly the Ysera taunt or the Mount Seller taunt turn could create a wall there and maybe survive it, but it was not to be. And it's going to even it up with Demon Hunter getting a win on both sides. But now we get to it, Sottle. Just the matchup for me to be losing it in. It's going to be a Quest Warlock one. We're going to go into Quest Warlock versus Druid here. And this is a matchup again. I see. I'm very interested to see if there's any hyper-specific ways the Druid does need to play. I've found in testing that I actually tried just keeping Mount Seller against Warlock. It seemed to work all right. I'm not sure if that's a little bit too wild, but it seems to do so okay for me. What do you think?
I could certainly get down with that. I think the two biggest cards in the matchup are Mount Seller and Soul of the Forest in terms of making boards that really Warlock has no way of interacting with. They don't interact with Death Rattles particularly well. And Mount Seller coming down early enough with some ramp means that often the Warlock has to choose either to Keladan the Mount Seller or Craze Netherwing away the other beasts, and even then that isn't necessarily always a full clear. Of course, there's the Miracle Rip where you just pull the Keladan off the top on the turn that happens, but that is few and far between.
Exactly. All the ramp in the world here for Ball Control is exactly how you want to start off this game. Hunter Race does have questing, does have plot twist though, so although we can't keep up in mana, you can keep up in at least speed in which his deck is doing what he wants it to do, compared to Ball Control's deck doing what he wants his to do.
Right.
I wonder.
And since we have been seeing a few different variations of Druid, Ball Control is only running the one Soulfire and not the two Soulfires that we've just saying so much rubbish. Soul the Forest! They're not the two. I'm losing it. I am actually losing it. You have to carry me on this one, Sol. It is running one Soul of the Forest. I will hard read these cards now. Instead of the two we've seen in some of the other Druid lists today. So that
I mean, it's amazing. Because also Hunter Ace is just running one Soulfire in his Warlock list. Which is kind of unique from the two Soulfire lists that we're seeing various other players play. Like, what you said made perfect sense. You're just talking about the wrong thing.
You've been so right, but so wrong at the same time.
Yeah. Also have an issue here where I'm not being able to get into the spectator for this matchup, which, you know, is a bit of a problem when it comes to Quest Warlock games. But I will try to persevere.
Ball Control is dropping the Glowfly along with the Iron Bark as well, just to increase the health on board and not get completely blown out by that card. Netherwing right off the top there for Hunter Ace. Going to clean most of this up, but again, the Iron Bark did protect it, so at least Ball Control has something to fight back with.
Yeah, and generally that's just what you'll see happen time and time again, turn after turn, time after time in the matchup is just, alright, see if they have it, you just play out your Glowfly Swarm. It's a pretty expendable card, honestly, in the matchup, because it's removable by so many things from the opponent.
Yeah, when I've talked about it a few times, you know, say on stream or whatever, like, oh, you just play this out. It's like, yeah, but what about Dark Skies? What about Crazy Netherwing? Right? Okay.
Exactly.
If they have it. They play it, then we move on with our lives and play Mount Seller, you know, because it is that straightforward, right? It's just a wave of threats. If they have the answer, fine, they have to use that answer. If they don't have it, whoa, sometimes you just win off the back of that. It's just worth throwing out there. It's not vital to winning the game. This Mount Seller, much more the case, along with Ysera.
So here is that dynamic I was talking about earlier, where Hunter Ace really has to make the choice. He doesn't actually have that much of a choice to make because he doesn't have really the big AoE option. He just has the Mount Seller problem to deal with. He does have multiple ways of being able to clear the Mount Seller. Looks like he's going to rain and coil with it as well to be able to clear off the Dread Raven.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking at different options there, whether Soulfire is ever worth it. Obviously, job's done. Yeah, this looks fine to me, just leaving that. Now though, honestly, like, trade overflow? refill the hand. The other Mount Seller now is pretty nice because Ball Control can set up another awkward board. The only issue now, though, is it does hit the point where you have to start being a little bit careful, because if Ball Control just kind of all ins on this Mount Seller, and it does get Twisted Nethered or Celedan, then you're all in on drawing Ysera, and Ball Control has 19 cards left.
Yes.
To one, get to Ysera, then play it, and then get the dragons. That's, it's quite a long-term plan.
Yeah, it's part of the dynamic that makes me want to draw cards this turn, because I think you actually want to play Ysera quite early. You don't want to be playing it late into the game, and then drawing your cards in such a way that you just dump all your dragons onto the board in the same turn. You want your dragons to be coming out like 1 to 3 at a time in like staggered boards throughout your deck, so that way Hunter Ace will have to allocate multiple waves of removal to each wave of dragons that you come out, whereas if you just get all 7 in one go, boom, Twisting Nether, GG.
And that's the thing, right? Honestly, Warlock doesn't have multiple waves of removal, especially these lists. These versions, there are some other versions knocking about, but the majority of the versions in Grandmasters are like Caladan, 1 Twisting Nether, whereas there are some versions running like 2 Twisting Nethers, which helps a lot, obviously. But here, it's pretty much just once you've used up the big hard removal, it's a couple of them. That's it, you're done.
Here goes the 1 Soulfire from Hunter Ace. He has already significantly handicapped his total amount of burn, but honestly, this doesn't necessarily have to be a burn-based matchup. You can just win straight up in a like kill 'em all kind of style if you're actually able to remove every minion, if the Ysera is close to the bottom of the deck and everything does come out in one huge wave, and you're able to deal with it with a single Twisting Nether or a single Zephyrus. Sometimes you just don't even need a win condition. The Druid will just exhaust themselves.
Literally happened to me this morning when I was playing Druid. A Warlock beat me because they just killed every single thing I had. But my Ysera was my bottom 5. So again, I did the turn where you just summon a board full of dragons. They killed it, I think, with Zephyrus at that point, which again is another wave of AoE they have if it's that late in the game. And then I was like, oh, well, okay,
was I
literally
thinking
not
of
any more
again?
minions left. I lose. So yeah, it's doable.
And it is very weird to imagine how Quest Warlock, the deck that, surely by definition draws more cards than anyone else, can fatigue anyone. But yeah, it turns out Spell Druid draws way more cards than Quest Warlock does in the average course of the matchup.
And also, you use a lot of removal in this matchup, so you're not necessarily tapping every turn.
Right.
As we can see now, look how small Hunter Ace's hand is on turn 7. That's like ridiculously small. This is a good board, though, from Ball Control, actually. This is enough damage to be threatening, but not enough to go, oh, I've got to Twisted Nether this. Like, if Twisted Nether came down now, Ball Control would probably jump for joy.
2 Brood Mothers here get drawn off the Sense Demons. Quest gets completed. Life Tap is activated. 2 duplicates remaining in the deck at this point. Dark Skies and the Questing Explorer. You may have noticed, but I got into the Spectator.
You shouldn't have said anything, Sol, because I was about to be very impressed.
Yeah.
No Mana Rally. Is there any real reason not to play it?
In a conventional matchup where you were still trying to burn down your opponent, yes. Right now, when I don't think that's your plan and I just want to have an 8/8 on board to fight for board and not die, yeah, I think I'm playing it
That's
right now.
The health, yeah, sure, it's great, even though Ball Control we know has heal. But for me, I think this 8/8, I view this as a removal tool right now.
Yeah.
Just trade the 8/8 into the minions, great. You don't need to use Nether or Zephyrus right now. Perfect.
Hunter's going to hold. Wow. Okay. So he does still have the Mali in his deck, it's worth saying. Until that Mali gets drawn for 9, Hunter Ace still has the Dream, right? It doesn't matter how few Soulfires you have if you still have Nether Breaths and Rain of Fires and so on that you can cast with a 0-cost Malagos.
Does he? Has he got just 1 Rain of Fire and 1 Nether Breath now?
Yep. That makes 15 where I come from.
It is, but Druid can have armor.
Yeah.
I'd say maths works differently up north.
I mean, doesn't it?
bit tough here for ball control.
Now.
How much threat he put down. And if he wants to
Apparently English works differently up north, Raven.
Many.
How much threats?
Look, Sol, look. Shh. Bad enough.
I see your argument of shh, and I uphold it.
The good news here, though, for ball control is he has Glowfly and Soul of the Forest in hand, along with plenty of spells to make a big board. Because that really is a problem for Warlock to deal with. Is that sentence okay?
Seems good, yeah.
Okay, just check.
Are you going to check
Grammar.
everyone
Yeah.
from now on? Is that what we've got? Okay.
Look what I brought!
Yeah, the Soul of the Forest board is particularly miserable. Because you generally need like a Netherwing plus a Rain of Fire clear, like a Moarg Rain of Fire clear or something, but Hunter Ace is out of Moargs as well on top of all of that, so...
And also, just in general, that's just a lot of questions to ask Warlock to do at the same time.
Yep. That Alex Strasser is active in hand right now based on that plot twist result. That is a big deal. A very, very, very big deal. Because now Boar has to react to this board while being at 15, and then continue to react to the next board that Hunter Ace can just tempo out on the following turn. And I'm guessing this is what the Alex Strasser hold was about, is that Hunter Ace wanted to tempo multiple threats at the same time to put Boar on the back foot as much as possible.
No Iron Barks.
Yes.
You can't even say, okay, I'll deal with 188 and then taunt up something else. So the other 88 there, the Alex Strasser has to trade. A bit of a problem here.
You know.
Both wise means he isn't. He is going for some. I guess again, to be fair, he knows that Hunter Ace has used a ton of burn already.
16,
It's not enough,
19
right?
with the Netherwing. He's one off with Wind Fury.
And he can't.
So he has to Zeph.
Get it?
Right, so he has to Zeph Shadow? No, that doesn't work either.
He's just gonna Nova, right? Oh no! Oh, what am I on?
He's got 3 left.
Lightning Storm?
Lightning Storm, yeah. It has to be. It's a bit miserable, but it is what it is.
It's gonna be overloaded as well, which does lock out this Alex Strasser next turn.
Yeah, that's actually a big deal.
My dream is
Or just gonna rip the dragons, has no other choice.
Innovate Wrath for draw and hope.
Innovate Fungal.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I didn't even see them. I'm scared of talking about card draw now in Druid.
Yeah. It's a whiff. That is a whiff. Yeah, they don't get any better.
No, and that looks like a concede there for ball control. Hunter Ace gonna take the win there with his Quest Warlock. So a bit of a strange game, that one. There was so much burn being used. And again, it was, we did talk about, you don't need the actual the burn plan against Druid. You can kind of just like destroy all these threats. But it did just work for Hunter Ace. It wasn't clean. It wasn't smooth. It just got there for him. So it is difficult. And the second that board sticks for ball control, the game ends. Like, that's just pretty straightforward there. He had the Savage Roar. He had other ways to clear off some of the minions. And again, the power of that 0 mana Alex Strasser, along with the Abyssal, it was just one too many big threats to deal with that ball control couldn't manage. But I do like that ball control said, well, I can't deal with this. What's the next best thing? Make an incredibly awkward board that if now Hunter Ace doesn't clear, he dies.
Yeah, that was really cool. I learned something super interesting about the matchup just watching Huntrace there. Whereas when you get a 0-mana Alex, you know, we had this very discussion of like, do you hold it so you're going for the combo plan, or do you play it so you're going for the tempo plan? It's not that simple, right? It's even if you want to use it for the tempo plan, on which turn is it the most tempo? Because it's not necessarily this one. And that's the difference of what Huntrace found on that turn. Absolutely would not have seen it, but I'm never going to miss it again, I promise you.
And that's tough, right? Because on the turn you could have played Alex, the minions didn't actually kill the Alex either. So it looked even better to do that turn, but it worked out incredibly well for Huntrace holding it, because you look how awkward that turn was for Poor Control. But let's move on now to another game.
And after that,
players, it's going to be a Druid Mirror.
Beautiful, intricate, high-level matchup between two players where decisions really mattered and multiple paths could have gone down, resulting in different outcomes, and the skill of the players were truly affected. We now have a Druid Mirror.
I do have a question for you, though.
Yeah.
I know you're not the biggest Druid fan in the world, and it's hard to guess by that lovely intro.
Yeah.
But it's true. What's with Kel'Thas coming back this week? What's going on? What's the plan? Why is it suddenly a card? Okay, good, because I'm glad we're both in the same boat on this one.
I don't know, because it's not like the lists are also then like packing in a Gift of the Wild or like Forest Aid or something to actually help them pay it off. It's just playing the same package of spells as everyone else's, which, you know, I thought we all decided some time ago was not enough to be paying off Kael'thas. It's very strange to me.
I have one suggestion. Is it ever Warlock tech to kind of achieve the Mount Seller board of one big dude and then a board of Glowflies?
But I don't think so. If I'm the Warlock and my Druid opponent goes Mount Seller, spell, 3 or 4 beasts, I'm in a dilemma then, because I have to go, oh god, you know, do I kill the Mount Seller? Do I take all this damage by leaving all these beasts up? Or do I AoE the beast and leave up the Mount Seller? If they do the same thing with Kael'thas, like they go Kael'thas, cheap spell, freaking Glowfly Swarm or whatever, I don't think that's a decision. I'm just AoEing the Glowfly Swarm and letting the Kael'thas stay there, because what's the punish spell in the deck that's punishing me for doing that?
It's weird, isn't it? And again, that was just my suggestion, trying to make sense out of the madness as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Because it does make initially a similar size board, but as you quite rightly pointed out, Kael'thas doesn't keep summoning beasts every turn, which is a much bigger issue, obviously, for Mount Seller. But
well, guys, hope you enjoyed the show.
Yep.
We'll see you all tomorrow. Peace!
I want to tell you a secret I'm slightly ashamed of.
Yeah.
I played a mirror match today. I glowflied first, and I lost.
Oh! Unlucky.
I know. I know. The reason I lost was because they glowflied after me, but they did it with Power of the Wild, and I didn't have a buff or a soul.
Right.
So then they just traded the board away, and I was like, oh. Sol told me I'd win this game if I just glowflied first, and I didn't. Where's my refund?
You know, jokes aside, serious points. Obviously, there are a lot of stakes, a lot of things at stake for these players here, I should say. And Huntrace will probably feel, and probably quite rightly so, that he has got the short end of the stick through multiple matches up until this point. So with it all coming down where he really needs to win both of these last 2 series, with it all coming down to a Druid Mirror on the line, and him being the one with the Glowfly board, and Boar just kind of sat with that look on his face right now, you say maybe Huntrace just deserves a little rub of the green here.
Yeah, I think it was last week. Was it Huntrace's Priest got swept last week, right?
Yes.
I think that's, that must hurt. Priest was kind of the bring last week in terms of popularity and just like support from the pros. And for it to get sweeped in a match must feel pretty bad. But yeah, Huntrace had a rough end of stick sometimes, but now mighty fine with that Soul of the Forest backup.
Yeah, I think interestingly, you could argue that Priest was the Quest Warlock of last week, where although it was a very, very powerful deck, it was also the one that everyone was expecting, and therefore we saw a lot of counter matchups for it, reducing its win rate quite significantly.
You'd have to play a mirror. Maybe that's just good.
Yeah.
Now, though, it's just a problem, right? And this is the issue that the Druid deck plays so few actual threats. And what I mean by that is the Mount Sellers, the Glowflies, and Ysera. They're basically the threats. Because there's only, what, 5 cards in the deck that do that?
Right.
If your opponent gets to it and you don't, well, there's no answer, right? Okay, I'll clear some, but then I can't make more threats. So then they just keep hitting me. And that's why the matchup feels so bad and one-sided if one player has Glowflies or a Mount Seller turn and the other one doesn't. Because you hit your threats by drawing cards, but if you're getting beaten up, there's no time to draw the cards, as we can see here.
Feels like Huntrace has got to get these overgrowths down. It's the one thing. It's the one thing he's kind of losing on right now is the board does have the power plays available to him. Oh, Huntrace just sticking to tempo here.
It's 12 damage if you just throw the wild.
It is.
That's nearly lethal. Not done.
Sure.
What does ball control actually have to do this turn to not die?
Mount Seller, Ironbark, rush minions, taunt minions come out of the Mount Seller, that kind of thing.
A lot, I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
As a summary.
Yeah, sure.
Well, that already... okay, that doesn't remove the Mount Seller because Innovate is a card, but still, the Huntrace is probably pretty happy that that was a draw turn there.
Right.
It's just nothing, is there?
There's not, no. Or has to, like,
Actually,
make minions and Ironbark them just to stay alive here. Miserable business like that. Just going to innovate.
So he's got this for Glowfly. Yeah, Glowfly, right?
Sure, yeah. Okay, this is a good out, I guess.
It's just a thing he can do. He missed it, and this is the problem. Like, Ysera, that little bit too far away. But again, he's drawn through this much of the deck. We did see the one Mount Seller get burned, but this just happens sometimes, and this is the issue you have in the odd times when you only have a certain few cards in the deck that actually even unlock the power of it. But a huge congratulations to Huntrace taking a much-needed win there. And as we start strolling towards the end of our day, so I'll just break down for the viewers just once again what that means for Huntrace and the rest of Division A.
For Huntrace, it means that he is on track for doing what he needs to do, which is winning both of his series from this point. In the current situation, Silvername is happy, because if Huntrace were to win just one of his 2 remaining series, that's the good scenario for Silvername. Falcane, though, I believe, although I'm not going to make definitive statements until everything's been double-checked, is in very serious trouble right now when it comes to the relegation bracket, because I think, if my working is correct, that Falcane needed Huntrace to lose both of his series to escape that relegation bracket.
There we go. We can take a bit of a review on what the divisions look like. We did only have the one match in Division B there, but you can see the outcome of that of RDU sitting at 3rd at the moment with that 4-2 score, getting the win over Viper. Whereas Ball Control taking a loss versus Huntrace hasn't heavily impacted where he's sitting at the moment, but really look at that bottom part. Silvername 2-5, Falcane 2-5. Their games and their matches have been done now for the round robin. It's all on what Huntrace is going to do tomorrow. If he wins, he obviously puts himself above that, and then Silvername and Falcane are going to be
Yeah, and worth noting, of course, that because they are in Division A, even whichever of those 2 players go into the relegation bracket, they are still massively advantaged in that relegation bracket, because they have 3 shots to win 1 match to escape relegation, to escape the bracket, to not get to the end of the bracket where you get relegated, whereas the players over in Division B, who will suffer the same fate, they start progressively further and further down to the point where the worst off player just literally has 1 series of Hearthstone with their GM life on the line.
Yeah, and again, just to reiterate, if you're a huge fan of any of those players at the bottom of Division A, they have to lose 3 matches in a row to be knocked out. Like, that is, although it can happen, obviously, it is just unlikely as it's ever going to be there. So there's still a chance, but we do have to outline the bottom 2 players there, as they will enter the relegation bracket. But we are done for the day. It's all going to kick off tomorrow, because Division B really heats up, as we've got tons. All but one, I think, match is Division B. And as the day goes on, we're going to do our best to keep you up to date on what that means, who's going to be automatically relegated by the end of the day. We are going to find out. But before we go, Total, take it away.
First off, somehow we finished relatively on time here, which I'm not entirely sure how that
I'm
happened.
not sure how,
based on how slowly we started.
I
but
felt
yeah,
like
please.
it was game 2 of match 2, and it was like 8 o'clock.
Yeah,
I was like,
exactly.
what's going on?
But yeah, please, everyone, please do us a favor and smash that subscribe button underneath the video player right now. Make sure you ring that bell to not miss any of the action. And as Raven was saying, the one day of action that you definitely do not want to miss is tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be solving all the questions we've had for multiple weeks. So why not also set a reminder for the stream while you're there, so you'll be alerted exactly when we go live. And take a look at our videos page for all of our original content, including hot takes with myself and TJ, Mull It Over with Gia, top 5 moments with Derek Brown, and The Curve with my good buddy Raven here. Please do give us a subscribe.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And then you get to check out even more awesome Hearthstone. It's been another great day for us, and thanks a lot for watching. We really appreciate it. Hope you had fun. But for now, Americas is going to come up with Doa and Frodan, taking you through today's action over in the Americas region. So by all means, stay tuned, as there's plenty more Hearthstone coming up. But from Salt and myself, have a good night.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another day of Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Americas region. This is week 7, day number 2. We're down to our final 2 days of regular season before we find out who's going to the playoffs, who staves off relegation, or who won't be joining us on the following season. My name is Frode. I'm joined by our special guest this weekend in Eric Doa Lonequist, who is filling in for TJ Sanders as TJ is welcoming his 4th member of the family. So congratulations, TJ and Karen. In the meantime, though, we want to welcome, of course, our guest, Doa. How's it going, Eric? How did you enjoy the first day of casting?
It's going great. The meta is really interesting right now. I mentioned yesterday that Quest Warlock is one of my favorite decks to watch and just think about and play, and I'm sure we're going to get a lot more of that today. So yeah, not only is it an exciting weekend in terms of standings, but it's a really exciting weekend, I think, in terms of meta as well, with this new deck just kind of like bursting onto the scene, and it's in everybody's list pretty much, and it's really fun to watch. So yeah, should be a good set of 4 games today.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun, and in the end, it's also going to be a little heartbreaking for some of these players, or perhaps relieving for people who are on that cusp.
Bit of both.
But, taking a look at how the standings are shaping up just from the first 6.5 weeks of play or so, some players are done. When they hit the number 7 in the round robin, in terms of the amount of games or series that they played, they are completed. So, as you can see, Muzzy, 5-2, he is done for the season. He is guaranteed to finish top half of Division B, and therefore going to be in position to make the playoffs if he's able to piece together that good run. On the other side, we have some players who are on that reverse side. Purple at 2-5, he's done for the season, and his fate is entirely in the hands of how ETC, PNC, and Papa Jason.
Yeah, there's a lot of rough stuff for Purple, unfortunately, here. Both ETC and PNC have a chance to get to 3 wins, obviously, and Papa Jason, even if he gets a second win, already has a win over Purple as well, which kind of helps him out a little bit there, perhaps. So it's going to be exciting. Like you said, a little bit heartbreaking for some of these guys facing perhaps auto-relegation. But I think the biggest story is that, especially in Division A, there's still a lot of movement that can happen, it seems like.
Yeah, Division A, there's a lot of rearrangement that could still happen, highlighted by the fact that Naokidan and Just Saiyan still have a match to play and have a lot of movement to go up. Same thing with players like Monsanto. And then we mentioned Papa Jason and ETC.
Right.
They will be playing for essentially a relegation spot. ETC could perhaps lock the door for Papa Jason and send him home with only 1 win during the round robin stages.
Well, that's the thing. You're trying to just simply avoid being automatically relegated. You're going to the relegation tournament no matter what, even if you perform well. You're just trying to get there to begin with, right?
Right. And maximize the amount of chances you get.
Yeah.
Because the person that finishes 6th in Division B only gets 1 chance, and then every placing higher in that relegation bracket gives you an additional series.
Right.
We did see that there's only 4 matches for today because this is our Slim Saturdays. We only have 4 because in the 8-player round robins, there's always an odd man out, and therefore we have 1 less match every week.
Right.
And so our day is Saturday, while the other regions have Friday and Sunday. Back in the previous seasons, though, we actually stacked all of our matches together. So sometimes we had 15 match days.
That is a lot of matches.
In a specialist meta with Warriors, Control Warrior being the best deck. So it was tough.
I don't
It was a
envy
very
you.
tough broadcast.
I've missed some years of Hearthstone casting, but there are some periods of time that I'm not, the most broken up about that I missed. That's one of them.
Well, you were holding it down quite literally on the other side of the studio in the Overwatch League. So,
Yeah, that's true,
We
yeah.
weren't too far apart, despite the fact that we were separated.
Pretty much. My heart was
Take a
with
look.
you.
Let's take a look at how one of the brackets. We kind of teased it a bit. So here's a sneak peek at what the relegation bracket means.
Yeah.
So we mentioned how every single placing in division of where you finish could improve your chances. We're starting things off with the relegation matches next week with Division A 7th and 8th seed. And the loser of that, not the winner, the loser of that series will keep playing on all the way through match number 3, in which case the final loser will be relegated along with those 2 automatic relegations.
Yeah, I actually like this system a lot because you need to really, kind of underperform to actually get relegated. You win 1 match, you're safe, right? If you lose, you go on, you get another chance. So if you are the one who's relegated, unfortunately, you're probably the one that should be relegated. I think it's a very fair system, and it's rough to talk about any system in which somebody's not going to be a Grandmaster next season, but if you're going to do it, I think this is a good way to do it.
Definitely. And, if you look at some of the players, that's what they're really fighting for. You mentioned ETC and Papa Jason. That's something they're fighting for. Saiyan and Nalgidan also fighting for that. If both of them end up in the bottom two somehow,
right,
they will try to get the best possible position. But this is why the first 3 weeks of Swiss were so foundational. Every week players were taking it very seriously. You might think, it's just Swiss tournaments into a division seeding. How impactful is it? And you can clearly see at the end of the season
it's big,
how much more, if better, it feels to finish in 6th or 7th in Division A versus Division.
Well, yeah, just by being in Division A, you're not going to get auto-relegated, right? So at least you don't have that to worry about. You could still end up in the relegation tournament like you talked about with Nalgidan and Just Saiyan, but still, at least you don't have to be worried about just getting cut completely.
Definitely. And, you talked about a little bit of what we expect for the metagame yesterday, but let's once again break it down for today, as this week we saw a huge surge in Warlock being represented. We saw a little bit of surge actually in Demon Hunter as well, as most players believe once you ban Warrior, Demon Hunter becomes the best deck or class in the metagame. And then from there on, we have a struggle to find the fourth deck. Some people are choosing Hunter, some people are choosing Rogue, and some people are choosing Druid. Have you decided which class you like best for fourth decks here?
Out of those three, I kind of lean towards Highlander Hunter a little bit, honestly. Part of that is my own bias. I've never been a big Rogue player since like the very beginning of Hearthstone. And while I think Druid is strong, I think it has high highs and low lows, whereas Highlander Hunter just feels the most consistent to me out of those three. So my personal pick would be Highlander Hunter. What do you think?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, largely because I want to try and pressure the Quest Warlock. Sato made a really good point about how Quest Warlock was fantastic last week because most people weren't expecting it, as seen by the amount of priests that were in the lineups.
Yeah.
And now that Quest Warlock is on very much everybody's radar, some people are choosing to omit it, which after seeing yesterday, I actually do start to like the lineups without Quest Warlock. I think maybe I would have been affected because Muzzy was tweeting about how not bringing Quest Warlock was intentionally throwing or basically saying that you're griefing yourself.
That's an extreme stance to take, I think.
Of course, but it's all part of the, you got to throw your opinions out there in the polarized way on social media, right, Doe?
Sure. Well, there's that, and then there's also maybe you do get in your opponent's heads a little bit. Maybe you do make them change some decisions or doubt themselves or start to second guess themselves. It's all part of the mind games,
Totally. And I think that's what makes particularly interesting conversations for Grandmasters, because going to the week, I put in my set of games, both on ladder and practice, and I have my own opinions. And then it just continues to change over the weekend. But so do the Grandmasters. You start to see them say, you know what, maybe this isn't as good as I thought it was, because my practice groups, it was going well. But obviously, if I go 1-5 throughout the weekend with a specific deck, Zoo Warlock was one of them, for example. Some people were losing all of their games with it. It's well, maybe I overestimated the strength, or I'm extremely unlucky. Either way, the loss still stings. So we'll see how that ends up shaping up as we continue to develop. But we did want to highlight also some of the other things that we will be seeing here. One of them, of course, being the win rates of specific decks.
Right.
One deck that's been making a miniature comeback is specifically the Secret Galakron Rogue. Rogue's, of course, been around for a while, but we've seen so many variants, and now it seems like people are gravitating towards Secret Galakron Rogue. What are your thoughts on that, Noah?
I think it's pretty good. I mean, I think you and I were talking about this a little bit this morning already, actually, where in terms of just universal strength in this particular weekend's meta, it feels like the secret version is a little bit stronger than the shadow version in that it gives you a little bit more flexibility in terms of getting that poison minion out, a little bit more card draw from time to time. So you get those little edges, I think, that you sometimes lack with the stealth package. But I think the win rates against Druid and Tempo Hunter kind of speak for themselves as far as the strength of this goes, especially Tempo Demon Hunter, rather, is what I meant to say earlier, where Demon Hunter is 100% bring right now this week, right? Everybody brought it. So for Rogue to beat it that hard, 53% is a lot. That's really encouraging, and I think we're going to see the use of this jump up in future weeks.
Definitely. And, maybe that could be the secret sauce for a lot of people. After seeing it in practice yesterday, I'm willing to change my stance to Rogue doesn't suck. It's situationally good. In that case, I would say that Rogue is a solid bring. I'm not ready to crown it as the bring for the support deck, as many people can see it still has some weak matchups, especially if you're choosing not to ban Warrior, which a few lineups did opt in for.
Yeah, that's always interesting to see.
It's tricky. It's tricky if you go up against Hunter and Warrior and you're expecting Rogue to get through.
I think it's kind of notable too that it is beating a lot of Spell Druids. Spell Druid as well is kind of a deck over the weekend that I've started to sort of formulate an opinion on that, like, I don't think it's that great. And it's kind of for the reason that I talked about when we were looking at the bring rates overall, is that it feels like it either completely crushes or it just completely fails, right? It seems like a very like A or B like binary result deck. And a lot of it, maybe that's because I don't have as much experience playing it or experience watching it, but that's my kind of general, gut feeling after watching a lot of games of it recently.
Yeah, well, Rogue is going to be one of those decks to keep an eye on, but that's not our deck spotlight for today. In fact, our T-Mobile deck spotlight is a different deck entirely. It is Zalae's Demon Hunter.
Okay.
And the reason why I wanted to focus on this is because Zalae chose to deviate from other people's Demon Hunter lists. He seems to be gearing his deck list, and to try and target specific decks highlighted by 2 mana burns.
Yeah.
A Netherwalker as a 2-drop, instead of just playing things like Frozen Shadow Weaver for the mirror. And it ended up being it ended up not really like working out the way he would want to, because sometimes it felt like he really would rather have that Frozen Shadow Weaver. But I wanted to highlight it because I think if it pays off, it's going to pay off handsomely in Zalae's favor. So I really think this is an interesting deck list for a type of Demon Hunter.
I particularly like the mana burns actually, because sometimes you kind of think, oh well, if I don't get to mana burn someone early, then it's kind of a wasted card. But if you look at a lot of the decks that are in this weekend, right, there's a lot of turns where if somebody is at 10 mana and you bring them down to 8, they can't cast that big dragon that they're trying to cast. They can't maybe get the big board clear they were looking for, or like the combo of like Mal'Ganis Soulfire or something like that, So you can shut down a lot of like really important late game plays with a later game mana burn. So I think it's got a lot more broad usefulness than people are maybe giving it credit for right now. So I like the fact that he's running too. I haven't had a chance to test this version a lot on ladder, but I'm definitely going to after this weekend.
Yeah, and I think that, one thing that's really particularly important here as we, focus on Zalae playing against Frozen today, that even though it seems like both players are going to make the playoffs here, the important idea is the mentality. What are you trying to do with all 30 deck slots? Don't just necessarily autopilot and say, well, these are like the established 30 good cards, and by all means they are, but if you do the same thing as everybody else, and you assume that your skill is on par, which I'm willing to, entertain the idea that all these 16 of these Grandmasters are around that same skill range.
You'd hope so.
And then you're 50%. And it's like, you got to find your way to get your edge somehow. So I like it.
Yeah, exactly. It's always those like little techs that kind of make the difference, for better or for worse, with a lot of the players' choices. So it's going to be interesting to see how it performs today. I like the mana burn. Not so sure about the Nether. Oh man, the name is slipping my mind.
Netherwalker.
Netherwalker, right? I'm not sold on that yet, but it's interesting to see.
Definitely. So that was your T-Mobile Deck Spotlight, brought to you by T-Mobile, America's largest 5G network, as they help enable us to do the things that we love. Yep. So with that, our first match today, as we alluded to before, was Now Gidan versus Just Saying. It's only 4 matches, so don't take too long as we get ready for our first series of the day. We're going to take a few minutes to get set, so when we return, Week 7, Day 2 of Hearthstone Grandmasters of Americas will begin. Stay tuned.
Hearthstone Grandmasters is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network. T-Mobile.
If you could give me something from the answers, that would really help me out,
Oh.
Whenever you're ready. Welcome, everybody. My name is Sotul, joined by Kalento. I'm sure this is going to be an incredibly insightful interview. Got tons of just incredible questions here provided to me by the production team. I'm sure we're going to get a lot of information out of my friend here. So Kalento, what is your happiest Hearthstone memory?
Probably Y-Game House Cup, I guess.
Great, I'm presuming you won that?
Of course.
Just soldier on through. When did you start playing Hearthstone? Wonderful. Really learning a lot right now. What's your favorite part about Hearthstone?
I like how I can be asked dumb questions when I'm being interviewed.
Yep, expected. Who is your favorite Hearthstone caster?
Probably not you.
Really? Like, do you really want me to... All right, we're gonna get through this. Who is your best friend in Hearthstone? Any positivity? Can you pick one that you do like?
No.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Americas region. Our first match of today
Frodan's muted. Oh,
is
no.
going to be
What have you done,
Nalgadon versus Just
So
Saiyan.
disappointed.
I'm not muted to the broadcast, though. I've got to unmute on
Well, there
our
you go.
specific comms.
Oh, all right. Hey, I'm just filling in this week. Give me a break.
I appreciate you stepping in, but thanks for the reminder. I do have a bad habit sometimes of leaving myself muted for the co-casters, but I just think that we're so in sync that you can read my lips and you can understand.
I was about to start trying, honestly.
Valiant effort for first try. Next break, we'll see if you can do it again. So, Warrior banned away from Nalgadon. Very expected here. Warrior didn't actually perform nearly as well as I expected to yesterday. And one thing that did take me aback was the overwhelming consensus from the players to include the Serpent Egg and the Terran Gore Fiends. But it makes sense, when you have a lot of Quest Warlock out there in the metagame. It has a ton of AoE.
Right.
And things like Eggs and Terran Gore Fiend make it Warlocks to...
You're just not going to get a lot of benefit out of it, right?
Yeah.
All right, but aside from that, I like the list. I did mention that I was kind of more favored from the Hunters. Speaking of Warriors, Just Saiyans Warrior does get through, so he will get to play that. Didn't end up having that banned. Had his Demon Hunter banned, which is kind of interesting. What do you think about this lineup, though?
I think that Demon Hunter is worthy of considering to be banned because it just seems to have those unstoppable hands. With it yesterday where we saw just like Demon Hunter versus the Warrior, and the Warrior gained like 40 armor, and yet Demon Hunter just found a way to kind of pressure and threaten lethal in like 2 turns anyways.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's really hard to counter Demon Hunter, and sometimes it feels like you really can't. So I don't blame Nalgadon. And also, to be very honest, Algernon's not a good spot. He's in dire straits. He has to kind of take some risks here. So I admire the fact that he's willing to go off the script, what a lot of other people do, and leave up Warrior. But it could also blow up in his face.
Yep, that's right. He's played 5 games so far. He's got 2 to go if you include this one. And getting 2 wins might just maybe give him a chance to sneak into that 6th place spot, especially because Just Saiyan is currently occupying the 6th place spot in Division A. So it's a very big match for him. For both of these guys, honestly.
That's right. Yeah. A huge match. So here we go. Game number 1, Hunter versus the Warrior. Opening mulligans.
Nothing like the Nagrand slam in your first hand, huh?
That's right. It's not time to Space Jam just yet, but we'll see if that card ends up even getting played. It could be one of those things where Warrior just has a lot of ability to pressure in the mid game and then combo you out before you can get to 10 mana.
It's pretty common. Does feel good to drop a Dwarven Sharpshooter on turn 1. As that is generally the turn you want to drop it. Let's see what Corsair Cash brings him. Oh, all right. Grabs him the Ankar. Might be useful early on. He's got the Risky Skipper in his hand. He's got, like, the beginnings of a good combo turn so far.
Yes. And, the most important thing for the Hunter is to be able to curve out, which is what Nalgadon has. And,
yeah.
I mean, the Warrior will let the Hunter do that just for a little bit.
You can't let it
that's
go
actually
too
a
crazy.
Great outcome here for Nalgadon.
Oh yeah, getting the higher health minion is going to be really useful. Ankar doesn't kill it. He enrages here? I don't know. I'd be wary. He's thinking about it.
Only because he already has Risky Skipper in hand and the Armorsmith makes me feel like it's worth considering to hold on to it. But I think most of the time, my instinct does tell me to enrage it, so that way I don't feel like I have to commit Risky Skipper next turn.
I think years of Warrior playing experience kind of tells you want to finish off that 1 health minion with it, especially if you already dedicated some of your own health and a weapon charge and all that. So it probably feels bad, like you mentioned, because of what he had in his hand, but you got to do it. Corrosive Breath gets drawn by Nalgadon.
Yeah, and you also should consider doing that because there are ways for your opponent to kind of really press in and punish you, especially if they have like the Acidic Swamp right afterwards.
Right.
To try shut down your development opportunities and your ability to get tempo onto the board.
Wow, the Bomb Wrangler draw for Just Saiyan. So this like mid-game combo turn looks better and better. You've got a lot of pieces, right? You've got the Risky Skipper, you've got the Armorsmith, you've got the Bomb Wrangler. Put together a pretty scary board and potentially gain a lot of armor. This turn 4 is maybe a little bit on the awkward side, I guess. All right, yeah, so just get the Bomb Wrangler going early. What do you think about that?
I think that board the Bomb Wrangler by itself isn't extremely assuming, but when you start to think about how it keeps summoning boombots, which can challenge everything you play on the board afterwards, it gets really alive. What a pickup, by the way, for Nalgadon, too.
No
this
kidding.
Acidic Swamp Ooze shutting down the last draw and that swing. But, at least Saiyan got the traditional, or rather, the average expected value from it, because Anchor's supposed to only have 2 swings, and, the 3rd swing would have just been bonus.
Right, exactly. That's what you tell yourself anyway when you're trying to sleep at night. You're just saying.
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
Yeah. Oh, Cobalt Lackey from the Lance. All right, so a little bit of damage to help with a little bit more board control.
Yeah, and that's going to be more useful against the threat of what Nalgadon could be playing in the future turns, especially for the ones that you can't, you don't necessarily want to attack into. Cards like Evasive Fellwing or Fairy Dragon, Cobalt Lackey is all very useful.
Yeah, if like one of your bombs comes up a little bit short or something like that in terms of damage to a minion, at least you've got a little bit of a band-aid there in terms of 2 damage that you can put on something.
Definitely.
Would you just hero power here? Gain a little bit of armor?
Right, so we got to think about what's your opponent's best development turn. Usually turn 5 is defined for this deck by Rotnest Drake or Faceless Corruptor. Faceless Corruptor not on the menu because your opponent doesn't have a Desert Spear. Rotnest Drake, your opponent actually doesn't have a great target because it'll kill these boombots. So I think you can definitely justify armoring up instead of just developing like Sky Raider.
Yeah. And what's
another thing
to
consider? Some Felmaw. It's a little bit clunky here. Actually, it's very clunky. He's going to be off curve.
Yeah. Doesn't feel good. But you can't really use the Dragonbane either. And you can't.
Well, you know, one thing to consider is Dragonbane can just still soak up a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the other cards in his hand, I suppose that's probably one of the better answers. Looks like he might go Imprison Felma Hero Power instead. And it is hard to give up the value on the Dragonbane. I mean, it's really tough to like play that, let it die, and miss out on that 5 damage.
Yeah, there's also a chance that Nalgadon doesn't have anything to play on 6. Besides that Imprisoned Felmaw. So it's actually good for 2 reasons. One, the Felmaw can activate a little bit earlier than later, which is what you want. You want to play that card as soon as you get it.
Yep.
And the second would be that he actually has a guaranteed way to use all 6 mana next turn with the Dragon.
I like that. And then that leads into a Psymat on turn 7. If it calls for it, again, one of the big things that you always talk about with this deck is you want to use your mana as efficiently as possible each turn. And so he's at least got that for a little while, and he's got a couple turns of card draw to set up like 8, 9, 10, etc. So just saying...
He's got Terran Gorfine.
Yeah, he does.
That's awesome.
Might be time, too.
Pickup.
Also, I'll see Captain as well. That's really nice. Get more value out of that weapon. Perhaps... Oh, no, that buffs the pirates. I'm thinking of somebody else. I'm thinking of Greenskins.
Greenbacks.
Captain Greenskin.
Yeah.
Well,
it doesn't sound very healthy to me, but...
No, you should probably have your doctor check that out. If your skin is literally turning green. I mean, he is a goblin,
If it lasts for 5 hours or more, please consult your doctor.
That's right.
See if Greenskin is right for you.
You find yourself patrolling a ship endlessly in the dead mines. Consult a psychologist.
That's right.
So Fairy Dragon, and he's going to drop the Dragonbane.
Yeah.
So really wanted to get the value out of the weapon over the value out of the Dragonbane, it looks like.
Yeah, I think holding onto a weapon swing is more important. As you can tell right now, it's not really about the damage to face, it's purely about the board control. And Sam picks a Battle Rage. That's one of his best cards that he could pick up right now. And he has actually several ways that he could approach this. He could try and go for the Battle Rage turn immediately. He can Terran Gorfine, then go for Battle Rage.
Well, the first Boombot, not super inspiring. Let's see what the second one does. He's at least going to gain some armor here, too.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned, should be a decent Battle Rage turn.
And it's to be expected. Saiyan had 2 swings of the armor, the anchor, so you kind of expect your opponent to have Risky Skipper. The Battle Rage is what really stings. You can kind of see it in Nalgadon's face.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Not what you want to see here, your Nalgadon.
So, just saying almost completely replenishes his hand.
Yeah, he has a couple
here.
of ways that he can also dump his hand here if he wants. Like Rampage is one. He can also swing with the play the lackeys.
Yep. Deciding what lackey's gonna... Okay, Rampage. Alright. Yeah, you kill the Dragonbane, you make a bit of a value trade there, gain a little bit more armor.
Chance for the Felmont to attack into it, although that's a good outcome there for Nalgadon. One, to get rid of that Risky Skipper easily.
I really like what Justine was trying to do with the Enrage, though, because if the Felmont does attack into the 4 damage minion, then you just have handled things so efficiently at that point.
Yeah, yeah.
Didn't work out, but it's a very cool setup.
It's clever. It's clever. I mean, I was thinking that the alternative was going wider on the board with lackeys, and that's also totally viable too.
Sure, yeah.
I think, like you said, it's very smart, and he would have looked like a genius if it worked out.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a 1 out of 3 chance too, so it's not like he was really taking like this crazy chance. It was pretty realistic. So, is this a turn where you try to set up a Terran Gorfine play?
That's a play that immediately stands out to me just because it's been drawn. I'm trying to think about if there's ways we could address the board state though, because part of the problem is that 11 powers on board, and while you're at 29, things could get ugly very quickly if a Dino Tamer Brand comes out. So I'm looking at
definitely concerned.
Maybe it is a Terran Gorfine. Maybe it's like double Kobold Lackey, Serpeneg, Terran Gorfine.
Yeah, you could eliminate the Felmaw that way at least.
Right.
So you'd only have the 6/6 to worry about. Terran Gorfine represents a pretty big threat to your opponent, especially where they're at 16 health. And Nalgadon's still a couple turns away from the Grand Slam.
Yeah, the alternative would be to go for a Blood Boil Brute opportunity. So you could utilize, say, Kobold Lackey. Blood Boil Brute goes down to 5 mana. And then from there, do a couple of other things. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
there's a 2-turn lethal setup because he has core chronolate and 2 kobolds.
Oh, that's a good point. Could be. That's 8 damage from hand.
Right. Plus the 4 damage from the weapon. Plus if he picks up even more lackey damage. Oh, okay, Saiyan, I see you.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I mean, this is a nice little sort of like middle ground from everything we were talking about, right? Where he does set up that possible lethal, but he also presents a little bit of a threat on the board to kind of distract his opponent too. So I like that. I think that's a kind of very elegant way of doing both things pretty well.
Yeah, and you said he has 8 damage from the hand. That Corsair cash is like a sneaky extra point of damage.
That's true.
Which would give him lethal next turn if he has the mana to play everything. I don't think he does, but it's just like another way for Saiyan to potentially get there.
Sure. And I think Nalgidon might just be dead here, especially if he goes to face.
So if he trades, oh yeah,
All right. Well, now there's plenty of damage.
With the Serpent Egg, I think he might have been able to survive just barely. But now he's certainly dead. I mean, now he's like, okay, please don't have any charger.
I mean, but
there's a charger.
It's hard to blame him, right? Because you don't expect your opponent to have the double Cobalt Lackey, right? They've got a lot of lackeys, and maybe you can kind of make that assumption because you just haven't seen it. Just Saying doesn't show him the second lackey. It's a generous thing to do, but game number 1, going to Just Saying.
Yeah, and it's one of those situations where if you kind of like queue up the Highlander Hunter versus the Warrior, you're not expecting great results.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's overall like not a good spot to be up against the Warrior here. I guess you could argue that Nalgidon had a better matchup through Warlock than he did with Hunter, but like you don't know if your opponent's going to queue, what they're going to queue the first game. So
Right.
I don't really blame Nalgidon here for taking a risk and it didn't pay out.
No, I don't think so. And at least now you're at the point where you don't need to worry about the Warrior for the rest of the match. Your vision can be a little bit more focused on the deck